Wu Ling is a socially anxious individual who prefers to wander alone. However, she is far from being a pitiable victim who can be easily bullied. Upon encountering bullying at school, she confronts it head-on. To her surprise, the victim of the bullying is none other than Harry Potter, a name that rings a bell. Initially, she believed that her peculiar experiences stemmed from her mother's heritage as a witch. Little did she anticipate that the issues of this world were far more profound, leaving her with no choice but to endure. Yet, how did she come to be the new Dark Lord? Chapter 1. Wu Ling and Harry Potter. Wu Ling clutched a stack of books, carefully navigating around the crowd as she made her way towards the classroom. Encountering a few classmates along the way, she fixated her gaze on the books in her hands, avoiding any form of greeting. As she passed a small flower bed, her peripheral vision caught sight of several burly figures, the notorious troublemaker Dudley Dursley and his companions from their school. Judging by their demeanor, they were likely bullying Harry Potter again. Although Harry was dodging and weaving to elude them, this group had taken over the vicinity of the flower bed and showed no signs of leaving anytime soon. Wu Ling glanced at her watch. Only 5 minutes remained until class began, and she needed to weave through them. Yet, her intrinsic social anxiety deterred her from confronting this group, whether they were bullies or victims. Consequently, she devised an alternative strategy. Wu Ling lowered her gaze and stepped aside, utilizing a branch to obscure her presence. A snake. Help, it's a massive snake. Triangle head, this snake is venomous. Run. The air was filled with shrill screams, accompanied by the thundering footsteps of the burly figures rushing away. Wu Ling remained motionless, counting silently in her mind until she reached 30, before slowly returning to her original path towards her classroom. She wondered where the little snake she had just released had gone, although it was likely finding a suitable hiding place. She could retrieve it after school, but for now, attending class was paramount. "Hey, Sylvia," Harry finally called out to her by her English name after school. For some reason, he had been glancing at her with a sense of hesitation throughout the afternoon, but it wasn't until most of the crowd had dispersed that he approached her. Due to her social anxiety, Wu Ling's relationships with her classmates were rather tenuous. Those who are perceived as outcasts are often easy targets for bullying, even though she possessed striking beauty. Despite her social anxiety, Wu Ling would not submit to victimization. After decisively dealing with those who troubled her, she found herself undisturbed, and their isolation became a form of kindness, allowing both parties to coexist peacefully. In contrast, Harry's experience was different. He was persistently bullied. While others could not inflict physical harm upon him, the isolation he faced was profoundly distressing. In such circumstances, Harry felt an inexplicable affinity for the girl who was treated similarly to him, and he yearned to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. However, the witch treated the entire class with impartiality, capable of isolating them all. In her eyes, Harry Potter held no distinction, despite being the protagonist from the novel she had read in her previous life. "What is it?" The witch's voice was not particularly loud, yet it was not soft either. She had no desire to engage in conversation with anyone. "Thank you, I mean, that snake," Harry said, as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a small emerald-green serpent that eagerly flicked its tongue in the witch's direction. The witch was not taken aback by this scene. It was entirely normal for Harry Potter to converse with snakes, and it was expected that the serpent would not attack him. The serpent slithered down Harry's arm and onto a desk, attempting to climb onto the witch's hand. However, its actions were thwarted by the witch, who, unbeknownst to him, had produced a piece of tissue paper, swiftly wrapping the serpent and placing it into a pencil case, which she then quickly shoved into her backpack. She was unwilling to touch items that others had previously handled, and upon returning home, she intended to ensure the serpent had a thorough bath. Otherwise, it would certainly not accompany her to Hogwarts in September. The rejected serpent, feeling forlorn, cried out loudly. "Is it your pet, the serpent? That's incredibly cool," Harry remarked, eager to forge a bond with the witch. Two ostracized children should unite. The witch replied, unable to find the words, effectively stifling the conversation with a single syllable. At that moment, Harry was equally at a loss for words, resulting in an awkward silence between them. "See you tomorrow, Harry. I think I should head home now," the witch stated, shouldering her bag and striding out of the classroom. The witch did not notice the disappointment emanating from Harry's green eyes behind her. Even if she had, it would not have stirred any emotions within her, for she was not severe as Snape. Upon boarding the school bus, The witch selected a seat towards the back, and after a bumpy ride, she finally returned to her home. Pushing open the door, she found the interior empty, yet it was the tranquility she cherished most. The witch retreated to her room to complete her homework, and just as she was halfway through, there was a knock at the door. "Miss Sylvia, I have brought you your dinner," came a voice tinged with age. "All right, just wait for me in the dining room," the witch replied, finishing a sentence before stepping outside. Upon entering the dining room, she found a slightly worn house elf standing respectfully at the door, but when he beheld her in her muggle attire, he could not suppress the urge to bash his head against the wall. "Calm down, creature, do not punish yourself." The witch had long since grown accustomed to his antics, and her response was both straightforward and brusque. Tears shimmered in Creature's large, tennis ball-sized eyes as he covered his face with his hands. No, how can Creature bear to see the young mistress dressed in such a lowly muggle garment? It is all Creature's fault, the honor of the Black family. Honor is not altered by mere garments. Now, please tell me about tonight's dinner. For chicken soup could not change the perspective of a house elf who had served the Black family for decades, and it was preferable to divert his attention to other matters. Certainly, Creature wiped his tears with a tea towel. "Tonight, I prepared for Miss Sylvia a fried egg, a medium-rare steak, and a creamy mushroom soup. Alas, these are far too meager. How could they befit the esteemed Miss Sylvia? It is all Creature's fault. The dishes do not meet your palate. No, I find these sufficient. Wastefulness is shameful, and there is no need to overindulge at dinner. After all, British cuisine was rather monotonous. A simple meal would suffice." Creature felt that Sylvia was merely comforting him, which deeply moved him, yet only heightened his self-loathing. In response, the witch could only lavish praise on his culinary skills after the meal. Creature tidied up the dishes and returned to the Black ancestral home, leaving the entire house in a sudden silence that brought the witch great peace. Returning to her room to finish her remaining homework and flipping through a few pages of History of Magic, the witch then proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 2. Sylph and Annabelle. July is a splendid time. The owls of Hogwarts tirelessly deliver admission letters to every eligible young wizard's household. Sylph has been studying Hogwarts textbooks for 2 years, noting that many have remained unchanged for decades, while others are revised annually. Creature unearthed Regulus's old textbooks and notebooks, meticulously packaging them before Sylph. At that moment, she was beset by a bout of indecision. However, it was inconsequential. She methodically selected the first textbook she intended to peruse. Potions and Elixirs. Ah, what a memory. Sylph recalled the iconic moments from Potions class, Snape's infamous trio of questions, and the crucial method for concocting the Scabbers potion, particularly the insertion of hedgehog spines after extinguishing the flame. Indeed, that lesson was the most challenging to endure. She ought to delve into this book. To this day, Sylph has acquired a clear understanding of the first and second year courses at Hogwarts. As for further studies, what child would wish to pore over textbooks all day? She preferred titles like Caring for Your Little Pets, The Allure of Hexes, and Jinxes. Well, after all, without smartphones, any form of entertainment sufficed, did it not? Yet, with the school year looming, Sylph retrieved the dusty textbooks from the attic, preparing to review them. After only a few pages, she contemplated discarding the book when a sudden knock at the door rescued her from her ennui. Upon opening the door, she found her neighbors, Mrs. Foster and her daughter Vivian. The sight of them made Sylph uneasy, compelling her gaze to settle on the only non-human presence in the room, a doll nearly her height. After inviting them inside, Mrs. Foster conveyed their purpose. "We are moving, and there are many items we cannot take with us. Vivian wished to gift some things to our neighbors." Vivian, somewhat reluctant, presented the doll to Sylph. "This is a doll I recently acquired, and I wish to give it to you, Sylvia." Sylph glanced at the exceedingly unattractive doll, her curiosity piqued. Who could have crafted such an abomination? "If you cherish it so much, why not take it with you? Surely a doll can be transported." Sylph accepted it. Not it, but she. "I believe this doll possesses a soul," Vivian explained. "We simply have too many things to carry. We cannot take Annabelle." "Are you saying this doll is named Annabelle?" Sylph lowered her gaze to meet the doll's eyes, suddenly recalling its familiarity. So it was. Sylph pondered, recognizing that this group's possession of Annabelle indeed posed a threat. Saving a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda, she mused, believing that in her hands, Annabelle could create no mischief. Seeing Sylph accept Annabelle, a flicker of guilt crossed Mrs. Foster's eyes, and she presented Sylph with several other items before departing with Vivian. Sylph did not overlook the hint of guilt in Mrs. Foster's expression. Did she realize the doll harbored a vengeful spirit? As she rummaged through the small basket they left behind, Sylph discovered 500 pounds in cash. What was this? A payment for a life? Sylph carried Annabelle to the bathroom, intending to wash the grotesque doll, lest she be driven to tear it apart. Upon entering the bathroom, Sylph stared at her bathtub for a moment before retrieving a bucket typically used for soaking her feet, filling it with water, and preparing to toss Annabelle in. No, the doll protested, using its own power to cling stubbornly to Sylph's hand, refusing to enter the foot-soaking bucket. Clean yourself, or I shall incinerate you, Sylph decreed, but I cannot wash in that bucket. Ultimately, a compromise was reached. Sylph filled a moderately sized basin with hot water and unceremoniously submerged Annabelle. The half-human doll, now pitifully crammed into the small basin, found the excess water spilling over the sides, its fabric absorbing moisture and weighing it down. Annabelle did attempt to resist, but before this girl, its power proved utterly ineffective, prompting the typically domineering doll to quickly reassess its position. Dripping wet, Annabelle did not wait for Sylph to retrieve her from the bathroom. Instead, she instantaneously transported herself to Sylph's bedroom, whereupon Sylph entered to find a puddle of water pooling on the floor. I see you are courting disaster, she remarked, her expression impassive as she retrieved a roll of red string from a drawer. She dragged Annabelle to a storage room, binding the doll with the string despite its evident terror, securing it to a heavy object. Sylph employed cleaning magic to dry the water on the floor before resuming her studies. Days later, while engrossed in a journey with ghouls, the window before Sylph was rapped upon. The window was ajar, yet the owl did not simply fly inside. It politely knocked, seemingly inquiring for Sylph's permission. Though you are quite courteous, must there not be a more direct way for humans and owls to interact? Well, come in. Upon receiving the homeowner's consent, the gentlemanly owl hopped inside and deposited the Hogwarts admission letter before Sylph. Sylph placed a few cashews on a small plate and fetched some water to entertain her feathered guest. The owl, unhurried, enjoyed a sip of water and sampled the cashews. Appearing quite at ease, Sylph opened the envelope and scanned its contents. Aside from the textbooks for defense against the dark arts and her name, this admission letter bore no differences from Regulus's. She scrutinized the name closely. It bore neither the surname Black nor the name Sylvia. Sylph's mother, Wu Yu, hailed from a mystical family in China, the Wu clan, and, due to certain circumstances, had come to England, ultimately developing feelings for Regulus. When Wu Yu was pregnant, she and Regulus had deliberated on Sylph's name, initially deciding to draw lots after the child's birth to determine its name based on gender. However, plans fell through when Regulus nearly perished while attempting to replace the locket. Wu Yu resorted to various means to save his life, including using the blood of a relative, which rendered young Sylph exceedingly frail. At that time, Regulus was gravely ill, thus Sylph's name was entirely determined by her mother. Wu Yu must have been quite furious, as Regulus's actions were taken without her consultation, abandoning his lover and daughter, a profoundly irresponsible decision indeed. Chapter 3, Sylph and Diagon Alley. As for Sylph, she did not particularly care what her name was. However, if she bore the surname Black, she would likely encounter numerous complications. Sylph detested complications above all. After sending a reply, she began to contemplate her impending visit to Diagon Alley. In the realm of time-traveling heroines, countless had traversed to Diagon Alley, with the majority going on their own, while the minority were escorted by instructors. Sylph resolved to follow the crowd. She had no desire to learn where to procure second-hand textbooks and supplies. A day or two of leisurely exploration would suffice. The current wizarding world was relatively peaceful, and her venture to Diagon Alley would undoubtedly be safe. Even in misfortune, it would likely befall others. After enjoying the breakfast brought by Creature in the morning, Sybil declared, "There's no need to prepare lunch for me. I shall venture to Diagon Alley to procure something to eat myself." "Miss, you intend to go to Diagon Alley? How could you possibly do so alone? Might I suggest taking Creature along? With no adults at home, it would be perilous to allow an 11-year-old like Sybil to traverse Diagon Alley on her own." Sybil coldly rejected the pitiful Creature. Although house elves may not resemble humans, they possess the ability to converse, and Creature's occasional desire to crash into walls could drive one to madness over time. However, mere minutes later, Sybil found herself regretting her decision, staring blankly at the wall tiles beside the rubbish bin. What was the method to access Diagon Alley again? How many bricks must one tap? Forgive her, for her aversion to venturing outside had its drawbacks. She could hardly recall the intricate details from the original text, and had not visited Diagon Alley in years, which rendered her predicament somewhat troublesome. After waiting 2 minutes without witnessing anyone entering or exiting, should she return to the leaky cauldron to inquire? Oh no, that would be utterly intolerable. She dismissed the notion in her mind. Then, a brilliant idea struck her. She opened her palm to reveal a black beetle, capable of detecting the peculiarities among the bricks. Akin to unlocking a phone pattern. Once identified, She could experiment with various combinations to open the entrance to Diagon Alley. The beetles swiftly located several frequently tapped bricks, which Sybil carefully collected. Just as she was about to attempt her unlocking, a voice suddenly called from behind her. "What are you doing?" Sybil straightened abruptly and turned to see a tall man with greasy long hair and a prominent nose, clad in a robe. Accompanying him was a young girl with thick, somewhat frizzy brown hair and conspicuous front teeth. Sybil was at a loss for words, her face flushing with embarrassment, although only the three of them were present. It felt incredibly awkward. How should she respond? "Oh, sir, I'm visiting Diagon Alley for the first time, having declined the company of a house elf. Yet now I find myself at a loss on how to activate the mechanism. Or perhaps, sir, I find this rubbish bin rather intriguing and wish to observe it up close. Good heavens. Perhaps it would be better to simply perish than confront such an embarrassing situation. I was attempting to unlock the entrance to Diagon Alley, but I have a phobia of dirt and do not wish to touch the bricks with my hands. So I am in search of a tool." In her desperation, Sybil offered a half-hearted explanation. Snape snorted disbelievingly but chose not to probe further, only instructing her to step aside. "Excellent. As long as I am spared from social embarrassment, I shall accept being dismissed." Sybil breathed a sigh of relief internally as she positioned herself behind Snape, aligning with the young girl. "I'm Hermione Granger. What is your name? Are you from a wizarding family?" Hermione, curious about Sybil and the wizarding world, inquired further. Sybil replied, "I'm Sybil. Well, Sai is my surname, but you may call me Sylvia. My father is a British wizard, and my mother is Chinese. I suppose that counts as being a wizard." Hermione leaned a little closer, evidently anxious. "Being from a wizarding family, you must know a lot of magic, right? Is that how it is for all wizarding families? I hope I won't be at the bottom of the class when I enter Hogwarts." "Not at all. Before enrollment, everyone has limited magical knowledge. Otherwise, why would they need to attend classes at Hogwarts?" Sybil subtly shifted to the side. "All right, let us proceed." Snape's voice was a timely rescue for Sybil, and she hastily followed him, with Hermione trailing closely behind. Upon entering Diagon Alley, it felt like stepping into an entirely different realm. Hermione's eyes darted about in wonder at this novel environment. Sybil, too, found it difficult to ascertain where to focus her gaze, ultimately fixating on the small stretch of path before her. She should have brought a cloak, she mused. Snape was indifferent to Sybil following him. After all, her feet belonged to her, and no one could impede her direction. He merely wished to expedite the conclusion of this rather tedious task of supervising a child. Hermione, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, curiously asked Snape, "What are we here to buy, Professor?" Snape curtly replied, "We are on our way to exchange for the wizarding world's standard currency. Does Miss Sybil wish to accompany us? Surely she has ample galleons?" "No, I shall not go." "You may proceed. I have more than enough." Hermione's disappointment was palpable. It was evident that Snape was not one to engage in conversation, and encountering a peer from a wizarding family was a rare opportunity for her to gather insights. Sybil, however, paid her little mind and soon vanished from their sight. Sybil first visited Flourish and Blots to procure her textbooks. The staff there were well versed in the required materials for each Hogwarts year and swiftly assembled them before Sybil. She shrank the stack of books and placed them into her prepared satchel. "An impressive shrinking spell. Your magical aptitude must be remarkable," one of the employees remarked in admiration. "Thank you," Sybil replied curtly before settling the bill and departing the bookstore. "What a shy child," she overheard someone say. Sybil proceeded to acquire other necessities, such as ink and quills, though she found them quite unwieldy. Nevertheless, she did not wish to stand out at Hogwarts by using a ballpoint pen, which would undoubtedly invite a multitude of troubles. "Not one dark wizard emerged from Slytherin," echoed a coarse voice not far from Sybil, prompting her to recall a fragment of the original narrative. Had Harry Potter also come to Diagon Alley today? Chapter 4, Sybil and the Cold War. Just as Hagrid publicly disparaged Slytherin, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. "Indeed, every dark wizard has originated from Slytherin. The Sorting Hat should have placed Sirius Black into Slytherin. It's baffling how he managed to end up in Gryffindor." Sybil, surprising herself with the courage to utter those words, felt momentarily stunned. In such a public setting, she wished to envelop herself entirely. Harry stared at her in astonishment. "Sylvia, you're here too? You are a wizard." Sybil ignored him, her ears deaf to his words. She had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Harry and merely wished to remain unnoticed. Yet, she felt no regret for speaking out so boldly. As for whether Sirius was wronged, why should she care? According to the Black family tradition, despite Sirius being an exception, Sybil was likely to be sorted into Slytherin. While the true villain was Wormtail, no one knew that, and they were both Gryffindor students, rendering any distinction moot. Lastly, even though Sirius bore the surname Black, he had been disowned, and the burdens of the Black family fell upon Regulus, leaving him in a state of limbo for years. making it difficult for Sybil to harbor any fondness for Sirius. This declaration left Hagrid momentarily speechless, and he could only retort, "Yes, that Black. He is indeed a natural-born villain. If you truly harbor such disdain for Slytherin House, why not simply inform Dumbledore and have it abolished altogether?" A voice interjected from nearby, one that the witch, without needing to listen, recognized immediately. After all, they had only been apart for a brief period. Snape redirected his gaze to Harry, speaking slowly. This is the illustrious Harry Potter, who also believes Slytherin ought to be dissolved, does he not? A master of sarcasm, indeed." Seizing the opportunity, the witch cautiously inched closer to Hermione, attempting to shield herself from the prying eyes of others, all the while silently commending Snape with a thumbs up. Hagrid retained a great deal of respect for the professor, particularly when it came to disparaging remarks about his house that might be overheard by the head of Slytherin, making him feel even more awkward about voicing any further opinions. Who was Sirius Black, after all? Wasn't he a Slytherin student? Noticing the tension in the air, the bold Harry, unafraid of the pressure, decided to speak up. The witch admired this brave soul for daring to attract attention in such a situation. No wonder he had been one of the champions in his 4th year. Yet, despite her admiration for his courage, she could not help but light a candle for him, wishing for a peaceful resolution between Potter and Snape. He is a Gryffindor, the one responsible for your parents' demise." Snape's words were laced with malice, yet his face twitched slightly when he uttered the latter part. "Do you know much about them?" Hermione, realizing that Snape would not be inclined to take Harry shopping anytime soon, leaned in to whisper to the witch. "Not particularly," the witch replied dismissively, her ears perked to absorb Snape's monologue directed at Harry. Hermione was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond next, and began to suspect that the witch was deliberately stifling their conversation. Perhaps it was simply her lack of eloquence. Hermione endeavored to press on. "How much do you know? Could you share it with me?" "This is all I know," the witch thought, concluding that there was little left to say aside from what was best left unsaid. Hermione turned her head in irritation, presenting the witch with only the back of her head. The witch muttered to herself, "That nearly flung her hair in my face." Perhaps it was best for her to leave. Although this Cold War had originated from her, it was clear that the momentum had shifted away from her control, and there were still many items left to purchase. Most importantly, a crowd had gathered, and if the flames of conflict were to engulf her, it would be akin to a public execution. Unacceptable. Just then, Hermione had turned her back to her, providing the perfect opportunity for the witch to make her exit. Crouching stealthily, she slipped away from the throng, but her luck seemed particularly dire today, as she collided with someone just as she broke free from the crowd. Ouch! The other child appeared to be of similar age, perhaps even slightly more frail than the witch, and their collision nearly sent him tumbling. In a moment of panic, she reached out to catch him, successfully wrapping her arms around his waist. With a firm grip, she pulled him into her embrace. Had their roles been reversed, it would have been a rather poetic scene, but as it stood, it was somewhat awkward. As she held him, she finally recognized his identity, Draco, with his golden locks. Yes, it seemed like a fitting coincidence that this was their first encounter, much like in the novels. Draco's startled expression lingered on his face, but upon realizing he was being embraced by a girl, a flush crept across his pale cheeks. Once he regained his composure, anger flickered in his eyes. Yet in his current posture, combined with his furious expression, he resembled a disgruntled kitten, adorably fierce. The witch released him and stepped back 2 paces before he could fully react, maintaining an appropriate distance. "Are you rejecting me?" Draco nearly stumbled again from her swift movements, staring at her in disbelief once he steadied himself. "How could that be?" "I merely believe a certain distance should be maintained between the sexes," the witch replied, feigning innocence. Draco muttered under his breath, astonished that such a conservative girl still existed. Nonetheless, he flippantly complimented her. "Indeed, it is true. Most girls today seem unconcerned about such matters, often leaving a rather frivolous impression. You, however, are certainly quite different." "I am Draco Malfoy. Might I inquire your name?" "You may call me Sylvia," the witch replied, somewhat reluctantly extending her hand. Draco was equally hesitant, especially recalling the awkwardness of their earlier encounter, but he extended his hand to shake hers. However, after the handshake, they quickly withdrew their hands, exchanging insincere smiles. Chapter 5, Sylvia and the Wand. The witch had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversation with Draco, even if he was her blood relative. After bidding him farewell, and eager to avoid any further misfortune, she resolved to act swiftly. Ollivander's wand shop was indeed small and shabby, a reality that was not merely a figure of speech. However, it was remarkable for a craft to be passed down through a surname for over 2 millennia. The lineage within the magical community was truly extraordinary. Considering the low birth rate among wizards, it was astonishing that each generation of Ollivander's descendants inherited such remarkable prowess. If only the same could be said for the technological lineages in China, which had lost much through the process of inheritance, were every family to possess such robust genes, the world would undoubtedly be transformed. Upon entering, the witch found that she lacked the fame and specific arrangements of Harry Potter, and thus Ollivander's entrance was rather unremarkable. Simply standing by the counter awaiting her arrival. "Welcome. I am in need of a wand," the witch quietly stated. "Not a problem. My wand shop is undoubtedly the finest place for wizards to select their wands. There is no establishment in all of Britain that can surpass the quality of my wands." Ollivander, not having seen her guardian or professor, was unable to showcase his renowned memory before her. He produced a measuring tape, addressing her, "My dear miss." "My surname is Wu," she interjected. "Very well, Miss Wu. Which hand do you favor?" "My right." The tape flew to her, measuring her dimensions, while Ollivander returned to the shelves to select several long boxes containing wands. "Try this wand, sycamore with phoenix feather." The witch picked up the wand and waved it, causing a sudden gust of wind to sweep through the narrow shop, sending dust swirling everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. The witch was momentarily choked, and during her coughing fit, the wand was swapped for another. "No, not this one. Try this, birch with unicorn hair." Still coughing, her delicate frame shivered, yet her wrist made a subtle movement. This time, chaos ensued, as the top boxes came crashing down with a cacophony, nearly striking her. "Not this one either. Your magical potential is quite strong." "How about this? Rosewood with dragon heartstring. 11 inches, with excellent flexibility." A resounding explosion echoed, drawing the gazes of passers-by on the street. The old glass of Ollivander's shop shattered, nearly causing injury to bystanders. The witch felt a twinge of embarrassment as she used her wand to restore everything to its original state. Having accomplished this, Ollivander replaced the wand in her hand with another and set 2 additional wands aside for backup. He proceeded to swap wand after wand, opening over 30 boxes within the shop, yet the witch still could not find the one that suited her best. To make matters worse, Harry, Hermione, Hagrid, and Snape gradually entered the store. Ollivander, however, showed no inclination to discuss wands with them, focusing instead on discovering the wand that would be perfect for the witch. She, in turn, wished to avoid the scrutiny of their gazes, preferring not to be the center of attention in this moment. Sensing her unease, a box was accidentally knocked over, causing a wand to roll out and land at her feet. The witch picked it up and attempted a flourish. Magic flowed effortlessly from her being, and a rose blossomed from the tip of the wand, falling gracefully to the ground. Mr. Ollivander approached with delight, exclaiming, "Hazel wood, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 12.5 inches, and notably resistant to bending." He elaborated enthusiastically. "The hazel wand is an exceptionally sensitive wand, typically reflecting the psychological state of its bearer. It is best suited for those who can understand and control their emotions. Individuals who are irritable or have recently experienced profound disappointment must wield the hazel wand with caution, as it can absorb such energies and release them unexpectedly. However, the positive aspects of the hazel wand far outweigh this minor flaw. In the hands of a skilled practitioner, it can perform extraordinary magic, displaying remarkable loyalty to its master. In times of peril, the hazel wand will wither in response to its owner's plight." As Ollivander continued with his explanation, Snape, growing impatient after waiting for a while, interjected, "I believe you can assist others with their wands now." "Ah, my apologies, Professor Snape." Ollivander seemed to finally notice them. "I will find wands for these 2 young witches in just a moment." "Ah, and you must be Mr. Harry Potter." The witch keenly sensed Snape's displeasure and turned to Ollivander, asking, "Sir, how much is this wand?" After settling the payment, she quickly slipped away, ignoring Harry's pitiful gaze behind her. Given the misfortune of the day, she contemplated leaving Diagon Alley in search of a meal at a Muggle restaurant. It was indeed a splendid idea, for she had no desire to be disturbed during her quiet meal at any establishment in Diagon Alley. Moreover, considering this was England, she did not expect to find a French restaurant there. Snacks alone would not suffice, so dining outside seemed more economical. However, upon departing Diagon Alley, the witch found herself at a KFC. Fast food brings joy. Once home, she disregarded the textbooks and tools, opting instead to play with her wand. The dragon heartstring was undeniably powerful, yet it was concerning that nearly all Death Eaters wielded dragon heartstring wands, leaving the witch at a loss for words. Yet, it mattered little. She had no intention of joining their ranks, and Ollivander had crafted many wands using dragon heartstrings, as the primary materials were consistently the same 3. Although the wand appeared somewhat elongated and lacked refinement, she did not disdain it. As for the wand's wood, was it sensitive? It required a master capable of understanding and controlling themselves. This was a skill she had honed over the years, having undergone extensive training in witchcraft. Fear tactics were ineffective, and extreme joy or sorrow were unlikely to affect her. However, a thought crossed her mind. If someone were to compel her to perform in front of a crowd, the wand might not respond favorably then. That would indeed be a fatal flaw. A small creature peered from her sleeve, sensing her distress, and nuzzled her skin with its snout. The witch gently stroked its head, reassuringly saying, "I'm fine." Chapter 6. The Witch in the Hogwarts Express. To avoid the embarrassment of arriving late and finding no seats, the witch arrived early at King's Cross Station. Creature assisted her in placing her luggage in a compartment at the rear of the train, lingering to chat with her as though bidding farewell to a child embarking on a long journey. As the crowd began to swell, Creature vanished back to the Black family home. Having risen early, the witch had not slept well and soon found herself dozing against the seat back. "Hello." A knock sounded at the compartment door, the voice trailing off mid-greeting. The witch, not yet fully asleep, recognized the voice and opened her eyes. "Ah, Sylvia. May I sit here?" Harry appeared somewhat flustered, recalling the earlier unpleasantness between the witch and Hagrid in Diagon Alley. The witch nodded. "Please, come in." After all, she would not be monopolizing the compartment, and the presence of a familiar face was preferable to the awkwardness of conversing with strangers. Despite receiving her permission, Harry encountered a minor obstacle. He struggled to lift his heavy trunk onto the luggage rack. With a sigh, the witch cast a levitation charm to assist him before the well-meaning Weasley twins arrived to help. "Have you already learned some magic before classes?" Harry suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that since his visit to Diagon Alley, he had been somewhat unmoored, having barely cracked open a book while his classmate was already adept at using some spells. The witch, contemplating whether she had usurped someone else's moment, replied, "I have indeed learned a bit, though not much. I only flipped through a few pages of the books and didn't retain much. I suppose I will be at the bottom of the class." Harry's spirits sank further. The witch discreetly bit her lip and remarked, "Which child enjoys reading? There are many like you." Harry found her words amusing, his gloom lifting as he chuckled. "You seem quite familiar with the wizarding world. Were your parents wizards as well?" he inquired, his courage bolstered. This was something he would never have dared to ask at his previous school, although both he and the witch were ostracized by their classmates. Their situations were vastly different. The witch was isolated from the entire class, including Harry. Yes, the witch clearly did not wish to elaborate further. Harry, sensing her reticence, shifted the topic. "What about that Sirius Black you mentioned? Hagrid said he was responsible for my parents' deaths. That is not a secret. You can inquire about it when you arrive at Hogwarts," the witch replied, unwilling to dwell on Sirius. Yet, she did yearn to confront Wormtail and bring him to Sirius's prison cell to torment him. Harry fell silent, unsure of how to respond, which was a familiar occurrence when conversing with the witch. They remained quiet until the snack trolley rolled into the compartment, offering treats. Harry jumped up, eager to buy something. The witch, though not particularly interested, followed suit to purchase a few snacks to pass the time, though she preferred proper meals over mere snacks. Harry piled a mound of treats onto the table, generously inviting the witch to share them with him. The witch cast a glance at him, discerning that this lad would inevitably squander his family's fortune one day, especially considering that in the original narrative, he inherited Sirius's wealth, which included the Black family estate that she currently possessed. It was quite challenging to maintain a pleasant demeanor towards him. With this thought in mind, the witch unceremoniously accepted the pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans he offered. "Ah, bitter melon flavor. A mask of anguish. Pardon me. Might I inquire if you have seen my toad?" The pitiful Neville knocked on their compartment door, his eyes brimming with tears. "Sorry, I haven't seen it," Harry replied with a hint of regret, shaking his head. The witch mirrored his gesture, only to witness Neville depart in tears. Noticing that it was nearly time, she opened a thermal container from which the warm aroma of food wafted. Using her transfiguration skills, she conjured up 2 sets of cutlery and divided the small steak and fried egg from the container, serving a portion to Harry. This was what she had instructed Creature to prepare, aware that it was unlikely she would be alone in the compartment. Thus, without extra food, she would face the awkwardness of having her classmates watch her eat steak while they indulged in snacks, or, like Ron, brought their own sandwiches. Very few shared her penchant for a small steak. Just envisioning that scenario was a catastrophe. Harry expressed his gratitude and praised the flavor of the steak. The portion was generous, and with the snacks, Harry was sufficiently satiated. The witch, with a hearty appetite, enjoyed her meal, grateful for the reprieve from extensive conversation with Harry. Having just finished lunch, the witch took out her wand to dispel any lingering sense from the compartment when yet another knock sounded at the door. It was Hermione, accompanied by Neville. Among the 4 present, 3 were familiar faces, yet the atmosphere was somewhat strained. During this time, Hermione had memorized all of her textbooks, but she felt somewhat anxious in the presence of her wizarding peers, wanting the witch to demonstrate the magic she had just employed. "It seems I may have stolen someone's thunder," the witch remarked. Speaking of magic, she suddenly recalled a spell that could assist Neville in locating his lost toad. She needed to ensure everyone else was cleared out first. The witch instructed Neville to extend his hand, upon which she drew a small arrow with vermilion ink. Remarkably, the arrow began to move, swaying gently like a compass. It will indicate the direction, and by following the arrow, you will be able to find your toad. Wow! How marvelous! May I learn it? Hermione exclaimed, her thirst for knowledge palpable. I'm afraid that would be quite impossible. This is not a spell taught at Hogwarts, but rather something my mother taught me, requiring a special gift. From my observations, 999 out of 1,000 Brits lack such a talent. Hermione seemed somewhat disappointed but departed the compartment, accompanying Neville in his search for his toad. The witch had initially believed she could enjoy a tranquil remainder of the journey. But soon after, another wave of visitors arrived at the compartment. Blimey! Despite the Weasley twins not proclaiming that Harry Potter is present, how is it that my dear cousin still shows up? However, this time, there was no exchange of jibes between Ron and Draco, resulting in a brief handshake between the two boys. Chapter 7. The Feast and the Sorting Hat. After disembarking the train, all the first years heard Hagrid's call and followed him to the boats. The witch boarded a small vessel, with Harry closely behind, followed by Hermione and Neville, who was cradling his toad. The boat glided effortlessly across the Black Lake, heading towards the illuminated castle. The witch trailed her fingers delicately across the water's surface, creating ripples. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against a slick hide. When she sought to explore further, the sensation vanished, as if it had all been a figment of her imagination. She recalled that the Black Lake was rumored to host a colossal octopus. The thought of grilled octopus made her stomach growl. She wondered if Hogwarts's kitchen stocked such ingredients. Grilled squid, extra spicy. How hungry she felt. Had she known, she should have indulged in more snacks before alighting from the train. With a slight frown, she withdrew her hand and leaned against the boat's edge, awaiting its arrival at shore. Yet, before long, a tentacle emerged from the water, resting precariously on the boat's edge, nearly capsizing it. Oh no! The witch exclaimed. What have you done? Harry and Hermione shot her reproachful looks, attributing the mishap to her curiosity. Only Neville, bewildered, clung fearfully to the boat, apprehensive of its potential to tip over. The giant octopus seemed to sense the commotion and withdrew its tentacle, but this only destabilized the small vessel further, causing it to lurch violently. The four occupants of the boat lost their tempers and resignedly awaited their arrival at shore. The witch refrained from further mischief. The boat safely docked, and the first years were promptly ushered into the Great Hall by Professor McGonagall. The ghosts greeted them enthusiastically, yet the new students did not reciprocate, their faces pale with trepidation. As the Sorting Hat began its song, the lyrics revealed how unfavored Slytherin was among the others. Nonetheless, the witch maintained a stoic expression, desiring only to navigate her school years with tranquility, avoiding energy-draining and thankless endeavors. Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, called out, Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. As the witch listened to each name and house, she endeavored to memorize them to evade any future awkwardness. Which house will you belong to? A small voice nearly drowned in the cheers of the crowd reached her ears, and she turned in surprise to find Harry, his face tinged with anxiety. Perhaps Slytherin or Ravenclaw, but most likely Slytherin, she mused. Considering her surname, had she been using the black name, she would have been called to don the hat long ago. However, she still had to wait behind Harry. When Harry was summoned, the hall erupted with excitement. After a minute or two, the Sorting Hat finally placed him in Gryffindor amidst the eager gazes of the crowd. Following Ron, the witch's name was finally called. You favor tranquility. Logically, Ravenclaw would suit you best. Yet, Slytherin. The Slytherin table assigned her a neutral position, neither too prominent nor too obscure, which suited the witch perfectly, as the middle ground allowed her to conceal her presence. Once Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin, the sorting ceremony concluded. The witch found little interest in listening to Dumbledore's speech or the tumultuous saga between Harry and Snape. She simply wished to partake in the feast. However, when the table was laden with food, she had to muster her energy and dine elegantly. Though it was somewhat torturous, it was evident that her demeanor, devoid of any vulgarity, elevated the perception of her among the Slytherin students of all years as they scrutinized the newcomers. This indicated that her troubles would likely diminish significantly in the future. Daphne, following the guidance of the upperclassmen, inched closer to inquire, Are you of pure-blood descent? The witch maintained a facade of a polite smile, replying, My father hails from an ancient pure-blood family, as does my mother, who is Chinese. I bear her surname. Upon receiving this statement, the students of Slytherin exhibited a newfound warmth towards her. Despite their various conjectures regarding the origins of the witchling's family, it did not deter them from extending gestures of goodwill. The witchling, with an insatiable appetite for meat, consumed her food with elegant swiftness. From within her sleeve, a small green creature, drawn by the aroma of meat, peeked out, its gaze betraying a yearning for the copious spread before them. Slytherin was rather indulgent towards snakes. Although some timid souls were startled, none dared to voice their disapproval as the witchling generously shared a morsel of chicken with her little pet. "It is truly beautiful," Draco remarked as he leaned across several classmates, his admiration evident. "Thank you," the witchling replied, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor as she lowered her gaze and focused intently on her steak. Draco did not perceive her modesty as a deliberate act of evasion. Reflecting on their encounter in Diagon Alley, he concluded that the witchling was genuinely bashful. To maintain a balanced diet, she also consumed a few pea shoots and 2 boiled potatoes. The scarcity of vegetables here was quite alarming. Once the main course concluded, dessert followed. The witchling savored several strawberries, a piece of pudding, and an apple pie, finally alleviating the gnawing hunger that had plagued her. If one did not hold too grandiose expectations for the flavors, the dishes were, in fact, rather pleasant. An intriguing thought crossed her mind. If she could transfigure one food into another, would that be feasible? Aside from the changes in taste and texture, even if the essence remained unaltered, it would surely bring her joy. However, contemplating the irrevocable damage that might be inflicted on the transformed item, she pondered whether it could revert to its original state during the act of chewing. Perhaps, the delightful soft bread could unexpectedly turn into potatoes, creating quite a dissonance. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to seek Professor McGonagall's counsel on the matter, unwilling to abandon this notion. Especially since transfiguration could transform water into wine or other liquids, surely altering food was permissible? Once everyone had thoroughly satiated their appetites and the table was cleared of all remnants, Dumbledore rose to address the assembly regarding the new term's guidelines, followed by a collective rendition of the school song. The witchling detested the singing of the school anthem. Recalling the weekly flag-raising ceremonies from her previous life, where she was required to stand for an hour every Monday, she had developed a profound psychological aversion to such rituals. Consequently, as the others sang, she merely opened her mouth without uttering a sound, allowing herself to blend into the background. Of course, while she feigned disinterest, there were those who sang with fervor, such as the Weasley twins, though wasn't a funeral march rather inappropriate? Chapter 8. Pansy and Annabelle. Upon returning to the dormitory, the witchling felt somewhat fatigued, yet the girls' stubbornness dictated that they must shower before retiring for the night. The dormitory was shared by Pansy Parkinson and the witchling. Observing Pansy's utter exhaustion, the witchling urged her to take a shower first while she tidied her belongings. In rummaging through her luggage, the witchling first unearthed Annabelle, adorning her neck with a red string and hanging her from a corner of the drapes. Pansy emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, and upon raising her gaze, was startled by the sight of Annabelle. "Merlin, what is this?" she exclaimed, her hand instinctively clutching her chest. "Fear not, it's merely a doll. I placed it there to save space," the witchling responded nonchalantly, having gathered her bathing essentials. Pansy shot her a fierce glare, drew back her drapes, and leapt into bed. The witchling, indifferent to Pansy's thoughts, swiftly took a brisk shower, completing her ablutions in 5 minutes. Upon exiting, she found Pansy still awake, seated on her bed with the drapes pulled aside. The witchling was inclined to inquire whether Pansy was not tired and why she remained awake, but opted for silence. Nevertheless, Pansy was unwilling to let her off the hook. "That doll, it's a muggle object, I assent it. You dare bring muggle items into Slytherin dormitory? You must be a half-blood masquerading as pureblood, or perhaps a traitorous pureblood like the Weasleys." "How tiresome," the witchling retorted, choosing to ignore her. "Just wait. I shall inform them tomorrow, and we shall see how you manage to seduce Draco," Pansy declared ominously before drawing her drapes closed. The witchling gazed expressionlessly at the slightly trembling drapes, then removed the red string from Annabelle's neck, lowered her eyelids, extinguished the light, and climbed into bed. Throughout the night, Pansy experienced restless slumber, plagued by the sensation of being watched, as though a weight bore down upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Awakened abruptly, she attempted to turn and sit up, but found herself unable to do so. The drapes blocked out the moonlight, rendering the interior pitch black. Yet she sensed that something lay upon her chest. Pansy presumed it was the witchling's prank, a deliberate act of revenge intended to frighten her. However, an inexplicable sense of panic gripped her. She extended her hand to touch, hoping to toss whatever it was off the bed. Yet, upon contact, her fingers brushed against the hem of a cotton dress and a small patch of cool skin. Pansy froze, her disbelief mounting. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that it indeed felt like human skin, and its temperature was somewhat chilling, akin to that of a corpse. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Without further deliberation, she seized the object and hurled it towards the edge of the bed. It burst through the drapes, but failed to exit, instead creating a narrow gap through which a sliver of moonlight illuminated part of its true form, a doll of most sinister appearance. In that instant, Pansy's racing heart began to slow, her fear dissipating, replaced by indignation at having been duped. "Uh-huh, I knew it was your handiwork," she exclaimed, thrusting her foot out from beneath the covers to kick Annabelle, sending it tumbling to the floor. "Do you have no manners?" Annabelle retorted, enraged. Pansy did not pause to consider her actions. She flung open the drapes, intent on confronting the witchling. However, the moment her eyes met the space beyond the drapes, a chill that penetrated to her very bones coursed through her, heightened further by the presence of a figure blocking the moonlight before her. The pale silhouette, its face obscured, stood rigidly at the foot of her bed, seemingly having gazed at her for what felt like an eternity, instilling a sense of dread. In the dead of night, the witchling was awakened by a series of piercing screams, her patience wearing thin as she turned over. Had she known to cast a silencing charm on her bed the previous night, she would not have forgotten to contain the noise within the dormitory. Amidst the cacophony of terrified cries, she also heard objects crashing to the floor. Evidently, Pansy was not the type to surrender easily, for she was engaged in a mutual assault with Annabelle. How delightful. The witchling retrieved her wand from beneath her pillow, cast a silencing charm, and drifted back into slumber. For Pansy, that night would forever be etched in her memory as the Hogwarts night of horrors. At 6:30 the following morning, the witchling awoke to find the dormitory in disarray. A rare pang of regret struck her, although most of the discarded items belonged to the disorganized Pansy. The chaos was overwhelming and visually distressing. Amidst the clutter, Annabelle lay forlorn in a corner, her hair tangled and her dress in tatters. Fortunately, she had not lost any of her components. The witch's expression remained impassive as she picked it up, casting a restoration spell that returned it to its original form, concealing its prior tragic state. Pansy, after all, was a witch, yet her misfortune lay in her initial failure to subdue Annabelle with her wand, and later, her momentary fright had led to her being thoroughly overwhelmed by Annabelle the previous night. At present, the witch cast a fleeting glance at the pitiful child curled beneath the bed, her gaze lingering not a moment longer before she turned to freshen up. She carelessly tossed Annabelle onto the bed, issuing a stern warning. "Should you roam about or engage in any superfluous activities during my class, I shall undoubtedly suspend you from the ceiling with a red cord for the entirety of summer break, just as I did before." A flicker of indignation appeared on Annabelle's face, prompting the witch to acknowledge the spirit of resentment within her before retreating into the bathroom. After tidying herself, the witch organized her belongings that she had neglected the previous day, only to discover that the time had already reached 7:40, and Pansy was finally showing signs of waking up. In truth, it wouldn't hurt her to sleep a little longer, as first-year Slytherins had no classes on Monday mornings. Yet, should she slumber the entire morning away, she would undoubtedly find herself in the infirmary on her very first day of school. Upon waking, Pansy seemed somewhat disoriented, initially confused to find herself not in her bed, before emitting a short, sharp scream. The events of the previous night flooded back to her, and she shot a furious glance at the witch, exclaiming, "What the devil was that cursed doll? Get rid of it at once, or I shall report you to the headmaster." The witch paid her no mind, scoffing at her, as if being a sleepwalker weren't enough. "Now you babble nonsense? Perhaps a visit to St. Mungo's is in order for you." With that, she prepared to head out for breakfast. Chapter 9, Revenge and Nightmares. After breakfast, the witch made her way to the library, intending to spend a considerable amount of time there. However, she was taken aback to find Hermione present. Wasn't he Gryffindor supposed to have classes in the morning? Or was her memory failing her? Was this world drawn from the films or described in the original text? Could it possibly be from some fanfiction universe? After a few moments of contemplation, she relinquished her thoughts on the matter, considering that if it were fanfiction, it might afford her additional allies against Voldemort. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, she noticed several students whispering and pointing at her, only to avert their gazes when she looked their way. Pansy, however, defiantly glared back at her, wearing an unmistakable expression of schadenfreude, which only served to mar her countenance further. Although the witch wished to remain inconspicuous, it did not mean she would flee in such circumstances. Summoning her resolve, she straightened her back, adopting an expressionless demeanor as she coldly surveyed her surroundings. She represented the dignity of the Black family and the witching community, and she could not appear weak in such a setting. Deep down, she feared that others might see through her facade of bravado. Yet perhaps most of those present were first-year students, or perhaps she had successfully masked her trepidation, as no one seemed to notice her pretense. The witch departed the common room and returned to her dormitory, only to find it in disarray. Annabelle, the doll, once motionless on the bed, now trembled and ultimately appeared before the witch with resignation. "Tell me what transpired." Shadows clouded the witch's face, giving her an eerie, sinister appearance. The spirit conveyed the events in its own manner. Pansy, in her fury, had lacked the courage to confront Annabelle and instead had vented her frustrations on the witch's belongings. "How delightful. I have not encountered such foolishness in ages, the witch remarked softly. Annabelle shivered. It had been long since she had felt such chill. She despised complications, thus preferring lasting solutions. When Pansy returned to her dormitory and found her belongings untouched, unlike the chaos that had befallen the witch, a sigh of relief escaped her, solidifying her belief that the witch was merely a facade of strength, ripe for her future bullying. That night, Pansy tossed and turned in her bed, unable to sleep, waiting until the lights were out and the adjacent bed fell silent before finally closing her eyes. Exhausted from a day spent on edge, anticipating the witch's retribution, she quickly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, on the opposite bed, the witch remained wide awake, staring at the top of her bed curtains, only rising when the sound of gentle snoring reached her ears. She threw off her covers and slipped out of bed. At that moment, Annabelle stood in the form of a shadow within the dormitory, cautious not to take her previous position beside the witch's bed, instead opting for a spot by the window. The room was suffused with a faint, fragrant aroma, perceptible only to those trained in its nuances. It was a scent that could induce deep sleep and ensnare one in nightmares, a tool of the witching kind capable of weaving dreams. The witch raised her hand, a glint of silver flashing between her index and middle fingers, a thin blade. Annabelle pulled back the curtain of Pansy's bed as the witch wielded the blade, ultimately drawing it away from her neck. A precise incision was made behind her ear, traveling along the hairline, avoiding blood vessels, and meticulously peeling back her facial skin. A piece of unprocessed human skin lay in the witch's grasp, leaving Pansy with a bloodied visage. The witch then recast the restoration spell, allowing Pansy's face to heal, and repeated the process. It was only upon encountering blood that the witch's obsessive cleanliness would relent. 4 such tasks had begun in her 5th year. Her moral compass, once firmly established, had been reshaped in mere months, evolving from initial resistance to eventual numbness. Throughout the ordeal, though Pansy felt pain, the power of the fragrant aroma persisted, plunging her into an inescapable nightmare, leaving her unaware of her surroundings. It was only after the witch had removed 5 layers of human skin that she finally relinquished her grip, needing to dispose of these remnants. Yet, there remained one final task: to remove Pansy's hair, sealing the follicles, as a wizardess potion could not salvage what was irretrievably lost, lest the wizarding world be overrun with balding heads. The following morning, Pansy awoke, shaken from her nightmare, her heart racing at the recollection of the previous night's terror. She had dreamt of ridiculing the witch in the common room, rallying everyone against her, only for the witch to retaliate with a knife, skinning her face alive. As if that were not enough, the witch had declared, "Since you are so inept with your words, you shall have no mouth," and proceeded to sever her tongue with scissors, methodically sewing her own mouth shut. In the end, in response to Pansy's resistance, the witch had violently seized her hair, yanking off her scalp, blood splattering everywhere. Before the professors could arrive, she had cast a spell to restore her scalp, though no hair would ever grow there again. The terror of the dream lingered heavily on Pansy's chest, but she felt relieved to know it was merely a dream. However, as her heartbeat gradually steadied, she sensed something amiss. Her scalp felt oddly cool. Trembling, Pansy reached up to touch her head, only to discover that not a single strand of hair remained. The witch meticulously arranged her bedding, casting protective spells over all her belongings, when suddenly, Pansy's scream pierced the air. She leapt from the bed and, upon discovering a mirror atop her desk, was horrified by her reflection, leading her to scream and hurl the mirror to the floor. "It's you. It's you who did this, wretch." Pansy then returned to her bed, retrieving her wand to cast a curse at the spirit. However, as the spell's light surged toward the spirit, it remained utterly still, and the curse struck it, only to be absorbed by an invisible protective barrier. A mere second later, a far more potent light was reflected back. Pansy was slammed against the wall, leaving an imprint of her form before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. She was subsequently taken to the infirmary, her condition shocking many. Chapter 10: The Protective Shield and Transfiguration Class. In Snape's office, the two sat in silence. The spirit lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. "Miss, can you elucidate what transpired today? You've sent your roommate to the infirmary barely days into the term." Snape's eyes flickered with barely contained anger. In Slytherin, students often engaged in clandestine duels to vie for status, and as long as things did not go too far, it typically went unpunished. However, now that blood had been drawn and someone had been taken to the infirmary, it was impossible to conceal, rendering Slytherin the object of ridicule for the other houses, an intolerable situation. "Professor, I did not attack her. I merely cast a protective shield that rebounds attacks thrice. She struck me first." The spirit refused to take the blame, despite her own entrapment. Snape regarded her with skepticism. "I have never heard of such a spell. I learned it from my mother. It is a secret art. You cannot verify it." Snape scrutinized her for several seconds. I shall confirm this with Miss Parkinson. I hope you speak truthfully. But what of her hair? The spirit replied coolly. How would I know? Perhaps she misused some prank product. I have been quite amicable with my roommate. Even when Pansy damaged many of my belongings, I harbored no desire for revenge. Snape furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before gesturing for her to leave. In that case, you may return. That protective shield of yours poses a risk of collateral damage, after all. I merely wish to safeguard myself. I do not want my parents to worry. As long as others harbor no ill intentions toward me, there will be no trouble. The spirit had no intention of retracting her shield. Snape's call to the spirit did not yield any repercussions for her, leaving the Slytherin students astonished and on high alert. How did you manage that? Daphne, feeling a sense of camaraderie, sat across from the spirit during lunch. Noting Pansy's apparent severity of injury, the spirit shared with her the existence of a protective shield that repelled attacks threefold, hoping Daphne would convey caution to others. Impressive. If everyone could master such a spell, safety would increase significantly. Daphne appeared intrigued. Regrettably, it is a family secret and cannot be divulged. The spirit replied nonchalantly. That is entirely understandable. Every ancient family possesses secrets that must remain undisclosed. Daphne quickly provided her with an excuse. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at the spirit again. Pansy mentioned you possess a doll from the Muggle world. Do you have a fondness for Muggles, akin to the Weasley family? The spirit acknowledged this matter. I do not particularly adore them, but I do not harbor disdain either. That doll is rather entertaining, hence my decision to keep it. Daphne cautioned her. Such a possession might lead to ostracization among the Slytherin students. It would be wise to dispose of it. The spirit suddenly inquired. Would you like to see it? What do you mean? Do you know why I keep that doll? Daphne shook her head. Because within that doll resides a vengeful spirit. In other words, a ghost. The spirit's lips curled into a faint smile. No, that cannot be. They all become ghosts at Hogwarts. Daphne felt a twinge of fear. The spirit speared a piece of fried egg with her fork. However, that vengeful spirit did not die at Hogwarts. Thus, she cannot transform into a ghost. Daphne, dazed, departed. Her mind racing with half-believed thoughts of a ghost residing in the adjacent room, causing her hair to stand on end. The spirit, however, continued her day as if nothing had occurred, enjoying an even more pleasant existence without Pansy. In Transfiguration class, she garnered attention by being the first to transform a matchstick into a silver needle, earning an additional 5 points. After class, rather than rushing away, the spirit inquired of Professor McGonagall regarding her question from the opening feast. She posed an example. If we can transfigure water into wine, could we not change bread into steak or lamb? Perhaps, once ingested, it may revert to bread, but at that moment, the flavor might be enhanced. That is an intriguing proposition, Miss McGonagall responded, her interest piqued. While talent is paramount in learning magic, passion also breeds creativity. Perhaps we can conduct some experiments. McGonagall treated her to a sumptuous meal of bread, ultimately concluding that the method was viable, albeit during the chewing process, salivary amylase would partially digest the food, resulting in a fusion of flavors between the bread and the steak. How marvelous. Miss, what is this enzyme you speak of? McGonagall inquired, captivated by the unknown. The spirit explained, that is biological knowledge from the Muggle world. I believe we wizards can learn from Muggles to some extent, although they lack powerful magic. Their knowledge has propelled them to the moon, while wizards remain grounded. This revelation startled McGonagall, who, as a scholar, became increasingly eager to absorb such previously unencountered knowledge. The spirit briefly recounted snippets of the wisdom she had acquired throughout her lifetime, leaving her parched from speaking so extensively. Thank you, Miss, for enlightening me. In recognition of your thirst for knowledge, I shall grant you an additional 5 points, McGonagall stated solemnly. Following this discussion, the spirit felt deeply satisfied, though the prolonged engagement with the professor left her slightly flushed and somewhat embarrassed. The result of her mental exertion was a swift onset of hunger. She needed to head to the dining hall for sustenance. As she relished her meal, she sensed someone sit beside her. Turning her head, she found Draco. I've heard some things, he began slowly. The spirit remained silent, her dark, glimmering eyes fixed on him. Draco continued, I mean, since your parents are both wizards, why do you engage with Muggles? Why does the Malfoy family, priding itself on being pure-blooded, conduct business with them? The spirit's voice was barely audible, shared only between her and Draco, yet it caused him to blanch. Chapter 11, Potions Class and Neville. Draco abruptly stood, visibly enraged. The spirit remarked, let me clarify. I did not intend to provoke him to this extent. Who knew that members of the Malfoy family would dare to deny their actions? Oh, but then again, Lucius would never admit to taking money from a Muggle's pocket. Draco remained silent, harboring a desire to refute. Yet he understood that voicing his thoughts would draw the attention of many. perhaps prompting an investigation into the Malfoy family and potentially uncovering details that could tarnish their reputation among pureblood families. Although it was an open secret that the Malfoys discreetly pilfered from Muggles, such matters were best kept hidden from the public eye. With a frustrated breath caught in his throat, Draco cast a fierce glare at the witch and departed without uttering a single word. During potions class, Draco deliberately isolated her. The Slytherin students were reluctant to sit beside the witch, resulting in her pairing with Neville. This outcome, however, was not entirely unfavorable. Neville, despite his awkwardness, had grown into a rather handsome young man, and at present, he exhibited a commendable degree of obedience. After a lengthy introduction from Snape, the professor launched a series of pointed inquiries at Harry, an endeavor that did not yield favorable results, as points were promptly deducted. While diligently taking notes, the witch nudged Neville with her elbow. Snape had awarded a point to Slytherin for her note-taking, glaringly ignoring Neville, who was engaged in the same task. Such blatant favoritism was astonishingly brazen. The witch's movements in handling potion ingredients and brewing were remarkably fluid, contrasting sharply with Neville's evident clumsiness. As she bottled the potion, her peripheral vision caught sight of a quill prick held tightly in Neville's grasp as he prepared to toss it into the bubbling cauldron. Panic surged through her. "Wait, no? What are you doing?" Her voice rose slightly, startling Neville, who reflexively tightened his grip on the quill, his eyes wide with confusion as he turned to her. "Turn off the heat first, and then add it," she urged him. "What has transpired?" Snape's attention was drawn by the commotion. "Nothing, Professor," the witch replied. Yet, Snape was unconvinced. He approached to inspect the cauldron. "Your potion for Scabbers is perfect. I shall award 5 points to Slytherin. Moreover, you averted a mistake from your classmate. An additional 5 points shall be granted." Though he had initially intended to praise Draco, the fact that the witch was also a Slytherin student rendered the recipient of his approval inconsequential. He then turned his gaze towards Neville. "I would think that even a 3-year-old child would consult the steps I have laid out before attempting such a task, rather than botch a simple Scabbers potion. For your near blunder, Gryffindor loses 2 points." Poor Neville turned as pale as a ghost, but fortunately, Snape had moved on. By then, the potion in the cauldron had cooled, and he successfully added the quill, resulting in a potion of acceptable quality. "Sylvia, how have you been faring in Slytherin lately?" Despite having made new friends in Gryffindor and recognizing the long-standing rivalry with Slytherin, Harry was eager to maintain a cordial relationship with the witch, particularly given the recent turmoil in Slytherin that led him to believe she was facing discrimination and exclusion. Surely, the Sorting Hat must have erred in placing her there. "All is well. Everyone is quite amiable, provided they do not disturb me. It is all the same everywhere. I cannot withstand the fervor of Gryffindor, and the friendly atmosphere of Hufflepuff is even more disconcerting. Ravenclaw and Slytherin are far more agreeable. Especially with the familial ties to the Black family, Slytherin is quite pleasant." Harry sensed she was merely trying to reassure herself. How could Slytherin possibly be pleasant? Suddenly inspired, he queried, "What did you think of our previous school?" Without hesitation, the witch replied, "It was lovely." Harry buried his face in his hands, fully expecting such a response. "What previous school?" Ron inquired, leaning in. "A Muggle primary school," Harry clarified. Ron, ever the curious one, asked, "What did they teach?" "Car maintenance. My dad has a magical car. It's really cool." Harry quickly dismissed the notion. No, we learned the basics, spelling, arithmetic, and such." "Arithmetic? How difficult?" Ron grimaced. Harry patiently explained that it was basic math, and they exchanged thoughts for a while until Harry suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something. The overlooked witch interjected, "You can continue your conversation. I do not mind." In the afternoon, Harry and Ron ventured to Hagrid's hut, while the witch wandered about the grounds. Before she could uncover any hidden passages or secret rooms, she encountered some trouble. Peeves delighted in tormenting young witches and wizards. Many despised him. Yet some reveled in his mischief. However, the witch was not among those who appreciated his antics. No one dared reveal their soul in front of a witch, for that would be akin to exposing oneself to the scythe of death. Although Peeves could not be classified as a ghost in the witch's eyes, he was no different from them. As Peeves charged towards her, a web of red threads enveloped her, reminiscent of a spider waiting for its prey to ensnare itself. She had never considered forming any acquaintance with Peeves, be it benevolent or malevolent. Yet, when he collided with her, the witch showed no mercy. A spider waits until its prey becomes ensnared in its web, swiftly crawling over to entrap it in silken threads, while the creature struggles until exhaustion claims it, culminating in a sumptuous feast for the spider. However, the witch would not employ such tactics. Instead, she gathered the red threads and bound Peeves to a pillar. To deter any young witches or wizards from attempting to free him, she cast a spell to ensure they would vacate the area upon entertaining such thoughts. With everything in place, the witch clapped her hands together to shake off non-existent dust and resumed her exploration of the castle. As she wandered, portraits and suits of armor greeted her. Their non-human nature provided her with a measure of comfort, and she often paused to converse with them. Yet, as she continued on her way, an unsettling feeling crept over her. She seemed to have strayed into the hospital wing. Pulling aside the curtain, she spotted Pansy, though it was mainly her gleaming bald head that caught her attention. Chapter 12. Flying Lessons and Provocations. The witch initially intended to back away, as she had no desire to quarrel with Pansy. Although Pansy had heard some noise, by the time she turned to the door, the witch had already slipped away. She would remain there, allowing Madame Pomfrey to observe when she might sprout hair, for until then, she was unwilling to face anyone. After a week, the witch began to acclimate to life at Hogwarts. In light of the numerous points she had awarded Slytherin over the week, the students' attitudes towards her had noticeably improved. Although Draco continued to act petulantly, the demeanor of others had visibly softened. Draco's attitude also shifted after the witch sent a letter to him. It was breakfast time, and several owls swooped into the great hall to deliver letters to students. The witch, not expecting any correspondence, was absorbed in her meal. Suddenly, a melodious chirp resonated in her ear. Everyone was drawn to the sound, relishing the unexpected amidst their monotonous school routine. The witch looked up to see a vibrant green bird gracefully fluttering its wings as it landed on her table. This is the unique azure bird of the witch clan. Reminiscent of the legendary messenger of the West Queen Mother, yet devoid of the characteristic 3 legs, merely an ordinary bird imbued with magical powers. Upon noticing that the witch spirit had acknowledged its presence, the azure bird expelled a burst of flame. This sudden display startled the other students from Slytherin House, who had come for breakfast, but the witch spirit remained unfazed. With her fingers reaching into the swirling flames, she extracted a letter. As she perused its contents, she absent-mindedly fed the azure bird a few small fruits. Upon completing the letter, a rare expression of displeasure crossed her typically impassive face. She abandoned her breakfast, stood up, and extended her left arm, allowing the azure bird to perch upon it, departing the dining hall under the gaze of onlookers. The letter contained little of consequence, merely summoning her to return to the witch clan during the summer break next year. The witch spirit harbored no desire to linger there, as her memories were tainted with blood and spirits, rendering even Peeves more charming by comparison. The azure bird and the letter, concealed within the flames, left the young wizards in a state of bewilderment. Draco, being a Malfoy, possessed a knack for opportunism and approached the witch spirit, setting aside past grievances. He contemplated that, although girls like her were rare in his experience, if one were to alter her gender, her demeanor would not be dissimilar to that of Theodore Nott or Blaise Zabini, thus making her more palatable. There is no need for that, the witch spirit replied, yet she was reluctant to complicate matters further. She was willing to maintain a semblance of friendship. How unfortunate it was that attending potions class with them was already quite taxing, and now she was also faced with flying lessons. One day, while in the common room, she overheard a conversation and leaned closer to examine a notice affixed to the wall. It announced that they would have flying lessons with Gryffindor on Thursday. Upon hearing this news, apart from those from Gryffindor who would be attending the lesson, the Slytherin students were elated. Draco, in particular, rambled on about how exceptional he had been at Quidditch in the past. The witch spirit could only think, doesn't he riding a broom cause discomfort? On the grassy field designated for the lesson lay 21 brooms, a result of Slytherin gaining an additional witch spirit. Upon her arrival, she meticulously surveyed the brooms and ultimately positioned herself before one that appeared relatively clean and intact. Draco seemed to have his eye on the same broom, but ultimately chose not to contest with her, instead standing beside her. The witch spirit also noticed Pansy, who, instead of gravitating towards Draco as usual, stood at a distance wearing a hat. Madame Hooch instructed them to stand beside their brooms and allowed the brooms to fly into their hands. Although the witch spirit's broom lifted slightly, it still required a bit of determination. However, she was not inclined to fly on a broom, and that determination would likely take time to muster. Draco proudly gripped his broom until Madame Hooch corrected his errors, at which point his smug expression vanished. The witch spirit feigned ignorance, her gaze fixed ahead, yet her thoughts wandered elsewhere, for riding a broom was indeed quite uncomfortable. Before Madame Hooch could whistle, Neville soared into the air, his face a mask of terror. She appeared at a loss, allowing Neville to rise higher. The witch spirit shook her sleeves, her wand slipping into her palm. Considering he was a commendable potions partner, she resolved to assist Neville. She cast a gravity charm upon the broom's handle. Neville felt the front of the broom dip, causing him to lean forward involuntarily. The broom seemed to respond to his intent, obediently descending towards the ground, albeit rather swiftly. Neville's shriek echoed through the air, causing the hearts of those on the ground to clench. Soon, his broom crashed directly into the ground, and Neville could no longer maintain his grip, tumbling headfirst. Fortunately, he was close enough to the ground that he sustained no injuries, merely a fright. The witch spirit pondered that perhaps she should have added a levitation charm as well. The Gryffindor students rushed over to check on him, forming a tight circle, while the Slytherin students remained unmoved. "Well done, Sylvia," someone praised the witch spirit. "You certainly made him look foolish." The witch spirit glanced over, realizing it was Zabini, who had been standing nearby. His observation was entirely normal. She nodded slightly, remaining silent. Although the others may not have witnessed her actions, upon Zabini's comment, they gravitated towards her, expressing approval of her behavior. "Do you think she intended to embarrass Longbottom?" "I suspect she was trying to save him instead," Pansy said with envy. This was a possibility, prompting contemplative expressions among the others. "She has always gotten along well with those Gryffindors. I heard she even attended potions class with Longbottom and corrected his mistakes," Pansy continued, reinforcing her claims. "Be quiet, Parkinson. If you keep talking, no one will mistake you for a mute," the witch spirit said darkly, her tone and expression suggesting she truly wished to harm Pansy. Chapter 13, The Ultimate Team Saboteur. Their quarrel was swiftly interrupted by Madame Hooch. Since Neville had not sustained any injuries, they were required to continue the lesson. However, due to the fright he had experienced, Madame Hooch permitted him to rest on the sidelines. "Can any gentleman or lady tell me who assisted Mr. Longbottom just now? I would like to award them 5 points." Madame Hooch, having focused solely on Neville, had not noticed the witch spirit's actions. Yet she could sense that her magic was well-intentioned. The witch spirit had no desire for the spotlight, yet there were always those who failed to synchronize with her wavelength. It was Sylvia. Professor Draco stepped forward. The Slytherins would not miss any opportunity to score points for their house. Thus, regardless of whether the witch spirit had intended to embarrass Neville or otherwise, they now had to acknowledge her as a savior. "Sylvia?" Madame Hooch inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Is there a Sylvia among the first-year Slytherins?" "It's Miss Wu. Her English name is Sylvia," Blaze added. "Very well, 5 points to Slytherin." Madame Hooch nodded in appreciation towards the witch spirit. Madame Hooch conducted the lesson in a structured manner. The earlier incident with Neville had startled her, resulting in an absence of particularly notable performances, which left Gryffindor at a disadvantage. Without points awarded for Quidditch matches, Gryffindor would suffer losses. And with the potential points Sylvia might earn for Slytherin this term, Gryffindor's prospects appeared grim. She needed to ensure the point gap between the two houses exceeded 200. This way, even if Dumbledore awarded Gryffindor a significant score at the end of the term, Slytherin would still emerge victorious. Thus, how many points should she award? The witch spirit recalled that Dumbledore had initially granted the trio 50 or 60 points each, and 10 to Neville, slightly surpassing Slytherin's score. How utterly disheartening. As night fell, Sylph wandered past the Slytherin common room, where she overheard Draco's triumphant laughter. "Those two fools are bound to be caught by Filch. They truly are insufferably dim-witted," he remarked to those around him. "Are you certain they will actually come?" someone questioned. "Though they may appear foolish, they might yet concoct some nefarious scheme." "How could that be?" Draco retorted. "Even if they do not show up, I stand to lose nothing." This narrative triggered memories for Sylph, reminding her of the Midnight Duel plotline. Although they had discovered the location of the Philosopher's Stone, it was of no concern to her. After all, there was no real danger involved. Nevertheless, there was no denying Draco's eagerness to witness their folly. Sylph had underestimated the potency of the plot. For by the second week, Harry had caught Professor McGonagall's eye, and, despite joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team later than expected, it hardly mattered. This development irked everyone in Slytherin, and Sylph found herself even more incensed than Draco, not out of jealousy, but rather due to her inability to alter even the smallest detail of the crucial narrative. She pondered what hope remained for the future. "I simply cannot endure them any longer," Hermione lamented. "There are hardly any friends for me in Gryffindor, but I can at least tolerate Sylph. They are treating that broomstick as a reward, an infraction of school rules as a prize. So what?" Sylph remained indifferent, while she lacked close companions. She understood that her role was merely to listen in silence. "I truly cannot fathom why they consistently equate rule-breaking with adventure. If they alone face the consequences, I would have nothing to say, but they endanger the entire house." Hermione continued her tirade. "Perhaps when they are docked 100 points, they will finally learn their lesson. Actually, it would be 150 points, and they would also be punished by being sent to the Forbidden Forest, including you," Hermione added indignantly. "Even if they were deducted 200 points, they would remain oblivious to their mistakes. They would likely consider it rather cool. You can never really know what young boys are thinking. Let them be." Sylph shook her head. "Unless you were to knock them unconscious or break their legs when they wish to wander about at night. Wizards do not need legs to cast spells." What a splendid idea. Though Hermione did not genuinely agree, she certainly felt the urge to break their legs. For various reasons. Hermione increasingly sought Sylph's counsel until one day she failed to appear at their usual spot by the Black Lake. Initially, Sylph paid it no mind until she entered the Great Hall and noticed the pumpkins adorning the tables, which reminded her of the plot they had missed. For Gryffindor's Charms class was not shared with Slytherin. After a moment's internal conflict, she decided it was better to seek Hermione than to dwell on food that would not be consumed. Her departure did not draw much attention, as most were engrossed in the feast before them, oblivious to the fact that this meal was beyond their reach. Sylph quickly found Hermione, whose small face was streaked with tears, hands rubbing her eyes. Simultaneously, Sylph's keen sense of smell detected an unpleasant odor, which grew increasingly pungent. Her expression shifted dramatically. She suddenly regretted her presence there. "What brings you here, Sylvia?" Hermione sniffled, hastily wiping her face with her sleeve. "Shoo," Sylph interrupted, her focus on the dire situation at hand as she covered Hermione's mouth and opened the stall door. She had already heard heavy footsteps and the stench of dirty socks. With her wand slipping from her sleeve, Sylph prepared to cast an invisibility charm for both of them, intending to slip past the troll and escape. However, the sound of a door slamming thwarted her plans. "Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, you two imbeciles, I shall remember this," Sylph exclaimed. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Hermione, though unaware of the specifics, felt the weight of fear at the thought of the massive creature, causing her to tremble. Sylph initially believed they could remain hidden until a professor arrived, as the troll had not spotted them and should pose no immediate threat. Yet, it seemed she had underestimated the situation. The troll, confined to the restroom, grew increasingly agitated, wielding its club with reckless abandon. As the stall was smashed apart, Hermione could no longer contain her terror and screamed, drawing the troll's attention. Chapter 14, Facing the Troll. The sensation of being pursued was utterly disconcerting, especially as she dragged Hermione along. Hermione's legs had turned to jelly, and Sylph was pulling her to safety. The troll's foul odor, now intensified, was nearly enough to make Sylph retch. "Hermione, try to open the door and find a professor. I will keep it occupied," Sylph resolved, determined to distract the creature and find a way to defeat it. Hermione, sensing the gravity of the situation, drew her wand and cast the unlocking charm on the door before sprinting out. Not far from their escape, she collided with Harry and Ron. "Quickly, go find a professor. The troll is in the girls' bathroom." Hermione gasped, breathless from fear and exertion. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before saying, "Oh, we already know about that." "Then hurry and fetch a professor. Sylvia is still inside," Hermione exclaimed, on the verge of tears from frustration. "What? How could she be in there?" Ron widened his eyes. "You two were just in the girls' bathroom?" Harry added. "Was it you who just closed the door?" Hermione's mind raced with the implications, and she felt the urge to strangle the two boys. "Go find a professor now." The lioness of Gryffindor roared, compelling Harry and Ron to comply, albeit in a daze. As the professors approached the door to the girls' bathroom, a chill of dread settled in their hearts, for the silence within suggested that both the troll and the students had vanished. This silence was the most terrifying aspect of all. If the troll had achieved its purpose and lost interest in the aftermath, leaving for other pursuits, it would spell disaster. Professor McGonagall was the first to enter the girls' bathroom, her body freezing in shock as her mouth fell agape at the scene before her. Following closely were Snape, Quirrell, and the trio of friends, each covering their mouths in disbelief. Quirrell, in particular, appeared paralyzed with fear, clutching his robe and sobbing on a toilet seat. In the corner of the room stood Sylph, small in stature, her fingers entangled in crimson threads that bound the troll, which was suspended in midair, feet upward and head downward. Though the magical world of Britain was no longer governed by Newtonian principles, such a defiance of gravity shattered their understanding of reality. Upon noticing their entrance, Sylph's fierce expression softened, and she withdrew the threads, causing the troll to crash to the ground with a thud, its neck nearly snapping. Snape approached to inspect the creature and, with a hint of regret, remarked, "This troll is dead." "Well done, Miss Sylph. What in the world has transpired here? Why don't you stay quietly in your dormitory?" After a moment of hesitation, Professor McGonagall managed to stammer out, her voice betraying her simmering anger. The young witch explained, "It all began when I suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom before the Halloween feast, and I came here only to find Hermione as well. We intended to leave, but then that troll barged into the girls' restroom, and the door was inexplicably locked from the outside. We sincerely apologize. It was our doing." Harry raised his right hand, confessing, "We noticed the two of them were missing and speculated that they were unaware of the troll, only knowing that Hermione was here. So we sought to inform her." Ron sheepishly scratched his head, adding, "However, we soon discovered that the troll was not in the underground classroom, but had entered the girls' restroom. We assumed it was empty, so we locked the door, thinking it would prevent any encounter with the troll, but it turned out to be quite the coincidence." "You are exceedingly reckless." Professor McGonagall shook her head disapprovingly. The young witch continued. Once the troll spotted Hermione and me. I instructed her to use the unlocking charm to exit and seek a professor while I delayed the creature. Foolish heroism. It's hard to believe you are a Slytherin. Snape chastised, his disappointment palpable. Do not speak thus, Severus. Miss Wisp did indeed vanquish the troll, and for that, I shall award her 10 points. No objections, I trust? McGonagall asserted. Of course, that is your prerogative, Snape replied nonchalantly. Miss Granger, you displayed no indecision in this matter, and I shall grant you 5 points as well. As for the two of you. McGonagall's gaze fell upon Harry and Ron. Seizing the opportunity, Snape interjected, you nearly caused the loss of 2 lives. Is it not fair to deduct 5 points from each? McGonagall had initially considered withholding both rewards and punishments out of goodwill, but reconsidered, acknowledging Snape's character, and decided that 5 points was not an excessive deduction. If you've suffered no injuries, it would be best to return to your respective common rooms, where your houses are awaiting the Christmas feast, Professor McGonagall said wearily. Thus, the 4 of them hastily departed. No longer subjected to questioning, Wisp sighed in relief, though, in hindsight, it appeared she had exhaled too soon. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Senior Farley inquired about the incident, fulfilling her duties as a prefect, but with an underlying intent to uphold Slytherin's honor, especially since the headmaster had commanded everyone to return to their houses. Wisp had no choice but to quietly explain, while also declining a cup of pumpkin juice handed to her by a peer, opting instead for a glass of fresh milk. Despite her efforts to downplay the events, the mere act of confronting the troll elicited an involuntary gasp from Gemma Farley. Those nearby quickly caught wind of the tale, which soon spread throughout the entire house. While the older students maintained composure, the first years eagerly gathered around, yearning to glean further details. Though the Slytherins typically maintained an air of elegance, their youthful fervor drew them towards tales of heroism rather than scorn. You faced the troll alone. Surely, that mudblood could never compare to someone of your pure-blood lineage. In their disdain for muggle-born wizards, most Slytherins excelled, with Draco being particularly adept. It's absurd that Potter and Weasley locked you in the girls' restroom. I maintain that Professor was too lenient in merely deducting points from them, Draco declared, his malice unabashedly evident. Chapter 15. The victim of reputation. Draco's expression bore unmasked hostility. It would be best to expel those two. Good idea, but you might want to discuss it with your head of house first. Are you dissatisfied with my decision, Malfoy? Draco's countenance froze as he turned, and indeed, it was their head of house. I didn't mean it that way, Headmaster, he hastily clarified. Miss Wisp, I hope you refrain from becoming embroiled in such acts of personal heroism in the future, Snape remarked before departing, likely aware that his presence would dampen their dining experience. With his warning, the others hesitated to approach Wisp for more details, which provided her a sense of relief, allowing her meal to taste even better. Don't you enjoy pumpkin juice? Blaise Zabini inquired, tilting his head slightly towards her. I'm just not accustomed to it, Wisp replied, striving to conceal her discomfort as she nodded gently. Yet, how had he come to sit beside her? What do you usually drink then? Juice, milk? Zabini pressed on, undeterred by any awkwardness. I'm not picky. I even enjoy soybean milk, Wisp said softly. Soybean milk? What is that? Zabini asked, somewhat puzzled. Is it a special beverage? It's made by soaking yellow beans, boiling them, and then grinding them into a juice, filtering out the residue, and adding a bit of sugar for flavor. It's quite delightful, Wisp explained, her ears reddening as she maintained a calm facade while detailing the preparation of soybean milk. How did they become so familiar? Draco frowned, quietly questioning Crabbe beside him. Clueless, Crabbe looked up from his meal. I don't know. Who are you talking about? Draco, exasperated by his response, waved him off impatiently to continue his dinner. After finishing her meal, Wisp swiftly returned to her dormitory. By the end of October, the temperature had already dipped significantly. She cast a warming charm while showering and quickly burrowed into her blankets. A while later, Pansy finally returned to the dorm. Upon entering, she habitually glanced around for anyone present, catching Annabelle's gaze before hastily turning away, too apprehensive to venture into the bathroom. She merely tidied up before climbing into bed, drawing the curtains tightly. In the subsequent days, Wisp noticed someone stealthily watching her from various corners, whispering amongst themselves. Initially, it was the Gryffindors engaged in the most gossip, which then spread to Hufflepuff, and eventually even Slytherin students hesitated to speak before her. Wisp found it peculiar, but before she could seek out the source of the whispers, she inadvertently learned of the situation. Hermione's voice echoed from a corner, tinged with irritation. You shouldn't say such things. Ron's recognizable voice responded, seemingly attempting to defend himself. We never anticipated the rumors would spiral out of control. Every single time, you fail to consider the consequences. You charge headlong into trouble and only seek to rectify things afterward. Not every situation will grant you such fortuitous outcomes, came Harry's voice. I'm sorry, Harry added. I will apologize to her. Ron seemed less resolute at that moment. Apologize for what? Wisp leaned against the wall, lifting her gaze to meet theirs. The three exchanged glances, ultimately leaving it to Harry to explain the sequence of events to her. After listening, Wisp fell into a long silence, incredulous. So, now the entire school believes I can single-handedly lift a troll and even snap its neck? We originally only claimed you lifted the troll off the ground. Not that you did it with one hand, Ron attempted to clarify. But what difference does that make? Moreover, as these rumors circulate, they will transform into something far removed from your original words, Wisp retorted, her heart aching with frustration. She had always desired to maintain a low profile. However, in Slytherin, such discretion did not equate to the self-effacing demeanor of half-bloods who would rather silence themselves and compromise their dignity. Instead, it entailed exhibiting excellence without striving for the pinnacle of brilliance, ensuring one hailed from a prestigious lineage to deter any potential adversaries. One could minimize their presence at social gatherings, yet once engaged, uttering not a word was simply inconceivable. Thus, Wooling had managed to navigate her existence with a semblance of peace for quite some time, only to find herself ensnared by a handful of rumors. Now, she was regarded as a rare gorilla by the entire school, rendering her attempts at subtlety utterly futile. Most critically, she could very well find herself subjected to whispers echoing through the campus. Look, she is the girl who can slay a troll with a single blow. A veritable scene of public defamation. The mere thought of such a scenario sent Wooling's blood pressure soaring, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Let it end, let it end. Whether by Snape's hand or Voldemort's, she longed for a swift death. This institution, fraught with peril, was no longer tenable for her. Initially, her peers at Hogwarts held little impression of this Slytherin girl, save for her striking beauty and the incident wherein she had sent her roommate to the infirmary for several days. Henceforth, she was forever adorned with a metaphorical cap of infamy. Among those unfamiliar with her, most lacked the audacity to intrude upon her solitude, despite their curiosity about Wooling. Yet, in such a vast school, exceptions inevitably arose. Hi, Sylvia. A red-haired Weasley greeted Wooling enthusiastically. Behind him emerged another boy, strikingly similar in appearance. We heard an ominous premonition crept into Wooling's mind. In unison, they exclaimed, "You snapped a troll's neck with one hand." Huh. Wooling remained expressionless. They were both Gryffindors, one of whom was their brother, and their information was surely first-hand, thus rendering the ludicrous rumors unbelievable. Oh dear, what a shame. We couldn't fool you, one of them said, leaning closer to her shoulder. Did you really defeat the troll all by yourself? Do tell us, what spells did you use? The other clutched her sleeve. Pure blood traitor, what are you trying to do with our house's students? A voice thundered from a distance. Release her. The three turned their gazes toward the source. This is none of your concern, Malfoy. The twins, undeterred by this retort, persisted. Why are you so eager to intervene? Could it be you fancy her? Chapter 16, Quidditch. What nonsense are you spouting? Draco's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as he cautiously cast a sidelong glance at Wooling. Raising his voice in rebuttal, how could I possibly like her? Do keep it down, Fred admonished, pressing a hand to his ear. Otherwise, we might think you're feeling guilty. The twins regarded Draco with mischievous eyes. That's enough. Is this the only way you know how to slander others? Don't forget that your slander could cause me trouble as well. Draco shot another glance at Wooling. Are you just going to sit there and watch? If such words were to circulate, they would bring you no small amount of trouble as well. Despite his usual arrogance clouding his judgment, he was not oblivious to Wooling's aversion to chaos. Now, this is a matter for our house, gentlemen. I would prefer that no unfounded rumors arise in the school after today, Wooling stated softly. The Weasley twins shivered simultaneously, feeling an inexplicable wave of unease wash over them. They exchanged glances, nodded at Wooling, and then turned to leave. Once they had distanced themselves, Wooling regarded Draco. When did you realize? I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it was when you bumped into me in Diagon Alley. Your body tensed for an instant. Or maybe it was during dinner when you distanced yourself while chatting with them. And again when you spoke with Blaze, your ears were as red as they are now. Draco glanced over, unsurprised to find Wooling's ears flushed crimson. Yet her face remained impassive, as if she were entirely unperturbed. Is that so? Such keen observation. You must know I am about to leave, correct? Wooling replied coldly before turning away. No one relished being fully exposed to another's gaze, and Wooling had no desire to linger near the boy who had unraveled her true nature. In the following period, the news of Wooling and Draco's falling out spread throughout Slytherin, as they had virtually ceased to exchange a single word, entirely ignoring one another. Draco seemed somewhat unbothered, not perceiving his actions as excessive, occasionally contemplating reaching out to Wooling. Conversely, Wooling wished only for this individual to maintain a considerable distance from her. As November arrived, the focal point of the school became the Quidditch matches. Harry was heralded as Gryffindor's secret weapon. No one had witnessed his training. Yet speculation ran rampant within Slytherin about his prowess. Some claimed he flew excellently, while others insisted he was utterly inept. Regardless of the truth, Slytherin remained on high alert, as uncertainty always piqued curiosity. Additionally, Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, had inadvertently remarked that seeing Gryffindor's captain would. Grinning from ear to ear indicated that Harry Potter was certainly no good. Such comments were relatively mild, yet Rowling cast a skeptical glance in that direction. She simply did not believe that Oliver would be perpetually grinning. It was rumored that during this period, Hermione was assisting Harry with his assignments to ensure he did not neglect his studies in favor of Quidditch. On the day of the match, although the weather was fair, a biting wind relentlessly chilled Rowling's skin. She arrived at the dining hall, consuming a hefty amount of bread, sausages, and roast meat to maintain her warmth and avoid shivering in the stands. Rowling spread a layer of chili powder atop her sausage and bit into it with ease. Much to Zabini's astonishment, it seemed the British chili lacked sufficient kick. "Are you full?" Zabini inquired softly. "Quite. I'm about 80% full," Rowling replied. As winter approached, the majority of the creatures she harbored within required hibernation, while the few that remained active demanded more energy. Alas, what could she do but eat? Zabini fell silent. Daphne, however, leaned in. "How can you eat so much and not gain weight? Have you taken some weight loss potion?" "Not at all. I have no need for potions. Those creatures keep me on my toes," Rowling replied. "It's all natural," she added. Most of those creatures had been inherited from her mother, while others were nurtured over time, thus could be considered innate. "Really?" Daphne expressed a mix of disappointment and disbelief. "Losing weight is quite simple. Just control your diet and exercise. Isn't it easy to slim down?" Rowling elaborated further, noting the naturally smaller bone structure of Easterners. "That is indeed a valid point. A smaller frame certainly appears slimmer." Daphne nodded in agreement. "Let us go. The Quidditch match is about to commence, and we must secure a favorable vantage point." After finishing breakfast, Daphne naturally grasped the arm of the witch. The witch almost instinctively withdrew her arm, yet she restrained herself, as if fate had tightened its grip around her throat, and followed Daphne through the winding path to the stands. The chill in the air was palpable. The wind here was far more biting than below, where she had intended to linger a while longer in the warmth of the dining hall. The game commenced swiftly, and the witch found her interest in Quidditch rather tepid, although Lee Jordan's commentary proved somewhat amusing. However, the other Slytherin students held a different perspective. How could someone like him be allowed to commentate? Had it not been for his recent interference, Flint's ball would not have been thwarted by Wood. Their eyes seemed solely fixated on the opposite gender. Were Johnson to stand before him, would he not leap upon her? The witch inwardly scoffed. What a bunch of elementary school children. No, even less than that. Upon witnessing Gryffindor's score, a roar erupted from the stands. The witch buried her face in her scarf, obscuring her expression, while her nose tingled, hinting at an impending sneeze. Suddenly, Harry's broom malfunctioned, threatening to unseat him. The witch hesitated. Should she intervene? Across from her, Hermione on the Gryffindor stands was scanning the field with a telescope, likely preparing to summon Snape shortly. The witch was not particularly inclined to rescue Snape's robes. She sniffed, finding the weather quite bothersome. She wished for the match to conclude quickly, and before Hermione departed the Gryffindor stands, she retrieved a small doll from her pocket. While the doll was exquisitely crafted, it served a more sinister purpose. She produced a note card and inscribed Quirrell's full name, then, after a moment's contemplation, added Voldemort's name. She yearned to test her curse to see if it could eliminate him in one fell swoop. Chapter 17. Acquire some heavy weaponry. Just as Hermione crouched to descend the stands, Ron, holding the telescope, exclaimed, "Harry seems to be all right now." "What?" Hermione replied, snatching the telescope from him. She first directed her gaze toward the center of the Quidditch pitch, and indeed, Harry was unharmed, raising the golden snitch for all to see. Hermione then glanced toward the teacher's stands, only to notice a commotion, with professors gathered around someone, calling out in concern. Within her line of sight, Snape appeared utterly uninterested in the happenings of those seated above him, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, yet he did not utter a spell. Confusion clouded Hermione's mind. What had transpired? If Quirrell could hear her unvoiced query, he would have much to reveal. At the moment of the incident, as Harry chased the golden snitch, Quirrell had begun to utter a malevolent curse, intent on dislodging Harry from his broom, ideally causing him to plummet. Yet, someone was countering the curse, and the two forces clashed, with him gaining little advantage. At that moment, a sharp pain, akin to a needle pricking, surged through his head, a type of agony distinct from that of the Cruciatus curse. This was merely a series of intense throbs. If he were a woman who had given birth, he might recognize this pain as reminiscent of labor, but he was not, and thus lacked the words to articulate it. Moreover, the Dark Lord behind him experienced a similar piercing pain. Perhaps due to their shared essence, or rather, dual suffering, Quirrell's vision darkened, and he collapsed, startling his colleagues who were watching the match, with the exception of Snape. Fred informed me that Professor Quirrell fainted for reasons unknown, which led to the ensuing chaos. Ron whispered to Harry and Hermione, glancing around the table. Not far away, the witch touched her ear, pondering why the trio's discussions, always so brazenly conducted, had never been exposed. Was it the protective glow of their protagonist status? She decided it was not worth her time to dwell on such matters. Recently, the morale of Slytherin had plummeted, particularly after their Quidditch defeat to Gryffindor, leaving their captain Flint in particularly poor spirits. His standing here was commendable, which cast a pall over all of Slytherin, regardless of their affiliation with the team. On November 22nd, the Phoenix reappeared at Hogwarts, clutching a parcel in its talons, gently depositing it before the witch before regurgitating a letter. The witch seemed to anticipate the letter's contents, opening it nonchalantly, only to discover its message diverged from her expectations. Aside from extending birthday wishes, the letter primarily discussed significant international events, which had long been foreshadowed, the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Since September, the Soviet states had progressively declared independence, and the witch recalled that the Soviet Union's official disbandment occurred in December. While it seemed largely irrelevant to her, she felt compelled to act, particularly in procuring substantial weaponry. Although uncertain whether bullets would pose a lethal threat to Voldemort, it was worth a try, especially considering that soon weapons sold by the Soviets would be exceedingly affordable. Moreover, even if bullets failed, acquiring rocket launchers, aircraft, and tanks was not out of the question. In her previous life, novels had served as her vital emotional support, and before the cleansing of the internet, underworld fiction had captivated her. Tales of urban supernatural abilities, gemstone gambling, and the Golden Triangle had enthralled her as a youth. She understood the law and the dichotomy of good and evil, yet she was inherently indifferent. During her middle school years, she returned home once a week, communicating little with her parents. In university, months could pass without her making a call home. She did not take lives. To her classmates, she was merely a timid girl, too afraid to lift her head, her presence scarcely acknowledged. Yet, countless times in her mind, she contemplated how one might kill. Upon her arrival here, shortly after birth, her mother had drained half her blood. Unlike an infant, who has little understanding of the world, she vividly recalled the agony of blood loss, yet the scent of blood stirred a thrill within her. Raised among the witch clan, she had witnessed her kin using their own flesh to nurture cursed insects, the bloody corpses of skinned animals, and human sacrifices. These experiences seemed to nourish her darkness, but simultaneously shackled her spirit. One could not arbitrarily take a life unless it were utterly unforgivable. A long-haired man trimmed flower branches, while the 6-year-old witch knelt behind him, her small face devoid of emotion. After some time, her voice hoarse, she spoke, "But uncle, you often incite me to eliminate those wretches in the dungeon." "Indeed, but they are all heinous death row inmates. I recall mentioning this to you," he replied, severing excess branches with a red string and turning to regard the little monster. "Do you truly believe we should only execute those on death row?" The witch knew her uncle was no paragon of virtue, her large eyes locking onto his. "But I am the high priestess, and you are merely a little girl who cannot even become a priestess," he stated, a hint of regret creeping into his heart. "Your talent is indeed remarkable. If only you were not the offspring of your mother and that man. The Slytherin clan is rife with suitable men. Why did you choose him?" The witch remained silent. Yet she understood that she was still far too weak. What are the merits of being a priest? In this contemporary era, the days when high priests could command the elements have long since passed. A single tribe of witches is powerless against modern weaponry. The witch longs for firearms. And while attending potions class, she contemplates her future actions. Although her previous attempts were not erroneous, the quality of her concoctions has been rather mediocre compared to her usual standards. During the evaluation of the finished products, her instructor seemed less than satisfied. However, he was distracted by Harry and Neville, allowing her to pass through the class unnoticed. When the witch had her first falling out with Draco, she faced ostracism from Slytherin and found herself sitting with Neville. Yet now, she enjoys a measure of popularity within Slytherin, rendering such pairings obsolete in potions class. Poor Neville is left to endure Snape's scorn alone. Chapter 18. The Christmas Invitation. After finishing her last class of the day, the witch packed her bag and, rather than heading to the dining hall, made her way directly to the dormitory. Pansy had no desire to see her, and they had mutually chosen to ignore one another, maintaining a delicate equilibrium. Upon the witch's return to the dormitory, Pansy would certainly not return early. As soon as she closed the dormitory door, a faint popping sound filled the air. "Happy birthday, Miss Sylvia," Creature exclaimed, holding a cake, his wide, tennis ball-like eyes fixed on her, seemingly comparing her to memories to see if she had lost weight. "Thank you, Creature." The witch accepted the cake, its sweet aroma lifting her spirits. Creature, clearly unaccustomed to such gratitude, fumbled for words before excitedly responding, "I am so glad you like it. How is everything at home? Have any guests visited the black residence?" The witch cut a slice of the cake and offered it to Creature before serving herself a piece, savoring it in delicate bites. Creature did not touch the cake. Instead, he cherished it in his hands, stating, "No, Creature would not allow any unsavory individuals into the house." "Is that so?" After finishing a slice, the witch continued, "Now, I have a task for you." "Yes, miss, Creature will complete all your tasks." Creature was thrilled. It had been a long time since he had been given a specific task by his master, the last being when Regulus ordered him to destroy the locket box, which he failed to accomplish, ultimately leaving it to the mistress. The task the witch assigned was for Creature to procure firearms from wizards in the Soviet Union using gold coins. The wizards there are likely to be tightly controlled. But similar to China, they have more contact with muggles, providing some avenues. Although the witch could not leave at the moment. Acquiring a stock of weapons early would mitigate risks. Sending a house elf to make the purchase would also reduce the inherent dangers of such an endeavor. Creature was unaware of the myriad dangers involved, yet he was resolute in his commitment to accomplish his master's task. Indeed, Creature will fulfill the mission. Those in poverty over there have suffered greatly in recent years. You may discreetly inquire about weapon prices before making any purchases. Do not allow them to take advantage of you. I will provide you with a list. Please prioritize your selections accordingly. The witch instructed Creature on numerous details before sending him on his way. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the witch planned to leave school for Christmas, eager to experiment with her newfound assets. "Sylvia, do you have any plans for Christmas?" A few days before the holiday, Zabini approached the witch. "I will stay at home." She contemplated. "I have instructed my house elf to purchase a few items to examine upon my return. I heard your parents are in China. Won't you find it dull spending Christmas only with your house elf?" Zabini inquired further. "Not at all. I am accustomed to it," the witch replied nonchalantly. Zabini paused, then boldly stated, "I would like to invite you to my home for Christmas. May I?" The witch's expression twisted in conflict. Is my reluctance not evident enough? Will there be many people? She subtly hinted to Zabini not to extend the invitation. "Not many, just my mother and me." Zabini was determined. He had made several overtures towards the witch over the past months without receiving the desired response, which only fueled his resolve. Very well then. Conceding further refusals would be excessive, she reluctantly agreed. After bidding farewell to Zabini, the witch had yet to exhale in relief when she was intercepted by Peeves. "Move aside." "Peeves, do you wish to be hung up again?" The witch felt impatience rising within her, wanting to bypass him. "I recall now. You have a hold over me. You cannot harm me." Peeves babbled nonsensically, laughing maniacally. "Another lunatic," the witch muttered, attempting to walk away. "I know your secret. If you wish to avoid expulsion, it would be wise not to anger me." Peeves shouted in frustration. The witch regarded him with a look of utter disdain, arms crossed, saying nothing. This demeanor only further enraged Peeves, who yelled, "It's human blood. That red string of yours is soaked in human blood. You understand now, don't you? So if you do not want me to reveal this secret, then do not." "Ah, woe is me," the witch commanded the red string to wrap around his jaw, forcing his mouth wide open, rendering him incapable of closing it, before suspending him from a pillar. Truly incapable of speech, provoking ire is your innate talent, is it not? That is not a commendable skill. Therefore, you shall remain here to reflect on your actions." The witch concluded, dispelling the silencing charm she had cast around him, and departed with measured steps. On the eve of the holiday, the trio continued their search for information on Nicholas Flamel. The corridors felt exceptionally safe. The witch quickened her pace, and as she brushed past them, she uttered a few words. "Are you referring to that alchemist? The one who has lived for over 6 centuries? Without waiting for their questions, she vanished like the wind. "Did we speak too loudly?" Ron mused, staring at the witch's retreating figure in bewilderment. "It seems so, mate," Harry agreed, pausing alongside him. Hermione, however, covered her face in embarrassment, realizing she had previously overlooked how brazen their behavior had been, feeling as though she had lost face. "Hey Hermione, what's wrong?" Ron noticed her distress, his voice laced with confusion. "I am such a fool," Hermione finally managed to express after much internal conflict. "Don't fret too much. Only we know about this matter. And Sylvia may not even realize we wish to keep it confidential. There is no need for embarrassment," Harry reassured her. "But if we don't tell her, and she accidentally reveals it, and Snape catches wind of our intentions, what then?" Hermione grasped the crux of the issue. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to the fact that they would need to approach the witch once more, seeking her help in safeguarding their secret. The witch felt an inexplicable sense that intervening would disrupt the narrative, though she could not pinpoint how. Nonetheless, she agreed to help them maintain their confidentiality. Chapter 19. A Chance Encounter with Beauty. Upon returning home, the witch's mood visibly brightened. Creature had executed her assigned task exceptionally well and proudly showcased the fruits of his labor. The fingers of the sorceress glided over rows of cold, menacing weapons before pausing upon a desert eagle. She lifted the handgun, its weight causing her brow to furrow slightly, only to return it to its place. Subsequently, she picked up a revolver to engage in some shooting practice. Her aim was commendable. Although the recoil of the revolver was somewhat significant, it posed little drawback for her. To the sorceress, the revolver's primary flaw was its slow reloading time. Among the arsenal brought back by Klecha was also a rocket launcher, accompanied by 6 armor-piercing rockets. The most formidable contraption of the lot, yet it was likely to gather dust in the warehouse for years. In a buoyant mood, the sorceress meandered through the streets of London, relishing her rare day off, blissfully anonymous amidst the bustling crowd, free from unwanted conversation. With her spirits high, she felt a discomfort at the thought of money remaining in her pocket. As she passed a shopping mall, her feet veered inside. Though she held no particular affection for luxury handbags, a cursory glance revealed nothing of interest, prompting her to leave. However, she soon found herself captivated by a display of exquisite wristwatches, halting in her tracks. Although she possessed little knowledge of such opulence, her choice was primarily guided by aesthetics. Ultimately, she selected a lady's watch adorned with a sky-blue diamond-encrusted dial, requesting to try it on. "Good day. Are you certain you wish to purchase this watch? Its price is rather steep. We reserve it for esteemed clients," the saleswoman remarked, her polite demeanor veiling her reluctance to retrieve the timepiece. After a brief look at the price tag, 10,000, she mused that it was not overly exorbitant. "I said, fetch it for me," she reiterated with a hint of impatience. The tip of her index finger tapped against the glass counter, echoing like a heartbeat, causing the saleswoman to grow uncharacteristically anxious. In a trance-like state, her mind blanked. And by the time she regained her senses, the watch was adorning the sorceress's wrist. The delicate, fair wrist was a perfect match for the timepiece. And she felt satisfied enough to overlook the saleswoman's prior discourtesy, handing over a card. Seeing her genuine intent to purchase, the saleswoman dismissed the earlier oddities and accepted the card with both hands. The sorceress settled into a chair, resting her chin on her hand, idly awaiting her transaction. Her gaze wandering through the glass window outside, where it landed upon a strikingly handsome youth. David Mazouz. No, he must not yet be born, she murmured to herself. The boy appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, dressed far more formally than her casual attire, his demeanor not particularly jovial. "Miss, your watch and card," the saleswoman announced, having completed the transaction and handing over the neatly packaged item. The sorceress exited the store, her thoughts still preoccupied with the boy she had just seen. He bore an uncanny resemblance to David Mazouz, the young Bruce Wayne from Gotham, striking and entirely to her aesthetic taste. Compared to the portrayal in the series, this boy was even more exquisitely handsome. She wished desperately to approach him for his contact information, yet felt it would be too embarrassing. Conflicted, her head hung low as she failed to watch her path, and before long, she collided with someone. "Are you all right?" the stranger asked, reaching out to steady her. As she regained her balance and instinctively looked up, she was met with a handsome face, the very person she had been contemplating, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. So handsome. Up close, his skin appeared flawless, resembling a protagonist basking in an aura of charm, not much inferior to her well-maintained complexion. "And no, I'm fine, thank you," she stammered. Her voice barely audible, yet he caught her words. The boy relaxed, releasing her, and smiled gently, glad to hear it. They were merely two strangers crossing paths, one indifferent to the other, and after a brief exchange, they parted without sharing names. The sorceress watched him leave, feeling a pang of disappointment. For he resembled someone she had pursued in her past life, and now, in this life, they had not even exchanged a proper greeting. If this boy was indeed connected to David Mazouz, then by age, he could not be his father, perhaps merely an older brother. Considering the magical nature of their world, if it were not mere coincidence, he could very well be a youthful Bruce Wayne, the pure-hearted darling of Gotham, a rarity indeed. Feeling somewhat disheartened, the sorceress indulged herself, purchasing several luxury items before leaving the mall in a lackluster mood. When Klecha arrived to deliver her meal, he nearly crashed into a wall upon spotting the Muggle-branded bag. However, through years of adaptation, he managed to suppress his instinctive reaction, merely turning his head away, unwilling to gaze upon such things. Still lost in thoughts of the boy who might be Bruce Wayne, she returned to her surroundings only to find a portrait of him before her. Although it differed slightly from her memory, it captured some essence of his charm. This sensation perplexed the sorceress, as she had never entertained the notion of love at first sight in either her past or present life. Was this perhaps a genetic imprint inscribed within her lineage? It was said her mother experienced a similar infatuation upon first meeting her father, and no one could deter her from that path. Yet, the sorceress held no urgent desire to marry him. She merely wished to draw closer, to understand him better, and perhaps even to embark on a romantic relationship. Reflecting on her past, she realized she had never dated, so perhaps engaging in a romance this lifetime would not be so outlandish. She shook her head, pondering that perhaps their fates had intertwined for the last time. If they were to meet again, both single, perhaps she could muster the courage to pursue him. Worst-case scenario. A playful kiss would suffice. The condition, however, was that she could gather the bravery to speak, lest she stand before him, speechless and humiliated. Just contemplating such an awkward scenario made her instinctively cover her face with her hands, mortified at the thought. Chapter 20. The Bond of Emotion. This Christmas proved rather distressing for the sorceress, particularly during her visit to the Zabini household. Mrs. Zabini was fairly cordial towards her, subtly inquiring about her family background. Upon learning that the sorceress hailed from a lineage of ancient purebloods, her enthusiasm only heightened. However, the sorceress had dressed rather modestly that day, leading Mrs. Zabini to conclude that her family's circumstances were rather average. Perhaps they bore the title of pure blood without the accompanying wealth, akin to the Gunter family. While they might be somewhat better off, they still paled in comparison to her own inherited fortune from several previous husbands. Armed with this information, Mrs. Zabini directly stated her intention to find Blaze a suitable match, inviting the sorceress to offer her insights. Truth be told, the sorceress was indifferent to how Mrs. Zabini regarded her. She did not believe she should be involved with Blaze or that their destinies would intertwine in any significant manner. Thus, she felt no offense at Mrs. Zabini's aloofness. However, conversing with an adult who viewed marriage as a mere stepping stone and lacked common ground proved torturous for her. To Mrs. Zabini, the performance of the witch was merely an affront to her pride, a wound to her emotions, which only served to diminish her esteem for the witch further. Blaze, lacking the perceptive instincts between the two women, assumed that his mother had been exceedingly kind to the witch during their gathering. And although the witch remained as shy and reserved as she was at school, she did not exhibit any overt rejection. He interpreted this as a positive sign, believing that his pursuit of the witch would yield fruitful results. Thus, he was the only one who enjoyed this Christmas. However, upon returning to school, Blaze realized that his standing with the witch had plummeted, drawing perilously close to that of his roommate, Draco Malfoy. This left him somewhat bewildered. What happened, Blaze? I thought you invited Sylvia to your home for Christmas? I expected you to announce her as your girlfriend upon your return, yet here you are, nearly on par with me. Draco mocked him mercilessly. This is none of your concern, Malfoy, Blaze retorted, preoccupied with uncovering the reason for the witch's apparent displeasure. Hardly in the mood to entertain Draco's glee. Come on, what happened? You know I can't approach her directly, given our mutual disdain. So I have to glean information from you, Draco said, settling beside Blaze with keen interest. If you share with me, perhaps I can help you uncover the cause. Blaze, adopting a desperate approach, briefly recounted the events of Christmas, noting how well they had interacted, only for things to change afterward. It is often said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Due to his mother's influence, Blaze had previously harbored some aversion towards girls, particularly those who were fickle. Thus, he found himself drawn to the witch, who seemed to disdain the Malfoy family and maintained a distance from other boys. Furthermore, she was beautiful, academically gifted, and, most importantly, of pure-blood lineage, entirely in line with his criteria for a romantic partner. Yet when it came to pursuing her, he discovered that he possessed no distinct advantages, which bruised his self-esteem. Are you certain they got along well? Draco asked, somewhat perplexed. Did you truly convey everything they discussed to me? Are you genuinely oblivious, or merely pretending to be? What do you mean? Blaze inquired, genuinely confused. Perhaps it was Draco, who was so popular with girls, who could offer insight. Your mother wishes to find you a wife of equal standing. Draco decided to assist his friend in analyzing the situation. And what of it? Sylvia is of pure blood, and her manner of living certainly suggests she is not from an ordinary family. It's quite comparable to mine. But how did she present herself when she visited your home? Draco pondered, recognizing a valid point, yet feeling something was amiss, which led him to reflect on the witch's usual demeanor. Blaze considered, she dressed quite modestly, though not overly plainly. Precisely. If she were to visit my home, wouldn't she make an effort to look her best? For her first visit, dressed so simply, might your mother perceive that as her finest offering? Blaze disagreed, stating, that is simply her nature. Moreover, the type of bird Sylvia's family sent her previously does not seem like something an ordinary family could cultivate. I have mentioned this to my mother. I've heard that Eastern families are rather large, with almost everyone marrying and having children, placing great importance on that. Thus, Sylvia could have dozens of relatives, and even if she possesses some fine items, her dowry may not be substantial when the time comes for marriage. Draco sought a plausible rationale. Perhaps your mother is aware of this. Blaze fell silent. Furthermore, I sense that Sylvia harbors no particular fondness for you. Otherwise, wouldn't she have made an effort to present herself, well, when meeting your mother for the first time? Draco's statement pierced Blaze's heart. Is my affection for her not apparent? Why does she not like me? Blaze pondered, unable to fathom why, given his own commendable attributes. Perhaps there is simply no fate between you two, and she distances herself from others. We remain unaware of her true preferences. You could write her a love letter on Valentine's Day to clarify matters. She will surely provide you with an explanation. Draco, acting as a strategist, began to offer haphazard advice. Indeed, I profess my feelings for her, yet I know not what she likes. Blaze sighed, his initial excitement for a blossoming romance gradually dissipating. Do not be disheartened. This situation is not shameful. Who hasn't pursued a few individuals? Even if this endeavor fails, we can always seek another, Draco encouraged. Patting Blaze's shoulder, Blaze murmured, but in comparison to others, she is truly special. I truly cannot discern what you find so appealing about her. Is it merely her beauty? She excels academically and comes from a mysterious lineage, Draco mused, before briefly falling silent, then recalling the witch's flaws. However, have you noticed her temperament? It is quite peculiar, making such girls particularly challenging to court. Blaze ignored him, concentrating on how he might proceed next. Chapter 21, Gifts and Provocations. The witch was unaware that she was being analyzed by both Blaze and Draco, as she was currently confronted by a trio. What do you need from me? She asked, somewhat puzzled. Sylvia, your Christmas gift was far too extravagant, Ron began. We'd like to suggest that you refrain from giving us such costly items in the future. When he received the witch's gift, a muggle notebook, Ron initially thought little of it. But when Hermione mentioned its price of 80 pounds, his heart trembled. That was a hefty sum of gold galleons. The witch, however, did not see it as a significant matter and felt somewhat guilty, as she had only remembered to prepare gifts after receiving theirs, and hastily sent back some unopened items she had purchased through her owl. After some contemplation, the witch replied, It wasn't that expensive. How could it not be? That pin you gifted me is worth 100 pounds. Hermione, who had a better understanding of the value of the gifts, interjected. Hermione jested, since we've already accepted the gifts, returning them would be improper. However, if you continue to give us such lavish presents, we may find ourselves unable to reciprocate, and it would be embarrassing to maintain our friendship. Very well. Next time I shall bring you some snacks, the witch replied, refraining from mentioning that she had initially forgotten to prepare gifts for them. In her mind, they were merely acquaintances, yet now it felt somewhat different. Once they reached a consensus on the matter, Harry and Ron eagerly shared their Christmas experiences with the witch. That mirror reflects one's innermost desires. It's truly remarkable, Harry remarked, his mood growing somber again. Really? I am unaware of what my heart truly yearns for. The witch diverted the topic. I suspect Hermione wishes to achieve first place in every exam, Ron observed, glancing around. What a simple aspiration, Harry noted, understanding they were trying to comfort him, and he smiled in response. The witch engaged in casual conversation with them before they parted ways. Upon returning to the dormitory, she was taken aback to find Pansy inside, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. My mother has tried countless remedies, yet none have proven effective. What must I do to restore my hair? Pansy queried sharply, her voice tinged with desperation. The witch was taken aback. Half a semester had passed, and only now did Pansy seek her counsel for a solution. However, upon reflection, it dawned on her that perhaps Pansy had previously been unwilling to humble herself before her, opting instead to seek alternatives from her family. It was only upon returning home for Christmas, discovering the futility of those efforts, that she had come to her in a state of panic. How would I know? I am not a specialist in treating baldness, the witch replied nonchalantly. I am not bald, Pansy retorted vehemently, her sensitivity to the term palpable. The witch regarded her for a moment, though Pansy's features were not particularly appealing, and her hairstyle further marred her looks. The pouting expression on her face, with tears threatening to spill, rendered her somewhat more tolerable. Cease your tears. Your plight seems exaggerated. On my first day at school, I even permitted you to bathe first, yet how did you treat me? Now that you find yourself in a predicament, you come to me to lament? Do you truly believe I am some paragon of kindness? What do you intend to do then? I warn you, I am the heir of the Parkinson family. Should you persist in antagonizing me, the Parkinsons will not let you off lightly, Pansy threatened, attempting to leverage her lineage as a means of intimidation. The witch replied with a hint of mockery. The Parkinson family, a venerable pure-blood lineage, yet regrettably, its next heir is both foolish and venomous, not to mention lacking any self-awareness. Pansy was incensed by this series of blunt assessments. What do you know? Don't presume that your appearance could ever entice Draco. Perhaps you are concealing the truth about your parentage, and your mother is actually the offspring of a muggle, deliberately masquerading as pure blood. The witch found it incomprehensible how their exchange had veered into discussions of men. Draco is mine. Do not dare to covet him. There is no need for you to concoct elaborate claims about your mysterious lineage. I would not believe a word of it. Pansy, sensing the witch's silence, believed she had uncovered her vulnerability and grew increasingly arrogant. The witch gazed at her for several seconds, feeling an utter inability to comprehend such a being. She kicked off her shoes, settled into her bed, and promptly drew the curtains closed. Seeing this retreat, Pansy grew more convinced of her own superiority and continued. I will make this public. You have humiliated me for too long, and I shall not let you off easily. No, I shall keep this secret close, as it provides me leverage over you. Pansy murmured to herself, her mind racing with schemes. As long as she held this secret, she could compel the witch to complete her homework, clean her dirty clothes, and even deliver love notes to Draco. The more she envisioned her plans, the more exhilarated she became, fully absorbed in her fantasies. The witch, separated by a curtain, overheard Pansy's musings and felt a singular thought bubble up. What a nuisance. Pansy, oblivious to the absurdity of her delusions, suddenly recalled something she had seemingly forgotten. She touched her smooth scalp and dashed to the witch's bedside, pulling back the curtain with an imperious tilt of her chin. Return my hair at once, or I shall expose your secrets. The witch regarded her coldly, and Pansy felt as though an invisible slap had struck her face, sending her reeling to the side. Did your mother never teach you not to rummage through others' belongings? Do you understand the concept of respecting others' privacy? The witch was incensed, slowly rising from her bed. Are you not intent on revealing my affairs to others? Then by all means, proceed. I am eager to see whether they will believe me or trust a deranged lunatic like you. I truly do not comprehend it. Though others may be foolish, they typically learn from their mistakes. Yet you continue to provoke me repeatedly, genuinely believing I will not retaliate? She grasped Pansy's chin, her gaze fierce. Chapter 22. Points cannot be deducted. The witch had placed a curse upon Pansy, tiny cursed insects burrowing into her flesh, feeding on her vitality. This curse was easy to sustain, requiring little sustenance. Yet once the curse activated, she would endure excruciating pain for a full half-hour. The purpose of the curse was punishment, and Pansy immediately felt a searing agony that seemed to rend her insides. When the pain subsided, she lay on the floor, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face, her expression vacant as if she were on the brink of death. The following day, she approached Snape to report that the witch had employed dark magic against her, inflicting torment. This revelation caused a stir within the school. Yet upon inspecting the witch's wand, the professors found no evidence of dark magic. Additionally, during their examination of Pansy, there were no signs of torment evident. Miss Parkinson, how can you resort to such falsehoods to implicate your classmate? Professor McGonagall expressed her profound disappointment in Pansy's conduct. Are you not aware of the consequences of dark magic? To accuse Miss Witch of employing an unforgivable curse is utterly reprehensible. Snape remained silent, his eyes dark as he scrutinized the two of them. Although the witch appeared harmless, he sensed that even if she had not employed the Cruciatus curse, she had undoubtedly utilized some other means to inflict harm upon Pansy. However, she had covered her tracks so well that, according to Slytherin's rules, Pansy ought to refrain from escalating the matter for the sake of Slytherin's honor. This is an internal Slytherin matter, Severus. How do you propose we handle it? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, looking to Snape for guidance. Snape had no desire to address this issue. He would prefer to let the two troublesome girls fight it out among themselves. Yet, he kept this thought to himself. Miss Parkinson, due to your actions, you are to be confined to your quarters until the end of the academic year. Points cannot be deducted, even if it means Pansy's demise. Pansy had initially intended to protest, but upon witnessing Snape's grim countenance, she lowered her head in silent acquiescence. However, given your mutual discord as roommates, it would be prudent for you to change companions. Snape resolved to separate them, assigning Daphne to room with the witch, while Pansy would share quarters with Millicent. Serving months of confinement would be no light burden. The students of Slytherin swiftly caught wind of the severe punishment, speculating what transgression could have warranted such a drastic consequence from their head. Snape was reluctant to let this incident become fodder for other houses to mock, and the other professors shared a similar sentiment, desiring to keep the matter private, especially considering the two primary figures involved. Thus, they could only speculate in hushed tones, with no one truly aware of the reality of the situation. After the roommate switch, the witch felt a wave of relief wash over her. Daphne did not share Pansy's disdain for her possessions, particularly those acquired from muggles, and she respected the witch's privacy, behaving like a true lady of refinement. Prior to moving in, Pansy had relayed numerous peculiar comments to Daphne, leading her to believe that the witch might be difficult to manage, and she had prepared herself mentally for the experience. However, upon relocating, She discovered that Wuling was far superior to Millicent, at least she was aesthetically pleasing, and their daily interactions lacked any temperamental strife. Although Wuling exhibited a certain aloofness, there was no inherent flaw in this demeanor. Both parties expressed their satisfaction with one another, resulting in a significantly harmonious coexistence. Time passed swiftly, and the trio informed Wuling of a dragon egg residing with Hagrid, inviting her to witness its hatching. Wuling felt a sense of exasperation at being inexplicably drawn into such narratives. After all, she was a Slytherin, and did these individuals truly not fear her revealing their secret? Wuling firmly stated, "No, do not divulge this to me. I have heard nothing, I know nothing, and I have no desire to witness it. Let us tacitly forget this matter. I am not fond of nocturnal escapades. I would rather return to the dormitory for a good night's sleep. Though my new roommate is agreeable, I cannot help but ponder the potential consequences should she vanish in the dead of night. Moreover, the three of you are rather ill-equipped with your invisibility cloaks, are you not?" This remark served as the most potent deterrent to their intentions. Without an invisibility cloak, would Wuling truly venture out unprotected? "Very well, should you change your mind, do inform us in advance, and we shall make room for you to witness it," they replied, exchanging glances before reaching a consensus that one of them would forfeit their opportunity to see the fire dragon. "We shall discuss it later. I possess little interest in fire dragons. If it were a Chinese dragon, however, that would be a different matter entirely, as I have yet to see one. Furthermore, while the likelihood of her being caught during a nocturnal outing was relatively low, it was not non-existent, given that the point differential between Slytherin and Gryffindor was already minimal. And considering the trio had recently amassed a considerable number of points, she certainly did not wish to incur deductions for trivial matters. Yet, it seemed Draco had also been penalized 50 points by Professor McGonagall due to the fire dragon incident. Was this a scene from the film or the original text? Regardless, he had indeed lost points, and this needed to be addressed. Seizing an opportunity, Wuling cast a tracking spell on Draco. This enchantment soon proved invaluable. One night, she sensed Draco's presence outside the castle. Enlisting Annabelle's assistance to obscure her own tracks, Wuling stealthily slipped out of the dormitory, moving with the swiftness of a specter. Her footsteps light as air. She spotted Filch, but what of it? A mute was no different from an ordinary person, and deceiving him was remarkably effortless. Filch, lantern in hand, scanned the surroundings, as it appeared that Mrs. Norris had caught wind of the scent of wandering students, yet they failed to apprehend anyone. Cursing under his breath, Filch retreated with his lantern, allowing Wuling to lower her hand from Draco's mouth. "What are you doing here?" Draco whispered, startled. He had just returned to the castle, turned a corner, and found himself cornered against the wall, nearly screaming in fright. Before he could protest, he heard a cat's meow and the sound of approaching footsteps. He had no choice but to hold his breath, remaining utterly still. It was only when Filch had moved on that Wuling released her grip, and in the dim light, Draco finally recognized her. Chapter 23, Nocturnal Adventures and Punishments. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Why are you out of the dormitory in the dead of night, having just returned from outside the castle?" Wuling stepped back a pace, leaning against the wall. "This is none of your concern." Though Draco briefly contemplated reporting Harry, he wanted to see the fire dragon for a few more days. "This truly is not my affair. However, if you are caught wandering at night and Slytherin loses points as a result, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Wuling said, disregarding his reaction as she turned to leave. Draco was momentarily taken aback by her response, then hastened to follow. "All right, I will tell you. I saw Potter and Weasley, along with that mudblood who was very close to them, heading to Hagrid's hut where they are raising a dragon." As he spoke, he furtively observed Wuling's expression. "Aren't you usually quite friendly with them? They didn't mention the fire dragon to you, did they?" "I have no interest in dragons," Wuling replied coolly. "One who cannot attain grapes will inevitably say they are sour." Draco scoffed at her retort. "Think what you like," Wuling dismissed him. "I intend to find Professor McGonagall and have her impose a severe punishment on those 3 foolish lions. She is unlikely to show them favoritism." Draco reasoned that since Wuling had already uncovered the predicament, having witnessed his recent disarray, if he did not drag Potter and his companions down with him, he would be left with a tarnished reputation. "Seek out Professor McGonagall. I believe you should exercise caution," Wuling warned. "For while you may be the one to inform on them, you two are engaging in nocturnal activities, and McGonagall will undoubtedly punish them, as well as you." "Then we must approach the headmaster," Draco replied, his mind quick to adapt. "It will be just you. As long as you are not penalized, I shall be fine tonight. It is late, and I should return to sleep. Just pretend you did not see me." As Wuling walked towards the dormitory, she had no intention of seeking out Snape at such an hour. "You mean I should go alone?" Draco's words were abruptly cut off as he was once again silenced. This time, however, his eyes were covered. Wuling was very close, nearly enveloping him in her embrace, her warm breath brushing against his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. In the darkness, no one noticed that his ears had turned entirely red. With his vision obscured, Draco could distinctly hear Wooling's heartbeat and feel the warmth emanating from her palm. His eyelids fluttered, long lashes grazing her hand, prompting a slight itch. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, he instinctively refrained from resisting. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. The sounds drew nearer, almost passing right in front of them, accompanied by a rush of air and the unmistakable rustling of fabric. The noise filled Draco with terror. He momentarily forgot he was being silenced and quickly held his breath. Strangely, the figure did not seem to notice them. As the footsteps gradually faded, nearly out of earshot, Draco exhaled sharply. Yet, Wooling did not release him, leaving Draco feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he attempted to pry her hand away, only for Wooling to swiftly restrain his movements. Unlike Draco, Wooling possessed far sharper senses. She could perceive that the individual had not moved far after turning the corner, but had rather retraced their steps. If they were to venture out now, they would undoubtedly be caught. After a minute or two, Wooling finally released her grip. Draco found himself at a loss for words regarding his feelings. 3 seconds after she let go, he retreated a few steps, as if startled. Wooling, genuinely fatigued, paid no heed to his reaction and buried herself in sleep upon returning to the dormitory. Ultimately, Draco refrained from alerting Snape about the trio. But when Wooling awakened the next day, she discovered that Gryffindor had lost 150 points. Perhaps this was because, after their departure, Harry and the others had run into a professor or Filch upon returning to the castle. Wooling was not particularly concerned about the incident, as long as Slytherin's points remained unscathed. However, the trio was tormented by the severe penalty they incurred, having lost a staggering 150 points all at once. As they traversed the corridor, it felt as though the whispers and pointed fingers of their peers surrounded them, rendering it nearly impossible for them to lift their heads. In stark contrast, the Slytherin students behaved like exuberant children, rushing up to thank them, as their actions had significantly bolstered Slytherin's chances of winning the House Cup. Witchling found little interest in such juvenile antics. She had always been this way, seemingly impervious to anything that might pique her curiosity, a fact that elicited no surprise from those around her. Yet, her indifference provided Hermione with a modicum of comfort. When we witnessed the dragon hatching, it was truly wondrous. But Malfoy's actions plunged our spirits into despair. She turned to Witchling. Can you imagine? It was akin to daydreaming in class, only to turn and find the headmaster gazing at you from the back door. Oh, Merlin's foul socks. In that moment, my heart sank. I knew that trouble awaited us. Was it he who brought Professor McGonagall to apprehend you? Witchling turned a page in her book. How could that be? If he had brought Professor McGonagall, he would have faced the same penalties as us. Given his nature, he would never leave such evidence against himself. Hermione gritted her teeth, nearly bursting forth with curses against Draco's cunning. But it must have been him who informed. Who else could it be? With her head bowed, the thought of the lost points brought tears to her eyes. If I had told you not to go to Hagrid's, would you have listened to me? Witchling pondered and posed a hypothetical. I don't know. I know very well that Hogwarts forbids night excursions, yet I still followed them out. I cannot say whether I would have heeded your warning had you denied us. Harry and Ron would undoubtedly have disregarded Witchling's words. They were archetypal Gryffindors. And as for herself, the lost points spoke volumes. Thus, Witchling said no more and handed Hermione 3 folded talismans. Your confinement will not be trivial. These are protective charms I crafted, one for each of you. Chapter 24. The Forbidden Forest and the battle 2 days prior to Harry and the others' expedition into the Forbidden Forest, Witchling borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak, determined to accompany them that day. This was not out of concern for their safety, but rather a desire to draw closer and gauge Voldemort's abilities. After all, they were adversaries. During the last Quidditch match, her curse had failed to inflict substantial harm upon them, which left her quite dissatisfied. While casting the spell, she had not expected to cause significant damage to Voldemort. After all, she possessed only his name as a means of leverage, not even a single hair, which was notoriously difficult to procure. She had not managed to obtain a strand of Quirrell's hair, let alone blood or any other materials. Without sufficient mediators, the effectiveness of her curse would be severely diminished. Nevertheless, this disparity continued to irk her. This time, however, the Forbidden Forest was different. Outside the castle, there were virtually no overseers, allowing Witchling to experiment with some formidable destructive spells under the guise of the invisibility cloak. Unsure of which path to take, she recognized that Harry was equipped with a Voldemort detector, which ensured she would not stray from him. This time, devoid of Draco's presence, Harry walked alongside Ron, who had brought Fong, while Hermione accompanied Hagrid. Witchling trailed behind Harry in the darkened depths of the Forbidden Forest, where she often stumbled upon brittle twigs, creating faint sounds. Harry, did you hear something strange? Ron caught the sound of the twigs snapping beneath Witchling's feet. In such an eerie environment, it was undoubtedly disconcerting. Huh, did I? They had been speaking softly to alleviate their fears, which had caused him to overlook Witchling's noise. Witchling softened her movements, and Harry paused to listen, detecting nothing amiss. It seems I must have misheard. Ron scratched his head, returning to his previous bravado. In contrast, another person might have been plagued by paranoia. They continued on, with Witchling deliberately maintaining her distance. This was not solely to avoid alarming them. She observed the unicorn's blood on the ground and discreetly released her cursed insects, allowing them to feast. Although the injury and death of such a pure and beautiful creature was lamentable, to Witchling, they bore little difference from precious resources. Since they were already dead, it would be wasteful not to utilize them. The unicorn's blood indeed possessed remarkable properties. After consuming it, the insects evolved, gaining a significant boost in strength. However, the curse also infiltrated their bodies, diminishing their intelligence. For Witchling, this was not detrimental. She merely required puppets that would follow her commands, as high intelligence could easily turn against her. Yet, she prudently refrained from releasing her most treasured insects, wary of the curse potentially inflicting irreversible damage upon them. Such a loss would be intolerable. Thus, only the lesser, more abundant insects in her possession underwent evolution. Following them closely, as the bloodstains multiplied ahead, she recalled her released insects and hastened to close the gap between herself and Harry's group. With a sudden scream echoing from the front, Witchling deduced they had likely encountered Voldemort. The centaurs would assist in driving him away, yet Witchling did not linger by Harry and Ron's side. Instead, she pursued the direction in which Voldemort fled. Now distanced from Harry, Witchling felt unencumbered by the noise she made, propelling herself like a small cannonball with the aid of the tree trunks. Realizing someone was in pursuit, Voldemort felt a mix of fury and agitation. Previously, he had always been the one to chase others, never the hunted. The recent interference from the centaur had been unwelcome, and he wished to avoid exposing Quirrell's identity, prompting his retreat. Yet now, someone presumed him to be cowardly and vulnerable. He resolved to demonstrate that he was not the prey, but rather the predator. With this determination, Voldemort ceased fleeing, standing tall and awaiting the pursuer's arrival. Witchling spotted a figure with their back turned towards her, a smirk forming on her lips. It was an intentional ploy to lower her guard, yet she understood that Voldemort was facing her direction. "Why are you chasing me?" His voice was a rasping snarl, unmistakably sinister. Witchling recognized that villains often meet their demise through their verbosity. Cloaked in invisibility, she had no need to reveal her location with words. However, she felt compelled to test Voldemort's prowess. With this thought, a dreadful curse was swiftly cast. Quirrell attempted to dodge the attack through agile movements, but his skills were lacking. Voldemort had no choice but to cast a shield charm to prevent Quirrell from being harmed, ensuring he remained in good condition. "Is this all the power you possess?" Voldemort's voice dripped with feigned nonchalance as he mocked Witchling. She remained silent, utilizing the cover of darkness to conceal her presence effectively. Witchling conjured a mirror, calculating the angle carefully, then cast a green light from her wand. The mirror soared through the air, reflecting the light. In Voldemort's eyes, this was profoundly frightening. No one understood the implications of that green light better than he did. Adopting a posture of cautious disbelief, he urged Quirrell to dodge quickly, lest the killing curse find its mark. Chilo, upon hearing his words, strained to evade the attack, yet the emerald light still grazed his robe, startling both him and Voldemort. It was evident that this was not the killing curse, as Chilo had yet to master that incantation. It was merely an illusion, a testament to Voldemort's deep-seated reverence for his own life. Their evasive maneuvers quickly diminished their momentum, while the sorceress stood confidently at an advantageous position, harnessing the winds to unleash a cloud of poisonous powder and the eggs of cursed insects. As the noxious dust and insect eggs neared them, the sorceress drew a pistol from her lower back and fired without hesitation. Although Chilo remained oblivious to the significance of that gunshot, Voldemort's extensive combat experience prompted an immediate counteraction, conjuring 2 ironclad charms to shield them. Nevertheless, the bullet still grazed Chilo's skin, inflicting a searing pain. Following her shot, the sorceress swiftly retreated, having never anticipated that the bullet could inflict substantial harm. It was merely a ruse to divert their attention from the impending poison and cursed eggs. The true test of the potency of the poison and the cursed insects awaited, and the absence of sufficient test subjects was indeed a lamentable predicament. The sorceress found herself reminiscing about the condemned prisoners in the Witch Clan's dungeon. Chapter 25. Examinations and trials. In the ensuing fortnight, Snape's spirits soared, buoyed by Chilo's injury that necessitated his replacement in the defense against the dark arts class. To Harry and Ron, this buoyancy seemed akin to proclaiming, "I have discovered the location of the Philosopher's Stone and devised a means to navigate past the 3-headed dog. I shall retrieve it from beneath the trapdoor." Thus, Harry and Ron grew increasingly concerned for Chilo's well-being. Although his teaching prowess paled in comparison to Snape's, they would gladly welcome Chilo's instruction over enduring Snape's incessant nitpicking. Even more troubling for Harry was the intermittent pain radiating from the scar on his forehead. This discomfort, partly attributable to the sorceress's actions, had resulted from her injuring Chilo and inflicting some harm upon Voldemort, causing the pain that should have been a constant signal to fluctuate erratically, much like a poor connection. The sorceress held no ill will towards Snape's takeover of the class. Not only did she glean a wealth of knowledge from his lessons, but she also contributed significantly to Slytherin's points. Observing the widening chasm in points between Slytherin and Gryffindor, which had expanded to over 200, she managed a sigh of relief. During this period, she juggled her final exam preparations while orchestrating the hatching of cursed eggs to create further complications for Chilo and Voldemort. All in all, she was quite occupied. However, one question lingered in her mind. Why had Chilo yet to take action? When, in the narrative, did the trio traverse the trapdoor? Surely, it could not be after the examinations. By then, the holidays would be upon them. It was ultimately revealed that the plot indeed unfolded post-examinations. As fortune would have it, the interval since Chilo learned from Hagrid how to pacify the three-headed hellhound had elapsed without him seizing the opportunity to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone. He had diligently attended classes until everyone completed their exams. Finally possessing the time to divert his focus elsewhere, he commenced his endeavors. The trio, having previously been puzzled over his decision to sell a dragon egg to Hagrid, were now able to connect the dots after relaxing their minds post-exams. Coincidentally, just in time to follow closely behind Chilo. Truly, a thief encountering a highwayman. What a fortunate happenstance. How did the sorceress possess such clarity? Because she was presently being drawn into action alongside the trio. You must assist us, Sylvia, Hermione implored, grasping the sorceress's hand earnestly. I dare say we could not find a more fitting ally than you. We cannot allow Snape to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, I regret to say. Though he is your head of house, should he acquire it, Voldemort shall return, and you can only imagine how dire the situation would become. The sorceress pondered. Why did I not retire earlier today? Merely because the exams concluded does not warrant aimless wandering. There will be consequences. Look, the repercussions are here. They opened the door, revealing a gentle, melancholic melody of a harp, akin to a candle nearing its extinguishment, flickering its final glow before ceasing altogether. Hermione elucidated the tale of the troll and the music, emphasizing Snape's cunning to sway the sorceress to their side. Harry produced a flute from his pocket, playing a discordant tune. The sorceress assisted Ron and Hermione in moving the dog's paw, then opened the trapdoor. Harry handed the flute to Hermione, eager to descend first. Observing Ron leap down, the sorceress followed closely, reluctant to play the flute that had touched Harry and Hermione's lips. An indirect kiss, perhaps? Well, she was merely being finicky. Upon landing on the devil's snare, the sorceress immediately recalled Professor Sprout's lessons. However, she refrained from resolving the predicament immediately, waiting for Hermione to join her. Otherwise, without the cushion of the devil's snare, Hermione would land unceremoniously on the smooth floor, risking an ankle injury. Yet, the damp and dark texture of the devil's snare was far from pleasant, and the sorceress's patience waned within those fleeting seconds. Once Hermione descended, the sorceress promptly cast a Lumos spell. Fire could easily incinerate them. However, her Lumos was an enhanced version, though not as potent as a flashbang. Its brilliance lingered long enough to compel the devil's snare to release them. Oh dear, was that a Lumos you just used? It could serve as a weapon. My eyes are somewhat blinded. Ron rubbed his eyes vigorously while speaking. Next time, could you give us a heads up before using it? If we cannot stop Snape this time, there may not be a next. Though Harry's eyes also stung from the brightness, he remained cognizant of their purpose for being there. The sorceress bestowed a healing charm upon each of them, patting their shoulders. Enough fooling around, let us proceed. They swiftly arrived at the next challenge, where Ron discerned the shape of the key they needed. The four of them mounted broomsticks, sifting through hundreds of keys in search of the right one. Harry soon identified the appropriate key, and the sorceress suspected that the glasses perched on his nose were mere adornments. Otherwise, she could not fathom how his dynamic vision surpassed her own. Harry directed them to encircle the key, then lunged to capture it. He thrust the struggling key into the lock, unlocking the door. Ron gazed at the wizard's chessboard, contemplating how they might advance. For him, winning the game was not particularly daunting, but ensuring the safe passage of all four of them at minimal cost posed the greatest challenge. While Ron communicated with the pieces, the sorceress stroked her chin in thought, subsequently leading them back behind the previous door. Fortunately, she had previously used a broomstick to prop the door ajar, allowing them to push it open without a key now. Listen, Ron, we three will remain here by the door. You will ensure your safety while you navigate the chess game. I believe, without us, you could certainly finish the game safely, yes? The sorceress fixed her gaze upon Ron. Entrusted with this responsibility, Ron grew anxious but quickly regained his composure, nodding resolutely as he returned to the chessboard. Harry, feeling impatient to proceed, was halted by the sorceress. Harry, how could I permit him to undertake such a perilous game alone? Harry attempted to break free from her grasp. Your going over there would only hinder him. Do you not know your own capabilities in chess? The sorceress spoke sternly, asserting that when one plays chess alone, they undoubtedly know which piece will ultimately triumph. By replacing that piece, she would ensure her own safety. However, should you step forward, he would be compelled to consider your safety, undoubtedly complicating matters for him. Sylvia is right. Harry, you must remain calm, Hermione interjected, clearly having come to a similar realization, and they collectively urged Harry to steady himself. Chapter 26. The initial confrontation on the surface. They patiently awaited for a while until Ron exuberantly called out their names, prompting the trio to emerge. The chessboard lay in disarray, pieces scattered chaotically. Despite the beads of sweat forming on Ron's forehead, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, I did it. Let us hurry. We don't have much time. Hermione retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to him. Ron wiped his brow nonchalantly, and they resumed a brisk pace. Upon entering the next chamber, Hermione could not suppress a gag, exclaiming, Ugh, it stinks. It can't possibly be. Her words trailed off as they beheld a giant creature sprawled on the floor, a gruesome, bloody lump adorning its head, lying motionless on the ground. The sorceress was nearly overwhelmed by nausea, holding her breath and rushing forward in silence, with the others closely trailing behind. Crossing the threshold, the two doors at either end were immediately sealed by flames of contrasting colors. The sorceress, still pinching her nose, gasped for air, finding the creature's foul stench unbearable. Leaving her no time to appreciate the little tricks set by Snape, Hermione began to read the parchment, and the sorceress, listening intently, found the riddle to be rather trivial. Why would Snape presume that? Oh, she recalled, this was England, and within the wizarding world, such puzzles could indeed be deemed challenging. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to remark that constructing such obstacles was ultimately futile. It would be far more effective for each individual to conceal the key to their passage, requiring the gathering of each person's key to approach the Mirror of Erist. That would pose a greater challenge. Snape could easily fill the vials with poison. If anyone wished to enter, they could simply seek him for a potion, while those who naively believed the parchment's contents could meet their demise directly. By the way, did Quirrell not think to rearrange the vials before entering? Such negligence was unacceptable. Were it the sorceress, she certainly would have played a trick. While the sorceress mentally berated the situation, Hermione had already located 2 potions, but frustratingly, they only allowed one person to advance or retreat. Harry declared his intention to seek out Snape, instructing them to wait here. At this point, the sorceress had regained her composure and stepped forward, stating, I have a method that can transport us all. The 3 of them fixed their gazes upon her. 10 seconds later, the sorceress downed the potion from the small vial, picked up 3 silver bracelets from the ground, affixed protective runes upon them, and then traversed through the black flames, entering the final chamber. I initially thought the visitor might be Harry Potter, but why are you here, Miss Sylvia? Quirrell, now entirely fluent, scrutinized the sorceress with curiosity. Harry Potter? Are you referring to him? The sorceress restored the trio to their human forms. Oh, remarkable transfiguration. No wonder Professor McGonagall adores you. You are a Slytherin student. Born into a noble pureblood family, why do you oppose me? Join me in seeking the Philosopher's Stone. The Master will bestow grace upon you. Quirrell attempted to entice the sorceress into submitting to him with a grotesque tattoo. How about you kneel before me, and I shall grant you a mercy, leave you intact. It should be noted that in the film, Quirrell met a rather grim fate. The trio exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by the sorceress's boldness. Yet, she remained unfazed. At such a moment, one ought to speak fiercely, raising the stakes. After all, she was merely 12 years old, a quintessentially dramatic young girl. Harry engaged Quirrell in a congenial dialogue, which included an attempt to vindicate Snape and persuade Harry to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Don't go, Harry. Ron and Hermione each grasped one of Harry's arms, their other hands brandishing wands, warily watching Quirrell. The sorceress stood behind them, cautiously assembling her enchanted firearm, this time equipping it with a silencer to ensure stealth. The 2 first-year wizards' efforts to impede Quirrell were no match for him. Despite his usual demeanor of timidity, he had excelled academically during his school years. Harry stood before the Mirror of Erist, and as Hermione and Ron realized they could not stop him, they attempted to launch magical attacks at Quirrell. However, their efforts were evidently thwarted. Harry had discovered the location of the Philosopher's Stone and, in a moment of panic, brushed his fingers against his pocket. Harry deceived Quirrell, claiming he saw something other than the stone, but this ruse did not fool Voldemort. After exchanging a few words with him, Coral reached to unveil the cloth covering his head. It was at this moment that the sorceress seized her opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 3 rounds. One bullet struck Coral in the forehead, another pierced his heart, and the last penetrated his left eye. Coral had yet to fully remove the cloth when he became immobile, blood gushing forth as he slowly collapsed to the ground. One must commend the resilience of wizards. Despite being struck fatally, he remained alive as he fell. However, the sorceress would not afford him the chance to recover and fired 2 more shots. The astonished young wizards witnessed Coral's soul drifting from his body, transforming into a ghost of Hogwarts, marked by several holes, staring vacantly at them. The sorceress, having encountered numerous spirits, felt no fear towards the ghost she had slain. Rather, she approached to ascertain whether Voldemort still lingered. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that Voldemort had already vanished, leaving her perplexed. How had he managed to disappear? Although her bullets were enchanted, it seemed improbable that Quirrell had become a ghost while his soul was entirely obliterated. Moreover, the sorceress had not observed any soul departing. Otherwise, she would have certainly pursued it. Thus, was there an unseen paranormal phenomenon at play? I'm weary. Let us seek sustenance in the kitchen. The sorceress proposed to the somewhat dazed trio. What did you just use? That was astonishing. Ron, hailing from a pure wizarding lineage, was unfamiliar with firearms. A gun. The sorceress replied succinctly. I've heard of those. My father mentioned they belonged to Muggle Aurors, Ron recalled. Upon hearing this term, he connected the dots. They are police officers. Not Aurors, Hermione corrected him, regaining her focus, and not only police officers possess guns. Chapter 27, Reflections After the Incident. Muggle guns are exceptionally powerful, capable of slaying wizards. Ron remarked, still in shock. Hand you a knife, and you could stab a wizard too, but guns are undeniably impressive and effective. Nevertheless, we must leave now. The sorceress urged them to depart. Wait a moment. Ron suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening. You killed him, Sylvia. Although Quirrell was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, might you not face expulsion? The possibility left Hermione and Harry frozen in place, cautiously eyeing the sorceress. I don't believe so, came Dumbledore's voice from behind them. Miss, which has been of tremendous assistance to us and has ensured your safety, Professor. Harry turned to see Dumbledore, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, as his earlier tension dissipated upon hearing the wise man's words. However, just as Harry was about to respond, he noticed Snape emerging from behind Dumbledore, causing him to adopt a wary expression. Snape approached the body of Quirrell, crouching down to examine it, seemingly oblivious to the ethereal, pearl-white specter floating above. The realm of souls was far from his academic pursuits. Well, you all must be fatigued after a long night. Return and rest. And if none of you are injured, please visit my office tomorrow afternoon. The password is lemon sorbet. Dumbledore had intended to inquire about their entire ordeal, but upon noticing the weariness etched on their faces, he decided to exercise patience for the time being. I think you might be a tad too lenient, Snape remarked, his gaze sweeping over the 4 of them, 3 Gryffindors and 1 Slytherin. Regardless of the reasons, wandering the school at night without sleeping contravenes school rules. If all were to receive the same penalty, Gryffindor's points would suffer greatly. Yet, considering the negligible point difference between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Snape felt no compulsion to deduct points, confident that Gryffindor's standing could not deteriorate further. With that thought, he shot a sharp glare at the witch. Had she not been present, Gryffindor's points would have undoubtedly taken a significant hit. Having been caught by the professor, the witch dared not venture to the kitchen and return to her dormitory, resolving to combat her hunger through slumber. This method proved effective, yet the consequence was that she awoke before 6 the following morning, magically boiling water, then cooling it to transform a cup of plain water into grape juice. With her stomach begrudgingly satisfied, she returned to bed for a brief respite until breakfast was served. Though the parasites within her body typically required substantial energy, she regularly replenished her reserves, never waiting until hunger struck to consider nourishment. With 3 meals and snacks throughout the day, she ensured they were never deprived. However, after a night of evident hunger, she had waited until now to eat, much to the dismay of her pampered parasites. As a result, her breakfast appeared remarkably copious. Fortunately, the dining hall was nearly empty, otherwise, her consumption would have been quite embarrassing. After 20 minutes of eating, a second student entered the hall, visibly surprised upon seeing her. Good morning, Miss Witch. Good morning, Diggory. While she was not particularly familiar with students in her year, Cedric, having been highlighted for his good looks, left a stronger impression on her. They exchanged brief pleasantries before falling into silence. 10 minutes later, Cedric departed, while she continued her meal, unperturbed by his absence. After all, girls, especially Slytherins, often maintained decorum and elegance, allowing for a slower dining pace. After a while, as the hall began to fill, she set down her utensils and gracefully exited. Knowing Dumbledore requested their presence in the afternoon, they found a spot to gather in the morning. Will anyone believe us when we reveal the truth? That we first-year students killed a professor? Although Dumbledore claimed we wouldn't be expelled, Hermione, despite her year of study here, recalled Muggle laws and began to feel anxious. It should be fine. The professors will handle it, Ron replied nonchalantly, demonstrating a stark contrast in perspectives. She should be all right, thought the witch. Recalling how Harry faced Voldemort alone, with Quirrell dead, and no one pursued the matter. He was hailed as a hero, and surely she would not be expelled simply for not being the protagonist. If that were the case, she would seek revenge on society. Harry felt justified in their actions against Voldemort's minion, redirecting his focus to another matter. Sylvia, how did you come by a gun? I brought it back from home during Christmas and modified it to incorporate magic, the witch replied nonchalantly. Isn't that considered a prohibited item? Ron scratched his head. If the professors find out, wouldn't that put you in danger? Having meticulously studied the school rules, she confidently asserted. There's nothing in the rules that prohibits bringing a gun. Besides you, who would think of bringing a gun to a school of magic? He remarked, incredulous. Are you feeling unwell? Harry noticed a sharpness in her words that was uncharacteristic of her, prompting his inquiry. The witch glanced at him and shook her head. I was merely contemplating why I didn't examine my desires before the mirror of Erist last night. I'm quite curious about what my heart truly yearns for. Where do you think Dumbledore will place it afterward? Harry shrugged. I don't know. It seems only Dumbledore would have that knowledge. Yet it would be impossible for the witch to inquire about it. Having grown somewhat familiar with these three, she felt more at ease conversing with them, but with Dumbledore. They were still strangers, and keeping a distance felt wiser. After lunch, the four of them, with hearts laden with trepidation or indifference, anxiously awaited the appointed time. The witch preferred not to dwell on their demeanor during the meal. After all, one should simply enjoy their food without overthinking, lest it lead to indigestion. Besides, Harry ought to eat more. Another month of summer vacation would be arduous. Chapter 28. The Lion in Love and the Farmer. The four children stood before the door of the headmaster's office, initially intending to gather their thoughts before uttering the password. But unexpectedly, as they approached, the door swung open. Come in, welcomed Dumbledore with a kind smile. You have arrived just in time. Upon entering, they discovered Snape was also present, prompting them to adopt a more compliant demeanor. Professor Snape, they greeted him. Since learning from Quirrell that Snape had been genuinely trying to assist them, the trio's feelings toward him had grown complex. Yet, years of prejudice could not be dismantled in an instant, and they had no intention of apologizing to Snape. Snape appeared impatient at their presence, yet for reasons unknown. He chose not to leave, opting instead to occupy another chair in silence, his sullen expression instilling a sense of dread in the trio. Dumbledore, with his characteristic warmth, remarked, Severus, do not always wear such a stern face. Just look at these vibrant students. Do you not feel a few years younger in their presence? Snape felt an overwhelming urge to tear the old man's face from his head. Gazing at these dim-witted children filled with folly only made him feel older. Dumbledore inquired about the events that transpired, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione supplemented each other's accounts. Although the witch was privy to much, certain details fell outside her experience and memory of the original text, rendering her mostly silent. Originally, Dumbledore intended to offer them further consolation. Yet Snape's mere presence posed a significant challenge to their nerves, rendering them less relaxed than when they were alone with Dumbledore. Is that all? Snape observed the prolonged silence in their conversation and stood up to inquire. There should be nothing else. Dumbledore shifted his gaze to the young wizards, who promptly shook their heads in unison. Very well, Miss Witch, please follow me. With that, Snape opened the door to the headmaster's office and stepped outside first. The witch scanned Dumbledore's face for any signs of distress, but found none, and thus followed Snape out. Headmaster, is Sylvia in any danger? Harry asked anxiously as the trio watched her depart. Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Harry. Why would you think such a thing? Severus is a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin House. How could anything happen to Miss Witch while she is in his company? However, Harry lowered his head, expressing, I feel that Professor Snape harbors some resentment towards me. No, he does not harbor any animosity. He has always been protective of you, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. The witch, unaware of the exchange between Dumbledore and Harry, trailed behind Snape until they reached his office. Sit, Snape commanded succinctly. The witch, unafraid of him, casually chose a seat. Miss Witch, I wish to ascertain the nature of the weapon you used to kill Quirrell. Snape settled behind his desk, his eyes fixed on her with the intensity of a hawk. Are you referring to this? The witch placed a handgun on the table. It is a semi-automatic firearm, a Muggle contraption. Snape's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, yet he accepted the handgun and examined it closely. After his inspection, he inquired, There appears to be magic imbued within. Do you practice alchemy? A little. The gun is pre-made. Inscribing a few magical runes is not particularly challenging, the witch replied. This is a prohibited item, Snape stated. The witch averted her gaze from his eyes, focusing instead on the gun. The school regulations did not explicitly prohibit firearms. Yet this item is exceedingly dangerous, and Dumbledore has deemed it necessary to confiscate it. Snape's comment made the witch realize who was to blame. A trace of satisfaction lingered in his heart at having outsmarted Dumbledore, that old be always calculating others, and continually assigning such thankless tasks to him. He had no desire to stir up trouble. Is that so? However, firearms are easily obtained, and inscribing magical runes is a simple task. The regulations do not state that I cannot carry one. Even if you confiscate it, I could effortlessly create another, albeit with better concealment. Snape grasped the implication of her words. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in such matters, but considering student safety, he resolved to align with Dumbledore's perspective and elaborate further. The school is quite safe. There is no need for you to carry such a perilous object. The witch scoffed internally. The coming years would witness Hogwarts becoming increasingly tumultuous, and it was rather audacious to claim safety. However, she retorted, perhaps. Yet I place greater trust in my own capabilities than in the false sense of security provided by others. Snape recognized that her previous compliance was merely a facade. Within the school, your magical prowess is exceptional, and you possess an undisclosed system of magic. No student could possibly harm you. In fact, it is others who may find you more perilous. What need is there for a firearm? But what of the professors, such as Quirrell, who harbors ill intent? And Gilderoy Lockhart, the troublemaker, the substitute Moody, that forgettable pink toad, and, of course, you, the double agent? The witch's words struck a nerve with Snape, who furrowed his brow, appearing quite displeased. Little did he know that her criticisms encompassed a far wider scope, though he fell within it. Not every year will you encounter such professors. While not everyone may admire you, none will harbor such hatred as to wish for your demise. You can rest assured. I have stated before, Professor, that I will not entrust my safety to others. The witch lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes reflecting a formidable resolve. I have heard a muggle fable about a lion that fell in love with a farmer's daughter. The farmer, unwilling to allow the marriage, was too frightened to refuse. Having grown up in the muggle world, Snape believed he knew much and felt a twinge of impatience, but chose to listen to her tale nonetheless. Eventually, the farmer devised a plan, telling the lion, I believe you are well suited for my daughter, but she fears your sharp teeth and claws. If you were to remove them, I would consent to the union. Surely, the lion would be too foolish to remove his own teeth and claws. Snape interjected with a hint of sarcasm. The witch refrained from revealing that the lion was indeed that foolish, instead flashing a victorious smile. So, Professor, why would you assume that I would willingly relinquish my own teeth and claws? Chapter 29, the conclusion of the first year. As the evening beckoned the end of your feast, Snape, upon realizing the witch's reluctance to surrender her firearm, simply waved her away, deciding that if Dumbledore had any further grievances, he could address them directly with this little giant. He was no longer inclined to intervene. Shortly after exiting Snape's office, the trio approached with a measure of concern, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon learning that the witch had encountered no harm. Harry recounted to her everything Dumbledore had said following her departure, roughly detailing how her father had saved Snape, and in return, Snape safeguarded him. The witch offered no definitive opinion, merely stating, in any case, he is trustworthy. Everyone has their preferences, and whether he likes or dislikes us is of little consequence. With ample time before the feast commenced, the witch, uninterested in her grades or philosophical discussions with others, made her way directly back to the Slytherin common room. Inside the common room, few were present, save for Draco and his entourage. Upon spotting the witch, Draco remarked with displeasure, I saw you with Potter and the others. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Oh, the witch retorted nonchalantly, unconcerned, as the semester was drawing to a close, and by September 1st, Draco would likely have forgotten all about it. I fail to understand. Potter is one thing, but Weasley is a blood traitor, and that mud blood. Best keep your distance from them, Draco admonished, his tone laced with condescension. Do you know what they did yesterday? The witch interjected with an unrelated topic. This has spread throughout the school, Draco replied, a hint of anger evident on his face. That Potter is always seeking the spotlight. I was with them yesterday as well, the witch disclosed. Draco felt he had found a point of contention, immediately exclaiming, You were out at night, and you were caught. Thankfully, the professor did not deduct points from you. Otherwise, the Slytherin House Cup could have fallen to Ravenclaw. The witch quickly formed a justification for herself. However, I believe Dumbledore might seize upon this incident to award points. You know he has always favored Gryffindor. If I were to lose points, Gryffindor would incur far greater penalties, but if points are awarded, it could narrow the gap a little. Draco acknowledged the validity of her statement, having long held a disdain for Dumbledore. He is getting old. The next headmaster should be our own house's professor. He is immensely powerful, and my father would support Professor Snape. The spirit of the witch harbored no particular feelings regarding the infatuation of this fellow who incessantly called for his father. After Severus Snape served a brief term as headmaster, he vanished, and the subsequent headmaster hailed from Gryffindor. TSK, one wonders if Draco's words were perhaps a curse. As evening descended and she entered the Great Hall, the witch took her seat beside Draco, having secured a position in Slytherin that was second only to his. In truth, she preferred a mid-ranking seat, one that would allow her to blend in unobtrusively, evading the notice of her peers. Yet, at Draco's behest, she found herself seated here. Such is the way of plans that are thwarted by the whims of fate. Nevertheless, it was wise to stand out a little in Slytherin to avoid being bullied. Upon Dumbledore's arrival, he offered a few brief remarks before commencing the awards ceremony for the House Cup. Before tallying the events of the previous night, the scores for the four houses stood thus. Fourth place was undoubtedly Gryffindor, with a mere 307 points. Had the witch recalled this set of scores, she would have recognized that Gryffindor's total was 5 points lower than in the original narrative. In third place was Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Second place went to Ravenclaw, boasting 429 points, 3 more than originally recorded. Slytherin, as the first place house, achieved a score of 527 points, exceeding the original by 55 points. Draco's evasion of capture during the nighttime escapade had contributed an additional 20 points to the total. Furthermore, the witch's commendable performance in class perhaps obscured the brilliance that rightfully belonged to other Slytherin students, thus augmenting their overall score by an additional 35 points. Calculating the figures, the witch noted that Slytherin surpassed Gryffindor by an impressive 220 points. Such a chasm was insurmountable, unless Dumbledore were to grant each member of the trio an additional 100 points, which would also benefit the witch. The House Cup was undoubtedly destined for Slytherin. Indeed, this turned out to be the case, as Dumbledore, mirroring the original narrative, awarded Ron and Hermione an additional 50 points each, while Harry received 60 points, and Neville garnered 10 points, elevating Gryffindor's total to 477 points. The witch, too, received an additional 60 points, resulting in Slytherin's total of 587 points, thereby widening the gap to 110 points. Slytherin had never achieved such a high score, and with first place no longer in doubt, they aspired for personal breakthroughs. Consequently, the cheers from Slytherin were thunderous, nearly shaking the very foundations of the Great Hall. Draco, filled with excitement, embraced the witch, causing her to momentarily stiffen. Unaware, he released her and clapped his hands vigorously, only to feel a chill at the back of his head when Dumbledore's booming voice called for silence. He glanced around, receiving a warning glance from Zabini. The witch, oblivious to this exchange, focused solely on her meal. When the examination results were announced, the witch had anticipated Hermione would claim the top spot, or that they would share it, but to her surprise, Hermione ranked second. Initially, their scores in other subjects had been closely aligned, yet Snape had deliberately nitpicked Hermione's potions exam, allowing the witch to edge ahead by the slimmest of margins to claim the title of top student. The witch felt somewhat undeserving of this victory, but Snape was unlikely to alter his judgment. After all, the scholarships for first and second place were nearly equivalent. Moreover, Hermione bore no significant resentment, believing she should simply strive to excel in other subjects, so the witch chose not to dwell on it further. On the day of departure from school, Harry inquired of the witch, "May I come to play with you during the summer? I remember your address. It's only 2 streets away from my aunt's house." The witch recalled a previous letter and shook her head. "I will return to China for the summer, only coming back just before school starts. I will bring you a birthday gift." Harry appeared somewhat disheartened, but the invitation from Ron offered a glimmer of hope for the days ahead. Chapter 30, The Witch Clan and Training Ground 9. The witch traversed a path through the woods, the sweltering southern heat proving unbearable, her attire scanty. Yet, despite this, the surrounding mosquitoes dared not bite her. The Ministry of Magic mandated that young witches and wizards refrain from using magic during the summer, a decree that held little weight for the witch. Initially, the trace on her wand had been effective, but as the distance increased, it soon severed. She cast the levitation charm without hesitation, effortlessly maneuvering her multitude of belongings through the thicket. Before long, the trees thinned, and the landscape opened up to reveal clusters of homes. However, this was not her destination. She had to traverse the village and ascend the mountain beyond, where the witch clan resided. The village at the foot of the mountain had long served as a cover, though it had become a mere facade, as census efforts left the witch clan with nowhere to hide, and the authorities employed a cadre of remarkable individuals. Upon reaching the entrance of the witch clan, she rummaged through her luggage for the key. Unlike a wizard's key, entry into the witch clan required a credential. The house elves of Hogwarts were remarkably adept at packing luggage, yet the overflowing suitcase made the search rather tedious. Once she located the key and opened the door, She realized she could not fit everything back into her suitcase. Reluctantly, she stuffed as much as she could, resorting to using the levitation charm for the remainder. As for Annabelle, who had chosen to lounge about rather than pack, the witch tethered her hair with a rope and dragged her along. There would be no indulgence for her. "Sister Witch, the high priest is waiting for you," he said to find him directly upon your return. "Let me help you with your luggage." Just as she stepped into the witch clan, a young girl intercepted her. "But I've just returned. Can't my uncle allow me a couple of days of leisure first?" She lamented, handing over all her luggage to the under 10-year-old girl while dragging Annabelle along. After all, they had both endured a year of slumber together, so they should share the burden. By the way, which cousin was this again? Arriving outside the courtyard of Wu Hong, the witch took a deep breath before knocking on the door. "Come in." The voice was cool and distant. Upon entering, the witch kept her gaze downward, suppressing her eyes. Her tone laced with a hint of flattery. "Uncle, what business brings you to summon me? It has been 2 or 3 years since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. It's been 2 or 3 years since you last visited, and I thought you had gone wild out there. However, it seems you have become more articulate than before," Wu Hong remarked, engrossed in paperwork without lifting his head. "Of course, it's been 2 or 3 years. What is the difference? It's better to not have seen each other for 2 or 3 decades. If I didn't know how to speak in front of you, I would have had my tongue cut out long ago. I've never encountered someone so severe since my previous life," the witch internally scoffed. Yet on the surface, she maintained her composure. "I brought back some local specialties for you. Unfortunately, my belongings were sent to my mother's courtyard by my cousin. Shall I send them to you later? You might want to return me sooner rather than later. I assumed the specialty you mentioned was the one you're carrying. Though she may lack strength, she certainly looks fierce." Wu Hang's eyes swept over Annabelle, revealing the same disdain he had shown toward the witch in the past. "She is so ugly. How could I possibly accept her as a gift from you, uncle?" Wuling was utterly indifferent to Annabelle's reaction upon hearing her disparaging remarks. She was well aware of Wu Hang's aesthetic preferences. If she were to truly deliver Annabelle to him, she might as well prepare herself for a clean demise. "The reason for your presence here is to convey a singular message. I have heard that your interactions with your classmates this academic year have not been particularly harmonious. I have previously advised you not to be overly solitary, yet it appears my words have not resonated with you." A cold sweat broke out on Wuling's back as she cautiously replied, "I have indeed made a few friends." Wu Hang chuckled softly. "Do not attempt to placate me with such trivialities. Am I not aware of your temperament? Very well, since you cannot become the high priestess, I must consider your future. It would be prudent for you to amend your disposition. While I do not expect you to lay your heart bare to them, you must at least maintain a facade of civility. For today, we shall let it be, but starting tomorrow, you will report to training ground number 9. As he spoke, Wu Hang tossed an envelope from the table to Wuling. "This contains your training schedule for the next month. Open it only upon your arrival at the training ground. Number 9? Wuling gasped in astonishment. Training ground number 9 was the most prestigious training facility of the Witch clan, famously dubbed the Land of the Immortal, as its name implies. Within that training ground, one could not perish, regardless of the circumstances. In truth, if a high priest of the Witch clan were nearing the end of their lifespan, they could prolong their existence by remaining within training ground number 9. However, their caution forbade such a languid existence, hence it was perpetually utilized as a training ground. Upon entering, the sole mandate was to train rigorously to the point of exhaustion. Thus, despite the relatively lenient entry requirements of training ground number 9 compared to others, few were inclined to engage in its demanding regime. Wuling was eager to unveil the contents of the envelope to discern her training agenda, yet even without Wu Hang's warning, she understood the necessity of restraint. The act of opening the envelope could very well lead to her demise. While she could respawn infinitely within the training ground, death outside was irrevocable. Although the Witch clan possessed the ability to commune with the heavens and could revive individuals shortly after their demise, not every manner of death permitted such a chance. Who could fathom the nature of her potential death and whether resurrection was feasible? Life was singular, and Wuling cherished her existence dearly. As she stepped out of Wu Hang's courtyard, Wuling couldn't resist glancing back for a fleeting moment before resolutely turning away and departing. It was a pity to waste his beautifully flowing white hair. Though Wuling harbored a fondness for white-haired individuals and found Wu Hang exquisitely handsome, years of rigorous training had rendered her immune to his allure, unlike the sorcerers who supported consanguineous marriages to preserve pure bloodlines. The Witch clan had long recognized the prohibitions against such unions dating back to ancient times. The clan could communicate with the cosmos. Despite Fuxi and Yuhua being siblings united in matrimony, their directives disallowed incest among humans. Even though the Witch clan wielded formidable powers, they remained classified as human until their ascension. In this modern era of technological advancement, the Witch clan had acquired some understanding of biological genetics. Yet they still regarded consanguineous marriages as a curse rather than a mere genetic flaw. This was a family steeped in both feudalism and scientific contradiction. Yet it remained an enigmatic lineage capable of bridging the realms of heaven and earth. Chapter 31. Surprises at the training ground. Upon returning home, Wuling found the house deserted, yet she paid it no mind. She moved her belongings back to her room and began rummaging for something to eat. After finishing her lunch and reviewing her textbooks for the second academic year, Wu Yue and Regulus finally returned home at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing Wuling, they expressed mild surprise. "What brings you back today?" Wuling replied, "The summer break has commenced. My uncle requested my return." Wu Yue's memory seemed to resurface. "Oh dear. It appears he did mention this. I had completely forgotten today was the day." Wuling quipped, "No doubt, it's unmistakably my biological mother. We overlooked it. Since you returned today unprepared, let us keep dinner simple, and I shall prepare a grand feast for you tomorrow. How does that sound?" Wu Yue, having not seen her daughter in quite some time, was particularly warm on the first day of the holiday. "My uncle instructed me to report to Training Ground No. 9 starting tomorrow. Inside, one can be revived even after death, but I am uncertain how long this training will confine me. Perhaps my entire holiday will vanish once I enter." Number 9. How could it be that place? Wu Yue, having previously endured a harrowing experience within, felt a tremor of fear at the thought, wondering if there had been a mistake. "I shall seek him out." Without waiting for Wuling's response, Wu Yue hurriedly exited. Wuling made no effort to stop her and turned her attention to conversing with Regulus about recent events in the sorcerer community. "Have you met Sirius?" Regulus, having kept abreast of developments within the wizarding world, was aware of Sirius' imprisonment in Azkaban. "No. The folks in England are entirely unaware of my status as the heir of the Black family," Wuling replied with a hint of detachment. "That is for the best. The fugitive Death Eaters will not be able to enlist your aid in resurrecting the Dark Lord." Regulus paused momentarily, then deemed Wuling's approach to be quite prudent. The Black family appeared to have become irrevocably tied to Voldemort. Aside from their vast wealth, they could only bring Wuling trouble. Severing her ties to the Black family in favor of silently amassing her fortune was indeed a path to survival. Regulus then inquired about Wuling's life at school, asking if she had made any friends or encountered any conflicts with her classmates, embodying the quintessential concerned father. Wuling had long outgrown the age where parental affection was needed, and such inquiries only served to leave her feeling uncomfortable. Before long, Wu Yue returned, not mentioning the earlier conversation. Wuling anticipated this outcome. Her uncle's decisions were not subject to opposition. The following morning, after breakfast, Wuling set off for the training ground. While the entry requirements for Training Ground No. 9 were relatively lenient, its location was quite secluded, necessitating an escort even for Wuling, the High Priestess's niece. Upon arriving at the entrance, the individual accompanying her halted, evidently apprehensive about entering. Thus, Wuling had no choice but to push the door open herself. Upon entering the training ground, she discovered it was devoid of any other individuals. The facility was divided into 20 individual rooms, and Wuling was assigned room number 14, an ominous designation. Room number 14 was quite expansive, roughly the size of half a football field, yet it contained various stone boxes, likely intended for agility training. With this thought, Wuling felt a slight easing of her anxiety. She surveyed her surroundings for a few moments before retrieving the envelope given to her by Wuling. For reasons unknown, her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, and as she tore open the envelope, her hands trembled violently. Taking a deep breath, she slowly extracted its contents, a photograph. As her gaze briefly scanned the image, a piercing scream erupted from behind a nearby box, accompanied by a bout of sobbing. Wuling froze in shock. She had not anticipated the presence of others and was startled, causing her to drop the photograph. Instinctively reluctant to dwell on the implications, the training content forced its way into her mind, awakening long-buried memories. SCP-096, the Shy Guy. A humanoid entity approximately 23 meters tall, devoid of hair, with most of its skin lacking pigmentation and arms extending 15 meters in length. His demeanor is typically gentle, yet the moment anyone lays eyes on his face, whether through photographs, videos, or any other medium, he becomes acutely aware, and will surmount any obstacle to reach that individual and rend them to shreds. How outrageous! Wuling could hardly fathom that her dear uncle would devise such a morally bankrupt training regimen for her. Clearly, the Wu clan possesses a means to subdue 096, using him as a training tool confined within Training Ground 9. Otherwise, even if a trainer were to defeat 096 upon leaving the training ground, they would inevitably be pursued and slain by him. Contemplating this, Wuling felt a slight sense of relief. But then again, this was 096. For the foreseeable future, she would be at the mercy of relentless assaults. At this juncture, 096 had ceased his weeping and had entered the phase of lethal intent. Originally, Wuling had intended to maintain her distance, but the spacious training ground now seemed to constrict around her, leaving her with no options for escape. She caught sight of a white figure darting from behind a large crate, hurtling directly towards her, with its elongated arms flailing in the air. Wu Ling dared not underestimate the situation. Although she knew that 096 was currently in a state of unstoppable fury, rendering most attacks ineffective against him, she still wished to mount a defense. She unleashed a barrage of poisonous gas and insects upon him, but her wand was far too sluggish and prone to breakage, so she opted to forego its use. Instead, she raised her enchanted firearm and aimed it in 096's direction. The pistol's magazine held a scant number of rounds, 6 bullets, 5 of which struck their mark, but 096 showed no sign of slowing. How on earth was she supposed to fight back? Wu Ling cursed under her breath. Leaping onto the wall of room 14, using her momentum to climb to the ceiling, clinging to it like a spider. Yet, this maneuver did not free her from 096's grasp. His form became a blur, his speed noticeably increasing as he leapt beside her, his slender arms reaching for her ankle. Wu Ling twisted her waist, executing a kick with a position almost impossible for a human, attempting to repel 096. But her resistance proved futile. 096 seemed to adhere to the ceiling itself, releasing both hands to seize her ankle. In the next instant, Wu Ling felt herself hurled to the ground, her final sight engulfed in a crimson haze. Chapter 32, the start of second year. On the Hogwarts Express, Wu Ling sat in a compartment, her head resting against the window as she gazed at the students and parents on the platform, her expression serene, as if she had shed all worldly desires. Time passed unmeasured until a knock echoed at the compartment door. "Hello, is there a Sylvia here?" Upon hearing Hermione's voice, Wu Ling instinctively offered her a radiant smile. Memories flooding back. "Long time no see, Hermione. How was your summer?" This warm greeting made Hermione hesitate, her foot poised at the threshold, as if she had seen a ghost. "So, overly enthusiastic, it's a bit much. Are you really Sylvia?" Although Hermione felt that the likelihood of her being an imposter was slim, the possibility lingered. "It's me," Wu Ling admitted, feeling her own demeanor was perhaps excessive. She rubbed her face, beckoning. "Come in, don't linger at the door." Cautiously, Hermione brought her luggage into the compartment and took a seat opposite Wu Ling. "What exactly are you?" Hermione inquired, still preoccupied with Wu Ling's earlier behavior. Wu Ling recalled the origins of her transformation and couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. "There's a reason for this. Let's just say I made 2 friends over the summer." "Did you initiate the friendships?" Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes," reflecting on her journey towards friendship. Wu Ling felt tears welling up inside. In Training Ground 9, though she had been torn apart by 096 countless times, she would resurrect within mere minutes, only to repeat the cycle of death. Initially, she could barely endure 1 or 2 minutes, but after countless renditions, she reached a stalemate where neither could overpower the other. She had thought that achieving this equilibrium fulfilled her training objectives. But Wu Hong informed her that her true goal was to compel 096 to cease his attempts on her life. If she failed to accomplish this within 10 days, he would confine SCP-173 alongside her. Wu Ling had nearly lost her composure, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is SCP-173? The creature that materializes beside you the moment you divert your gaze, swiftly breaking your neck. To confine them both in a single room. How could one even hope to manage that?" Wu Ling had spent nearly half a month grappling with 096. If 173 were introduced, she would be thrust back into her previous torment. Reluctantly, she devised various strategies to persuade 096 to abandon his violent inclinations. Ultimately, they forged an unexpected friendship. "See, making friends isn't so difficult, is it?" Wu Hong smirked, but Wu Ling resisted the urge to retaliate. Yet, even after befriending 096, she endured a week battling 173 before successfully forming another friendship. It was truly a tale of sorrow for those who heard it. However, through this summer's training, Wu Ling's agility had improved remarkably. Even if a horde of Death Eaters confronted her, they would likely struggle to graze her cloak. A silver lining, perhaps. Are they getting along well? Hermione recalled the awkward encounter she had with Wu Ling in Diagon Alley, feeling a twinge of envy. "Well enough. It's a matter of life or death. By the way, have you seen Harry and Ron?" Hermione decided to change the subject, granting both herself and Wu Ling a reprieve. Wu Ling replied, "Not yet." She had only just remembered that those two would be flying to school. While she felt a tinge of curiosity, the thought of their impending detention upon arriving at Hogwarts extinguished her interest. Strange, did they miss the school bus? Hermione suggested they search for them together. Wu Ling agreed, yet as they walked, they were met with disparaging gazes from several pure-blooded classmates. However, Wu Ling remained unfazed. Truly, after such an unforgettable summer, who could further dampen her spirits? The answer was unequivocally no one. Draco managed to restrain himself from interfering, merely keeping his distance from Wu Ling, seemingly displeased with her association with Hermione, a Muggle-born. Yet Zabini was unable to contain himself. "Sylvia, I need to speak with you." He intercepted Wu Ling, who was searching for Harry and Ron, and with a glance, urged Hermione to step away. The two girls exchanged glances, and Hermione said, "I'll let you handle this. I'll check the other compartments." As Zabini wished to converse with Wu Ling, it was only natural that they would not do so in the corridor, thus he signaled to Draco. Reluctantly, Draco departed with Goyle and Crabbe, vacating the compartment for their conversation. Wu Ling sensed something was amiss. With the obstructive individuals gone, Zabini invited her to sit down. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Wu Ling, sensing the seriousness of the situation, took the initiative to speak first. "Don't you think there is something wrong with your actions?" Zabini interjected. "Being friendly with that mudblood is an affront to your status. And as for the Weasley family, they are viewed as traitors among purebloods. I advise you to tread carefully. I perceive myself as an individual of independent character, and the decision to forge friendships with them is, of course, a matter of profound contemplation. It is certainly not born out of fear of undergoing another training session next summer. Do you not consider your family, allowing them to bear such disgrace due to a fleeting whim?" Zabini fails to comprehend this. There are hardly any left on my father's side. I am free to make my own choices. As for my mother's side, the thought of the Wu lineage momentarily flickered through my mind, and it trembled imperceptibly. They do not shun amicable relations with Muggles. Given this, as a Slytherin endowed with a sense of honor, I ought to convey your family's ideals to other pureblood families. While Zabini undoubtedly harbors affection for me, he is far more concerned with the prestige of pureblood families. I remain noncommittal to this. Do as you wish. But if you are to relay my family's beliefs to other pureblood families, it would be prudent to add a caveat." "What is that?" "The number of combat-capable members of the Wu clan has never dipped below 500 at any given time." I casually dropped this bombshell, delighting in the dramatic change in Zabini's countenance. The entire wizarding community in Britain, excluding underage wizards, comprises only a handful of individuals, and in China, the number merely reflects that of a single family. How terrifying. However, what I did not disclose is that the Wu clan consists of 12 major branches, each of which is not particularly harmonious with the others. But what does it matter? The Wu clan has but one patriarch and one high priest, capable of uniting as a single force at any moment. Zabini is acutely aware that such a colossal family is not one he can afford to offend. It is not merely the Zabini family. Only the entirety of the British wizarding community, united, could possibly rival them in numbers. Yet, the conundrum lies in the fact that the British wizarding community itself is subtly divided into two factions, with little prospect of reconciliation within the next decade. Even if pureblood families harbored reservations about their ideals, they could never blindly confront them. After all, they pursue the glory of pureblood. If pureblood families were to be utterly annihilated, what glory could there be to discuss? It is frustrating to detest, but be incapable of retaliating. Nonetheless, at this moment, Zabini remains merely a 12-year-old child, struggling internally despite having some notions of weighing advantages and disadvantages. There is no escape. Having been indoctrinated with the ideals of pureblood glory from a young age, even if his mind could pivot, he remains obstinately stuck at this impasse. Youth, after all, lacks the breadth of life experience, and one could hardly expect Draco or other new Slytherins to even consider this layer of complexity. However, were it Lucius in the same situation, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to align Draco with them immediately. In the face of Muggles, his stance would be that he profits from them, yet this does not hinder his disdain. Conversely, when confronted with someone like me, his approach would shift to a facade of cordiality, despite harboring contempt, as I offer far too much in return. Ideological differences are not a significant issue. At the very least, I am pure blood. While Draco seems fervently committed to the notion of pure blood, his father is undoubtedly a quintessential opportunist, adept at shifting allegiances. Although I perceive Draco's intentions, I do not feel compelled to lower myself to appease him, nor do I wish to wield other leverage to induce regret in Zabini. To be precise, I harbor no affection for Zabini. While he possesses decent looks, he is not exceptionally striking, and the allure of foreign beauty fades too swiftly. Most importantly, our worldviews are incompatible. Thus, I departed before he could display any further inclination. Upon confirming Hermione's whereabouts, I discovered she had returned to the previous compartment, and I followed suit. Hermione did not inquire about my conversation with Zabini. Rather, she expressed her anxiety, stating, "I searched the entire carriage and did not see either of them. They surely did not miss the train, did they?" I nodded. "It seems that is indeed the case. Once we arrive at school, we shall ascertain the truth." I felt little concern, yet Hermione appeared distinctly troubled. I found myself unable to reassure her. as I could not divulge my knowledge of the plot's trajectory, nor could I guarantee that they were safe, although they would arrive in style, even if punished with detention. Gryffindor's adventurous spirit would likely lead them to admire their courage. Initially, I thought we could fast forward to the sorting ceremony for the new students, but upon disembarking the train, I was startled by several gasps from the crowd, including Hermione's. "Goodness, what is that?" she exclaimed, pointing in a particular direction. I listened to Hagrid calling the new students to board the boats and turned to see what Hermione had indicated. It was the Thestrals. I caught sight of the emaciated black horses. Yet, only those who have witnessed death may see them. Hermione halted her words abruptly. She had witnessed death firsthand just last semester when she saw me vanquish Quirrell. We boarded the carriage drawn by the Thestrals, making our way toward the castle. Once at the tables of our respective houses, Hermione anxiously scanned the surroundings and confirmed that Harry and Ron were indeed absent, her worry evident on her face. My interest in their whereabouts was minimal. I was more focused on the pale-faced, apprehensive first years being called to don the sorting hat. Time seemed to fly by. I vividly recalled my own sorting ceremony from the previous year. Draco was boasting about his newly acquired Firebolt 2001, declaring that he would join the Slytherin Quidditch team this year, and assured everyone he would undoubtedly defeat Gryffindor. Others offered their support, but I refrained from indulging him, knowing that inflating his confidence would only lead to his eventual downfall in the matches. Even though I wished to cultivate a more amicable relationship with them to avoid forced friendships, I was unwilling to compromise my principles. Draco had noticed my distinctiveness and, recalling his father's hints from the summer, decided to invite me to join him in his pursuits. "Sylvia, your performance in flying class was commendable. Will you be participating in the Quidditch team tryouts this time?" "Perhaps," I replied. "I could give it a shot." Though the broomstick felt somewhat cumbersome, I recognized the importance of camaraderie. Students who do not partake in Quidditch, regardless of their academic prowess, are often labeled as bookworms. Draco had initially assumed I harbored no interest in Quidditch, but to his surprise, I expressed curiosity, prompting him to enthusiastically explain the rules of the game. I smiled and replied, yes, I understand." However, as they engaged in lively conversation, the attention of everyone shifted when Harry and Ron arrived at school in a flying car. No one was interested in hearing Draco's discourse on Quidditch. Even his Firebolt 2001 failed to capture their fascination. "That blasted Potter, always seeking the spotlight," Draco exclaimed in indignation, insisting that their actions were in blatant violation of school rules and that Dumbledore ought to expel them immediately. I continued, "Yes, you are quite right." Yet, Draco's plans were destined to come to naught. They were merely punished with detention. This only fueled his anger further, and even after returning to the dormitory, he continued to lament about Harry's audacity to Zabini, who seemed rather preoccupied. Draco, after indulging in his own thoughts for a while, soon discerned the melancholic demeanor of his dear friend. "What troubles you? Did you experience a failed confession to her on the train?" Zabini inquired. "Why do you ask such a question?" Draco replied somewhat ambiguously. "Maintaining cordiality with Muggles isn't that akin to the Weasley family?" Ordinarily, Draco would have vehemently disparaged that pureblood family, yet due to his father's teachings over the summer, he had begrudgingly come to understand the art of conversing appropriately based on one's audience. In Chapter 34, A Word to Awaken the Dreamer, Zabini proceeded to relay everything he had discussed with the witch on the train, hoping for some constructive insight from Draco. "How many? 2,500? Or are they the kind that can actually take to the battlefield?" Draco's worldview was severely shaken. In retrospect, the great battle a decade ago appeared to be nothing more than a mere brawl, devoid of any grandeur. "She mentioned that, but we do not know the specifics," Zabini noted, finding solace in Draco's shared astonishment. It was not merely his lack of experience. None had witnessed such a spectacle. "Wait, you just mentioned something about Sylvia. What happened?" Draco's mind momentarily wandered. "Her family is..." Zabini, without disdain, intended to elaborate further. However, Draco interrupted him. "No, that's not what I meant. You said her family is friendly towards Muggles?" This thought left Zabini somewhat disheartened. "Yes, such a vast family, astonishingly akin to the Weasley household." Draco raised a hand to halt his friend's words. "No, how could the wizarding family be compared to the Weasley clan? Although the Weasleys are looked down upon, it is primarily due to their poverty. Did not James Potter marry a Muggleborn as well? They do not exhibit the same aversion towards the Potter family as they do towards the Weasleys. Harry Potter is merely a half-blood. Why did I once wish to befriend him? Was it not due to his commendable qualities? The same applies to the witch. She possesses far greater value than Harry Potter. So what is there to be troubled about?" Zabini, upon this revelation from Draco, suddenly comprehended. Just as wizards were repulsed by the private life of his mother, she remained unfazed, as long as she garnered sufficient benefits, indifferent to any idle gossip. "Thank you, Draco," Zabini expressed with sincerity. Draco nodded, yet within, He pondered why he felt an inexplicable discomfort despite Zabini's newfound clarity. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Daphne and the witch walked side by side towards their quarters. A sight that made Pansy feel distinctly uncomfortable. She no longer dared to provoke the witch, but felt no reservations about confronting Daphne, whom she had always regarded as her subordinate. "Daphne, I need to speak with you," Pansy called out from a distance, deliberately avoiding the witch. Although Daphne had seen Pansy a few times over the summer, they had grown somewhat distant. Hence, upon hearing Pansy's call, she instinctively glanced at the witch beside her. The witch, uninterested in Pansy's affairs, lacked even the inclination to spectate. After exchanging a fleeting glance with Daphne, she pushed open the dormitory door and entered. Daphne, uncertain of the witch's gaze, misinterpreted the instinctive reaction, though intelligent minds often tend to overthink. Yet Pansy did not afford her much time for contemplation. Seeing the witch enter, she promptly pulled Daphne aside. Daphne bit her lip, but offered little resistance as she followed Pansy to a more secluded location. Once they reached their destination, Pansy wasted no time. "You intend to descend into the depths and become her lackey, don't you?" "What?" Daphne softly rubbed her reddened wrist, surprised by the accusation. "Stop pretending. We used to get along so well, yet ever since she appeared, your words and actions have leaned towards her. The Parkinson and Greengrass families have a long-standing connection," Pansy asserted, determined to steer Daphne away from the witch, believing that a slight jab to her pride would distance her from the witch. "You know the families are connected. I thought you had grown accustomed to seeing me as your subordinate, believing the Greengrass family to be inferior to the Parkinsons," Daphne retorted, peeling away the facade. "What do you mean? When did I ever consider you a subordinate?" Pansy was adamant that she had done no wrong. "If there's anything you don't wish to do, you can command me. Yet when it comes to Draco, you practically want me to vanish from the scene. Do you truly believe everyone is a fool, and you alone are the clever one?" Daphne scoffed. "I didn't mean it that way." Pansy, recalling their past, realized it was not the moment to confront Daphne. "Of course, you didn't mean it. You've simply grown accustomed to it." Having endured so long, Daphne finally erupted, stating, "Compared to you, Sylvia is not only beautiful, comes from a good family, possesses intelligence and talent, but most importantly, she is polite. Between the two of you, is there really a choice to make?" Pansy was incensed by this declaration, but she is friendly with Muggleborns, even maintaining amicable relations with them. "Do you truly wish to befriend her?" Daphne had her suspicions regarding this matter, so Pansy's revelation did not particularly shock her. "And so what? Compared to potential benefits, this is trivial. Have you lost your mind? Daphne, are you prepared to betray the honor of pureblood families for the sake of a person close to Muggleborns?" Pansy felt that they had all gone mad, from Draco to Zabini, and now Daphne, finding their reasoning utterly incomprehensible. Daphne sighed. "Pansy, for the sake of our years of friendship, let me offer you this advice. It would be wise not to utter anything that would displease Sylvia in her presence, unless you wish to bear that hairstyle for the rest of your life." Pansy, already loathing discussions regarding her hair, perceived Daphne's words as a veiled insult, sneering before turning to leave. Upon returning to the dormitory, Daphne found the witch engrossed in a book, which filled her with admiration, even before classes began. She was already preparing, truly deserving of her top rank. How could Pansy ever compare? She refrained from disturbing the witch, feeling weary after a long day, and after tending to her nightly routine, she went to rest. Thus, she remained oblivious to the fact that the witch was not reading a textbook, but rather a novel. The witch discovered that most novels within the wizarding world were adventure tales, with Gilderoy Lockhart's works being particularly representative. Although his writing style was commendable, bringing others' experiences to life in a captivating manner, she soon grew fatigued and finished them swiftly. Under such circumstances, the witch was compelled to sacrifice a part of herself and write the book she yearned to read. In Chapter 35, Defense Against the Dark Arts. On the very first morning of the school year, the witch encountered a howler letter that had fallen before Ron. To be frank, the letter was quite entertaining for most Slytherins, yet the witch found it merely noisy. The English breakfast was already rather mundane, unchanging year after year, and with the addition of such a letter during mealtime, it left her utterly devoid of appetite. Rowling found herself in a rather dismal mood. Seeking a semblance of validation during class, she could not recall whether Dumbledore might bestow additional points upon Gryffindor this semester, so her thoughts were consumed with ways to accrue points for Slytherin instead. No teacher could resist the charm of a diligent student, and when Rowling delighted in earning points for her house, the professors shared in her joy. Even Snape appeared somewhat more amiable towards her, occasionally bestowing a smile when their paths crossed, which was rather unsettling. The sole class that irked Rowling was Defense Against the Dark Arts, where Gilderoy Lockhart's flamboyant antics drove her to the brink of wanting to deliver a well-aimed punch to his nose. Yet, for the sake of points, she felt compelled to provide flawless answers on his quizzes, earning her undesired praise and an abundance of points. Amidst the envious and astonished gazes of her classmates, Wooling nearly snapped her wand in frustration. Thus, when Lockhart unleashed a swarm of Cornish pixies, she seized the opportunity to torment him. The pixies wreaked havoc, driving the elegant Slytherins to near madness as they resorted to various spells to fend them off. Wooling's wand emitted bursts of brief red light, each spell reducing a pixie to a pile of ash, showcasing a formidable prowess. However, she utilized this magic sparingly, targeting only the pixies that ventured too close, dispatching them before they could cause any damage. Her classmates cast spells with a similar frequency, but their aim lacked her precision, resulting in a chaotic scene, albeit with some success. Observing a few pixies that had been downed by her peers, Wooling stealthily controlled the remaining ones on the ground, directing them to tug at Lockhart's hair and ears. Lockhart attempted to repel them with magic, but to no avail. The pixies flung his wand out of the window, and with their sharp claws, they plucked several clumps of hair from his head, rendering him a sight of comedic disarray. This truly was the ultimate secret of ugliness. In comparison, Pansy's baldness seemed rather appealing. Many students fled the classroom, while Wooling took her time dispatching the remaining pixies, though she had conserved some energy, leaving a few still alive. Lockhart, sporting a bruised visage, expressed his appreciation for her actions and awarded her an additional 20 points. Upon exiting the classroom, Wooling discovered that Draco and Zabini, having just escaped, were waiting for her outside. "Are you all right?" Zabini inquired with concern. Wooling replied, "I'm fine. Those pixies have been dealt with." Draco looked at her with a mix of incredulity and disdain. "You don't actually like him, do you? Like those other witches?" Wooling grimaced at the suggestion. "How could you think that?" "But you aced that quiz and helped him eliminate those annoying creatures," Draco pointed out. "The two things you mentioned earn me 30 points. Does that make it worthwhile?" Wooling countered. "Indeed," Draco conceded, realizing it was quite worth it. "But did you somehow predict he would give a pop quiz?" Wooling replied nonchalantly. "His novels are well written. I remembered them after reading them twice." "Then why couldn't I recall them?" Draco muttered. It was one thing to be outperformed by Wooling, but to also lose to Hermione, a Muggle-born, was a blow to his pride, prompting him to study diligently before the term began. Compared to the obscure spells and potions, Lockhart's novels were undeniably more engaging. Yet even after reading them multiple times, Draco still struggled to answer the questions posed in class, which only deepened his frustration. "At least you still have your wits about you," Draco reassured himself, unlike those other witches who insistently believed his works to be autobiographical. "That's impossible. There are numerous discrepancies in the timeline, not to mention other errors," Wooling shrugged. Zabini, unable to resist, interjected, "Yes, such glaring mistakes. I wonder why his fans remain oblivious. Fans, you know, have their filters. Besides, people read novels for enjoyment. Who would take it so seriously? Many are aware, but choose to remain silent." "Wait, what's a filter?" Zabini asked, looking perplexed. Wooling responded, "Don't wizard cameras have filters?" "Oh, it seems smartphones have them instead." "What?" The latter part of her statement was barely audible, and neither of them caught it. "Nothing." Wooling shook her head, opting not to elaborate. "By the way, the Slytherin Quidditch tryouts are about to begin. Are you going?" Draco, invigorated by the thought of Quidditch, exclaimed, "I think I could be a seeker." "Is that so?" "That's wonderful," Wooling replied. "I'll give it a try, though I probably won't make it." However, not only was she selected, but she also secured the position of seeker, the very position Draco coveted. Wooling, riding an old broomstick, outshone Draco, who was on a Nimbus 2001, creating an awkward situation. Wooling couldn't help but internally scoff at Slytherin's selection process. They concealed the fact that knowing the performance of others would affect one's own, conducting the selections in a closed manner, leaving Wooling unaware of Draco's flying skills. Although she lacked a keen interest in it, she considered her flying class performance and refrained from overly easing up during the trials. The Slytherin Quidditch selectors were at a loss. This position was ostensibly reserved for Draco, yet Wooling's performance was simply too impressive to overlook. Chapter 36, Quidditch Training Conflicts. After the Quidditch tryout results were announced, both Wooling and Draco were reluctant to confront each other, fearing the awkwardness of their expressions. Nevertheless, an internal debate within the Quidditch team led to both of them being allowed to train, under the guise of preparing for potential mishaps, lest they face the same fate as last term against Gryffindor. Thanks to Wooling's intervention, Harry did not fall into a 3-day slumber due to his duel with Quirrell. But Harry, having eaten something disagreeable, suffered from stomach pains for several days, significantly impacting his performance. While Gryffindor did not suffer the catastrophic defeat depicted in the original narrative, the final golden snitch was not captured by Harry. Marcus Flint remarked to them both that Quidditch players always needed substitutes to avoid being caught unprepared by unforeseen circumstances. Despite Draco's pride taking another hit, his passion for Quidditch allowed him to begrudgingly accept the outcome. Upon learning that Draco had made the Quidditch team, Lucius sponsored new broomsticks for Slytherin, neglecting to communicate this with Draco beforehand, leading to an awkward moment when the brooms were delivered. Lucius had not considered the need for substitutes, purchasing only 7 brooms, one of which was Draco's personal possession. Fortunately, Wooling had purchased her own broom on the very day she learned of her selection, and the next morning, an owl delivered her broom with flapping wings. However, the crux of the matter lies in Lucius's unmistakable intentions. His son, Draco, has been appointed as the Seeker, thus he generously sponsors a few brooms to bolster Draco's standing. Yet, the reality is that he is not the sole Seeker. After a moment of contemplation, Willow leaned in and whispered, "What if I contribute half of the funds?" For Willow, who had inherited the wealth of the Black Estate, this was hardly a significant sum, especially considering her clandestine dealings in the wizarding world's gold and her lucrative investments in the Muggle realm over the years. Draco's expression darkened further, yet he tightened his jaw and retorted, "No need. The Malfoy family isn't concerned with such trifles. Very well, if your family is affluent, I shall not impose." Given that both Seekers were newcomers, they required time to mesh with the rest of the team. Thus, their training sessions were rather intense, ultimately clashing with the equally fervent Wood. "This is our practice time. Kindly vacate the field," Wood bellowed. Willow peered through the gaps between the tall, robust Slytherin players and noticed Wood's face, twisted in anger, almost resembling a grimace. "Why bother? In the end, the only one you infuriate is yourself." When Flint presented the note signed by Snape, announcing the training of Slytherin's new Seeker, Wood's attention shifted. A new Seeker? Where? He scanned the Slytherin players, eager to glean more about his opponents. Harry followed his gaze and spotted 2 diminutive figures emerging from behind the towering Slytherin players. One of them was, without a doubt, Draco Malfoy, a sight that filled him with disdain. The other, however, "Sylvia, what are you doing here?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Draco, initially wearing a smug grin and ready to taunt Harry, found himself interrupted before he could speak, a sensation that left him feeling pent-up and uncomfortable. "Surprised, are we?" Willow arched an eyebrow. "No," Harry hastily denied, flashing a smile. "I thought it was Malfoy. Your presence is quite delightful." Willow, without needing to look, could already sense the expressions of those around her. As she observed Harry's uncalculated grin, she pondered whether this was what they referred to as a natural dark horse. Draco's countenance had turned as dark as a cauldron's bottom. He had once regarded Harry as his rival, yet now his focus was solely on Willow. The realization that the Seeker position that rightfully belonged to him had been usurped by Willow gnawed at him, rendering him merely a beneficiary of his lineage, a fact he could hardly boast about. Previously, he had found Willow somewhat tolerable, but now he could feel the bitterness rising within him. "No, to be precise, both of us are members of the Slytherin team," Willow corrected Harry's misconception. Upon hearing her words, Harry instinctively turned to Draco, his once bright smile now overshadowed by a hint of gloom. "So, it is true. Draco Malfoy, the son of Lucius Malfoy?" Wood, who had been assessing Willow's prowess like Harry, now diverted part of his attention to Draco. "Indeed, let us see what generous gifts Mr. Malfoy has bestowed upon the Slytherin team." The Slytherin players proudly raised their new Nimbus brooms, smirking. Even Draco's expression softened slightly. Willow gripped her own broom, refraining from raising it like the other boys. Hers was a personal purchase, though her reluctance to join in the display seemed out of place. All eyes were on the towering boys, allowing her to remain unnoticed. "What is going on? Harry, why aren't you practicing?" Hermione and Ron rushed over. "What is he doing here?" Ron shot a glance at Draco. Willow overheard Draco bragging about how his father had purchased the latest model of broomsticks for the Slytherin team, recently released. Just as he intended to mock the Gryffindor team, Willow preemptively cast a silencing spell on him. Draco, perplexed and somewhat panicked, realized that being unable to speak rendered him as mute as a statue, an intolerable predicament for someone of pureblood heritage. Yet, considering the presence of Gryffindor members, particularly his most detested rival, Potter, he managed to suppress his frustration, deciding to seek Madame Pomfrey later. Without his jeering, Hermione refrained from mentioning Draco's status as a Slytherin player merely due to his father's financial influence, thus averting numerous complications. Ultimately, Gryffindor and Slytherin divided the pitch for their training, and Willow found herself drenched in sweat from the exertion. After Ron and Hermione departed the field, Draco discovered he could speak again, which led him to surmise that Willow was responsible. His dark gaze occasionally fell upon her. "It was you, wasn't it?" After practice, Draco seized her wrist. "Indeed. Why?" Draco sought an explanation. "Childish bickering serves no purpose. I prefer to confront issues through merit." Draco released her wrist, lost in thought. Chapter 37. Procrastination in class this semester. Willow's schedule was far more hectic than the previous year, as she juggled her coursework, Quidditch training, and the endeavor of writing novels for her own amusement. Following her encounter with Voldemort, she realized her understanding of advanced spells was still rather lacking. Although her primary means of survival and combat stemmed from her knowledge of witchcraft, it was prudent to adapt to the customs of this realm. Amidst such a busy agenda, Willow unwittingly became a procrastinator. Her chapters often took weeks to complete. As for bonding with the trio, let's call it that, there had only been one occasion from the start of the term to October, which was on Hermione's birthday. On that day, while listening to History of Magic, inspiration surged through Willow. Truth be told, the subject matter of magical history was rather engaging. Yet Professor Binns's voice was so soporific that the entire class struggled to stay awake. In such an environment, Willow found it impossible to focus. Last year, she had occupied herself with assignments during History of Magic, but this year she pulled out her notebook for writing. Anyone familiar with school knows that as long as one is disengaged during class, any task feels invigorating. This was Willow's first experience in slacking off during class. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but as it happened more frequently, she grew indifferent. However, even with Professor Binns's relentless lullabies, Willow could not remain entirely placid. For no author can hit the brakes while crafting a narrative. In her story, the Queen delicately lifted the chin of her loyal, patient knight, gazing into his usually tranquil eyes that now reflected a glimmer of yearning. Ah, what a thrill! Naturally, being a self-indulgent work, she wrote with unabashed sensuality. And composing such content during class was undeniably exhilarating. Just before the bell rang, Willow discreetly tucked her notebook, disguised as class notes, into her bag, then gently patted her flushed cheeks with her slightly cool fingers, attempting to temper her rising temperature. Ah, class is over. The nearby classmates, who had been napping, finally stirred upon hearing the bell. The Slytherins, despite dozing off in class, maintained an air of elegance. Their yawns and stretches were executed with utmost discretion. However, such rituals were essential. Otherwise, they would awaken too slowly. Alas, Sylvia, why does your face appear somewhat flushed? Daphne noticed the unnatural hue of her complexion. Could it be a fever? How could that be? Wooling felt a twinge of guilt and hurriedly explained, it might be due to the lack of oxygen in the classroom. I am perfectly well. She had no intention of resorting to a stimulant potion. Riding a steam locomotive was hardly enjoyable. Lack of oxygen, what is that? Daphne had a vague understanding of Muggle knowledge. She was aware of the term, but lacked clarity on its underlying principles. Wooling mused, I never anticipated that my scant knowledge of middle school physics and chemistry could surpass her understanding. Indeed, in her previous life, she was a liberal arts student. Having only dabbled in science for a semester in high school, her only boast being her middle school education. Thus, Wooling provided her with a simple explanation. It was quite intriguing. Daphne's mind was flooded with knowledge, but Wooling's engaging and accessible delivery was far from the hypnotic lectures of Professor Binns, prompting her to ask numerous questions. Why are you so slow? Come on, let's hurry to practice, Draco called from the front, his gaze flickering briefly over Daphne before shifting away, displaying a hint of impatience. Daphne, who had intended to pose more questions, sensed Draco's mood and naturally parted ways with Wooling, heading towards the dormitory. Simultaneously, Wooling felt the weight of a burning gaze on her back. Without turning around, she knew it was Pansy. Among the classmates who lingered nearby, several harbored affections for Draco, and upon hearing his name, their expressions turned somewhat hostile. Truly, he was a source of trouble. However, Wooling understood that this was more a consequence of his lineage. She cast a shrinking charm on her bag and tucked it into her pocket. Here it comes. The weather in October was dreary and rainy, making Quidditch practice a tormenting affair. The altitude brought frigid winds that mercilessly slapped against her face. Ugh! Wooling felt as though the delicate skin on her face might crack from the gales. After a grueling training session, Draco's gait appeared somewhat awkward. Wooling found it amusing but stifled her laughter. Given Draco's vanity, if she laughed out loud, he would surely hold a grudge for quite some time. Nevertheless, in this life, although Wooling had not slacked in her training, she was not particularly fond of exertion. If it weren't for the competitive spirit with 096 and 137 chasing each other for over a month, she feared she would be in no better shape than he was. The other players were already accustomed to this and shared some massage techniques, advising them to return to the dormitory to properly relax their muscles and avoid strains. Wooling returned to her dormitory, indulging in a hot bath and slipping into her pajamas, feeling entirely warm and cozy. Sylvia, may I pose a question to you? Daphne nudged her chair closer to Wooling. What is it? Wooling inquired, looking at her. You know, on Valentine's Day last semester, Zabini intended to deliver a love letter to you, didn't he? Daphne's eyes sparkled with gossiping zeal. Is that so? Wooling pondered, although Zabini harbored feelings for her. He had never made them explicit. Indeed, we are all aware of it, Daphne remarked. However, that day was a Friday. He originally planned to send it via owl, but thought it better to present it publicly. Unfortunately, there was only potions class that day, and after class, you returned to the dormitory and didn't emerge during lunch or dinner, so the letter remained undelivered. Oh, Wooling replied in a notably nonchalant tone, I see. What do you think of him? Daphne probed, her curiosity piqued. He seems nice enough. I meant, do you have any feelings for him? Although Daphne asked this, she sensed that Wooling had yet to awaken to her own emotions. I'm not fond of that type. Daphne, unfazed, continued, then what is your type? Someone like Draco? Him? He hasn't figured things out yet. Just observe his daily antics. They're far too juvenile. Honestly, I suspect he has a crush on Harry Potter. His behavior seems designed to provoke trouble in order to attract the attention of someone he fancies. Though we are in England, you can't make such outrageous assumptions. Daphne's eyes widened. Had he not been openly antagonistic towards Potter? Precisely for that reason, I harbor my doubts. Chapter 38. The Overconfident Dragon and the Grim Reaper. Having navigated nearly 2 months of a fulfilling life, Wooling often felt as though she had forgotten something amidst her busyness. It wasn't until a few days before Halloween, as she caressed her black vintage notebook reserved for writing novels, that she remembered her oversight. She had forgotten the plot. What was the main storyline for the second year? The Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk, and the Diary. So, the question arises, where are they now? The chamber requires Parseltongue to access, and Wooling was not inclined to train a little snake, especially since the one on her wrist was already bothersome. As for the diary, where could it be? Wooling struggled to recall, only remembering that Harry had found it in the girl's lavatory. Because of moaning Myrtle. It seemed Myrtle was perpetually in tears, causing a ruckus in the restroom. Could it be that the diary had emerged from the toilet? Voldemort certainly had a peculiar taste, but one wouldn't typically expect him to conceal a Horcrux in such a location. Admittedly, it was an ingenious hiding spot. Wooling felt a pang of disdain. She preferred to remain passive and follow Harry instead. Such a diary was not something she wished to handle. Wooling pulled out a piece of paper, intent on jotting down the relevant plot points to avoid complete forgetfulness in the future. Not only that, but she also wished to request a vial of memory potion from Snape. How many years would you like? Given her recent contributions to Slytherin's house points, Snape was willing to take the time to brew her a potion. Wooling pondered cautiously. In this life and the last, perhaps a 20-year potion would suffice. Snape's usual demeanor quickly turned frosty. I do not have the time to indulge you in such trivial games. Do remember you are only 13 this year. Have I mentioned it's for my personal use, Professor? Wooling replied innocently. This was indeed unspoken. However, Snape's instincts told him that Wooling intended the potion for herself. Yet he had no concrete evidence. She would surely deny it if he pressed her. On the surface, Snape appeared unfazed. But internally, he calculated that a bit of that potion would not have many side effects, at most, a few days of dizziness. If she wished to drink it, so be it. It would serve as a lesson for her. Understood. I shall prepare it for you tomorrow, Snape stated, dismissing her. Professor. You haven't mentioned how many galleons it will cost. Wooling was not one to indulge in favors. A fair exchange was the way of the world. Snape queried, what galleons? Do you expect me to brew potions for free? Wooling retorted. Snape was at a loss for words. His salary came from Hogwarts, and beyond teaching 7 grades. He occasionally brewed various potions for the hospital wing and Dumbledore's dental potion. Had he ever charged extra? Upon reflection, he realized he might be at a loss. However, Professor Sprout was in a similar situation, often supplying various ingredients to everyone. 10 sickles, Snape decided that from that day forward, he would raise this matter with Dumbledore, considering it his first order, and resolved to offer Wooling a discount. Wooling retrieved a galleon from her pocket and handed it to Snape. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate your assistance. After Wooling departed, Snape gazed at the galleon resting in his palm, remaining silent for a moment before pocketing it and making his way to Dumbledore's office. After acquiring Snape's potion, the witch quickly put it to use. Fearing potential side effects, she deliberately chose to consume it over the weekend. The potion's peculiar aroma was as strange as ever, and this particular vial was no exception. Upon drinking it, she retched momentarily, nearly expelling the contents. As for the potion's effects, the witch discovered that her memories from this lifetime grew increasingly vivid. She could even recall the intricate patterns on her baby carriage from childhood. However, her memories from her previous life remained elusive. She remembered many trivial details she had forgotten, even recalling high school math problems with clarity. Yet when it came to Harry Potter, she could only recall the film's content, seemingly conflating fanfiction with the original narrative. In hindsight, perhaps it would have been better not to have taken the potion at all. Nonetheless, the witch shrugged off the incident. She had a Halloween feast to attend in the Great Hall. The Great Hall was adorned with enormous pumpkin lanterns and live bats, with candlelight flickering and golden plates set upon the tables. The witch reveled in the festivities, relishing what she deemed a quintessential Halloween. After the banquet, she flowed with the crowd out of the hall, finding herself momentarily halted as the throng ahead seemed to be obstructed by something. The noise of the crowd made it difficult for her to discern what was happening. Was there an incident during second-year Halloween as well? Could someone have been petrified? However, before long, she heard Filch's voice. What has happened to Mrs. Norris? You killed my cat. At that moment, a memory stirred within her. She recalled that the first victim of petrification had indeed been the cat. The trio had been escorted away by the professors, while the rest of the students returned to their dormitories to rest. Do you think that cat was harmed by Potter and his friends? Daphne asked, eager to gossip after closing the dormitory door. I don't believe so, replied the witch. Why? Do you trust them? Daphne inquired, aware of their amicable relationship. The witch shook her head. No, it's merely an intuition. Besides, that cat is not dead. But given its condition, how could it possibly still be alive? Daphne questioned. It is indeed still alive. It must be the effect of the petrification curse, the witch replied, withholding the reasoning that she knew the plot. Regardless of whether it was a person or an animal, the distinction between the living and the dead was crystal clear to her. Why do they always find themselves in such predicaments? Daphne suddenly paused, recalling that in their first year, most of the incidents they encountered had involved the witch. Unfazed, she remarked, some live their lives with great fervor, while others lead a mundane existence. It is simply fate. I see them as purely unfortunate, encountering one mishap after another. Yet in a way, it is also a stroke of luck. It is hard to determine how to evaluate their situation. Daphne sighed, setting the matter aside. The witch, however, recalled a passage she had read in her previous life. Protagonists in those overpowered novels often emerged from humble beginnings, battling monsters and attracting enemies, with others unable to touch them resorting to targeting their sect, leading to extermination. Fueled by hatred, the protagonist would grow increasingly powerful, while the fallen side characters could never return. Thus, such protagonists were often referred to as harbingers of doom. Chapter 39, Seizing the Golden Snitch. Only one cat had been petrified at the school, and consequently, it did not draw much attention, particularly from Slytherin, who believed that the heir of Slytherin sought only to target Muggleborns, feeling immune themselves. The atmosphere among Gryffindor was peculiar, and it took the witch some time to comprehend. She eventually asked Harry, why do I get the impression that they are looking at you strangely? Harry chuckled wryly. They all think I'm the heir of Slytherin. The witch understood at once. Gryffindor students, while often exuberant and brave, were tainted with a childlike cruelty. Their world was black and white, and once suspicion arose, such situations would inevitably ensue. In contrast, Ravenclaw students valued knowledge and were somewhat indifferent to such matters, while Hufflepuff students exhibited warmth, and Slytherin, though united, also possessed a sense of pride. However, this camaraderie was genuine. The other three houses disdained Slytherin, and Dumbledore, as headmaster, was wary of them. Without unity, how could they hope to maintain possession of the House Cup for 7 years at Hogwarts? Do not worry too much. The truth will eventually come to light. The witch comforted him nonchalantly. Harry nodded, though his heart remained heavy. He often found himself recalling the Sorting Hat's initial inclination to place him in Slytherin, and hearing the same words repeatedly made him question himself. Hermione then shared with the witch what she had learned from Professor Binns regarding the Chamber of Secrets and Salazar Slytherin. The witch was not particularly invested. She could not summon Salazar's soul to command, and regarding the connection between the Gaunt family and Voldemort, as well as the locket, she was already aware, so she paid little mind to further details. Hermione asked her if she knew who the so-called heir was. Hermione was diplomatic, while Ron was more direct. Is it Malfoy? The witch shook her head. It doesn't seem like him. He spends so much time training for Quidditch, along with classes and homework, he hardly has time. He spends a lot of time on Quidditch, but doesn't Malfoy claim to be exceptionally good at it? Ron could not hide his desire to mock Draco. Talent requires practice. The witch replied indifferently, then turned to Harry. Right, Harry? Before Harry could respond, Hermione interjected, of course. No matter how talented you are, effort is never excessive. Especially as exams approach, wouldn't one need to review? Harry looked at the two of them and nodded in agreement. Ron scoffed, finding the conversation tedious, yet refrained from arguing. After the witch departed, Ron remarked to Harry and Hermione, although Sylvia says Malfoy is unlikely to be the heir of Slytherin, I suspect she might be deceived by him. We cannot afford to be complacent. Harry harbored a poor opinion of Draco and shared this sentiment. Yes, Malfoy was cunning. Hermione hesitated. I think, well, we still need to find a way to infiltrate Slytherin. Thus, after Professor Lockhart's class, Hermione requested a pass to discuss how to violate school rules to pilfer Snape's inventory. Ron discreetly advised Harry to knock Draco off his broom during the Quidditch match to buy Hermione time to brew the Polyjuice potion. The witch remained oblivious to all this, for the Quidditch match was about to commence. When Harry saw that Slytherin's seeker was not Draco but the witch, he was utterly taken aback. Why are you the one? Harry blurted out. Why not me? I am also one of Slytherin's seekers, The witch replied matter-of-factly. Harry was at a loss for words, stammering. But you said Malfoy trains very hard. Then you should know I was training alongside him, she countered. Since Slytherin had 2 Seekers, and Harry was a formidable rival. The Slytherin team, after this period of training, leaned towards having the witch take the field. However, considering the circumstances, it would be unwise to deny her participation. Thus, they reached a decision to draw lots. This method proved relatively fair, and it was the turn of the Seeker, which greatly boosted Slytherin's confidence. After exchanging a few words, a rogue bludger suddenly lost control and hurtled towards Harry's head. Even though the Gryffindor beaters managed to redirect the erratic ball, it remained fixated on Harry. Consequently, the Gryffindor team was compelled to call for a timeout. The Seeker's eyes subtly scanned the skies in search of the elusive golden snitch, only to discover the presence of a house elf's enchantment. Raindrops began to fall from the heavens, and the Seeker wished to conclude the match swiftly. The Gryffindor team struggled to devise a better solution. To avoid disqualification, they had no choice but to resume the game. Upon restarting, the Seeker quickly spotted the shadow of the golden snitch. The sound of its tiny wings flapping was faint yet distinct amidst the cacophony. Once she identified her target, the Seeker wasted no time, propelling her Firebolt 2001 with vigor towards the snitch. The sudden movement startled Harry, who had been dodging the bludger and had no opportunity to pursue the golden snitch himself. However, he quickly realized that the Seeker must have located the snitch, and if he followed her, a comeback was indeed possible. Thus, he disregarded the bludger trailing behind him and hastened to close the distance between himself and the Seeker. The Seeker was determined not to allow Harry to snatch the golden snitch from her grasp. She accelerated on her broom, and the snitch, unable to resist, fell into her hands. Yet, as she triumphantly raised the golden snitch, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Harry was struck down from his broom by the rampaging bludger. He flailed his arms, trying desperately to grasp the broomstick, but to no avail. As he fell backward, even though the Quidditch pitch was cushioned with fine sand below, the drop from nearly 25 meters was perilous. The spectators in the stands held their breath, unable to remain seated. Fortunately, the Seeker swooped in just in time to rescue him. As Harry fell, his instinct was to grasp the broomstick, but when the Seeker caught him, he was still in a state of shock. After all, it had only been a fleeting second. When the Seeker finally halted, and they both dismounted the broom, Harry felt the rapid pounding of his heart and a few seconds of breathlessness. "Harry, are you all right?" Wood, having jumped off his broom, rushed to Harry's side with concern. "No, I'm fine," Harry replied, shaking his head at the anxious expressions of his teammates. Meanwhile, the Slytherin team surrounded the Seeker, cheering triumphantly. They did not comment on her act of saving Harry. At this age, regardless of their usual demeanor, children still possessed a sense of camaraderie. Even Draco, who typically bore animosity towards Harry, merely congratulated her on securing victory without further elaboration, and the others followed suit. Only a first-year Gryffindor named Colin Creevey raised his camera, attempting to conduct an interview with the defeated Harry, casting eager glances at the Seeker. However, Harry had sustained minor scrapes and bruises from the bludger and the subsequent fall, prompting Ron and Hermione to escort him to the hospital wing. Additionally, the disappointment from the Quidditch match left him feeling disheveled, and he expressed impatience towards Colin's actions, declining his request for a photograph. The Seeker, on her part, regarded him with curiosity, as he seemed to be the first individual petrified by the basilisk. He was fortunate that its gaze had not proved fatal, though she could not recall the reason for his petrification. Harry's injuries were not severe. Thus, avoiding any complications with Lockhart, Madame Pomfrey provided him with a potion, allowing him to leave the hospital wing without further delay. The Seeker returned to her routine of classes and training, perpetuating the monotony of school life. The trio also sought refuge in the girls' restroom, brewing Polyjuice potion with diligence. On November 22, 1992, the Seeker celebrated her second birthday at Hogwarts. Rising early, she discovered an abundance of gifts awaiting her. In Slytherin House, aside from Pansy, her classmates showered her with presents of varying degrees. As for Gryffindor, the trio need not be mentioned. The Weasley twins also gifted her with prank items. A few acquaintances from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff presented her with birthday gifts as well. Upon reflection, she noted that they were all of pure blood lineage, likely influenced by familial expectations. After receiving the gifts, the Seeker meticulously organized them and recorded the birthdays of the gift givers to prepare for reciprocation. Navigating social obligations had always been a cumbersome affair. In the second week of December, the trio submitted their applications to remain at school, while the Seeker opted for a break, as social obligations at Hogwarts proved inevitable and leaving would provide her with respite. Before one potions class, Ron approached the Seeker, stammering, "Hi, Sylvia, could you—" "What?" the Seeker queried with a hint of confusion. "I mean, during class, could you sit away from Malfoy?" "Yes, sit farther from him." Ron articulated his thoughts more clearly, oblivious to Hermione's pained expression as she shielded her forehead nearby. "Don't mind him, Sylvia. What he means is, could you sit with us during class?" Hermione interjected with a reasonable excuse. The Seeker pondered for a moment, recalling Hermione's intention to pilfer Snape's potion ingredients. And she vaguely remembered that Snape's stock had been stolen several times, though she could not recall who the culprit was. The Seeker could not acquiesce to Hermione's request, merely stating, "I think I'll sit in the front row during class." The front row was in close proximity to Snape, a position few students opted for. Draco was not particularly intimidated by him, while Goyle and Crabbe followed the crowd and chose seats further back. By sitting in the front row, the Seeker minimized the likelihood of being implicated. Hermione achieved her goal and did not press the matter further. After a nod of agreement, they entered the potions classroom separately. Hermione took a seat at the back near the door for easy access, while the Seeker positioned herself at the front, out of sight and disinterested in intervening. However, when Goyle's potion erupted, the Seeker was taken aback. The blast radius was alarmingly extensive, and the potency of the explosion was remarkable. Had they not been wizards, such behavior would have been utterly reprehensible. The Seeker shielded herself, as the front row was sparsely populated, and with her back turned to her classmates. She could not afford to protect them without arousing Snape's suspicion. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as her classmates became increasingly swollen and panicked. The Seeker poured the potion from her cauldron into a bottle, and as she turned to observe the commotion, she caught a glimpse of Hermione stealthily returning to the classroom. Exchanging a brief glance with her, Hermione appeared somewhat flustered but quickly regained her composure. Snape cast a dubious glance at Gryffindor, harboring greater suspicion towards Harry and Ron compared to Hermione. However, it was indeed a fact that the chaos in class had been instigated by them. As a result of this mishap, no one managed to preserve their potions, save for Wisp. After a thorough inspection, Snape awarded her 20 points, 10 for her exceptional potion and another 10 for her remarkable quick thinking. It must have been Potter and his companions, Draco exclaimed in a fit of frustration. Although he was the first to rush to Snape for the antidote, he had been splashed by the potion, leaving a considerable swelling on his nose, which made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Similarly, Zabini, also splattered, wore a grim expression and coldly remarked, "It seems we must teach them a lesson." Wisp interjected at an opportune moment, "I must remind you, while the headmaster may favor us, should we cause any more disruption in his potions class, I believe he will surely lose his temper." "Are you scared?" Pansy shouted. "Well, of course, you weren't splashed. And you usually hang around with those blood traitors." "Be quiet, Pansy. Did you leave your brain at home?" Draco's countenance darkened. "Slytherin needs to stand united. If you don't wish to stay here, then leave." Pansy, chastised by her crush, turned away with tears in her eyes, vexed but silent. Draco continued, "Sylvia is right. We cannot cause trouble in front of the headmaster." Chapter 41, The Dueling Club. They deliberated for quite some time without reaching a conclusion. Wisp, listening to their various proposals, found them rather dull and preferred to return to sleep. The following day, Hermione approached her, eager to explain why they had caused such a ruckus in potions class. Wisp feigned ignorance. "Are you saying you intend to brew Polyjuice potion in your second year, and then disguise yourselves as 3 Slytherins to inquire about the Chamber of Secrets from Draco?" Hermione appeared somewhat guilty. Having previously asserted that Draco was not the heir of Slytherin, their actions now seemed to betray a lack of trust in Wisp. "Yes, can you keep our secret?" "Oh, I know nothing. I want to be staying at school for Christmas," Wisp thought to herself, having no choice but to make a hasty retreat. Hermione conveyed Wisp's decision to Harry and Ron, excitedly asserting that she was on their side, oblivious to the hint of disappointment in Harry's eyes. Wisp had yet to collect her thoughts when another week slipped by, marked by tedious monotony. During this time, nothing of note occurred. Colin Creevey continued to trail Harry with his camera, more exuberant than anyone else. Wisp couldn't help but doubt her memory. After all, the first person to be petrified was indeed him, and the incident had to have occurred before the Christmas holidays. What could this possibly mean? Had she been familiar with the original narrative, she would have known that her act of saving Harry during the Quidditch match had triggered a chain reaction. Harry did not lose any bones in his arm, nor did he spend nights in the hospital wing. Thus Colin would not have sought him out at night with his camera and subsequently been petrified. Although Wisp was unaware of this, she did sense something peculiar. Recently, Harry had been avoiding her. It struck her as strange. What was there to evade? Wisp couldn't be bothered to ponder it further and simply awaited the arrival of the Christmas holidays. However, prior to that, an event had captured the attention of the entire school. A dueling club? Wisp recalled Lockhart's flamboyant persona and couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly in disdain. Never mind, she thought. I have no desire to attend. Come on, let us go together. We might learn some dueling techniques that could come in handy someday, Ron said, noticing Harry's silence. I believe I've learned quite enough already. Attending would merely be a formality. Wisp reflected on the carefree days spent running with 096 and 173 during summer. The trio failed to persuade her. But Slytherin had already heard that their head of house would be participating in the dueling club, hence everyone felt obliged to support Snape. Wisp sighed. What else can I do? I suppose I must go. The dueling club convened in the Great Hall, where the long tables had vanished, replaced by a colossal stage. Almost the entire student body gathered, excitement lighting their faces as they clutched their wands. The trio noticed Wisp, unable to suppress her astonishment. Despite her clear refusal to attend the dueling club, why was she now accompanying the Slytherins? Harry observed Wisp whispering to a boy beside her, wishing he could punch the lad away. Who is that boy next to her? Is he a student from another year? Harry inquired of Ron. Who? Ron replied, somewhat puzzled. The boy between Sylvia and Zabini. Ron scrutinized the boy closely. Oh, that's Theodore Nott. He usually keeps to himself and is rather inconspicuous. But he's in our year. Harry nodded, still fixated on that direction. Nott seemed to sense his gaze, glancing up momentarily before quickly averting his eyes. Indifferent to Harry's scrutiny, a sense of unease gripped Harry. He realized that the boy bore a striking resemblance in temperament to Wisp. Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in his flamboyant crimson robes, sauntered onto the stage, exuding an air of nonchalance and a beaming smile. Standing beside him, Snape appeared unchanged, his expression as intimidating as ever, though Lockhart seemed blissfully unaware. This is my assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart announced. He has some knowledge of dueling. He generously offered to assist me in conducting a small demonstration before the class. While listening to Lockhart's words, Wisp cautiously glanced at Snape's expression, sensing that he might wish to shrink Lockhart and toss him into a cauldron to concoct a potion. Wisp surveyed the surroundings and then fixed her gaze on Colin Creevey from Gryffindor, stealthily making her way over. Colin, who had been fixated on the stage, suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he found Wisp standing there. Given the fraught relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Senior, Colin, may I borrow your camera for a moment? Wisp inquired softly. Of course. Colin readily handed it over. At that moment, Snape and Lockhart had already taken their positions. Wands at the ready. Lockhart addressed the silent crowd. On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. 1, 2, 3. Wisp promptly raised the camera, ready to capture the moment. Snape shouted, Expelliarmus. A flash of red light erupted, sending Lockhart flying against the wall, where he slumped down like a puddle of mud. Wisp opened the back of the camera to retrieve the photograph, and then returned it to Colin with a grateful smile. She made her way back to the Slytherin section, exclaiming, Look, I've captured a photo of our valiant headmaster. Daphne regarded her with a complex expression. Didn't you score quite a few points in his class? I thought you were fond of Lockhart. Fond? Him? Wisp scoffed. Would you like the photo? I can get more copies. I would like one. Draco, who had long harbored disdain for Lockhart, was eager to obtain any dirt on him. Most students of Slytherin harbored a disdain for Lockhart, having discerned his superficiality during classes long ago. Yet, many of their mothers were fond of him, prompting a collective desire to unearth his sordid past. The commotion caused by the spellcaster was not overly significant, but it was enough to bewilder Lockhart, who, being somewhat distanced from the unfolding events, remained oblivious. However, Snape cast them a warning glance, urging them to temper their enthusiasm. Thus, Slytherin settled into a semblance of decorum. Lockhart rose to reclaim his wand from his classmates, wary of further embarrassment and opting instead to assign them into practice groups. Chapter 42, Parseltongue and Trouble. Lockhart divided them into small clusters. Snape positioned himself before the spellcaster and Draco, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a few moments, he ultimately paired Draco with Harry, perhaps deeming that while the spellcaster was formidable, he might not strike with full force, thereby grouping the spellcaster with Hermione. Once the groupings were established, Lockhart returned to the stage and called out loudly, Bow to your partner. The spellcaster and Hermione managed a half-hearted display of civility, bowing to one another, unlike the others. As Lockhart counted to 3, neither the spellcaster nor Hermione initiated any attack, but Harry was struck by Draco's spell upon the count of 2. Neither of them employed the disarming charm, exemplifying a blatant disregard for the rules. Naturally, the other groups were equally unruly. Ron's broken wand unleashed a considerable spell, injuring several participants. The spellcaster smirked, then gestured for Hermione to attack. Hermione nodded and shouted, Expelliarmus. This was easily evaded by the agile spellcaster, who instead struck an unfortunate soul not far behind her. Without glancing back to ascertain who it was, the spellcaster approached Hermione and called out, Petrificus totalis. Protego. Although Hermione's athletic prowess was somewhat lacking, her spellcasting was commendable. Expelliarmus. The spellcaster denied her a second chance to conjure a protective shield, disarming Hermione of her wand. On stage, Lockhart began shouting in an attempt to curtail the students' enthusiasm for spell experimentation, but his efforts proved futile. At a critical moment, Snape intervened, finite incantatem. Observing the chaos below, Lockhart dared not allow a second round, seeking to find a pair of students to demonstrate. Initially, he considered Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley, but Snape suggested Draco and Harry instead. Lockhart assented, believing it to be a splendid idea. He raised his wand, gesticulating awkwardly in a vain attempt to instruct them on how to counter each other's spells. But his motions were so inept that he merely dropped his wand to the ground. With a derisive snicker, Snape sidled up to Draco, providing him with clandestine advice, which heightened Harry's vigilance. Yet, no assistance was forthcoming. Lockhart's mere presence was a boon of sorts. Serpensortia. The spellcaster pondered why the incantation did not translate to serpent emergence. Snape likely aimed to frighten Draco, relishing the sight of Harry's face, reminiscent of his father's, contorted in fear. Lockhart was egregiously unaware of his own limitations. Did he truly lack self-awareness regarding his magical prowess? Indeed, he did. Not only was he oblivious, but he also possessed an audacious disposition, in a display of sheer incompetence. The serpent did not vanish but instead became agitated, taking an aggressive stance. Justin Finch-Fletchley recoiled in alarm, clearly targeted by the serpent. The spellcaster remained still. To intervene at that moment would make her intentions too apparent, and the petty Snape would undoubtedly seek retribution later. Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue inadvertently became known, and as the trio departed the Great Hall, their fellow students kept their distance. Ron expressed his anger over Harry's concealment of his serpentine ability. Matters swiftly deteriorated. The following day, when the spellcaster heard the latest gossip, it had escalated to claims that Harry Potter had murdered Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly decapitated Nick. Initially inclined to witness the unfolding drama, the spellcaster was deterred by the brewing snowstorm, casting a gloomy pall over the castle, rendering her reluctant to venture outside. Thus, it was not until the afternoon following Harry's accusation that the spellcaster finally saw him. To be precise, Hedwig arrived at her dormitory to deliver a message, indicating Harry's desire to meet. Harry appeared worn and haggard, as if the weight of rumors had taken a toll, and a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes upon seeing her. "Hi, Sylvia," he greeted, reminiscent of his tentative demeanor from his Muggle primary school days. Eager to forge a bond to shield himself. "Harry, do you need something?" she inquired, studying him closely. I want to say, I am not the heir of Slytherin. I did not kill Finch-Fletchley." Harry's torment was palpable, beset by the doubts of friends, the teasing of the Weasley twins, and Draco's taunts. What others thought mattered little. He only wished for Sylvia's faith. "Oh, I believe you," the spellcaster replied, taken aback that he had come merely to convey this. "Really?" Harry's disbelief was evident, a silly smile creeping onto his face. "The professors wouldn't suspect you, would they?" The spellcaster noted that Harry was likely in need of reassurance from someone close due to the mounting pressure. "Yes, Dumbledore said he has no suspicions about me," Harry hastily affirmed. "Isn't that wonderful?" she remarked, rubbing her fingers together against the chill. Yet, the Weasley twins jest daily about how the heir of Slytherin would invite him for tea in the Chamber of Secrets, finding the notion amusing. Harry began to vent. "While other students may not act as they do, they whisper behind my back, questioning whether I am indeed the heir of Slytherin. I would prefer they spoke ill of me to my face. The heavens bestow great responsibilities upon those chosen, subjecting them to trials of the heart, labor of the body, and deprivation of the spirit." "What are you saying? Is that in Chinese?" Harry appeared confused. The spellcaster proceeded to translate. "Are you saying I will endure many such experiences? But why must it be me?" Harry's eyes were filled with sorrow, reflecting on the loss of his parents at such a tender age, spending a decade with the Dursleys, and now confronting such adversity, with no end in sight. "Don't say that." One of the twins leapt forward to embrace him. "You are the chosen one." The other twin joined in. "You are being too harsh. You mustn't eavesdrop on our conversation," Harry retorted angrily, pushing away the Weasley twin clinging to his neck. "Chosen one. If you cherish that title so dearly, then take it. Give me back my parents." The spellcaster keenly observed the glimmer of tears in Harry's eyes. Chapter 43, The Gathering Before Christmas. Upon uttering those words, even the twins, known for their mischievous antics, recognized that they had genuinely angered Harry this time. Having spent 2 years at the school, their frequent pranks had not led to their demise, and they understood the necessity of survival. "Apologies, Harry, we are not. We merely intended to jest," the twins chimed in unison. "That is hardly amusing," Harry muttered. Yet he found it within himself to forgive them. Meanwhile, the witch observed in silence. On the eve of their departure from the school, the trio extended an invitation to the witch to accompany them to Hagrid's hut. The weather was scarcely better than the previous days. It wasn't snowing, but the temperature remained quite low. To be frank, the witch was not particularly eager to go, but they had grown closer than mere acquaintances, shedding their earlier More distant relationship. An invitation from friends to gather warranted attendance. Draped in a fluffy cloak, her scarf pulled high to shield half her face, leaving only her bright, dark eyes visible, the witch trudged through the snow towards Hagrid's abode. Upon knocking, Hagrid warmly opened the door, inviting her inside. It's splendid that you could come. On such a cold day, aside from Harry and the others, no one else would think to visit. Are they not here yet? The witch inquired, scanning the interior for the trio. They should be arriving shortly. Come, warm yourself by the fire. I shall brew you some milk tea, Hagrid encouraged, gesturing her to sit beside the roaring hearth. The witch removed her cloak and hung it on a rack, recalling Hagrid's rock cakes with skepticism regarding his tea-making skills. Well, I can hold it in my hands and consider it a warm water bottle, she mused. As Hagrid prepared the tea, a knock resounded from outside. That must be Harry and the others, Hagrid exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice as he wiped his hands on his apron and approached the door. Sylvia, you're here quite early. Hermione hurried over to sit beside the witch. I just arrived as well, she replied, exchanging familiar pleasantries. Hagrid, have you caught that vampire creature yet? While the witch and Hermione engaged in conversation, Harry greeted her before joining Hagrid in casual talk. Not yet. The roosters in the coop are still dwindling. If I manage to catch that wretched beast, I shall make it experience the same fate, Hagrid grumbled, his voice gruff. A rooster? Hermione's ears perked up at the keyword. What is going on? A vampire, possibly a vampire creature, has killed several roosters in the coop, Hagrid succinctly explained. Still vexed by the situation. That is not a good sign, Hermione pondered, stroking her chin. However, they did not linger on this matter for long. Seizing the moment while Hagrid busied himself with the tea, the trio leaned in closer together. Due to Justin's predicament, none wished to remain at school during the Christmas holiday. They had initially contemplated asking the witch for assistance, only to discover that she had already intended to leave for the holiday. Why don't you all return home as well? We can discuss Draco's situation upon our return after Christmas. There will hardly be anyone left at school. With fewer students around, the diary and the basilisk could cause little harm. Hermione shook her head. Delays may lead to complications. It is better to act sooner. Ron chimed in. What if he targets the professors as well? Harry's focus shifted. You actually referred to him by his professor title. When did your relationship become so close? The trio exchanged knowing glances, and Harry's face flushed crimson as he averted his gaze. Just then, Hagrid approached with steaming mugs of milk tea. Pouring each of them a cup, the witch cradled her cup carefully, taking a cautious whiff of the sweet aroma. Ah, the British have a penchant for sweetness. This is no surprise. However, her teeth ached slightly, for she was not fond of overly sweet treats. The others graciously took sips of their steaming tea, and upon observing their expressions, she deduced that the flavor should not be too peculiar, prompting her to take a tentative sip herself. The taste was pleasant, albeit excessively sweet. The witch felt as if she were drinking syrup rather than milk tea. Even without a deep understanding of the preferences of her British peers, she recognized the excessive sugar content. Do giants have such heavy tastes? Once Hagrid joined them, they ceased discussing secretive matters, for any knowledge he acquired would soon be common knowledge. After all, he was a child raised on truth serum. Subsequently, the opportunity to plot was lost, and after spending some time there, they returned to the castle. This was hardly unusual, as they possessed no more secrets. After all, the diary had yet to make an appearance, and Colin Creevey was still bustling about with his camera, while the situation was perilous. It had not yet reached a heart-stirring climax. Before boarding the train, the trio accompanied her, each offering a warm embrace. Leaving the school was not an easy endeavor for the witch, as everyone in China knew that holidays were not merely for leisure. Before the summer break concluded, Wu Hong had informed her that she would find it nearly impossible to become his successor, incapable of ascending to the role of High Priestess. If she did not wish to lead a life like those idle members of the witch clan, she would need to forge her own path. The witch agreed, deciding to develop her prospects in England, minimizing her contact with Wu Hong, considering she was, after all, his niece. Wu Hong generously entrusted her with a portion of the clan's connections here. Although the witch had previously leveraged her past life as timeline to develop, utilizing her identity as a clan member to manage her assets, she now needed to take command of them. With the holiday approaching, the witch knew she must manage her affairs diligently. In fact, her schedule had already filled to capacity a fortnight before the break. Can't Uncle Yuan oversee the jade business in America? Why must I be involved? The witch glanced at her itinerary, filled with interactions with numerous unfamiliar faces, her heart laden with trepidation. Yet, the jade business indeed held promise. Having undergone bloodletting as a child, Wu Yu harbored both affection and guilt towards her daughter, promising her many things, including the purchase of a jade mine. Although the mine was small, the quality of the jade extracted was exceptional, marking the first significant gain in the witch's assets. This was also the high priest's intention. He urged her to engage more with outsiders to prevent old habits from resurfacing. You're not worried we might run off with the funds, are you? Yuan Kong said, wearing a feigned smile. Who was concerned? Yet the witch could only grimace while reviewing the partner profiles. Chapter 44, Deceiving Lucius. At the banquet, glasses clinked as people exchanged insincere smiles, engaging in idle chatter. The witch stifled the impulse to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, instead grasping a tall glass in hand. Of course, she had yet to reach the legal drinking age in England, and her glass contained orange juice. Occasionally, she conversed with business partners she had never met but had collaborated with multiple times before, tentatively securing more orders or scouting for potential clients at the event. Many, upon recognizing her youth, treated her as a mere child, conversing with condescension, yet they were quickly swayed by her astute rhetoric, perceptively acknowledging her capabilities. To the casual observer, her adeptness in social interactions belied her status as socially anxious. What the witch did not anticipate was encountering a figure almost inconceivable at such an event, Lucius Malfoy. She had seen his likeness in the Daily Prophet and had met him in person at Platform 9 during the summer. However, witnessing a Malfoy at a Muggle gathering was truly astonishing. Although Lucius engaged in business with Muggles, he inherently harbored a certain disdain for them, his demeanor reeking of arrogance, as if he wished to engage in little conversation with those around him. Nevertheless, even in the face of such a countenance, a steady stream of sycophants sought to curry favor with him. Who was that? The witch feigned ignorance and inquired about him from a nearby individual. Standing beside her was a lady of high society, who seemed somewhat attentive to the witch, eagerly offering her assistance when questions arose. She first glanced in the direction the witch was looking, then smiled faintly. That gentleman is Mr. Lucius Malfoy, a renowned apothecary. The efficacy of his potions is unparalleled, stemming from techniques that others cannot replicate, which is why he is so highly sought after. At this juncture, she leaned closer to the witch and whispered, "He also sells a beauty potion that leaves one radiant and has minimal side effects, though the supply is scarce and nearly unobtainable." The witch nodded, feigning enlightenment, then continued to scrutinize Lucius, thinking to herself, it is no wonder he is the figure who has propelled the Malfoy family to the forefront of pureblood status. As the witch appraised Lucius, he seemed to sense the weight of her gaze. Initially, Lucius assumed it was from someone attempting to flirt or those eager to flatter him for more potion orders, and he paid it little mind, casually casting a glance in her direction. However, to his surprise, that single glance startled him. Lucius had certainly heard of the witch's name. There was no doubt about that. Draco often spoke of her at home, praising her talents. Although she had not particularly stood out the previous year, she remained a topic of interest. They had never directly interacted, yet Lucius had encountered her a few times while picking Draco up during holidays or returning to school, and he retained a vague impression of her. But what were the odds of crossing paths here? Having weathered countless storms, Lucius quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. The witch raised her glass toward him and then diverted her gaze. She made her way to a corner, and moments later, Lucius approached her. "What a surprise to find you here, Miss Witch," he remarked. Before arriving, he had inquired with others about her presence, learning that her clan had business dealings with them. "Ah, Mr. Malfoy," the witch replied, her face adorned with a perfectly feigned smile. "We have always believed that there are no eternal enemies in this world. When necessary, all forces can unite to achieve one's aims." This sentiment resonated harmoniously with the Malfoy family's philosophy. Lucius reciprocated with a hollow smile, exchanging seemingly trivial pleasantries. Then, he swiftly altered the subject. "Draco did not return for Christmas this year, and we are somewhat out of the loop regarding the happenings at school. Might I inquire about your insights, Miss Witch?" The witch regarded him with a glance and replied, "I have some conjectures, though I cannot ascertain their veracity." "Oh, I would be most eager to hear them," Lucius remarked, oblivious to the fact that he was being scrutinized. He pondered whether the events this semester at Hogwarts were somehow related to the diary he had lost. The perpetrator had inscribed messages on the wall concerning the heir of Slytherin, yet upon perusing the school records, he found that the heir had last appeared 50 years ago. And that individual was. The witch's words trailed off, her gaze lingering meaningfully on Lucius. "What?" Lucius replied, perplexed, his expression betraying a semblance of curiosity, feigning ignorance. As a cunning fox, he would not easily reveal any vulnerabilities in front of the witch. The witch smiled, saying, "That individual was Tom Marvolo Riddle." The name seemed rather obscure. Lucius's thoughts darted to the diary, his heart tightening, yet he maintained an exterior of calm. Indeed, after all, his name is now Voldemort. The witch sought to avoid a game of tactics, confronting the matter directly. This name could incite fear even among young wizards, let alone for Lucius, who had once faced the terrifying Death Eater. "How dare you invoke that name?" Lucius could no longer mask his alarm. "All of this is mere speculation. He has vanished." The witch, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of her words, continued, "Vanished, yet he might return." But does Mr. Malfoy hope for his return or not? And what of your wishes, Miss Witch? Lucius feigned composure, refraining from directly addressing her inquiry. The Witch clan has no need for a terrorist's dictates, the Witch asserted. Lucius cursed inwardly. If pureblood families could flourish as the Witch clan did, who would wish to have a half-blood above them, even if he were the heir of Slytherin? Given the Witch clan's strength, why engage in business with these muggles? Lucius questioned, perplexed. The aversion pureblood families held toward half-bloods and muggles stemmed fundamentally from an infringement upon their interests, and as this faction grew stronger, pureblood families felt the need to unite to preserve their status and glory. The Witch clan, exhibiting no signs of decline, engaged in conduct akin to that of muggles. Did they not fear tarnishing their bloodline? I have already stated, there are no eternal enemies in this world. Furthermore, knowing oneself and the adversary, one can secure victory in every battle. Why the need for such aversion? Chapter 45, Liquid Courage. Lucius appeared contemplative, yet he would not disclose his inclinations merely based on the Witch's few words. He exchanged a few more remarks about Draco's performance at school before excusing himself to converse with others. The Witch sipped her orange juice, internally strategizing on how to draw the Malfoy family closer. Having resolved to oppose Voldemort, she recognized the necessity of forming her own faction when the time for battle arrived. She preferred not to appear isolated. Indeed, the wizarding community in Britain was rather small. What was often termed a great war was, in the Witch's mind, merely a brawl among factions. Although the Witch could choose to ally with Dumbledore, her actions might not align with the standards of a well-behaved child, rendering her chances of gaining his trust slim. She might even be regarded as a potential threat, akin to Voldemort, warranting caution. Conversely, even if she earned Dumbledore's trust, the possibility of being ensnared in his schemes was not to be discounted. Such an outcome was entirely unacceptable to her. The Witch clan was unlikely to offer her substantial assistance, aside from her parents, who held a direct grudge against Voldemort. But that would not be particularly enjoyable in a confrontation. Thus, she needed to cultivate a cadre of supporters. As she mulled this over, her gaze inadvertently roamed the room. Suddenly, her focus sharpened on a single point, and she found herself unable to look away. Who was that? The Witch leaned closer to her companion, Erkin, and whispered her inquiry. That is Bruce Wayne, Erkin responded, reliable as ever, even though Wayne had not been listed among the attendees. The Wayne from Gotham? Goodness. I merely speculated when last we met, but now it is confirmed. The uncostumed Batman, the undeveloped Bruce Baby. Erkin nodded. However, we have had little business with Gotham. You know how chaotic that place can be. This implied that while the Wayne family was the wealthiest in Gotham, the Witch need not exert herself to ingratiate herself with him. Yet, forging such a connection could still prove beneficial as a networking opportunity. Upon encountering the enchanting beauty, all trivial thoughts and concerns were cast aside by the sorceress, for it was a holiday, a time for respite, not for mental exertion. During their previous encounter, she had not engaged in extensive dialogue with him, and she had presumed that their paths would not cross again after parting ways, burying any lingering sentiments deep within her heart. Yet, fate had conspired to bring him back to her, and while it is often said that things happen in threes, this was their second meeting, coinciding with the festive cheer of Christmas, a clear sign of destiny. If not now, then when would she seize the moment? The sorceress yearned to approach him with confidence, much like she would with her business associates, but her heart and body were at odds, preventing her from taking that crucial step. She observed the handsome man donning a facade of feigned smiles as he conversed effortlessly with the guests, blending seamlessly into the crowd. And she felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Yet, she was filled with ambition but lacked the courage. This simply would not do. As she watched a prominent businessman greet Bruce with his young daughter, who shyly smiled yet maintained a demeanor of poise, the sorceress felt her resolve tighten. No, she was not a mere child. She could not afford to falter in this regard. Seeking assistance, she shifted her gaze and soon discovered her salvation, alcohol. Her eyes swept over the array of drinks, and she grasped a glass of wine. Noticing that no one was paying attention, she downed it in one swift motion. To her surprise, there was no effect. She found it perplexing, having never consumed alcohol before. Logically, one glass of wine should elicit some response, yet it felt as innocuous as drinking water. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, she consumed 3 more glasses. At last, she sensed a slight change, though her mind remained sharp. In her past life, she had heard that some individuals, while inebriated, could not fully control their actions yet remained lucid. Uncertain of her current state, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of flirting with Bruce. The alcohol had emboldened her, yet she hesitated, reluctant to abandon her newfound courage after having already indulged. Summoning her resolve, she poured herself half a glass of brandy and took a decisive gulp. The effects of the alcohol had yet to take hold, so she settled onto a nearby sofa, allowing herself a moment to collect her thoughts. From her handbag, She retrieved a small mirror to inspect her appearance and found that, on the surface, she appeared unremarkable, her complexion merely flushed, exuding a subtle allure that would not suggest intoxication. As she contemplated the opportune moment to approach Bruce, a voice broke through her reverie. "Are you all right? Not feeling well?" She opened her eyes to find Bruce's youthful face blurred, but upon focusing, she recognized him. "Oh, I'm fine," she replied, her voice soft and almost playful, reminiscent of a gentle coquette. "You've been drinking?" Bruce detected the scent of alcohol. "Just a little," she gestured with her finger. "Are you drunk?" "Absolutely not," she instinctively retorted. Yet Bruce was not fooled. Every inebriated individual claimed sobriety. "Where are your family? I can fetch them for you." He expressed concern for the safety of a tipsy girl left unattended. "Do you wish to send me away?" She widened her eyes, resembling a forlorn kitten. "No, that's not my intention," he assured her, knowing better than to argue with a drunken mind. "Then stay with me for a while," she yawned, her eyes glistening with tears. With no other choice, Bruce remained beside her, fearing that she might burst into tears. Yet he hoped for a server to assist him in relaying a message. "Have we met before?" Bruce sought to divert the conversation. "Yes. Last Christmas at the mall in London," she blurted, her inebriation rendering her unabashedly candid. He fell silent, rummaging through the recesses of his memory. "You know, Bruce, I think you resemble someone," she stated earnestly. "Who?" She beckoned him closer. "My future boyfriend," she whispered conspiratorially in his ear. Chapter 46. Capturing a Boyfriend. The warmth of her breath against his earlobe sent a shiver through Bruce, yet he remained largely unaffected by her words. As the heir of Wayne Enterprises, he had encountered countless sycophants and, as he matured, had attracted the attention of numerous young women with ulterior motives. To him, the sorceress, while undeniably stunning, was not particularly remarkable beyond her beauty. "Miss Wu desires to be my girlfriend?" She corrected him. "No, I wish for you to be my boyfriend." Though the meanings were similar, the implication of agency lay distinctly with each party. "Why me?" Bruce queried, perplexed at her interest after only their second meeting. "Because you're handsome," she replied without hesitation. "Is it not obvious that I wouldn't be drawn to you for your noble character?" Her forthrightness both startled and amused him. She boldly articulated her attraction based on appearance. "However, I have observed that among my peers here, no one exhibits more gentlemanly qualities than you, which I greatly admire," she continued. Bruce found this reasoning less than compelling. "You could seek a broader pool. Perhaps it's simply that you exude a comfort that feels fated," she mused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Bruce, having received his answer, distanced himself, coolly stating, "I'm sorry." But the sorceress pressed her finger against his lips, her smile unwavering. "I've heard that Wayne Enterprises is looking to develop internet technologies. No traveler from the past who had amassed wealth in the late 20th century would neglect the burgeoning internet wave." Drawing upon her foresight, she had invested heavily in this arena, yielding promising results and actively expanding. Bruce's eyes flickered with interest. "Coincidentally, I require assistance from a domestic firm to penetrate the market." She withdrew her finger, offering him an avenue of escape. "Besides, being my boyfriend wouldn't be so bad. I still have classes to attend, and you won't remain in the UK for long, will you?" Long-distance relationships are challenging, especially across countries. I might even propose a breakup at some point. Yet, her request for assistance in expanding into the American market was genuine. Even the mightiest dragon must yield to the local snake. As someone based in the UK, her advantage in developing internet technologies was clear. But to establish herself across the ocean in America would necessitate collaboration with a local magnate. Yet, what amused the witch spirit was the fact that the Wayne Enterprises, once depicted in films and comics as the creator of high-tech bat suits, Batmobiles, and Batplanes, now found itself grappling with issues surrounding internet technology, as if it had been pulled down from its pedestal. Considering that Bruce was merely 14 or 15 years old, had not yet traveled the world, nor donned the bat suit, this seemed quite reasonable. Although long-distance relationships were arduous, one's identity could easily facilitate a transfer, could it not? While such a maneuver might seem somewhat underhanded, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The witch spirit vowed earnestly, "Rest assured, I shall not attend school in America." Although she was unaware of the particulars of the Ifamoni School of Magic, it was widely known that the American wizarding community was far more stringent regarding confidentiality than the British Ministry of Magic, who would willingly submit to such constraints. Bruce pondered for a moment, then smiled broadly, causing the witch spirit's heart to race. "I apologize." "What?" she thought, feeling that she had offered sufficient sincerity and he surely would not refuse her again. "I apologize for allowing my girlfriend to become intoxicated. It is exceedingly unchivalrous of me." Bruce considered that agreeing to her request was not inherently detrimental, especially since the witch spirit had just turned 13 and he was not required to sacrifice his integrity. As Gotham's wealthiest, Bruce had numerous options at his disposal. However, the cunning old foxes would not easily relinquish their share. In comparison, the witch spirit's potential was undeniably high in terms of value. The two reached an unspoken agreement, transitioning from confession to a romantic relationship in mere minutes. Bruce seemed to possess an innate charm that endeared him to young women, and upon deciding to become the witch spirit's boyfriend, he dutifully embraced his role. Leaning closer, Bruce softly inquired, "Do you require some tea to alleviate the effects of the alcohol?" "No, I am not intoxicated," she declared, a classic refrain from the inebriated. Nevertheless, the witch spirit had her own intentions. Once sober, she would find it difficult to face Bruce with the same boldness. Though her mind was somewhat foggy at that moment, she still recognized her reluctance to abandon her tipsy state. Bruce, rather than pressing the matter under the guise of concern, remained by her side, watching over her attentively. As music filled the air, the witch spirit observed the dancers in the center of the floor, and a thought crossed her mind. She should take her freshly minted boyfriend out for a dance, publicly solidifying their relationship to deter any unwelcome suitors. "Are you not dizzy?" Bruce asked with concern. "If you wish to dance, we can find another time." "No, I want to dance with you right here," she insisted. Thus, Bruce took her hand and stood up, realizing that the witch spirit was steady on her feet, which eased his worries somewhat as they made their way toward the dance floor. Most onlookers merely glanced at the sight of their intertwined hands with little reaction. Perhaps some speculated about a potential alliance between the Witch clan and the Wayne family, a notion that held some validity given their statuses. However, a few individuals in the crowd expressed visible shock. The first was Lucius Malfoy. He could tolerate the witch spirit mingling with muggles for business. Yet a pureblood engaging romantically with a muggle was simply unacceptable to him. Nonetheless, he pondered whether their dance held any special significance, or if it was merely a casual social interaction. Next was Yuan Kong, who served as the eyes and ears of the Witch clan, tasked with overseeing the witch spirit while also managing business affairs. Chapter 47, Lost in Delight. The witch spirit and Bruce Wayne were not the type to concern themselves with the opinions of others. They merely needed to drop a metaphorical bomb into the crowd and then nonchalantly depart. The following morning, as the witch spirit awakened from her slumber, she bit her fingernails while reflecting on how she had ensnared a boyfriend through a web of interests the previous night, feeling a sense of internal turmoil. Was this truly who she was? Had she always harbored such wild inclinations? Well, perhaps not entirely. Compared to those who were truly open, she remained rather reserved. Yet, this realization was undeniably vexing. Her cheeks flushed, and her greatest concern became how to navigate the upcoming holiday with Bruce. Although their transition to a romantic relationship felt somewhat informal, it was ultimately a well-considered outcome, regardless of the reasons behind it. However, apart from the reckless abandon exhibited during her intoxication, or the comfortable rapport they shared, she had not contemplated how to proceed afterward, given her utter lack of romantic experience. Avoidance was not a solution, she thought. After all, she was prepared to invest substantially, and spending should be done with conviction. After breakfast, the doorbell rang. The witch spirit opened the door to find Bruce standing outside. After a moment of silence, she greeted him with a smile. "Come in, my dear boyfriend." Once Bruce entered, he stated his purpose. "Did you not ask me to accompany you shopping yesterday? When shall we depart?" By all accounts, he should not have arrived so early. But the witch spirit had been inebriated and had merely mentioned wanting Bruce to accompany her without specifying a time. Thus he had come early to await her. The witch spirit rummaged through her memory regarding this matter, though she could not quite recall her feelings at the time. "I shall change clothes," she said, "by the way. Have you had breakfast?" Bruce shook his head. "I do not typically eat breakfast at this hour." The witch spirit suddenly envisioned Batman after a night patrol, sleeping until the afternoon and entirely skipping breakfast. However, the present Bruce must surely need sustenance, having been raised by a butler who would undoubtedly monitor his dietary habits. "Then allow me to fetch you something to eat." The witch spirit proceeded to the kitchen. Much of her food was prepared by Krish, and during these past few years, aside from her lack of appetite, she had generally finished her meals without waste, so the kitchen likely held no surplus. This did not deter her, however. She instructed Krish to prepare an additional sandwich and some hot milk, which she soon brought to Bruce. By the time she returned downstairs, Bruce had already finished, though the milk remained largely untouched. "Do you not enjoy milk?" "It's fine," Bruce replied, his lips pursed slightly, perhaps embarrassed by his pickiness. "Alfred, my butler, prepares it for me daily. I hope to relax a bit with you, my dear." "Very well," the witch spirit nodded in understanding, considering she too had her aversions, such as bitter melon and celery. "In the future, I can prepare you hot cocoa, but your butler knows your dietary needs best at home." The witch spirit paused, wondering why she was so chatty, as though they were particularly familiar. Such a controlling nature was not her usual demeanor, she mused inwardly. "I understand," Bruce replied, showing no curiosity regarding her unfinished thoughts. Out of concern for my own health, I do not strongly resist drinking milk. The witch spirit glanced at the cup before him and nodded, choosing not to confront him. Shall we go? Shall I call for the driver? She suggested, knowing that if she needed a driver, she would have to have Yuan Kong send someone. No need, I drove here myself. I would prefer not to have anyone interrupt our date, Bruce smiled. What? You are already 17? That is impossible, the witch spirit exclaimed, taken aback. In the United Kingdom, one must be at least 17 years of age to obtain a driving license. Although it is possible to acquire a provisional license at 16, it does not permit one to drive on public roads. She had not taken the initiative to inquire about Bruce prior to this, and at the soiree last night, he was simply brought along by the organizers. His name was absent from the guest list, leaving the witch unaware of his age. No, I want to turn 16 for another month or so, Bruce replied, shaking his head and smiling at her. But what does that matter? Regulations merely serve to restrain the actions of the majority of ordinary individuals, for those of their ilk, who belong to a privileged class. The enforcement of rules is contingent upon their whims. Very well, let me see your skills, the witch said, feeling an inexplicable oddness that she could not pinpoint. Bruce's vehicle was a striking red Ferrari, undeniably eye-catching, though she was not particularly knowledgeable about luxury cars. What do you think of the car? Bruce asked, noticing her gaze fixated on it. I don't understand cars, but it looks impressive, she managed to reply. Do you like it? If so, I'll gift it to you, Bruce inquired. He speculated that the witch's interest in him might be superficial, yet he sought to offer her tangible benefits as a form of compensation. However, he was caught off guard by her lack of automotive knowledge. Nevertheless, the car's performance was indeed exceptional, and its aesthetics were remarkable, making it a suitable gift for her. Gift me, the witch pondered, realizing that it would be several years before she could drive. Yet, she did not wish to dampen the mood by declining. I think the car is quite beautiful. I really like it. Thank you. This Christmas season was exceptionally fulfilling for the witch, as her novice boyfriend possessed an extraordinary knack for winning her affection, making her feel that she was receiving more than she bargained for. The only downside was that she had been so engrossed in enjoyment that her schoolwork had suffered. With the return to school imminent, she found herself burning the midnight oil to complete her assignments. Bruce drove her to King's Cross Station. He had initially intended to accompany her onto the train, but the witch declined, unwilling to let him witness her perform the art of vanishing. Darling, don't miss me too much, she said, having grown more comfortable around Bruce during their time together. Seizing an opportune moment, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Bruce was momentarily taken aback. Over time, he had discerned the witch's true nature and recognized that her feelings for him were merely affectionate and had not yet blossomed into love. Watching her retreating figure, he felt no need to dwell on the matter further. Chapter 48. Professor, do you have a potion that can make a man pregnant? Due to the previous night's late study session, the witch felt drowsy once she boarded the train. It was not until the train came to a halt that she regained some semblance of alertness. Upon her return to school, the first piece of news she heard was that Hermione had been hospitalized. Speculation abounded regarding whether she had been attacked. That mudblood has the audacity to remain at school. This is splendid, Draco remarked in the common room, though I do not know the details of her assault. It is certain that the heir of Slytherin must eliminate all mudbloods from the school. Others echoed his sentiments, and even those who remained silent seemed to share the same thoughts. The witch felt something was amiss. She recalled that while Hermione had indeed been petrified in the past, it was only after she had discovered that the monster was a basilisk. Could it be that she had uncovered this during the Christmas holiday? That seemed implausible. If she had identified it as a basilisk during that time, what chance would there have been for Lockhart's antics on Valentine's Day? She resolved to pay Hermione a visit. Madame Pomfrey had drawn curtains around Hermione's hospital bed to shield her face from prying eyes, aiming to spare her the embarrassment. Even when the witch visited, she could only speak to her through the fabric. What happened, Hermione? I gather you weren't attacked like the others, were you? No, I wasn't. Hermione's voice came out muffled, seemingly filled with self-reproach. I thought I had acquired a hair from Millicent Bulstrode, but I suppose she must have a cat, right? The witch could picture the scene vividly. So you added cat hair to the polyjuice potion? That sounds rather troublesome. By the way, did Harry and Ron manage to get any information from Draco? They didn't uncover anything, but Ron insists that Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. Hermione vehemently disagreed with his unfounded conjecture. After leaving the infirmary, the witch found herself deep in thought. Where was the diary? When would Harry get his hands on it? As she ruminated, a sudden inspiration struck her, prompting a visit to the library. Moments later, she knocked on the door of Snape's office, carrying a book she had borrowed. Enter, Snape said irritably, opening the door. You had better have a pressing matter, Miss Witch. Without waiting for her response, he returned to his task of brewing potions. Professor, I'd like to inquire whether you can concoct a potion that allows a man to become pregnant? The witch maintained a distance of over 2 meters from him. Snape, while cutting ingredients, nearly sliced his finger upon hearing her words. He suspected she was deliberately mocking him. If your mind hasn't been filled with leeches, you should know that only women can become pregnant. But we are wizards, aren't we? Muggles can undergo sex reassignment surgery. What I mean is, I read in a book at the library that basilisks hatch from rooster eggs. If roosters can lay eggs, then men can also become pregnant, the witch declared, flipping to the relevant page in the book and pointing to the text. Since you have seen this, you know that what hatches from a rooster's egg is not a rooster, but a basilisk. What in the world would a man give birth to? Snape spoke logically, having never bred a basilisk and lacking an understanding of the principles involved. But you are a master of potions. I've heard that muggles can perform sex reassignment surgery. Surely you could develop a potion that achieves similar effects. Snape's expression contorted slightly. I have no intention of brewing such a concoction. Now leave. Wait, Professor. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. I will offer you compensation. Though the witch initially sought merely to expose the basilisk incident, she genuinely desired the potion. No amount of galleons will suffice. Get out. Snape scoffed. Do you truly believe you are in want of money? 100,000 galleons, she proposed. I don't care for it. 500,000. Get out. I have ways to enhance your power. I do not require it. I could even allow you to see deceased loved ones and friends. Wouldn't you like to meet them once more? The witch played her trump card. Snape's expression shifted several times, his lips quivering slightly, yet he remained silent. Very well, the witch sensed his wavering resolve, but feigned disappointment, pretending to push the door open to leave. Just as she was about to step outside, Snape snapped back to reality. Wait, come back. Professor? The witch chuckled inwardly while feigning confusion. How can I see them? Snape disregarded his potion ingredients, eager to learn how he might reunite with his mother and Lily. It's quite simple. Through necromancy, allowing the spirits of the deceased to manifest, or by having your own soul leave your body to meet them. Can I meet them first? Snape inquired. Professor, we merchants value cash on delivery, the witch said with gravity. Well, I cannot ascertain the truth of your claims, Snape retorted through gritted teeth, uncertain whether he could concoct the potion she desired. I would prefer to inspect the goods first. Alternatively, shall we forge an unbreakable vow? Oh, that is quite unnecessary. The witch replied awkwardly. I trust in your character, Professor, though perhaps I should not. Snape's expression softened slightly. Then let us commence. Is there anything you require for preparation? Not at all. It is rather simple. She shook her head. Just provide me with the name of the person you wish to see, their date of birth, and any other pertinent details. The more comprehensive, the better. Lily Potter, Snape uttered, his countenance darkening at the mention of her surname. Yet he continued to relay her home address, preferences, and, regrettably, her date of death. The witch meticulously noted each detail before producing a piece of yellow parchment, upon which she began to inscribe intricate symbols. Once completed, she rummaged through her belongings and retrieved several small candles, arranging them into an unusual formation. Now, place a drop of blood on this symbol, at this designated spot, she instructed, presenting the parchment to him, her finger indicating Snape's name inscribed upon it. Without hesitation, Snape took the small knife he had used for potion making and pricked his finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto the parchment. A flash of light enveloped the space, and Snape's soul detached from his corporeal form, leaving his body to collapse onto the ground. The witch secured a red thread around the wrist of Snape's spirit and placed a candle within his palm. Now, follow the direction of the flame to seek the person you wish to encounter. You have 1 hour. When the time is up, I shall retrieve you. Chapter 49. I am a professional at digging up walls. Snape's spirit soon vanished, embarking on his quest to find the one he longed to see. The witch gazed down at his fallen body and, with a hint of compassion, levitated him onto the sofa. What should she do next? She perused the book she had brought, finding it rather dull, and her attention fell upon the cauldron of potions Snape had previously brewed. He had laid out an array of peculiar ingredients on the table, an assortment of potion materials the witch had never encountered before. Clearly, these were not recipes one of her age would typically know. In truth, she held little interest in potions. She would put forth her utmost effort in class to earn better grades, but if tasked with focusing on potion research or creating new recipes, she would balk at the endeavor. She had ample wealth. Why not simply purchase what she desired? Brewing potions herself seemed far too bothersome, with a low cost-to-effort ratio. Should danger ever arise, she would not want to waste time searching for ingredients, even if they were laid out before her. The process of brewing would take so long that the grass atop her grave would be several feet high by the time the potion was ready. Here lay a veritable master of potions. If she offered him a reward that piqued his interest, he would likely be able to concoct even the most bizarre and extraordinary brews, not just the common potions available on the market. Thus, she resolved to win him over. After all, she had already set her sights on several pure-blood families. Adding Snape to her roster would not be a hindrance. The thought amused her. Previously, In novels about traversing the three kingdoms, characters were eager to undermine Cao Cao. And now, here she was, undermining Voldemort. How delightful. As for Albus Dumbledore's reaction upon discovering that she had secured Snape's allegiance, she was unconcerned. She had no intentions of utilizing terrorism to foment rebellion, so Dumbledore should not find reason to oppose her, right? Moreover, Snape had once been brought to Dumbledore from Voldemort himself. What grounds did he have to criticize her? Snape's adherence to Dumbledore was primarily to protect Lily. Yet she was gone. Later, Dumbledore had tasked him with safeguarding Harry. But he had withheld the truth that Harry was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, a rather unsavory act on Dumbledore's part. By comparison, she considered herself a benevolent employer, unlike Voldemort, who took out his frustrations on his subordinates, or Dumbledore, who was perpetually scheming. As the hour drew to a close, the witch tugged at the red thread, attempting to give Snape a nudge. On the other end, Snape beheld Lily, his heart brimming with unspoken words, while he chose to ignore James Potter, who stared at him as if he were about to betray him. Lily, however, had long since put aside their past grievances, smiling at Snape. Severus. It has been far too long. After confronting death, she had come to terms with their prior quarrel. In the afterlife, they encountered many other souls, each with their own happiness or sorrow, many burdened by unfulfilled regrets. Over time, both Lily and James had realized that many of the things that once seemed monumental were, in fact, trivial and naive, understanding that the world was not merely black and white. Yet the living remained oblivious to their newfound acceptance. Without the opportunity for dialogue, reconciliation remained elusive. Lily, I am sorry, was all Snape could muster. They discussed various matters, primarily concerning Harry Potter and Voldemort. An hour is neither excessively short nor overly long. As the witch tugged at the red thread, Snape even contemplated simply severing it. But he could not bring himself to do so. He was not accustomed to seeking death. You must return now, Severus, Lily remarked, noticing his restlessness. After everything had been laid bare, they could coexist peacefully, though what each truly felt remained a mystery. Snape nodded. I must take my leave. Farewell, Lily. Wait, Severus. Can you save Sirius? James suddenly recalled. It wasn't me who betrayed him. It was. His words trailed off unfinished as Snape's shadow dissipated into nothingness. Merlin's foul socks. I should have mentioned this sooner, James lamented, a look of regret etched across his face. If the witch were to learn of this, she would surely find it amusing that these two brothers, bound by life and death, now resembled nothing more than plastic siblings. Remembering is quite an achievement. Our memories have been fading over the years. I doubt we have much time left here, Lily expressed her concern. Though it was evident they were powerless to change their fate, James tapped his forehead, sighing. I hope he understands that Sirius is innocent. Snape had initially intended to linger a bit longer with Lily, but he was unprepared for the overwhelming force that suddenly yanked him back toward his body, akin to a key unlocking a door. Upon returning, he struggled to open his eyes, feeling as though he had been asleep for an eternity, his body heavy and unresponsive. This feeling is quite unpleasant. Professor, how do you feel? The witch inquired, having intended to request a 5-star review. However, despite her improved demeanor, she had yet to reach the point of being overly extroverted, so she spoke in a rather conventional manner. Snape regained his composure, weakly replying, It's tolerable. I will find a way to brew the potion you requested, though I have never heard of such an effect before, so it may take a considerable amount of time. The witch waved her hand dismissively. That is of no concern. Do your best. I am not in a rush for the next 2 years. After all, the potion was meant for Sirius, to help him sire offspring for the Black family. He could afford to live for several more years, so there was no urgency. As for whether Sirius will drink this potion, that is entirely inconsequential. The opinions of mere pawns have always been of little importance. Regarding the female party, those who are fond of wealth can be swayed with gold, and if someone is enamored by his looks and wishes to share a night of passion with him, that would be even better. There are always methods available. As long as the person and the potion are in place, everything can be arranged. The witch has devised a splendid plan. Once the child is born, she will nurture him, managing the affairs of the Black family, while she herself focuses on earning and spending. An exquisite arrangement. However, the witch bears considerable pressure. Despite Walburga now resembling merely a portrait, she had previously been quite overbearing. Is it any wonder that the witch is reluctant to reside at number 12 Grimmauld Place? Chapter 50. How to Handle the Diary Lord. After the witch departed, Snape felt as if all his strength had evaporated. At this moment, he had no inclination to attend to the cauldron. He rested one hand on his forehead, leaning languidly against the sofa, his countenance pale, yet revealing signs of exhaustion. The past hour felt dreamlike. He had received Lily's forgiveness, and she remained as radiant as the sun, illuminating his existence. Though this was undeniably his lived experience, it seemed altogether unreal. The long-standing knot in his heart had finally found a point of release, but after a fleeting moment of contentment, an overwhelming emptiness settled within him, as if he had suddenly lost his purpose and was left adrift. Moreover, what did Potter mean when he mentioned that Black was not the traitor? If he hadn't caused Lily's death, why did he not clarify? That foolish dog had confessed to his wrongdoing without much resistance, ending up in Azkaban. And now Potter claimed they had apprehended the wrong person. How utterly absurd. After a brief respite, Snape rose. He could not neglect the potion entirely. The ingredients he had added were far from ordinary, so it was best to complete the brew sooner rather than later. However, upon approaching the cauldron, he noticed a book lying on the table. Snape was well aware that he had not been reading. Thus this book could only have one origin. It was left behind by the witch. The book was open, and the page revealed information regarding the basilisk. It possessed deadly eyes capable of killing any creature that gazed directly into them. Snape picked up the book and read the section concerning the basilisk twice, feeling as though he was on the verge of an important revelation. Yet he shook his head in doubt. Fenrir had not perished, nor had the cat. If it were indeed the basilisk, how could it be so feeble? Snape murmured to himself. If the witch had overlooked anything, it was likely the scarcity of existing information, which had become a source of confusion. With such limited knowledge, even when faced with the correct answer, one would hesitate to write it down. The first instinct to eliminate the correct answer is something nearly all students have experienced. And Snape was no exception. He closed the book and set it aside, ensuring it was away from the potion, planning to return it to the witch the following day. The witch had accomplished 2 tasks in one go, laying the groundwork to undermine Dumbledore, and she felt quite satisfied with herself. Thus, she recalled the Diary Lord. Although she was unaware of his whereabouts at that moment, she could certainly conceive of how to deal with him. To destroy a Horcrux with the basilisk's venom seemed rather unimaginative. Wasn't Voldemort fond of tormenting others with the Cruciatus curse? She resolved to bring her foe to the brink of death before finishing him off. However, she also had to consider how to prevent his escape. Villains often perish from their own verbosity. Despite having committed her fair share of murders, she still believed herself to be on the side of righteousness. Yet, she remained cautious of this principle. The witch recalled a recurring dream from her past, one in which she found herself by a pool, struggling to climb ashore. No matter how hard she fought, she could not ascend. Upon looking back, she saw shadowy figures extending their hands to grasp her ankles. Fear gripped her as she sought to break free, yet it was a futile endeavor. The figures multiplied. Her feet could no longer advance. Her body grew heavier. Her nails dug deep into the mud, eventually breaking, and she sank into the depths of the pool. This was not merely her dream. It was a vision connected to her bloodline, reflecting Regulus's deepest fears. Thus, she resolved to return the favor in kind. The witch decided to let the Diary Lord lower his guard, granting him sufficient soul power to solidify into a corporeal form before casting him into that lake of shadows, teaching him the true meaning of despair. The mere thought of this scenario made her blood boil with excitement. Wait, why did this increasingly resemble the mindset of a villain? Pondering this perplexing thought, the witch decided that she ought to visit the dining hall to have something to eat and calm down. The next day, when Snape returned the book to the witch, he had emerged from the fog of confusion that had enveloped him the previous day. The witch politely accepted the book, her innocent demeanor projecting an air of harmlessness, concealing whether she had intentionally left the book detailing the basilisk in Snape's office. Snape's gaze was discerning. Were it not for the Hogwarts professor's duty to protect their students, he might have considered using legilimency to probe into the witch's thoughts. The witch ignored his probing. Were it not for the witch's guilty conscience, she would have relished the opportunity to assert the authority of her benefactor over Snape. Is there anything else, Professor? She inquired, looking up at him. Nothing of consequence. You may leave. Snape waved his hand dismissively. One day in mid-January, Harry and Ron approached the witch, presenting a tattered diary. We found it in that broken girl's bathroom, but Myrtle didn't see who threw it, Harry explained as he handed the diary to the witch. In an instant, the witch recalled her earlier speculation that the diary might have originated from the sewers, thus she felt no desire to take it. She pulled a packet of paper from her pocket, extracted a sheet, and, using it as a barrier, opened the diary. Indeed, it contained nothing but the name Tom Marvolo Riddle inscribed on the cover. Observing the witch's actions, the 2 boys suddenly felt rather uncouth, especially Harry, who had stuffed the damp diary into his pocket without a second thought after discovering it. Ahem, Harry cleared his throat, while Ron added, earlier, when I was cleaning the trophy, I noticed that a student named Tom Marvolo Riddle had received an award for special contributions to the school. You suspect he is the owner of this diary? The witch inquired as she returned it. At this moment, Harry hesitated, contemplating borrowing a sheet of paper from the witch. Yet he refrained, fearing it would make him appear foolish. Yes, but we do not know whether this diary is a magical item, after all. Riddle has not recorded anything within it, which is quite strange, Harry remarked. Ron chimed in. We initially intended to show it to Hermione, but she's still in the hospital wing, so we planned to wait until she recovers to share it with her. The witch pondered for a moment whether to take the diary, but considering its origins, she ultimately decided against it. Perhaps later. After all, there are no holidays coming up. And even if I acquire it, I cannot venture out. Chapter 51. The Unbearable Valentine's Day. As February began, Hermione finally discharged from the hospital. Harry presented the diary to her and recounted the tale of its discovery. Hermione was particularly intrigued by the special contribution award associated with Tom Riddle and believed that the diary might contain pertinent information. However, after casting several spells, the diary remained unchanged. Harry returned it to his pocket, feeling an inexplicable urge to peruse its contents, even when Ron suggested discarding the mysterious object. Harry's subconscious resisted the idea. In the absence of further attacks, the Mandrakes thrived, and the previously tense atmosphere at school gradually eased. Gilderoy Lockhart, feeling overly confident, proclaimed his intentions to uplift morale. Harry was deeply concerned, clearly doubting Lockhart's ability to accomplish anything of substance. Ron shared this skepticism, yet Hermione expressed her anticipation. On the Slytherin side, the responses were more direct. The students regarded Lockhart's proclamations as nonsense, and his antics drew open ridicule, save for a few who remained enamored with his novels. Meanwhile, Wisp busied herself preparing a Valentine's gift for Bruce. As it was her first love and their inaugural Valentine's Day together, a moment deserving of thoughtful presence. Additionally, Bruce's birthday was on February 19th, and since he had returned to America, Wisp planned to send both gifts simultaneously. She had already decided on a stunning jade landscape pendant, crafted into a protective charm, both aesthetically pleasing and functional. The other gift was a conventional yet expensive watch, valued at over $200,000. Enclosed with the gifts was a heartfelt letter, which, perhaps due to the absence of face-to-face communication, overflowed with flirtation and affection. After reading it, Wisp felt a rush of warmth across her cheeks and debated rewriting the letter, but ultimately succumbed to her reluctance, sealing it in an envelope and dispatching it with haste. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the longevity of their long-distance relationship, Wisp found enjoyment in their connection. During the Christmas holiday, they had spent every day together, which, while delightful, had left Wisp feeling slightly uneasy due to the closeness. She mused that the discomfort was not her fault. Rather, it was a case of distance making the heart grow fonder. It reminded her of her previous life, where the first few days at home were filled with indulgence, only for her parents to grow weary of her presence as time passed. After sending the gifts, several days went by without a reply. It was clear that while sending gifts was straightforward for her, Bruce faced numerous hazards before reaching Gotham. And only after traversing the Atlantic and navigating through New York could the gifts arrive. Wisp eagerly awaited his response as time slipped by, and soon Valentine's Day arrived. Aware of the elaborate decorations Lockhart would adorn the hall with, Wisp resolved to see it for herself, summoning her courage. Upon arrival, she beheld the incessant cascade of colorful confetti and walls adorned with pink flowers, eliciting a sigh of exasperation. Admittedly, the flowers were beautiful, but their overwhelming presence was rather garish, and the heart-shaped confetti felt tasteless. While many wore grim expressions, some seemed to embrace the atmosphere, surrounded by pink bubbles. Having encountered far more extravagant scenarios during her online escapades in her past life, Wisp remained unfazed. However, the confetti proved a nuisance during breakfast, prompting her to conjure a protective barrier. Beside her, Draco's expression mirrored her discontent as he nudged her with his elbow. "What's wrong?" Wisp inquired. Fork and knife in hand, her brow furrowed in confusion. "That," Draco gestured toward her protective barrier. "Can I have one too?" She obliged, conjuring another for him, and returned her focus to her meal, eager to depart this gaudy scene. Lockhart's incessant chatter at the teacher's table went unnoticed by her. He introduced his Valentine's surprise, a troupe of oddly dressed gnomes he referred to as little cupids, which only confirmed Wisp's suspicion of his eccentricity. "Is this truly the caliber of individuals Dumbledore recruits?" Draco remarked quietly. "It seems anyone can become a professor at Hogwarts these days. What can you do?" "It's a high-risk position," Wisp replied casually. "Those gnomes are bound to disrupt classes, aren't they?" Draco added, then turned to her. "How many cards do you think you'll receive?" "Surely no one would pursue a girl this way." Wisp grimaced at the thought. "Who knows? There are plenty of oddballs out there," Draco replied, slicing into his lamb chop with vigor. "I can't predict how many cards I'll get, but if anyone embarrasses me through such means, they'll be promptly excluded from my future spouse list," Wisp declared, continuing her meal. Draco, contemplating the implications of her words, hesitated to warn Zabini, perhaps wishing to play a prank on him instead. Zabini wouldn't he resort to such tactics, would he? He reasoned, deciding against informing him. Wisp dismissed Lockhart and the gnomes. only to soon regret her indifference. In mere hours, she was intercepted by the gnomes 8 times. This may seem trivial, yet with only 12 gnomes present, the odds were staggering. If each gnome took an average of 5 minutes to deliver cards, in 3.5 hours, they could distribute approximately 504 cards, and Wisp had received an astonishing 163 of them. Although this percentage might seem small, it was daunting when considering the hundreds of students in attendance, with Lockhart likely receiving the majority. From the second card she received, Wisp's expression soured. The most alarming aspect was that, in addition to the cards, someone had utilized the gnomes to send a message. Before the gaze of the onlookers, a gnome, with a sullen demeanor, recited a love poem aloud. Wisp refrained from drawing her wand, aware that magic was prohibited in the corridors, and she had no desire to lose points over such an incident. The surrounding crowd, initially eager for amusement, shifted their attention, reminded of the bald pansy, and distanced themselves from her, creating ample space. The gnome, seemingly aware of who had silenced him, reached out in an attempt to grasp Wisp's garment, pleading for her to restore his voice. However, before he could make contact, she turned on her heel and strode away. Though Draco did not witness Wisp using magic, he was convinced she had done so. When do you plan to let him speak? What does that have to do with me? You know magic is forbidden in the corridors, Wisp retorted, unwilling to admit her involvement. Draco smiled knowingly, choosing not to utter another word. While the witch was indeed unfortunate, she was not the sole target of the little goblin's harassment that day. As she and Draco traversed the corridor in the afternoon, they stumbled upon a scene where a goblin was pestering Harry, forcing a Valentine-esque card into his embrace. Initially, Harry felt merely annoyed, but the moment he spotted the witch among the crowd of onlookers, his expression soured further. Get away, Harry exclaimed, tugging fiercely at his backpack in an attempt to shake off the goblin that clung to it. However, his efforts resulted in a torn bag, spilling its contents across the floor. Draco's interest in Harry far surpassed that of others. He relished in witnessing Harry's predicament as the goblin pressed down on Harry's knee, reading aloud the sentiments inscribed in the Valentine-esque card. The witch discreetly swatted the goblin away from Harry's knee, though by then his leg had grown numb, and his movements became somewhat clumsy. After observing the commotion, Draco picked something up from the ground, which the witch recognized as a diary. She cast a fleeting glance at it, feigning disinterest as her eyes scanned the surroundings. It was then she noticed something unusual. Ginny's face among the spectators, pale with fear. As if she recognized the diary, the witch felt a previously nebulous thought crystallize in her mind. For instance, during Lockhart's book signing event, Lucius and Arthur Weasley had a scuffle, during which he had surreptitiously placed the diary inside Ginny's book. Suddenly, details she had previously overlooked began to coalesce like threads in a tapestry. Following the attack incidents at school, Ginny had displayed persistent anxiety, and Ron had suggested that she was merely frightened, warning others to refrain from discussing such matters in her presence. The deaths of the chickens in the coop were orchestrated under the influence of the diary, compelling her to eliminate the threats that could vanquish the basilisk. Furthermore, with respect to the movie's narrative, the reason Ginny had found herself within the Chamber of Secrets, initially perceived as mere misfortune, now appeared to be a result of her deep familiarity with the diary, which had siphoned a significant portion of her soul's essence. No wonder the witch had always sensed something amiss about her soul, yet it remained unscathed at its core. Unlike Voldemort's reckless soul severing that inflicted irreparable damage, Ginny's condition bore myriad possibilities, and Voldemort, prior to the fruition of his plan, would not act excessively, thus explaining the witch's previous lack of awareness regarding the anomaly. Having unraveled these thoughts, the witch felt a surge of elation. Not only had she clarified her understanding of the original narrative, reducing the difficulty of her challenges, but she also recognized how to manipulate Lucius, binding him to her will. The following day, Harry confided in the witch and Hermione that the mastermind behind the attack was Hagrid. The witch adopted a contemplative expression, pondering how to extract venom from the acromantulas lurking in the Forbidden Forest. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione relentlessly probed Harry for details regarding the previous night's events, speculating that Hogwarts housed more than just acromantulas, as they were loath to believe Hagrid capable of murder. Ultimately, Hermione suggested they visit Hagrid, but considering their camaraderie, the group recoiled like ostriches. They resolved that if no further attacks occurred, they would refrain from mentioning anything to Hagrid. As days turned into weeks, March arrived without any untoward incidents. During this time, the witch received 2 letters from Bruce, accompanied by a Valentine's Day gift. In his letter, Bruce expressed his apologies for the potential delay, noting, "Originally, I penned a letter, but you know how chaotic Gotham can be," before the first letter could be dispatched. "Your gift arrived, prompting me to write back." Although everyone was aware of Gotham's tumultuous nature, the witch could discern Bruce's affection for the city through his words. The letter contained substantial content in its first half, while the latter half was filled with equally saccharine responses to her previous letter. As she read, she covered her face, taking nearly half an hour to finish both letters. As for her Valentine's gift, it comprised a gem-encrusted brooch, but upon reading the letter, she discovered that Bruce had also gifted her a luxurious yacht. It must be said, in just over a month, Bruce had made significant strides in his evolution towards his beloved. The gifts were thoughtful, a sentimental brooch and an impressive yacht. The witch felt compelled to write a heartfelt note of gratitude, expressing her longing for him, and send it to Gotham. Yet, he was likely about to embark on a world tour, and she surmised he might soon suggest a separation, as their brief romance seemed unlikely to last beyond a year. With this thought, the witch settled for a simple response. After all, sometimes emulating an ostrich could be beneficial. Consequently, she directed her attention towards the matter of capturing the diary. As for her course selections, the witch had initially considered Muggle studies for easy credits, but ultimately yearned for ancient runes, believing that this ancient script concealed potent magic. Muggle studies had been ruled out. As for divination and arithmancy, those did not pique her interest either. Gazing at her chosen courses, she recalled Hermione's selections and felt her position as the top student might be threatened, though she brushed off the concern. Chapter 53. A Knight's Venture into the Forbidden Forest. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had initially held little interest for the witch, but the Slytherin team insisted on attending to observe their style and tactics. Seated in the stands, with March's chill still lingering in the air, she surveyed the pitch through binoculars. Gryffindor's team soon entered the field, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd, as Colin, fortunate to have escaped a misfortune, excitedly snapped photos. However, the jubilant atmosphere was abruptly quelled when Professor McGonagall intervened, announcing the cancellation of the match. Discontent, curiosity, and speculation rippled through the audience, with many wondering if another attack had transpired within the school. Their conjectures proved correct. Later that afternoon, the entire school received notice that evening activities were suspended. Quidditch training and matches were postponed, and all students were required to return to their common rooms by 6 o'clock, with strict prohibitions against leaving their dormitories. Accompanying this announcement was the grim news that another attack had occurred. Hermione Granger of Gryffindor and a Ravenclaw girl had been petrified. The witch knew that according to their prior discussions, Harry and Ron would undoubtedly seek out Hagrid, perhaps even employing the invisibility cloak. Yet, with the school under lockdown, it seemed unlikely they would inform her of their plans, which spared her from additional complications. Her suspicions were confirmed the following day when Harry and Ron found her. The Ministry has taken Hagrid into custody, Harry informed her gravely. Dumbledore has also been suspended. What should we do? Ron's face was etched with worry. You have no idea how smug Malfoy is. I'm talking about Lucius. He's a Death Eater, and he's the one who persuaded the board to vote Dumbledore out. The presence of Malfoy at school was irksome, and Harry seemed reluctant to even utter his name. What do you intend to do? Without any evidence, it is impossible to ascertain Hagrid's innocence or Draco's guilt. They could only aimlessly speculate in this state of uncertainty. This statement rendered both individuals silent as they contemplated their possible actions. Dumbledore was absent, Professor McGonagall would not allow them to take risks, and Snape was eyeing the headmaster's position. What were they supposed to do, and what could they do? Eventually, after a herbology class, Harry and Ron sought out the spirit. Hagrid had previously mentioned that if they wished to do something, they should follow the spiders. I can no longer endure this anxious waiting. Let us venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight. The spirit agreed, having long coveted the venom of the acromantula. The two boys were elated at her affirmative response, seemingly untroubled about the safety of their endeavor. That evening, the spirit awaited them at the castle entrance. Before long, the faint sound of footsteps echoed through the stillness. They resolved to first retrieve Fong from Hagrid's hut, for Hagrid had claimed that as long as they were accompanied by him or Fong, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest would not attack them. The path to the forest was treacherous. Harry employed the Lumos charm, but Ron hesitated as his wand was unresponsive. The spirit, seeking to illuminate their surroundings, pulled out her wand. Last year, that illumination spell nearly blinded me, Ron cautioned. Let's stick with Harry's. Fear not. I shall manage it well. The spirit cast Lumos, producing a glow akin to that of a 50-watt bulb, significantly brightening their path ahead. After about half an hour of walking, they had yet to identify their destination. However, they soon spotted Ron's family car, now dirted and marred by numerous dents from its time in the forest. The two boys gathered around the vehicle, momentarily dropping their guard, though the spirit remained vigilant. Quiet, she warned, her voice steady as she gripped her wand tightly. I see some dangerous creatures. What? Before Harry could fully comprehend, a massive spider seized him. Ron and Fong were similarly attacked, but for some inexplicable reason, the spiders seemed to overlook the spirit, leaving her unscathed. As Harry was abruptly lifted off the ground, a twinge of fear coursed through him. He glanced at the spirit below, wishing she would summon help, but was rendered mute with terror. The spirit, observing their departure, made no attempt to intervene. Instead, she gracefully leapt onto one of the spider's backs, preparing for a ride. Even with this display of her corporeality, the spider showed no reaction. The spirit mused that perhaps the many curse bugs within her body led the spiders to perceive her as one of them, or merely a shell inhabited by parasites. This is convenient, she thought. As she was carried away, Aragog emerged, asserting his innocence regarding the girl's demise. What was it? Harry inquired. I cannot divulge. We must not speak of it. It is the basilisk, isn't it? The spirit interjected, for they had been absent from the surface for quite some time, suggesting it was best to resolve matters swiftly and return to their rest. The basilisk. Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances. How do you know? Aragog approached, sensing something amiss. What are you? She is human, Ron shouted, perplexed as to why they could not discern the spirit's true nature. Human? Impossible. Aragog retorted. Well, we ought to depart. The spirit stated, showing no desire to answer their inquiries. Depart? Aragog seemed to find this amusing, no longer fixating on the spirit species. You may leave, but they must remain. What do you mean? Harry asked, bewildered. Are you not a friend of Hagrid's? Yes, we are friends. Out of respect for Hagrid, I shall not consume humans. However, I cannot allow my children to squander the opportunity to feast on human flesh. No sooner had Aragog finished speaking than a multitude of acromantulas crawled forth from all directions. Hagrid truly ought to understand the concept of invasive species. This is detrimental to the primordial ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest, the spirit remarked. Run, Sylvia. Harry and Ron used their wands to fend off a couple of spiders. But their numbers were overwhelming, leaving them with no choice but to flee. You two drive. I will cover our retreat, the spirit declared, unleashing a barrage of green light from her wand that caused the surrounding acromantulas to explode into fragments. Chapter 54, Killing the Basilisk. Even with the spirit's protection, Harry and Ron found it challenging to climb into the car amidst the chaos of the spider's lair. Ron took the driver's seat, struggling to maintain composure under the onslaught of spiders, focusing solely on driving. Sylvia, hurry up, Harry shouted from the passenger seat. But his words fell short as he became entranced by the green light emanating from the spirit's wand, reminiscent of a memory he could not quite grasp. Regaining his focus, he urged, get in. We need to leave this place. The spirit, calculating her timing, transformed several acromantulas into smaller versions, placing them into her magical pouch that typically held special curse bugs, ensuring they would be monitored before leaping into the car. Ron, terrified of these creatures, slammed the gas pedal the moment the spirit joined him, sending several spiders flying as they escaped the Forbidden Forest. The trio and Fong disembarked, while the car turned back into the forest, vanishing from sight. Ron remained dazed, while Harry intended to retrieve the invisibility cloak from Hagrid's hut. The spirit, unwilling to make the trip, offered to keep an eye on Ron. As soon as Harry departed, Ron succumbed to nausea in the pumpkin patch, continuing to vomit until Harry returned with the cloak. By the way, Sylvia, you mentioned earlier that it was the basilisk. Did you know all along? Harry inquired on their way back to the castle, unable to shake the lingering curiosity. I stumbled upon a book in the library that detailed the basilisk's habits, noting that anyone who directly meets its gaze would perish instantly. The spirit's words were partly true, many of the details aligned, yet those attacked had not died, leading her to harbor doubts about whether the creature was indeed a basilisk. Harry and Ron understood, recalling how the spirit had not immediately endorsed their suspicions of Hagrid. I see now, Ron mused. Justin and the basilisk's gaze was interrupted by nearly headless Nick, while Hermione may have seen the basilisk in her mirror. But why did that cat not perish? Water, Harry answered, recalling, remember? There was a large puddle on the ground. Perhaps it merely saw the basilisk's reflection in the water. That makes sense, Ron said, his expression one of realization. We need to inform the professors about this. They all breathed a sigh of relief, believing the crisis was nearing its end. However, they noticed that the spirit had fallen silent. Harry turned to her, observing her pensive expression. Sylvia, why are you not speaking? Who do you think that girl was who died 50 years ago? The spirit asked. How are we to know? Ron scratched his head. No. Aragog mentioned she was found in the bathroom. If she had never left, Sylvia guided them. Harry and Ron simultaneously exclaimed, do you think it's Moaning Myrtle? Yet this raised a pressing question. If Myrtle wore glasses, how could she have met her demise? The witch stroked her chin, plunging the discussion into a perplexing stalemate. This was precisely the ambiguous atmosphere she sought to cultivate, allowing her to maneuver through the murky waters to her advantage. Setting that matter aside, she pondered the possibility that the basilisk's movements were facilitated by the network of pipes in the sewers, perhaps leading to. Harry grasped her implication. It could very well be in Myrtle's lavatory. They were not inclined to rush to Professor McGonagall to share their conjecture, given her stern demeanor. They feared she would deduct a significant number of points before even considering any rewards. Consequently, they resolved to approach her the following morning. Before parting ways, Harry hesitated and inquired, "What spell did you use to deal with those spiders?" "Disintegration," the witch replied before retreating to her dormitory. The next morning, Gryffindor had a transfiguration class, but not with Slytherin. However, the witch sought out Snape before the first class, hopeful that he might absolve her of point deductions should Harry and Ron succumb to the pressure and confess to their nighttime escapade in the Forbidden Forest. After recounting the events, she observed Snape's expression and cautiously asked, "Professor, you wouldn't deduct points from Slytherin, would you? You mean to say that during such perilous times, you dare to venture out at night? Miss Witch, do you consider yourself one of those foolish lions?" Snape's initial response was one of fury. His own student, the son of Lily, along with a rather inconsequential Weasley, had trespassed into the Forbidden Forest. "I apologize, Headmaster, but now is not the time for such grievances." The witch refrained from exacerbating the situation, merely aiming to divert his attention. Snape took a deep breath and shot her a piercing glare. "I will consult with other professors. You, go back to the common room." He remembered that Slytherin had no classes that morning and altered his words. "Return to the common room. If you are to lose 50 points alone, it seems fair for Gryffindor to lose 100. The witch dutifully acquiesced, presenting him with the carcass of an acromantula as a meager bribe before she departed. Snape exited his office to seek out other professors. However, the witch disregarded his instructions, considering that as a Parselmouth, Harry would undoubtedly accompany her to unlock the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Thus, she made her way to Gryffindor Tower, following the tracking mark previously noted in her diary, prepared to extract him. As anticipated, they gained entry to the chamber and successfully confronted the basilisk. After a fierce battle, the creature was vanquished, its remains belonging to Snape, which elevated his spirits considerably. Moreover, while in the chamber, Gilderoy Lockhart, due to his meddling, was struck by a spell that rendered him disoriented, causing him to divulge numerous secrets about his rise to fame, which further delighted Snape. Afterward, the heads of the four houses summoned Harry, Ron, and the witch for a reprimand before Dumbledore's return. "While your intentions were noble, why did you not consult the professors?" Professor McGonagall, a key player in their safety, expressed her concerns. "If you had come to the school, the professors would have ensured your protection. Please place a bit more trust in them." Snape interjected, "It seems some individuals are excessively arrogant, leading astray even the best of students." Harry and Ron felt their faces flush crimson, yet they had no retort. Nonetheless, they were awarded 50 points each, prompting Snape to calculate that Slytherin's scores would be 50 points higher than Gryffindor's. Therefore, he strongly advocated for deducting the points they should have lost for their escapade in the Forbidden Forest, suggesting that no one should receive additional points. Chapter 55. The diary has been stolen. With the basilisk slain, the sword that had ominously hung over Hogwarts was also removed, and the entire student body erupted in jubilant cheers. Among the crowd, Ginny Weasley offered a faint smile, no longer fearing the sinister influence of the diary. This realization ignited a compulsion within her. She felt the urge to disclose everything related to that mysterious diary to Harry and Ron, the heroes of the hour. After all, with a savior in their midst, any insidious plots woven by the diary would surely be unraveled. When the crowd thinned, Ginny called out to Harry and Ron. "Harry, I have something to tell you." Speaking took all her strength, and her face was nearly as flushed as her hair. Ron, oblivious, stared at her. "What? What is it you wish to share with us?" "No, not with you," Ginny stammered. "All right, here's the thing." Ginny recounted how an old diary had inexplicably appeared in the midst of her textbooks, detailing how it had enticed her to slay the roosters at school and unleash the basilisk from the chamber. "What? Are you implying that the diary is problematic?" "But it clearly. Riddle may have merely misjudged Hagrid. How could he, a wizard from a Muggle orphanage, possibly be the one to open the chamber?" Harry's immediate reaction was disbelief. Ginny, aware that she had been manipulated by the diary into committing egregious acts, felt tears welling in her eyes. "I didn't know. At first, I felt nothing, but then I realized something was amiss, so I discarded the diary. I never expected you to find it." "So, it was you who stole the diary?" Harry recalled the chaos in their dormitory, suspecting a Gryffindor had caused the mess. "Yes, I'm sorry," Ginny finally broke down, tears streaming down her face. Unable to bear seeing his younger sister in distress, Ron moved closer to comfort her. "We must unravel these mysteries," Harry asserted. "We need to understand what he intends to achieve, and where the diary is, Ginny." "It's in my dormitory, in the box under my bed," Ginny sobbed. "No, we must inform the professors. Dumbledore will return tonight. If Riddle truly poses a danger, we are ill-equipped to counter him, having just been reprimanded by the professors." Harry was no goldfish with a mere 7-second memory and was now on high alert. Ron recalled Snape's grim demeanor from earlier and McGonagall's warnings, nodding in agreement. All right, you're right. Thus, they retraced their steps together to inform Professor McGonagall about the diary. You say the owner of that diary is Tom Marvolo Riddle? Upon hearing the name, McGonagall's expression shifted with recognition, and her countenance paled. They exchanged glances, repeating the name as the gravity of the situation dawned on them. It's him, once again causing mischief at our school. McGonagall could scarcely believe it. The incidents involving Quirrell in first year and the Basilisk in second year were all tied to Voldemort. Professor, do you know him? Harry inquired, perplexed. Yes, McGonagall trembled. It is that person. You mean? Ron's eyes widened as realization struck. The Dark Lord? Where's the diary? McGonagall's gaze fixated intently on Ginny. In my dormitory, in the box under my bed, Ginny stuttered, her mind racing. She had never imagined that the gentle, caring Riddle, who had allowed her to pour out her thoughts, was in fact the merciless Dark Lord. The thought of having spent so much time with him turned Ginny's face ashen. Professor McGonagall instructed them to remain in the room while she and Professor Flitwick proceeded to Ginny's dormitory in search of the elusive diary. They had scarcely settled when McGonagall returned, her countenance decidedly grim. Harry and the others assumed that the diary must have proven difficult to handle, leading to the professor's troubled expressions. However, it soon became apparent that their assumptions were misguided, as McGonagall gravely announced, "We could not locate the diary. There was indeed a small box beneath Miss Weasley's bed, but upon opening it, we discovered it to be entirely empty." Professor Flitwick added, "We attempted various methods. The summoning charm yielded no results. This is impossible. I distinctly placed the diary inside." Ginny exclaimed in distress. Thus, two possibilities arise, mused McGonagall. Firstly, someone has stolen the diary. Secondly, it has vanished of its own accord. It must have been stolen. The notion of the diary sprouting legs is absurd. Ron interjected vehemently. Perhaps it was Malfoy, Mr. Weasley. Do refrain from casting aspersions upon your classmates without evidence, McGonagall admonished, her expression stern, deeming it slanderous. The diary was lost in Gryffindor Tower, and I would sooner believe it walked away on its own than implicate that individual. Later that evening, Dumbledore returned. Having pieced together the events and attempted various methods to recover the diary, to no avail. Meanwhile, the thief, having concealed the diary within her bag, initially intended to cast a confundus charm upon it. However, perhaps due to its nature as a Horcrux, her attempts were foiled. After some consideration, she crafted a simple book cover, employing the confundus charm once more to disguise the diary, ensuring it remained inconspicuous. She had no desire to engage with it further, preferring to wait until after leaving the school to deal with it. To celebrate, the school hosted a feast, where nearly everyone donned their pajamas, save for the majority of Slytherins, who seemed out of place at the gathering, though no one minded. The girl held a glass of wine, taking a sip in honor of her resilient little snake. Notably, Dumbledore announced a bonus of 100 points for her, Harry, and Ron, yet despite her contributions to Slytherin, the House Cup still eluded Gryffindor, landing firmly in Slytherin's possession. The school declared the cancellation of exams, prompting even the most reserved Slytherins to cheer, while the rest of the school erupted in celebration, except for Hermione. In the following days, everyone reveled in joy, eagerly anticipating the upcoming holiday. Chapter 56, Bruce arrives. Upon disembarking from the train, the girl immediately spotted Lucius, his golden hair gleaming amidst the crowd. His expression was far from pleasant, especially upon catching sight of Harry. She understood his plight. After all, Harry had caused him to lose a house elf. On the very night Dumbledore returned to school, Lucius lost his position as a board member and allowed Harry to orchestrate Dobby's freedom. He had come merely to observe the spectacle, yet unwittingly became a part of it. She contemplated bringing the diary to him in a few days, intending to add to his misfortunes, ensuring Lucius understood he was not the most unfortunate soul at that moment. As they exited Platform 9, she spotted the Grangers waiting, and Hermione rushed to embrace them warmly. Mr. Granger took Hermione's luggage, while Mrs. Granger eagerly offered to assist the girl with her own bags, though she politely declined. As they emerged from the train station, the sun was setting, yet the air remained warm. Hermione shielded her eyes to locate their car when she suddenly nudged the girl's shoulder. "Look, there's a handsome guy." Curiosity piqued, the girl tilted her head. "What's wrong?" "There's a handsome guy over there," Hermione exclaimed, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. The girl followed her gaze to see Bruce, impeccably dressed and standing beside a silver Porsche, smiling back at her. Overwhelmed by his good looks, she dashed towards him, throwing herself into his embrace and planting a kiss on the corner of his mouth. "What brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with delight. "Because I missed you," Bruce's melodious voice whispered in her ear, brimming with affection. Harry and Hermione stood in stunned silence, particularly Harry, as he observed the intimacy between the girl and Bruce. Their closeness was unmistakable. They were far from mere friends or siblings. The young boy's heart fractured at the sight of his crush with another boy, and had he not retained a shred of rationality, he might have raised his wand against Bruce in a fit of jealousy. "Allow me to introduce," the girl said, linking her arm with Bruce's as she approached them. "This is Bruce Wayne, my boyfriend. And these are my friends, Hermione Granger and Harry Potter, my classmates." "Hello," Bruce greeted, exchanging pleasantries with the group. After a brief exchange of greetings, the girl departed with Bruce, leaving Harry's heart feeling shattered once more. Memories of his own embarrassing moments with Gilderoy Lockhart on Valentine's Day flooded back, and he had no desire to confess his feelings to the girl in such a manner. He also recognized that she did not harbor feelings for him. The prospect of rejection loomed large, making future interactions awkward. Yet, he believed he had time on his side, thinking he could wait to express his feelings, oblivious to the fact that she had already found a boyfriend before he even had the chance. What a tragic turn of events. Unbeknownst to her, the girl was blissfully unaware of Harry's turmoil, her attention solely focused on Bruce as he drove. "What are you looking at?" Bruce asked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her intense gaze. "Just you. Your profile is quite handsome, and since we haven't seen each other in so long, I must take in every moment I missed," she replied. His heart raced at her candidness, leaving Bruce momentarily speechless. How had she transformed from a shy girl into someone so bold? Puzzled, he opted for silence. She assumed he needed to concentrate on driving and decided not to press him further, content to admire his charm from the passenger seat. Before long, they arrived at her home. Bruce exited the car to assist her with her luggage, and she invited him in for dinner. "Isn't your home empty? Perhaps you should tidy up a bit, and I'll take you out to eat," Bruce suggested, skeptical of her culinary skills, given her privileged upbringing. However, he refrained from voicing his doubts, opting instead to say, "You must be exhausted from the long train ride. Let us have dinner, and then you can rest early." The girl, well aware of the significance of eloquence, felt her spirits lifted and decided not to press the issue. After a brief tidying up, she accompanied Bruce to the romantic restaurant he had chosen. Indeed, the restaurant served exquisite French cuisine, though they say a full stomach breeds complacency. She found herself yearning for sleep after the meal. Bruce, perceptive as ever, anticipated her fatigue before she even mentioned it and proposed to drive her home. At the door, they exchanged farewells as she watched him drive away before finally entering her house. "Miss Sylvia," came Creature's voice, "Creature has prepared the hot water for you." "What has happened to you?" The house elf frowned upon seeing the swollen lump on Creature's forehead and his hands wrapped in rags. "It is all Creature's fault," he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Creature did not prevent the esteemed Miss Sylvia from becoming involved with a muggle. As he spoke, Creature began to bang his head against the wall. "Creature, this is my private matter. I am fully aware of my actions," the witch replied sternly. Having been entrenched in the Black household for many years, Creature had been thoroughly indoctrinated. He could only think of one thing. But you are the sole heir of Master Regulus. How can you associate with a muggle? The honor of the Black family. The honor of the Black family rests solely upon my shoulders now, the witch said coldly. If the Black line were to perish, all its honor would vanish into the annals of history. I assure you, there will be a pure-blood heir for the Black family. Thus, Creature dared not speak further and returned to number 12, Grimmauld Place. The witch felt utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. After a refreshing hot bath, she set the air conditioning in her bedroom to 24 degrees and climbed into bed. At that moment, fatigue enveloped her. Yet sleep eluded her as thoughts of Bruce danced in her mind. Surely, he had not come all this way merely to see her. It seemed inevitable that he would have to tell her directly about their impending separation before embarking on his travels. Though she did not wish to cling to this relationship, being with him brought her genuine joy. She recalled various iterations of Batman, each depicting him besieged by Gotham's diverse rogues. The vibrant nightlife of Gotham filled her with a sense of unease at the thought of losing her youthful boyfriend. Chapter 57. The Diary of Deceit. On the first day of her vacation at home, after rising and having breakfast, the witch began to play with her diary. Using the aromatic colored ink she had specially purchased, she inscribed a single word, Lord. The ink quickly faded, and after a while, the diary began to respond to her words. Who are you? Sylvia Black, she wrote. The diary inquired, how did you acquire this diary? Ginny Weasley intended to hand it over to a professor. Sensing this, I stealthily retrieved it from her dormitory. Why? The diary pondered, aware that few knew its original name, questioning why this girl would steal it. I am a Black, and I am the sole heir of the Black family in this generation, the current head of the family. She pinned her thoughts, recalling how some items had been entrusted to a confidant of theirs, and that the Black family possessed an item resembling the diary. I am naturally perceptive and noticed the similarities between the diary and the locket kept by the Black family. I do not know why this diary appeared at school, but I believe it should not fall into the hands of that pure-blood traitor, Weasley. The witch played the role of a typical Black with ease. Then why did you not open it at school? The diary discerned the truth in her words and, finding no major inconsistencies, began to reveal its true nature. And Harry Potter, you are quite powerful. Why not take him to the Chamber of Secrets during Dumbledore's absence? Surely, you are aware of the chamber? Forgive me, Lord. But Dumbledore returned on the very day I stole the diary. With the holidays approaching, I dared not open it, lest I expose anything before Dumbledore. The witch feigned panic, her handwriting becoming somewhat distorted. Very well, I cannot blame you. How old are you this year? The diary's anger subsided as it considered its current predicament, realizing it could only rely on this young black girl, who possessed the legacy of the Black family spanning centuries. To regain its former glory, it would need to appease her. 13. The witch offered no unnecessary remarks regarding the diary's capriciousness, responding to its inquiries with honesty. You are quite remarkable. At 13, I was in my second year and lacked your audacity, especially with Dumbledore always watching over me. Upon completing this statement, the diary sensed a hint of joy emanating from the witch, deepening its trust in her. Thank you for your compliment, Lord. Is there anything you require of me? She continued to inquire. I need some souls. Help me find a few individuals. The diary expressed its primary desire to solidify itself and seek out other Horcruxes to consume, preferably wizards. However, the Black family had only her remaining. You may seek assistance from my former servants. Can ghosts suffice? The witch asked. My mother was a pure-blood witch from the East, and she taught me many things. I can assert that the souls of ghosts, especially those who have recently passed, are far more effective than using the souls of the living. What she did not mention was that, as a fragment of a shattered soul, the diary would only become a malevolent spirit by consuming other ghosts. Even if it appeared human, it would lack a corporeal form, no longer qualifying as a person. Oh, are you implying you already have a target in mind? Yes, Lord. Last year, there was a recently deceased ghost at Hogwarts. He was the defense against the dark arts professor of his time, but now he appears terrified and avoids others. No one would suspect anything if I were to take him. The diary grew intrigued. This sounded promising, but now that the holidays had begun, did she expect to bring it back to Hogwarts next term? I cannot wait that long. I have already brought him out. I initially intended to study the differences between the ghosts here and those from the East. The witch opened a bottle, and the dazed Quirrell floated out. Subsequently, she employed a special method to assist the diary in consuming Quirrell, amplifying its power. A complete soul was far stronger than the mere fragment Ginny possessed in the original narrative. The diary appeared before the witch in its former visage. Young Tom was indeed quite handsome, though he did not resemble any of the actors portraying him at various ages in the original work. Upon seeing him, the witch felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Tom regarded her reaction as quite natural, having witnessed such bashful demeanor numerous times before. He dismissed it, harboring disdain for the current head of the Black family, perceiving her as love-stricken, unaware that everything was meticulously orchestrated by the witch. You mentioned the Black family also possesses a locket. Now take me to see it. Though Tom now appeared indistinguishable from a living person, he was acutely aware of his frailty, even weaker than when he was merely a Horcrux. He yearned to consume the fragment contained within the locket. Now, the witch had not anticipated his urgency, but it suited her intentions perfectly. Very well, Lord. Having visited the cave once before, she found it familiar. Upon seeing the cave, many buried memories unfurled within Tom, and he appeared somewhat displeased. I suspect that when I had your father hide things, he certainly did not wish for many to know. My father is not here, but he told me that if one day you desired to reclaim such items, I would need to retrieve them. The witch replied vaguely yet logically, leading Tom to no longer question her words. The spirit of the witch silently berated, with your suspicious disposition. I cannot fathom how Voldemort managed to brainwash you. It appears the brain was sliced too thinly. Tom, evidently burdened by his idle image, retreated into the diary, insisting that the witch devise a means to transport him there, for he was decidedly unwilling to swim into the cave. The witch tucked the diary into her pocket. She, too, had no desire to swim, and thus lightly tapped across the water's surface, swiftly arriving at the cave. Your clothes are remarkably dry, Tom remarked as he emerged from the diary, intrigued by this phenomenon. How is that possible? It is a form of lightness, a skill imparted by my mother. The witch replied. Such a wondrous land of the East. I must visit to witness its marvels, Tom mused. Alas, it seems you may not have that opportunity, the witch retorted. Chapter 58. The Diary's Departure. To locate the Horcrux, one must traverse numerous challenges. As the witch solved each riddle, Tom felt a swell of pride in the mastery of his future magic. Truly, I am impressive, he proclaimed. Yet, this thought led him back to the infatuation of that Weasley girl with Harry Potter. Her praises and youthful affections gnawed at him like a venomous serpent. Tom resolved that he would learn from this lesson. He would not allow Harry Potter to slip from his grasp a second time. The boat could only carry one person at a time. Just as the witch intended to board the vessel with the diary, Tom interjected. The witch obediently replied, "Then, my lord, shall I wait here?" She understood his caution. Despite her formidable power, her magical prowess paled in comparison to that of the professors at school, and this diary, which had become a liability, was now inferior to her own abilities. The original text had depicted Dumbledore stating that even a robust 16 or 17-year-old Harry possessed magical energy that was negligible. What was Tom in comparison? As if she had never read the original text. Initially, the witch had planned to push him from the boat midway across, yet it appeared unnecessary now. However, she had devised a plan B, one far more dreadful than a mere push. Tom, observing her demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction, contemplating his eventual return to the magical realm and her potential utility, particularly as he had long coveted the Black family fortune. With the diary firmly in the witch's possession, Tom stood confidently on the boat, ostensibly trusting her, but in truth, he was prepared to retreat into the diary at the first sign of danger to safeguard himself. The small boat required no oars, as if an invisible tether drew it toward the center of the lake. The vessel glided swiftly, arriving at the lake's heart in no time. Then, with a resounding boom, the boat exploded mere meters from the shore, where Tom had stood smiling moments before, plunging him into the water. He lacked even a second-hand wand to control his descent into the depths. Damn it, he cursed, as he fell into the icy embrace of the lake. The wraiths lurking beneath would not forego the opportunity for a meal, and with skeletal hands, they grasped Tom. He finally recalled the need to return to the diary, yet there was no response. On the shore, the witch had bound the diary tightly with red string, watching impassively as the wraiths dragged Tom down into the depths. There was neither pity nor glee on her face. He was merely a fragment of a soul. The wraiths could harm him, but they could not obliterate him. The witch intended for him to experience the terror that once gripped Regulus, and then she would send him into oblivion. Soon, a nearly dissipating specter, indeed, merely a fragment invisible to ordinary eyes, emerged from the lake, seething with rage as it lunged toward the witch. How could he not discern that all of this was her scheme? He loathed himself for having trusted her, and for his own impatience, akin to the main soul that had been slain by an infant. Yet, what did it matter? Even after devouring Quirrell, he was no match for the witch, especially now, on the brink of dissolution. A flame ignited in the palm of the witch's hand as she softly intoned, "I command the forces of heaven and earth. This crimson lotus fire is within my grasp. To perish by its flames is your fortune." As the scarlet flames engulfed him, the cries of the diary's spirit gradually diminished until, in the final moment, it vanished into thin air. However, the witch could not depart just yet. The horde of wraiths remained, and their presence could not be tolerated. When the boat had exploded, the wraiths not only sought the diary but, sensing another living being on the shore, attempted to drag her into the depths as well. The witch held a grudge, though they had failed to pull her under. She was determined not to let them escape unscathed. The purifying flames descended into the lake. Far from being extinguished, they burned even brighter. The water evaporated, and the wraiths were reduced to charred remnants, while the myriad traps and spells that once filled the cave were incinerated. As the master of this crimson lotus fire, the witch felt an overwhelming surge of power within her. It was time to depart. Contemplating her next move, she considered heading directly to the Malfoy estate to sway Lucius. Yet upon reflection, she realized that as the head of the Black family, arriving unannounced would undermine her stature. Shaking her head, she decided that since Bruce had other matters to attend to this week, she would first return home to complete some assignments, delivering a message to the Malfoys either tomorrow or the day after. Upon returning home, the witch was acutely aware of the salty scent of seawater clinging to her, despite having only dipped her toes in. After freshening up, she began her homework. To be frank, the summer assignments were rather simplistic. The witch penned her work effortlessly, inadvertently completing half of it in a single afternoon. She recalled a joke from her past life. Chinese students possess a remarkable ability to finish all their summer assignments in one night, a skill that typically activates the night before school resumes. She had not anticipated completing her work so swiftly and soon felt a dull ache in her brain. Realizing she needed to replenish her energy, Creature had been eagerly counting the days in anticipation of her return, ready to prepare a feast for her. However, the previous evening, she had dined out with that muggle, and breakfast was often a simple affair, leaving Creature unable to craft anything elaborate. Missing lunch, the witch returned home weary, hastily preparing a simple salad, having spent the afternoon engaged in mentally taxing assignments. Thus, without needing to be instructed, Creature prepared her favorite dishes, a staple of rice, alongside braised lion's head, spicy rabbit cubes, stir-fried asparagus, cold seaweed salad, and a creamy fish soup. The witch was thoroughly pleased. Shortly after her birth, she had been brought back to the witch clan by Wu Yu, arriving in England at the age of 8. Creature had dedicated himself to caring for his young mistress. Yet after her arrival in England, she had struggled to adapt to the local cuisine. After a few attempts at new dishes, she found them tolerable but lacking in flavor. During that period, her complexion had suffered, prompting her family to arrange meal deliveries for her. Feeling a deep sense of guilt over this, Creature had sensed his role was at risk, leading him to study Eastern recipes. Now, his culinary skills had become exceptional. Chapter 59, A Visit to the Malfoy Estate. On the afternoon of the following day, the witch utilized the fireplace within the Black family estate, materializing at the Malfoy residence. The Malfoy family awaited her arrival. Despite her being a junior member, she now held the title of the head of the House of Black. This inaugural meeting could not be treated as if she were merely the child of a relative. When Draco learned that there was still a member of the Black family, and one of a similar age to him, he was utterly taken aback. This semester, their household had lost a house elf, and Lucius had relinquished his position as a Hogwarts governor, causing a noticeable dent in his standing at school. Nevertheless, as the current leader of the pureblood families, the Malfoy family status remained largely unchallenged for the time being. However, the existence of another member of the Black family, long acknowledged as the preeminent pureblood lineage, posed a potential threat to Malfoy's standing. Compared to the Malfoys, who had intermarried with branches of lesser bloodlines, the House of Black had fiercely upheld their bloodline purity, often disowning one or two individuals each generation. The presence of a head of the Black family could indeed shake the foundations of the Malfoy-esque supremacy, leading to mockery from those who harbored resentment. Lost in such thoughts, Draco was jolted from his reverie by a noise emanating from the fireplace. Sylvia. He could scarcely believe that the visitor was her. The witch smiled at him, yet her gaze fell upon Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy, Aunt Narcissa, and Draco." "Good day, Miss Black," Lucius replied, his disappointment with his son's inability to maintain composure evident. Though surprised internally, he masked it well, greeting the witch with calmness befitting a family patriarch, inviting her to take a seat. After a brief moment of astonishment, Narcissa regained her composure, resuming her dignified demeanor as the lady of the house. She presented several plates of pastries, warmly encouraging Sylvia to sample her homemade delicacies. "I made these myself, Sylvia. Do tell if they please your palate." The witch accepted without hesitation, tasting a pastry and offering lavish praise for Narcissa's culinary skills, which lifted the latter's spirits immensely. Meanwhile, Draco stood by, utterly bewildered. Was this truly the witch he remembered? He recalled their initial encounter, marked by mutual disdain and reluctance to engage, and the taciturn persona she had maintained in their first year at school, akin to naught. How could she now be so loquacious? If Sylvia were aware of his confusion, she would undoubtedly respond. "That was my genuine character. Now, after enduring the harsh realities of society, I have come to realize the necessity of self-reliance. My family, particularly my father, would never consent to my relying on them. Unable to lean on my family, I must endure the pressure to earn a living." Yet, over the years, she had matured. The cultural differences between their two nations had influenced her significantly, rendering some changes entirely natural. After a leisurely exchange, Sylvia broached her purpose for visiting. "I recently acquired something at school and wish to show it to Mr. Malfoy." Lucius took the diary she presented and felt his heart skip a beat, unable to discern Sylvia's intentions. "What is this?" He feigned ignorance regarding the diary, which appeared to be a Muggle artifact. Upon hearing the term Muggle, both Narcissa and Draco's expressions soured. "I haven't explained clearly enough," Sylvia said, unprepared to engage in verbal sparring. "Do you recall the leaky cauldron?" Lucius's countenance paled slightly at the mention. "Perhaps we should discuss this in my study, Miss Black," he suggested, the gravity of the situation weighing upon him. "What is your intention?" Once the study door was closed, Lucius inquired pointedly. He no longer held the authoritative demeanor he had previously exhibited. This young head of the House of Black possessed considerable knowledge. "I wish to inquire whether Mr. Malfoy is aware of the nature of the diary Voldemort entrusted to you," Sylvia calmly stated as she took a seat. Lucius understood only that the diary was a crucial artifact related to dark magic, replying, "I need not know. My duty is merely to safeguard it." "A wise man indeed, Mr. Malfoy," she retorted, "yet to discard the diary without understanding its significance is rather reckless." Sylvia had never concealed her admiration for Lucius. Yet he had indeed mishandled the matter concerning the diary. Fearing that the Ministry of Magic might unearth dark artifacts from his household, Lucius had disposed of them all. While this action was understandable, the diary had been entrusted to him by Voldemort himself. Its careless disposal was ill-advised. Stashing it in a Muggle bank might have been a more prudent choice. Sylvia understood that Rowling had crafted the narrative to advance the plot, yet she felt it was unreasonable to undermine character intelligence at pivotal moments. With so many items to manage, how could this particular one have ended up at Hogwarts? Had he merely buried it in an unassuming spot, it could have remained hidden. Lucius had realized that discarding the diary would incite considerable trouble. Otherwise, he would have been more cautious. Since you mention it, you must have some inkling of what the diary entails. Sylvia pressed, locking eyes with him. Have you heard of Horcruxes? Horcruxes? Lucius was perplexed. This was unfamiliar territory for him. Thus, Sylvia elucidated the function of Horcruxes, successfully observing the changes in Lucius's expression. Are you suggesting, he stammered, that the diary is a Horcrux of the Dark Lord, a means for him to attain immortality? He was unaware of whether Draco had informed her that, in their first year, Voldemort's main soul had possessed their defense against the dark arts professor, slaughtering numerous unicorns in the Forbidden Forest to drink their blood. He has not perished? He will return? The very audacity with which Lucius had disposed of the diary stemmed from the belief that Voldemort was dead, a fear he had buried deep within his psyche. Now, faced with this revelation, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, you have brought the diary back, Lucius mused, a moment of panic subsiding as he recalled its presence in the room, prompting a faint smile. Yet, Sylvia's eyes glimmered with a hint of pity. I seem to have neglected to mention that the fragment of Voldemort's soul contained within the diary has vanished. Lucius's smile faltered. How could this be? Lucius found it hard to fathom. I have no reason to deceive you, Sylvia asserted, but the soul fragment within the diary is indeed gone. Lucius, losing his composure, demanded loudly, who did this? Was it Harry Potter? Regardless of the culprit, the matter had reached a definitive conclusion. Sylvia would never admit to her involvement, fearing that this simpleton might betray her and return to Voldemort. No, he surely has created more than one Horcrux, Lucius deduced, his intellect reasserting itself. Losing one Horcrux would only warrant a single punishment, not my life. This was indeed a possibility, yet what if he compelled Draco to become a Death Eater? Sylvia knew what Lucius's vulnerabilities were. Having Draco act as an informant at school placed their lives in jeopardy. But with your fervent admiration for pureblood supremacy, he should feel honored to assist Voldemort. Should he be asked to do so, no? The Malfoy family had ultimately severed ties with Voldemort over this very issue. You speak only of possibilities, Lucius stood rigidly. Sylvia effortlessly dismantled his defenses. Yet you dare not wager on that possibility, do you? Lucius fixed his gaze upon her eyes. So, I am curious, what is your proposed solution? Is it to pledge allegiance to Dumbledore? The method appears straightforward. Destroy his Horcruxes, thwart his resurrection, and eliminate the remaining Death Eaters you are aware of at large. The witch spoke with an unsettling nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the terror her words invoked. I do not know how many Horcruxes he possesses, Lucius pointed out, highlighting a critical concern. The witch retrieved a handful of coins from her pocket, tossing them lightly in her palm, and inquired, Did you not attend divination classes during your schooling? I hold little faith in such matters, Lucius retorted, feeling a sense of mockery. Moreover, it is rare to find anyone proficient in divination these days. The Black family safeguards Slytherin's locket, and I am aware that Bellatrix's vault contains Hufflepuff's cup, the witch declared. Lucius questioned her knowledge, largely stemming from an inner sense of impotence. What if there were others? What if he had created numerous Horcruxes? As long as one remained intact, it could be the harbinger of our doom. Do not rush. I have yet to finish. The witch replied, displaying remarkable ease. I also know that there exists a Ravenclaw diadem within Hogwarts. He has a penchant for relics of the four founders. Is that all? He actually fragmented his soul into 4 parts. How utterly mad. Lucius mused, curiosity piqued regarding her sources, yet he prioritized the information itself. Certainly not, the witch countered, unwilling to divulge everything. In business, exchanges must be reciprocal. I cannot lay all my cards on the table before you. However, I could provide you with a method to destroy these Horcruxes as a sweetener. Lucius could scarcely contain himself at such a critical juncture. The witch likened this dreadful matter to a mere business transaction. What do you wish for? Lucius surmised her intentions were far from innocuous. The witch finally revealed her aim. I want the Malfoy family to stand by my side at crucial moments. Lucius sensed the weight of her words, maintaining a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, he jested, Are you suggesting you aspire to usurp the Dark Lord's position? Do not speak so lightly, the witch laughed. Lucius had not yet exhaled in relief when she continued. The so-called Dark Lord is nothing more than a disorganized, undisciplined terrorist. In earlier years, he possessed a modicum of charm, yet now he inspires no desire for allegiance. What purpose is there in replacing such a figure? Lucius's breath caught abruptly. What do you mean? At that moment, the witch finally confronted her own aspirations, her excitement palpable as she articulated. I wish to establish an organization, one that is sound and capable of supplanting the Ministry of Magic. This is utterly absurd, Lucius licked his parched lips. You are but a child. Were it your father, such a claim might carry some weight. Him? Aside from having lived a few decades longer than I. What makes him superior? The witch replied with a smirk. Mr. Malfoy, have you not noticed? From the onset of our conversation, you have harbored no thoughts of silencing me. The curse she had subtly introduced into the Malfoy household began to take effect, and Lucius's rational mind warned him that the witch was peculiar. She should be eliminated, thus resolving many issues. For instance, he could shift all blame upon her. Voldemort had yet to resurrect, allowing him years to fabricate an accident, crafting a narrative that would absolve him entirely. Once Voldemort returned, he could arrange for Draco and Narcissa to feign death, whisking them away. He could. Numerous thoughts flitted through his mind, only to dissipate, replaced by an unbidden urge to trust and grow close to the witch. Then, memories of what he had previously heard about her replayed incessantly. Her mother's formidable lineage, how she had inexplicably rendered Parkinson's daughter bald, and how she had single-handedly dispatched a troll in her first year. Snap! The witch's fingers emitted a sharp sound, snapping Lucius from his reverie. And he recalled his prior musings, his face alternating between pallor and flush. Your magic is indeed formidable, yet not invincible, Lucius remarked, having never encountered such a curse. Mistaking it for an Eastern sorcery, yet deeming it a mere diversion. What of this? The witch proposed, her wand casting a green light that grazed Lucius's cheek, passing through the study's window to strike a bird outside. The killing curse? You can cast the killing curse. Lucius felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He had narrowly avoided being struck, completely unprepared. It is not an exceptionally powerful spell. You are aware I am not yet in my third year. Although I am somewhat inexperienced with it, there are alternative means to bring about the demise of an adult wizard, the witch stated, observing Lucius's startled demeanor. The gravity of her threat resonated with him, prompting a sincere bow of his head. The Malfoy family shall forever align with the righteous side. The witch did not dwell on the minor flaw in his words. As long as she positioned herself as the righteous one, the loyalty of the Malfoy family would be hers. Furthermore, though she had not intended to employ the curse as leverage against the Malfoys, should she be provoked, those very curses could indeed prove lethal. Chapter 61, Robbery and Ideals. After bidding farewell to the witch, Lucius's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he became acutely aware of his fatigue. Father? Draco's voice echoed as he emerged from his room, glancing around. Where is Sylvia? She has departed, Lucius replied, pressing his fingers to his temple. What? She left just like that? You did not invite her to join us for dinner? Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. Lucius admonished him. Do not display such an expression, Draco, lest we venture outside and raise suspicions regarding our family's upbringing. Draco, bewildered by the reprimand, retreated to his room, daunted by his father's evident ire. What troubles you? Did the girl say something? Narcissa inquired, watching Draco ascend the staircase with concern, moving to stand beside Lucius. It is nothing, Lucius reassured her. Not a matter of great import. Rest easy. Narcissa nodded obediently, placing her trust in her husband to protect both her and Draco. Upon returning home, the witch found herself with little to occupy her time, slowly completing her assignments over several days. Then, she received an invitation from Bruce for a date. The venue was a quaint cafe, boasting an exquisite ambience, yet neither paid much mind to the quality of the coffee. It began as an ordinary date, at least until a robbery occurred at the bank across the street. At that time, Bruce was not yet Batman. While he had trained in combat with Alfred for some time, he had not yet succumbed to the delusion that he could withstand bullets with his body. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the police. No one could fathom the depth of despair that washed over the witch upon seeing the brick-like phone in his hand, as the illusion of Batman shattered in an instant. I am in such pain, I must take a moment, she thought. Bruce glanced across the street, concern etching his features. When he sensed his girlfriend's unease, the witch had already masked her emotions. Were you frightened? Bruce asked, guilt evident in his gaze. I apologize. I should not have chosen this place. It is all right. I am not truly afraid, the witch replied with a smile. Then, from her bag, she withdrew a firearm and placed it before Bruce, who gazed at her in a state of mild astonishment. The witch remarked that it was for self-defense. Bruce, acknowledging her courage in contrast to the other patrons who were cowering in the cafe at the sound of gunfire, recognized that she was remarkably audacious. She not only needed no consolation, but also carried a weapon with her. Nevertheless, he himself was not particularly terrified. After the gang's appearance during the bank heist, Bruce had not contemplated hiding, but had instead promptly called the police. The two conversed for a while, their discussion meandering in various directions, until Bruce lamented, such occurrences happen daily in Gotham. As a devoted citizen of this city, I am at a loss as to how I might save her. To rescue a city, it cannot be accomplished by an individual alone. It requires a united effort from top to bottom. The witch shared in his sentiments. Bruce seemed to perceive his city through the lens of the robbery. Gotham and crime appeared to be inextricably entwined, yet without capital punishment, there was no means to rid society of the detestable. Those devoid of respect for the law continued to proliferate, giving rise to new malevolence. At that moment, Bruce still believed that the most heinous offenders deserved the death penalty. He could even envision taking matters into his own hands. Yet he had not yet evolved into the Batman who adhered to a no-kill code. In truth, the death penalty was secondary. The witch continued after catching Bruce's astonished gaze, expressing her perspective that even with capital punishment, would criminals not collude with judges to distort the truth? The mentally ill would not face execution, but those sanctioned as mentally ill would still thrive, instilling panic among Gotham's citizens. You are correct, Bruce mused, unaware that in the future, the Joker and others would escape from Arkham Asylum multiple times to commit further crimes. Yet he could imagine how certain privileged classes would exploit their resources to evade punishment. Was Gotham truly beyond salvation? Bruce felt disheartened. Indeed, there are numerous solutions. The witch countered his despair. What solutions? Bruce was eager to hear her suggestions. The witch began to elucidate. The first is a top-down reform, improving Gotham's laws, strengthening governmental authority, and imposing stringent controls on firearms and ammunition, thus restoring order to Gotham. It sounded quite unrealistic. Bruce frowned. The U.S. government desired to enforce gun control, yet the populace resisted, hence no consensus had ever been reached, especially not in a place like Gotham. The second approach is a bottom-up revolution. Engage with the masses, manipulate public opinion, build influence, and overthrow the entire power structure and order of Gotham. Revolutions are drenched in blood, grinding every inch of Gotham underfoot with violence, only to sow anew in the soil mixed with blood. Bruce was somewhat taken aback, instinctively shaking his head. How could this be permissible? Why not? She retorted. Historically speaking, to eradicate a malignant growth fundamentally requires one of these two methods. Given Gotham's unique circumstances, the latter is far more effective than the former. Wait, doesn't America lack history textbooks? Or is that merely sarcasm? Bruce came to his senses, but that would result in numerous fatalities. And if not, she countered, without forceful measures, how can one instill fear in them? Weakness and compromise only resolve transient conflicts. To transform Gotham completely, one must resort to these methods. The witch's expression remained somewhat indifferent. The magical realm was no different. Are there no alternative solutions? Bruce's inner turmoil was palpable. Indeed, one could forge a superhero, or rather, a team of heroes, to combat criminals daily and confine them. The witch appeared weary, yet acknowledged that in a place like Gotham, imprisoning criminals would only lead to their escape. The major crime lords might be driven away, but petty thieves and thugs would persist. Yet this would bring some change to Gotham. Bruce found this idea resonated with his own thoughts, though he could not shake the second method the witch had proposed from his mind. A superhero is a splendid notion, but perhaps we should also cultivate an underground force, employing a dual approach. The witch recalled the second barrel. Poor child, your mother loves you. On the final day of vacation, Bruce did not linger long in England. Upon learning of his return to Gotham, the witch thought a trip to America would be delightful and accompanied him aboard a private jet to Gotham. Upon arrival, she experienced firsthand what it meant to encounter genuine hospitality. As the plane landed, the radio broadcasted reports of criminal incidents in Gotham, such as a train station explosion and a bank heist. Comparatively, news of a headless corpse seemed minor. Wayne Manor was splendid and vast, and Alfred was a kind-hearted elder, showing no signs of his past as an MI5 agent. For the majority of the summer, the witch experienced great joy. Bruce treated her well. Yet this did not hinder their amicable separation as the vacation drew to a close. Officially, they could not accept a long-distance relationship, but neither party took this excuse seriously. They had encountered minor disagreements over how to effect change in Gotham, but the fundamental reason for their breakup lay in Bruce's desire to travel the world while the witch aimed to focus on her career. Bruce generously provided the witch with a substantial breakup settlement, yet it paled in comparison to the magnitude of her wealth, which was measured in pounds, not yuan. Considering the size of the settlement and the fact that his so-called world tour would entail a grim existence of survival in the wilderness and relentless beatings, culminating in a tragic experience of being captured by the League of Assassins to become a son-in-law, the witch graciously forgave him. However, before leaving Gotham, she claimed his first kiss. Who knew why he still retained his first kiss at 16? Regardless, the witch had certainly profited. Alfred, at Wayne Manor, offered the heartbroken Bruce a cup of hot cocoa, pondering that the young witch would have made an excellent mistress of the Wayne household, had their paths crossed at a more opportune moment. Perhaps the witch was indeed somewhat emotionally detached. She had been melancholic on the flight, but seemed to have fully emerged from the shadows of heartbreak upon landing and watching television in the house. Regarding her heartbreak, Cliché was delighted. To expedite her recovery from this relationship, and in accordance with Wahlberg's wishes, she encouraged her to meet more distinguished pure-blood boys, preparing delightful meals for her daily. The witch came across news of Sirius Black in Muggle media. noting that wizards and the upper echelons of Muggle government were indeed closely intertwined, though not all countries operated in such a manner. The United States was an exception. Although the witch was aware of the news regarding Sirius and could sense his approximate location through their blood connection, she had no desire to seek him out at that moment. The years of imprisonment Sirius had endured were a consequence of his own guilt, a penance for James Potter, followed by a period of wandering, and soon, the trials of pregnancy and motherhood would serve as his final acts of devotion to his brother. On the last day of summer vacation, the witch ventured to Diagon Alley, not because she intended to purchase books at the last moment, but because Ron and Hermione had written to say they would gather there, since Harry was currently residing at the Leaky Cauldron. "How was your holiday, Sylvia?" Hermione inquired. Then added, "The weather in France is splendid, unlike here in England, where we seldom see a clear sky." Observing Hermione, who had darkened several shades, the witch sincerely replied, "But I do not particularly care for sunshine. During this holiday, I spend a considerable amount of time in the United States." Upon mentioning this, Hermione perked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she teased, "I know, it's because you're with your boyfriend." She embodied the enthusiasm of someone who knows about her best friend's romance, even more invested than in her own. "How's your relationship going?" It was only then that I recalled who her boyfriend was, the affluent heir of Gotham, the billionaire Bruce Wayne. In the realm of girl talk, there was no room for boys to interject. Ron had learned of this affair through a letter, knowing little and feeling unable to speak. While Harry felt a pang of discomfort at the thought. "Not very well. I broke up with him a few days ago," said the witch with a shrug. Hermione had anticipated a romantic saga, but, upon hearing this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. "I'm sorry, but weren't you two getting along splendidly?" The witch replied, "Breakups don't always require extensive reasons. After all, I have no intention of transferring schools, with an entire Atlantic Ocean between us. It was merely a matter of time. However, we parted amicably, and the memories remain pleasant." "All right." Hermione seemed profoundly affected, now intent on focusing solely on selecting an owl. Ron attempted to shift the topic, mentioning how his pet rat, Scabbers, had become rather lethargic during their time in Egypt, its fur noticeably duller. "I've been meaning to ask, how old is that rat?" The witch regarded Scabbers with a knowing gaze. "I'm not sure. He used to belong to my brother, and is quite old." Ron gently stroked the rat's back. "Perhaps you could estimate from when you can remember?" She continued. "Well, I suppose since I can remember, he has always been in my home." Ron pondered further. The witch chuckled softly. "That's quite a long time. Wouldn't he happen to be a magical rat, would he?" Scabbers twitched his whiskers nervously under her scrutiny, but soon resumed his lazy demeanor, unwilling to reveal his true nature. At that moment, a cat in the shop pounced on Scabbers, resulting in a flurry of chaos before both the cat and the rat disappeared from sight. They spent a considerable amount of time searching for Scabbers, who was terrified, while Hermione continued her quest for an owl. As the trio made their way back to the magical creature shop, Ron inquired about the witch's relationship. "I thought you would be the last among us to start dating. Who would have imagined you had a boyfriend without us knowing, and a muggle at that?" The witch replied, "Life is full of surprises. Who could have predicted? I met him at a Christmas party, though it was my second encounter with him. And he truly is quite handsome. More handsome than Diggory." Ron mused. "They belong to different types, but I would say Bruce is a bit more dashing." Ron appeared puzzled. "You just broke up a few days ago. Aren't you upset?" "I was upset a few days ago, but we were both prepared for it. If it were between the UK and France, that would be one thing, but he's in America." The witch offered the most fitting excuse. Chapter 63 begins with their third year. Ron nodded in agreement. Indeed, the distance was too great. "I see couples at school practically glued to each other every day." At that moment, Harry was still reeling from the shock, unable to interject. The witch, however, mused that breakups are insignificant. Perhaps they would reconcile years later. "But Hermione, didn't you say your ex-boyfriend was particularly wealthy?" While the Weasley family had recently received a financial windfall, most had been spent on summer vacations, leaving Ron still sensitive about money matters. The witch nodded. "Indeed, but I am not lacking in funds either. He provided a substantial breakup settlement, though it doesn't seem particularly grand to me." "How much then?" Harry inquired. Curiosity piqued, and Ron turned his attention as well. The witch held up 2 fingers. Ron reflected on the gifts she had previously given and tentatively asked, 2,000. "No, 20,000 pounds?" Although Harry was aware of his considerable fortune, converting it to pounds brought back memories of his impoverished days before entering Hogwarts. "Could you show me a little respect?" The witch sighed in exasperation. "What? Isn't that right? 20,000 pounds is several hundred galleons. Isn't that sufficient? Multiply that number by 1,000, and that's about right," the witch replied. Harry and Ron were left astounded. While they had never harbored resentment towards the wealthy, nor felt that poverty was shameful, they realized that they only resented the moderately affluent. Contemplating that staggering figure left them breathless, and this was merely the breakup settlement. Just then, Hermione approached with Crookshanks in her arms. "Where's your owl?" Ron scrutinized the feline face with mild disdain, yet upon closer inspection, found no other living creature accompanying Hermione. "I think Crookshanks is wonderful. He has been there for quite a while, and hasn't he been purchased?" Hermione expressed her fondness for the cat before inquiring. "What were you discussing just now?" Ron and Harry fell silent, realizing their previous questioning had overstepped boundaries. The witch, however, seemed unfazed. "We were discussing how much my ex-boyfriend gave me as a breakup settlement." Ron guessed 20,000 pounds. "How could you ask such a question?" Hermione glared at them. "I don't mind such inquiries. In China, these matters are not considered overstepping." The witch acknowledged, aware that discussions about money required caution in this context. "I know you wouldn't mind such questions. If I had 20 million pounds, I wouldn't mind being someone else's topic of conversation," Ron remarked absent-mindedly. Harry felt similarly. Hermione could no longer contain herself. "What? 20 million? Let us move on," the witch suggested, initially indifferent, but noticing their exaggerated reactions, she decided it best to change the subject. "An affluent individual is right beside me," Ron muttered, his voice barely audible. The witch pretended not to hear. During dinner, Arthur mentioned that the Ministry of Magic would provide them with 2 cars to transport them to King's Cross Station. Everyone else was excited by this news. And Molly added, "This is splendid. You have quite a bit of luggage, and this way you won't attract Muggle attention." She then recalled something and addressed the witch. "Dear, what about your luggage? I don't believe I've seen it. The house elf at home helped me shrink my belongings. I'll enlarge them again once we arrive at school," the witch replied, not wishing to carry excessive luggage, finding it cumbersome and troublesome. "Oh, how did I not think of that?" Molly seemed enlightened. The ministry forbade personal use of extension charms, but shrinking items was permissible, thus saving effort. Although this method was practical, Hermione and Harry lacked anyone at home to assist them with the shrinking charm. As young witches and wizards were not permitted to use magic outside school, and they could not trouble the Weasley family every time. Percy's focus was different. "You have a house elf at home?" "Yes, he is quite old. My father was raised by him, but he now serves only me," the witch deliberately misled him, making Percy believe her family was not an especially ancient pureblood lineage. Although the witch now desires to receive more support and is unperturbed about revealing her identity, the thought of Sirius's burdensome imprisonment compels her to wait until the conclusion of the academic year before disclosing her connection to the Black family. For this reason, she enlists Lucius and the others to assist in maintaining her secrecy. On the morning of September 1st, they arrived at King's Cross Station via the Ministry of Magic's car, experiencing no notable incidents along the way, and boarded the train without difficulty. Before embarking, Mr. Weasley engaged Harry in conversation for quite some time, and once aboard, he expressed a desire to speak privately with the witch, Hermione, and Ron. Consequently, the only one excluded from the gathering was Ginny, who walked away with her head held high, appearing quite irate. The group made their way to a compartment at the rear of the train. As it was the only place unoccupied, peering through the door, they observed a middle-aged wizard dozing by the window, clad in a tattered robe, which bore numerous patches. Hermione discerned his name from his trunk and speculated that he would be this year's defense against the dark arts professor. Ron, somewhat skeptical, remarked, "Can he truly handle this position? I suspect a formidable which could easily best him." However, they soon shifted their focus away from the professor and inquired of Harry the purpose of his summons. Harry relayed the information he had gathered from Arthur, informing them that Sirius had escaped to find him. The witch's gaze fell upon Lupin, and as she regarded the graying middle-aged man, she couldn't help but be reminded of Regulus. This generation seems fraught with calamity. In their 30s, many have perished or suffered grievous fates, and a significant number have been imprisoned, with those relatively better off, like Lucius and his ilk, living in constant trepidation. "Sylvia?" Harry called softly. The witch responded, turning her attention toward him. "Do you have any ideas? Wouldn't it be better for you to remain at Hogwarts? Sirius will inevitably be captured. Your aunt and uncle likely haven't signed the permission slip for you to visit Hogsmeade, have they?" The witch pondered, knowing that if she stayed away, Sirius would surely devise a way to infiltrate the school, making it easier for him to be apprehended. "Avoidance is not a solution," Harry insisted, clearly desiring to go to Hogsmeade. "I have no solutions either," the witch replied dismissively. "You might as well stay within the school. Sirius Black won't be able to find you, and if he does come to Hogwarts, capturing him will be far simpler. He is not foolish. He escaped from Azkaban alone. He might not seek me out until next summer," Harry said, his frustration palpable. They remained in the compartment, during which Draco made an appearance. Seeing the witch with this group incensed him, though he refrained from voicing much. "Daphne is in my compartment. Don't you wish to pay her a visit? You're not afraid of being shunned by the others. Always sitting with Gryffindors on the way to school," Draco remarked, presenting a compelling argument that even the trio could not dissuade the witch from joining him. I truly don't understand why you enjoy their company so much, Draco said, shaking his head. They are Gryffindors. What is so strange about that? Perhaps it's because I find it more relaxed to be with them, the witch replied, raising an eyebrow. More relaxed than with us. We are relatives, Draco countered, lifting his chin, seemingly pleased with himself for having outdone Harry in some manner. You're not broadcasting it to the world, are you? The witch asked, somewhat skeptical. Of course not, Draco retorted. My father instructed me to keep it under wraps. I even lowered my voice just now. The witch regarded the two imposing figures flanking him with indifference. Upon entering Draco's compartment, they indeed found Daphne there, dispelling the witch's initial suspicion that Draco had fabricated an excuse. However, the space was already cramped with Daphne and Blaise Zabini inside, and after they settled, Crabbe and Goyle were promptly sent to another compartment by Draco. Observing their demeanor around Draco, the witch found it unsurprising that he would later be betrayed by Crabbe. I can't fathom what our care of magical creatures professor was thinking, Draco mused about his book purchases. He actually expects us to prepare a book that bites as our course material. I suspect Professor Kettleburn must be losing his faculties. Or perhaps not, the witch suggested. Professor Kettleburn is quite elderly. He might have retired, prompting Dumbledore to appoint someone else to the position. This theory seemed plausible, to which Draco agreed. Recalling how his father had lost his position on the board, by mid-afternoon, they noted the sky outside the train window growing increasingly dark. And soon the lights within the carriage illuminated, with rain tapping rhythmically against the windows. The train's pace began to slow, eventually coming to a jarring halt. What on earth is happening? Draco asked, irritation evident as he considered exiting the compartment to investigate. Don't, the witch cautioned. I think I hear someone boarding the train. If it weren't for the train stopping, this would be impossible. Unless the arrival is malevolent? Draco's wand slipped into his palm, and the others became alert. Shall we crack the door and take a look? Daphne suggested. While this idea appeared somewhat dubious, it piqued the curiosity of the others. Nonetheless, Draco was reluctant to proceed. Ultimately, the witch opened the door slightly and peered outside, immediately garnering the attention of figures cloaked in black who began drifting toward them. Numerous students from other compartments pulled open their doors, bewilderedly scanning the dimly lit corridor. The witch furrowed her brow but quickly recognized this as an opportune moment to garner goodwill, and she waved her wand, exclaiming, Expecto Patronum. A large, somewhat indistinct bat emerged from her wand, causing the Dementors to retreat in fright. Once they departed, the chilling aura that had enveloped them also dissipated, as if the darkness itself had been lifted. Come help. The witch beckoned her companions in the compartment to assist in guiding the frightened students into their space and distributing chocolate. Once they disembarked from the train, they walked together. Were those Dementors? Draco fumed. The ministry can't catch Sirius, so they let these creatures prey on us students. The witch nodded in agreement. Indeed. They are Dementors, a truly incompetent lot. Why is your Patronus a bat? Zabini inquired, puzzled. Bats often evoke ominous associations for Hogwarts students, and although Slytherin students respect Snape, his connection to bats is inescapable. I'm not entirely sure, the witch replied. I can't very well say my ex-boyfriend will turn into Batman, can I? I expected it to be a snake, not some winged creature. I wonder what my Patronus would be, Draco mused. My father's wand is serpentine. I suspect the Malfoy family's Patronus is likely a snake. I find your white peacock rather exquisite. What if your Patronus were a white peacock? Daphne interjected. Suddenly, the spirit chuckled, drawing the attention of others. Clearing her throat, she added, I believe a white ferret would be quite fitting. Zabini turned to scrutinize Draco closely, averting his gaze just before Draco could react in indignation. It rather resembles him, doesn't it? How laughable it is that someone from such a background could possess a Patronus. The spirit's keen ears caught a distant voice ahead, unmistakably Ron's. Though he spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to those beside him. The spirit was aware of the notion that Death Eaters were incapable of conjuring a Patronus, though in truth, only Voldemort lacked one. Yet, it was hardly surprising that Ron would utter such words. The most significant difference between him and Draco was that Draco preferred to speak ill of others openly, while he certainly gossiped behind their backs. He seemed to find it less gratifying and thus did not express himself with particular malice. Just like now, although Draco did not hear Ron's remarks, he approached like a mere pawn in a narrative, poised to retaliate. Scarhead, I heard you were fainted by a Dementor. Remus, who had disembarked the train behind them, approached. What are you all doing standing here? Have you encountered any trouble? No matter how arrogant Draco was, he would never confront a professor, so he greeted Remus with a tone laced with sarcasm before they boarded the night bus. Chapter 65, Care of Magical Creatures. Having already attended the opening feast and sorting ceremony twice, everything felt rather mundane. Harry and Hermione being summoned by Professor McGonagall drew some attention, but it was of little consequence. Dumbledore spoke of the Dementors guarding the school, introduced the defense against the dark arts professor for the semester, and mentioned Hagrid's new role as the care of magical creatures professor. The spirit distinctly heard the hisses from the Slytherin table regarding Hagrid's appointment, and very few in the hall applauded for Remus. After the banquet, Daphne did not hasten back to the dormitory, instead seeking out her sister, Astoria Greengrass. A character not mentioned in the original text yet widely recognized, had entered this year as Draco's official match. The spirit proceeded to freshen up, instructing Annabelle to take a stroll outside and report back if she spotted a large black dog lurking around the school. Annabelle, the spirit contained within the doll, nodded obediently, not daring to defy her command. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the spirit made her way to the library, as she had no classes during the first period, while Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe attended a divination class. In the library, she commenced her preparation for ancient runes, although the subject proved somewhat obscure, leaving her feeling that many questions required a teacher's clarification. Indeed, during the second period, after a brief explanation from the teacher, several of the queries that had puzzled the spirit were effortlessly resolved. This instructor possesses some merit, she mused quietly. After lunch, she was set to attend her first Care of Magical Creatures class. Although the sky had not cleared, it was pleasantly cool, signaling the arrival of autumn's briskness. Upon arriving outside Hagrid's hut, she found Draco and his two lackeys already present, seemingly engaged in conversation, while Goyle and Crabbe guffawed boisterously. Shortly thereafter, Harry and his companions appeared, though for reasons unknown, Ron and Hermione were once again at odds, ignoring one another. The spirit felt exasperated watching the feuding pair. While they had not severed ties entirely in recent years, petty squabbles arose with alarming regularity. What intrigued her, however, was that Draco refrained from hurling insults at Harry upon seeing him, despite both parties deliberately turning away to avoid eye contact. This peculiar scene offered her a sliver of consolation. Draco had matured. As a newly appointed professor, Hagrid's teaching methods were somewhat unreliable. He seemed to believe that all students could manage the monster book of monsters. Yet, in truth, aside from the spirit who had cheated, none had managed to open the book for a preview, not even Hermione. Why had she not shared this method with the bookstore owner to disseminate among the students? Because the book had been procured by Creature, and she had merely touched its spine before opening it. Given that no one knew how to handle the textbook, the entire class had failed to prepare adequately, thus disrupting Hagrid's lesson plan. He had positioned the students on the edge of the Forbidden Forest while he ventured inside to retrieve the magical creatures for their lesson. Draco could no longer contain his frustration and made a few caustic remarks about Hagrid's appointment. Before long, Hagrid emerged from the Forbidden Forest, leading a dozen hippogriffs. Though each hippogriff wore a leather collar, their sharp beaks and imposing stature conveyed a clear message. They were not to be trifled with. Hagrid adored such magnificent beasts. If one day a colossal creature like a Kuin were to awaken before him, he might comprehend why his students feared these great monsters. Hagrid sought to encourage the students to engage closely with the hippogriffs, yet most were apprehensive and reluctant to cooperate, a predicament that must have been quite embarrassing for him. Thus, he cast a pleading glance at Harry. Ignoring the ominous warning from the morning's divination class, Harry approached Buckbeak. Following Hagrid's instructions, he maintained eye contact with Buckbeak for an extended moment. The spirit counted and estimated that nearly a minute passed without Buckbeak blinking, likely an uncomfortable experience. After completing a series of actions, Buckbeak expressed goodwill towards Harry. Harry soared through the air atop Buckbeak, and upon their descent, the classmates grew bolder, prompting Hagrid to remove the collars from the other hippogriffs one by one. Unlike her peers, the spirit did not rush forward but instead approached Harry. What was it like riding Buckbeak in the sky? Comfortable? Not particularly, Harry replied in a lowered voice. His wings flapped and kept bumping against my shins, making me feel like I might be thrown off at any moment. It was quite bumpy. Ah, I see, the spirit thought, realizing that if riding a broom was uncomfortable, then riding a hippogriff would be even less so. Hey, Potter, Draco called out loudly from beside Buckbeak. That was easy. Since you could do it, I bet that ugly beast is not dangerous at all, right? As soon as he spoke, a series of movie scenes flashed through the spirit's mind, culminating in a figure sprawled on the ground, clutching their arm. The only thought in her mind was, what a reckless fool. How could I have ever thought he had matured? Moreover, his act of self-pity lacked any semblance of subtlety. Sprawled on the ground wailing, he laid bare his every thought, achieving nothing but further alienation from his peers. His level of immaturity was astonishingly low. Hagrid, in a state of panic, rushed him to the hospital wing, completely oblivious to the need to secure the collars on the other hippogriffs. Should any of them suddenly go rogue, he would be unable to bear the repercussions. Pansy shrieked as she followed them to the hospital wing, while the others kept their distance from the uncollared hippogriffs, filled with trepidation. He just abandoned us. What if one of them goes mad? Goyle muttered, standing as far from the hippogriffs as possible. The spirit shook her head, stepping forward to meet each creature's gaze, bowing before them, and fastening collars around their necks. The process of locking the collars on the dozen or so winged beasts took nearly 20 minutes of eye contact, although there were breaks in between. It was still quite taxing on the eyes. The spirit silently reflected that had she not practiced with 173, her eyes would have succumbed to discomfort by now. Upon Hagrid's return, he discovered that these winged beasts had been restrained, realizing he had overlooked something essential, which left him flustered as he resumed his lesson without addressing other matters. Chapter 66, Midnight Confessions. Draco, in the infirmary, was groaning and continuously lamenting his pain, while Pansy anxiously circled around him. It was only when Madame Pomfrey arrived to shoo everyone away, drawing the curtain and advising Draco to rest, that the situation shifted. However, her expression betrayed her disapproval. She seemed to have discerned Draco's feigned illness and considered such patience a waste of medical resources, yet she could not dismiss him. Night soon enveloped the surroundings, and Draco quickly succumbed to slumber in the dim light. In the dead of night, Draco awoke with a start, restless and drenched in perspiration. As he moved his arm to wipe his forehead, he felt discomfort from the bandages that had been tightly wrapped. He retrieved his wand from beneath the pillow and cast a Lumos spell, intending to rise and pour himself a glass of water, only to discover a shadow seated at the edge of his bed as the light flickered on. The sudden fright sent his heart racing, and before he could scream, the figure spoke. "It's me, don't make a noise." The voice, somewhat familiar, prompted Draco to hesitantly inquire, "Sylvia?" The spirit affirmed with a sound. "Why didn't you wake me?" Sitting there is rather frightening. Draco finally relaxed, though his heartbeat remained accelerated. "Is there something you need? Why did you act as you did today?" The spirit was genuinely curious about his mindset. If that creature hadn't been a hippogriff, and had it been more aggressive, you might not have had the chance to be treated at all. "What? Was I supposed to intend to injure myself?" Draco retorted, somewhat irked. "How could I have foreseen that beast would actually turn on me? Regardless, I'll write to my father and ensure that creature is executed." "Weren't you doing it on purpose?" The spirit's aura shifted dangerously as she mocked him. "You ought to be grateful Hagrid isn't deranged enough to bring a level 5 creature to class. Otherwise, your father would ensure both Hagrid and that magical beast accompany you to your grave. Perhaps you think that is a fair trade? Am I foolish enough to provoke a level 5 dangerous creature?" Draco's face flushed. "I thought you came specifically to see me. If you're here to blame me, you can leave." "Blame you?" The spirit scoffed. "You truly overestimate my role. I'm neither your father nor your mother, merely a distant cousin. I have no right to chastise you." Draco covered his ears. "Don't speak to me in that tone. If you truly disapprove of me, then cease your conversation." "Draco, you are no longer a child, yet your behavior mirrors that of one. Your provocation of Buckbeak stems from his friendliness toward Harry Potter, does it not? You seek to compete with him in every respect, and I cannot condone such actions. Do you truly believe he surpasses me in every aspect? Just because he bears the title of the Chosen One? He enjoys stealing the spotlight from others. Before he entered Hogwarts, no one overshadowed me like he does." Draco ceased his protest. "Then do you wish to kill him?" The spirit's single inquiry rendered him speechless. "You." Draco fell silent for a long moment. "What? Of course. I wish for him to perish, along with that mudblood and the Weasley." "Do not twist my words," the spirit replied coolly. "I am asking if you wish to kill him. Why, you are friends, are you not?" Draco felt a parching sensation in his throat, in the dim light. His courage seemed to diminish. The spirit continued, "That is irrelevant. If you desire, I can assist you." No. If discovered, I would be expelled, and the Malfoy family would be humiliated," Draco stammered, evidently shaken by her cold demeanor. "Huh. It seems you have been engaging in some mischief." She laughed lightly in the darkness. "You dare not even kill, merely acting like a kitten, occasionally swiping at him. It may seem satisfying, but in reality, you either harm yourself more than your enemy or achieve nothing at all." "Not at all." Draco attempted to rebut, yet the spirit interjected, "How could it not be? If you truly viewed him as an enemy, you would either strike him down directly or maintain your distance. Teasing him occasionally only serves to irritate. But what actual harm has he suffered? Such fervent efforts yield a score of 0, she sighed on his behalf. "I will find my opportunity," Draco persisted stubbornly. "Let Potter exit the school, escaping the Dementor's protection, and may that black, that Sirius, tear him apart." "Huh. If you possess such skill, you would not have to wait until this year." The spirit taunted him again. "Killing and being caught would naturally lead to expulsion. But if you could behave like the young Voldemort, the situation would be entirely different." He found a scapegoat, resulting in Hagrid's dismissal in 3rd year. While he enjoyed decades as a gamekeeper, even receiving a special contribution award from the school. "Do you see? That is the difference between him and us." "Do not mention that name." Draco shuddered, his eyes widening in terror. "What do you intend to do next?" "Have your father contact the Ministry of Magic to execute a magical creature," while Potter and the others mourn their shattered hearts. You cannot expect me to let it go free after I've been injured. Draco was seething with rage. That oaf continues to teach us. Who knows when he might bring a level 5 beast. Do as you wish. The spirit stood up. You are no longer a child. You should have your own judgment. Before departing the infirmary, the spirit left him with a parting remark. I'll remind you this. In my world, the one who provokes first is the one who suffers. And if you continue to act tyrannically without thought, pray you never encounter someone beyond your means, lest we find ourselves cleaning up your mess. Draco was now utterly unable to sleep, gulping down the water he had poured, lying wide-eyed in bed as he reflected on the spirit's words. She had initially thought that Draco, the antagonist in the protagonist group, would be difficult to influence, yet she was astounded by the actions he subsequently took, which completely exceeded her expectations. Chapter 67, Boggots and Fears. On Tuesday morning, the spirit observed Draco in Transfiguration class, his arm tightly bound in bandages, seemingly still recovering from his injuries. She could easily discern that his wound had healed remarkably well, but the other oblivious classmates expressed their sympathy, surrounding him with concern and directing accusations at Dumbledore, believing he should not have appointed Hagrid as a professor. The spirit sat at a distance, solely focused on preparing for class. She felt that Draco had not heeded her earlier words. However, this was of little consequence. They were no longer children. She had made her point, and if he chose to ignore it, that was his prerogative. No need to fret over others. On Wednesday afternoon, they were to attend their first class on defense against the dark arts for the 3rd year. Upon entering the classroom, Lupin announced that they would be engaging in a practical lesson. Originally, the class was intended for theoretical instruction, but fortune smiled upon them. During lunch in the staff room, they had discovered a boggart. Lupin led the students to the staff room, explaining that he had requested the headmaster to allow the professors to keep it for their practical lesson. Now, who can tell me what a boggart is? Lupin inquired. A Ravenclaw student quickly raised her hand. As they were sharing the lesson with Ravenclaw, she knew that if she didn't act swiftly, points might be lost to them. She provided a flawless answer, elaborating on the boggart's characteristics. Lupin awarded her 5 points. First, we shall practice the spell to repel a boggart. No one's needed, Lupin stated. This incantation is quite simple, yet it demands formidable willpower, for what a boggart fears most is laughter. Ridiculous. Lupin pronounced the spell, and the entire class followed suit in practice. All right, who wishes to face the boggart first? Please form a line and approach one by one, Lupin directed. The student, feeling no particular fear, perhaps harbored subconscious anxieties unbeknownst to her. However, sensing that her own trepidation might affect others, she refrained from being the first to confront the boggart. The first to step forward was a Ravenclaw boy, adjusting his glasses as he advanced. Lupin kept his distance, then opened the cabinet containing the boggart with his wand. Out leaped a massive wolf, baring its teeth, drool dripping from its fangs as it swiftly approached the boy. No, this one's he do. It's too fast. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a banana peel appeared, and the wolf slipped, tumbling comically to the ground, causing the entire class to erupt in laughter. The student withdrew her wand, marveling at the ingenuity of the banana peel. What a clever notion. Others, now sensing the amusement, took turns stepping before the boggart. In contrast to the eagerness and relatively ordinary fears of the Gryffindors, the Slytherins presented a rather chaotic scene. Zabini's fear manifested as his mother in a wedding gown, announcing her impending marriage. Draco's dread took the form of his father, casting a disapproving glance and scolding him. How could you be defeated and rendered incapable of using magic? The Malfoy family has no place for such disgrace. Pansy's fear, astonishingly, was directed at the student, threatening, I'll make sure you never grow any hair again. The student thought to herself, TMD, no wonder many fanfictions I've read express discontent regarding Lupin's use of a boggart in class, especially when he publicly coerces Neville into dressing Snape in women's clothing. The pain of others is often overlooked until it strikes home. Surely, a curtain could have been drawn for privacy, wouldn't you agree? Soon, it was the student's turn. As she approached the boggart, she pondered what she might see, perhaps an exam paper, or maybe a vision of Si-Huan. Surely not a deceased Batman. However, her assumptions were misguided. As the boggart sensed her proximity, it transformed into a colossal statue with short arms, most alarmingly adorned with a large, high-definition image of 096. Many recognized the student and were intensely curious about her fear, craning their necks for a clearer view. Everyone who does not wish to die, close your eyes, she shouted. Simultaneously, she conjured flames to engulf the audacious boggart. Such an act was insufficient to vanquish the boggart, but the flames obscured the view, preventing more students from gazing upon the image of 096. As for the counterfeit 173, it lacked sufficient power to warrant her excessive concern. Yet, it was too late. What is happening? What is that? She is actually afraid of something like that? I even saw a photo on that statue. Who put that there? How utterly dull. Fearing that the flames might damage the boggart, Lupin urged the next student to step forward, while the student walked sorrowfully to the back. Are you all right? Daphne inquired, standing beside her. It's not that terrifying. Although I'm unsure why you fear it, so I'm not afraid of it, the student murmured in reply. Daphne assumed she was merely putting on a brave front and remarked, well, judging by your reflexive actions, I can tell that you're not afraid. The student understood that these individuals, cloaked in ignorance, were oblivious to the lurking danger. Compelled by a twinge of conscience, she proceeded to enlighten them about 096 and 173. That statue, when out of sight, moves swiftly behind a person and snaps their neck. What kind of thing is that? Daphne believed she was jesting. If you see that statue, remember, never, ever blink, or you may find yourself unable to open your eyes again. As for the photo, if you happen to see such a person, do not look at their face. If you do, they will tear you apart. Regardless of whether you perceive them from a photo or a painting, even a fleeting glance would suffice for them to come rushing at you suddenly. A loud crash echoed as an object burst through the closed window, a white figure ignoring the shards of glass on the floor as it entered the room. Everyone, close your eyes. The student instinctively recognized her old friend, whom she hadn't seen in over a year, and without time for pleasantries, she issued a warning. Those who had just heard her explanations instinctively shut their eyes, but many others further away reflexively turned to gaze at the shattered window, inadvertently drawing 096's attention. It took a considerable amount of time for the student to soothe 096's emotions, finally placing a hat crafted from a wizard's hat upon him. Observing the disheveled staff room and the trembling young witches and wizards huddled in the corners, she sighed deeply. Madame Pomfrey arrived to escort away the injured young witch, while Dumbledore and the other professors raised their wands in readiness against 096. The student took 096's slender arm, urging, put down your wands. As long as you don't see his face, it's safe. However, many students had already glimpsed his visage, and if they lowered their wands, what if he went into a frenzy again? Dumbledore remained primarily concerned for his students. In that case, your wands are of no use, and enraged 096 is too fast. You would need to ride broomsticks to cast spells upon him. Otherwise, you might not even graze his clothing. When can you send him away? Dumbledore inquired, examining 096 with curiosity, eager to rid Hogwarts of such a perilous entity. Someone must come to retrieve him, or I could use a week's leave to return him myself. The student could easily contact her kin, but she was reluctant to do so in front of so many. Well, Miss A voice emerged from around the corner, capturing the attention of the crowd. Ah, Mr. Deeds, it has been quite a while. The witch was taken aback by the fact that the wizarding clan had employed the butler bell, yet it proved to be remarkably effective. Have you come to retrieve 096? Indeed, my master has entrusted me with the mission of locating him and escorting him back. Although Mr. Deeds was of shorter stature, he was undeniably a nearly omnipotent butler. While the witch pondered, keeping the formidable weapon known as 096 by her side, the presence of so many students at Hogwarts necessitated his departure. However, one could not help but wonder where the wizarding clan had acquired so many SCP containment objects. Surely, it couldn't be that Wu Hong had pilfered them from the Foundation? Following an unexpected incident during the first class, Lupin's already weathered visage appeared even more haggard. My apologies, Dumbledore, it was my oversight. If not for the multitude who witnessed that creature's face, such an incident would not have occurred. For he did not assault Sylvia. Draco, in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, stoked the flames among the crowd, subtly nudging Snape. Snape's gaze flickered. The fears that resided within each individual remained, regardless of circumstance, yet it seemed Professor Lupin lacked an understanding of respecting the privacy of others. After such an ordeal, whether Gryffindor would employ a boggart for their lessons the following day was irrelevant. Snape would no longer be subjected to Neville conjuring a dress for him. During potions class on Thursday morning, Draco continually feigned an injury to his hand, seeking assistance with potion ingredients. Snape harbored no qualms about adding to Harry and Ron's troubles, enlisting them to chop daisy roots and peel figs. Throughout the entire lesson, the trio endured considerable torment. Harry and Ron were perpetually directed by Draco, while Hermione, having uttered a single supportive word for Neville, found herself penalized 5 points. Were it not for the witch's knowledge of Snape's burdensome existence, she would find it challenging to harbor any fondness for him. However, given her awareness of certain matters, she struggled to align herself with the trio, particularly Harry. In judging Snape's conduct, the more one knows, the greater the distractions when contemplating issues. How vexing. Engaging with others is such a hassle. Why can't I simply remain a recluse? Why must I constantly confront these tedious dilemmas of choice? Harry and Malfoy represented one dichotomy, the trio and Snape another. And occasionally, she found herself oscillating between trusting and being wary of Dumbledore. It is truly exasperating. Why am I burdened with social anxiety? The witch mused, wishing that her reincarnation had transformed her into a social butterfly. Contemplating this philosophical quandary, she lost interest in her surroundings for several days, prompting concern among those nearby regarding her well-being. Yet, she soon revitalized, with no one discerning the source of her newfound vigor. Sylvia, has there been anything worth celebrating lately? Draco inquired, noticing her engrossed in a book within the library, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Are you truly curious? She replied, her mood evidently buoyant. Yes. Indeed, I wish to know. Draco seized this opportunity to reconcile with her, reflecting on the wisdom of her words from that evening. Yet he perpetually struggled to find the right moment to mend their rift. Take a look at this, she offered, handing him a book. Draco, intrigued, flipped through the pages, soon losing track of his initial purpose for visiting, completely absorbed in the text. The witch was not surprised by his reaction. She retrieved her homework from her bag and began to work. The assignment was minimal, and once completed, she glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly dinner, prompting her to call Draco to eat. Only then did he lift his gaze from the book, asking, "Where did you get this? Is there another copy? You could purchase one. I doubt this particular edition is available in the library," she replied, revealing that it was her own work. After much deliberation, she had condensed it into a publishable version, submitting it to a publisher as a proof copy. Recalling the original version of the book, which contained an equal balance of plot and romance, she had painfully excised 80% of the latter, opting for publication after considering the popular novels within the wizarding world. Though the wizarding community, particularly in Britain, exhibited lax control over light romantic literature, she was determined not to be misconstrued as someone seeking attention through such means. She had contemplated the stark differences between Grindelwald and Voldemort's approaches to cultivating their followers, recognizing the distinct advantages each possessed. Dumbledore had become increasingly sensitive regarding the Dark Lord, making it challenging for her to attract a devoted following at school, akin to Voldemort. Thus, the concept of cultural output emerged in her mind. She could amass a readership first, and then weave her ideology into her subsequent writings, fulfilling her aspirations. Surely, Dumbledore would not be so idle as to scrutinize her novels, would he? Chapter 69, Inquiring about Alchemy. Upon realizing the book was not from the library, Draco tightened his grip on it. Could you lend it to me? I'll return it tomorrow. How infuriating. Despite being written from a female perspective and containing a touch of melodrama, it was undeniably captivating. The witch had merely followed the tropes of the online literature she had previously read, yet the outcome had exceeded her expectations, elevating her spirits. You enjoy it so much? Then you can keep it. She pondered whether she should acquire one of Rita Skeeter's enchanted quills. Writing by hand was exhausting. Even if a notebook could not transcribe her thoughts, having a pen for voice input would surely be beneficial. To obtain such a pen, she would require the assistance of someone well-versed in alchemy. Then came the dilemma. Where could she find such a person? Originally, she could have approached Dumbledore, who had a rapport with Nicholas Flamel, but what if it raised Dumbledore's suspicions? Thus, she resolved to seek out Professor Snape for assistance. Snape, with his customary sardonic expression, retorted, "Alchemy? What? Is ancient runic magic not taxing enough for you? You wish to delve into alchemy as well?" "I merely wish to create a pen," the witch sighed. "I recall your pencil case is perpetually brimming with various writing instruments, be they quills or muggle pens, of every hue imaginable." Snape mercilessly exposed her. "What do you require that pen for? Surely not to assist you with your homework? How do you know about my little collecting habit? What if I simply have a penchant for various pens?" "Very well, Professor. I also came to inquire about the potion research you promised to assist me with. My benefactor is pressing for results." Snape's brow furrowed deeply. "I am close to a breakthrough, though I have been preoccupied with other matters. What could possibly be more pressing than my potion?" "Ah, the Wolfsbane potion for Lupin, is it?" Snape scribbled a note to her, indicating that the books in the library could aid her in crafting simple alchemical items. "I possess no particular talent in this area, so I cannot guide you. However, Dumbledore has a degree of insight into alchemy. You may consult him." Taken aback, she accepted the note, only to hear Snape add, "If you have nothing pressing at the moment, perhaps you could assist me with potion materials? I knew your resources wouldn't be easily accessible." Yet, recognizing the necessity of assistance, she complied and went to help. The potion Snape was brewing was exceedingly complex, requiring a multitude of ingredients. The spirit of the witch recalled how, in the original text, he had subtly guided the students to connect Lupin with werewolves, and thus, with a knowing demeanor, he inquired, "Professor, what potion are you brewing?" "It resembles the Wolfsbane potion somewhat." "Resembles?" Snape replied with a sardonic chuckle, "This is the Wolfsbane potion. You might as well have ill intentions written on your face. Do try to restrain yourself, Professor Snape." "So, is the professor looking to improve the Wolfsbane potion? If successful, that would be splendid," the witch decided to feign ignorance. What good would that do? No matter how it is improved, it remains an expensive potion, and for werewolves who require a vial each month. This community has always been destitute. If it weren't for Dumbledore's request, Snape paused, he wouldn't even be brewing potions for that werewolf. The witch nodded. Such potions require significant time and investment, yet yield low returns due to minimal market demand. Quite a futile endeavor. Professor, what if he were given the elixir of life before his transformation? Would he still possess his ferocity afterward? She asked whimsically. Werewolves have high magical resistance. To cut costs, it might be better to simply toss him into a deserted area during the full moon, Snape replied, intently stirring the potion. And their regenerative abilities are quite formidable. Are they not? But if we were to break his hands and feet before his transformation, would he still be able to fight afterward? Or perhaps we could entirely eliminate his bones. The witch recalled Harry's experience in his second year when he had escaped via bone disappearance and suddenly felt that a suitable individual had to be arranged for this unfolding plot. I have yet to try that. Snape seemed to be enlightened, his mood brightening, but should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly give it a shot. The witch internally applauded him. As for Lupin, he always emerged weakened after each transformation, and the Wolfsbane potion was notoriously difficult to consume. Thus, trying this method posed no harm. If it failed, they could always seek alternatives. September swiftly passed, and as October arrived, the temperature plummeted and the winds grew fierce. The witch diligently applied thick layers of moisturizer to her exposed skin before and after her daily training. Soon enough, the notification to visit Hogsmeade was announced, and the little snakes were delighted by the news after being confined at school for 2 years. Daphne joyfully approached, saying to the witch and Astoria, I plan to acquire 2 lovely outfits for myself so that I may dress splendidly when we go to Hogsmeade. What a splendid idea. Astoria replied with a hint of shyness, Daphne, you are beautiful. A little embellishment will make you even more so, as will our senior, Sylvia. Thank you. The witch found herself quite fond of this adorable little sister. She had no doubt about her own beauty, having been bestowed with such a visage in this life. She cherished her appearance immensely, having long since discarded her past reluctance to venture outside or to wear makeup. In her words, with a face like hers, neglecting proper care would be a betrayal of her conscience. Thus, she began to learn about dressing and grooming, although she still preferred to remain unnoticed. Her efforts were primarily to please herself. The girls discussed everything from clothing choices, hairstyles, and accessories to which beauty spells suited them best and which beauty potions were of superior quality, meandering through topics with great delight. On the morning before Halloween, the girls donned the outfits they had prepared the night before and applied light makeup before queuing in the entrance hall. Moments later, the trio arrived, standing at the back of the line, with only Harry wearing a glum expression. Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe were also in the queue, and upon spotting Harry outside the line, they surprisingly refrained from mocking him, their faces adorned with victorious smiles. Chapter 70. Refusing the competition. Hogsmeade was not as entertaining as the witch had imagined. The shops were too few, far inferior to the commercial streets she had previously visited. Consider this. There were only exclusive bars, a candy shop, a joke shop, and a tea house, none of which promised much amusement. The witch herself was not particularly fond of sweets, content with merely purchasing a couple of ice creams. Yet with the onset of late autumn and winter, the coldness of the ice cream was uncomfortable on her teeth. She yearned for KTV, reminiscing about the times she had reserved a few private rooms during her high school graduation, singing her heart out for ages. Although she was not fond of large gatherings, she did not repudiate the idea of KTV. Shouting at the top of her lungs helped her vent her emotions. After being cooped up alone for too long, the buildup of feelings could be quite distressing. In the present, conservative wizards could only hire a few bands to dance along with them. The very scene she had previously found distasteful now evoked a sense of nostalgia. Daphne was selecting various candies and honeydukes, while the witch's gaze swept over the confectionery before settling on Daphne's profile, feeling out of place amidst the lively atmosphere. She symbolically purchased a small quantity of candy and followed Daphne to other shops. Before returning to the school, the witch made a point to inquire about the location of the Shrieking Shack, intending to familiarize herself with the route. Why do you wish to go there? I've heard it's haunted, Daphne speculated, wondering if the witch sought thrill. I merely wish to see if there are indeed any ghosts. The witch casually fabricated an excuse, reasoning that since she had finally ventured out, she ought to visit all the notable spots in Hogsmeade. Recognizing that the witch's enthusiasm seemed somewhat subdued, as though she had been accompanying her the entire time, Daphne agreed to accompany her to this newfound destination. They visited the Shrieking Shack, but aside from a dilapidated house, there was nothing of interest, neither entertaining nor terrifying. After their visit, they returned to school, preparing for the Halloween feast. The festivities proceeded smoothly without any unusual occurrences, which left the witch feeling somewhat disoriented. She recalled a certain meme suggesting that something was always bound to happen during Hogwarts' Halloween feast. Now, with nothing amiss, she wondered if it would occur after the banquet. Nevertheless, she felt little concern, as nothing transpired from the time they left the Great Hall until they returned to their dormitory. With Daphne off to the bathroom for a shower, the witch sat on the edge of her bed when Annabelle approached from behind to report the evening's events. A large black dog had slipped into the castle, subsequently destroying the fat lady's portrait in Gryffindor Tower. This sparked a series of thoughts about sleeping bags. It seemed, perhaps, she would have to join everyone in the Great Hall for a communal sleepover. Just as Daphne emerged from the bathroom, they received word that Dumbledore had summoned everyone to the Great Hall. The prefects urged them to hurry, leaving the witch and Daphne with no time to change. They hastily donned their wizarding robes and exited. Dumbledore informed everyone that a thorough search of the castle would commence, transforming the long tables in the Great Hall into hundreds of sleeping bags, the shade of deep purple being rather unappealing. However, there was evidently no room for choice. The witch indiscriminately selected a nearby sleeping bag and nestled inside. Gryffindor relayed the recent events to the other houses, igniting a flurry of discussions. But Percy shouted for everyone to quickly get into their sleeping bags and cease all chatter. He truly had a penchant for displaying authority at all times. It is unknown who first uttered those words, yet they garnered the agreement of others. Nevertheless, they eventually nestled into their sleeping bags. Even though some continued to converse after the lights went out, the atmosphere had quieted considerably. In this tranquil environment, Sylvia gradually succumbed to slumber, compelling those wishing to engage her in conversation to reluctantly close their eyes as well. In the ensuing days, the school buzzed with discussions surrounding Sirius Black, piquing Sylvia's curiosity. However, Annabelle, in her foolishness, failed to bring her any further news. Sylvia, Draco called out to her in the common room. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Sylvia approached him. You must concoct an excuse, Draco exclaimed with enthusiasm. Claim that you cannot participate in the Quidditch match. Why? Sylvia queried in confusion. Look at the weather outside. The conditions are too unfavorable for our performance. Surely, you wouldn't wish to play Quidditch in such a tempest, would you? If you provide an excuse, then Flint can cancel the match, allowing Gryffindor to face another opponent. Draco's eyes sparkled with mischief. Sylvia found herself slightly tempted by the proposal. Yet she had some reservations. An excuse? What should I say? That I'm on my period. Draco faltered. What do you mean by on your period? Why that? Oh, I mean menstruation, Sylvia remarked, observing the faint blush on Draco's face. Why are you embarrassed? It's merely a natural physiological cycle. But you shouldn't state it so directly. Draco stammered. Isn't that being subtle enough? You simply didn't comprehend. Sylvia pressed her temples in exasperation. Then, let us go with that excuse. I'll approach Flint. No, you go tell him. Draco protested, his face paling at the thought of discussing it with Flint. Resolutely refusing to go, Sylvia thus took it upon herself to confront Flint, as her period was indeed approaching. And the prospect of braving the cold winds and rain in the air was decidedly unappealing. With both seekers from Slytherin sidelined, the Gryffindor team felt disheartened. Would inform them of their impending match against Hufflepuff, but Fred dismissed it nonchalantly, asserting that Hufflepuff was merely a trivial challenge during their last encounter. Harry had caught the golden snitch in a mere 5 minutes. Wood was irked by his casual demeanor. It cannot be the same. Diggory has assembled a formidable team. He is an exceptionally skilled seeker, and we must remain vigilant. Harry, puzzled, noted that Draco had claimed an injury as his excuse. Yet Sylvia was also a Slytherin seeker. Why was she not participating? When he posed the question, Wood stammered, advising him to inquire with her directly. After practice, Harry relayed his concerns about Sylvia to Ron and Hermione, expressing worry for her situation, but he noticed a faint flush on Hermione's cheeks. You'd best not delve into this matter, Hermione cautioned. It's a secret among girls. Chapter 71, Persuasion Unsuccessful. On the day of the match, the storm raged violently, and Sylvia had no desire to witness the event. Moreover, her excuse was ill-suited for venturing out in such weather. She sat in her dormitory, cradling a cup of hot ginger tea, impervious to the tempest outside. After the match, Daphne, still damp from the rain, recounted the events to her. As they were playing, Dementors suddenly stormed in, causing Harry to fall from his broom. Unlike last time, when you helped him, he fell right into the mud. His Nimbus 2000 was blown away by the wind and smashed against the Whomping Willow, now reduced to splinters. It sounded utterly unfortunate. Such weather was indeed ill-suited for a game of Quidditch, something Sylvia had anticipated. By the way, are you still in pain? Daphne inquired, observing Sylvia pressing a hot water bottle against her abdomen with concern. Not at all. It's much better now. I suppose I have a robust constitution, Sylvia replied, her health having been nurtured with various precious herbs by her aunt during her childhood, as they feared excessive blood loss might affect her vitality. That's a relief, Daphne said. Reassured, I'm off to take a hot shower. It's terribly cold outside. I can't fathom how you endure such chill during practice. Sylvia waved her off, indicating she needn't worry about her. Due to his injury and the destruction of his broom, Harry was feeling particularly dejected in the hospital wing. Many sought to console him, but he merely desired solitude. That broom held a significance beyond mere comfort, making it difficult for him to be cheered by others' attempts. Sylvia resolved to pay him a visit, but anticipating a crowd, she decided to wait until dinner to approach him. By then, the infirmary housed only Harry, as Hermione and Ron had gone to the Great Hall for dinner, promising to bring him food. Harry, are you all right? Sylvia knocked gently on the door. It's you. Sylvia, Harry replied, his voice muffled, revealing his despondent mood. I'm fine, really. Are you certain? Sylvia doubted. If you desire a new broom, I can. No need. Harry interjected, understanding her intent. That is far too extravagant. You needn't buy me one. I can manage with a less new broom. All right. But I can't shake the feeling that there is something else troubling you. Sylvia mused, considering that since she was already there, she might as well engage in some psychological counseling, practicing her eloquence for future endeavors. Harry hesitated before a wave of grievance washed over him. I have seen an omen. What? Sylvia asked, clearly perplexed. In Professor Trelawney's divination class, I saw a large black dog in a book. The text indicated that seeing a large black dog signifies doom. Harry's voice cracked. The first time I saw it, I nearly got hit by the night bus. The second time, I fell from a height of 50 feet. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence. Sylvia discerned what he was alluding to, pausing momentarily before stating. I consulted an Eastern oracle for you, and it appears you are among the fortunate. With the protagonist's halo around me, I suppose luck will follow, Harry mused. Is that so? Perhaps. He had refrained from sharing this revelation with Hermione and Ron, as one would dismiss it, while the other would be frightened. Now, even Sylvia, who didn't believe in divination, made him feel misunderstood. He had initially intended to discuss strategies for overcoming Dementors with Sylvia, but now lacked the motivation. Sylvia felt acutely aware of her inadequacies in offering counsel. She had been far more adept at dealing with people in business. Clearly, practice was necessary. With that thought, she departed the hospital wing shortly thereafter. Before Christmas arrived, Harry received a series of disheartening revelations. I never imagined that Sirius Black was once such a close friend of my father, yet he betrayed him. During that time, he trusted Sirius above all others, insisting he keep secrets. Harry clutched tightly to a photograph of his parents on their wedding day, his expression steeped in sorrow. They even said Sirius was my godfather. How could that be? No one expected him to conceal it so deeply. Hermione consoled him. Ultimately, the most despicable one remains Voldemort. Another piece of disheartening news came in the form of a letter from the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Animals. The correspondence stated that they believed the incident involving the harpy had no connection to Hagrid, yet they still resolved to put Buckbeak on trial. Sylph sighed, contemplating in her heart, perhaps I should seek Draco's assistance. He might spare Buckbeak. Draco had already confided his plan to Sylph. He intended to escalate the situation, waiting for those in authority to implore him for leniency, at which point he would graciously relent and save Buckbeak, thereby securing their goodwill. Although the plan was rather simplistic and riddled with flaws, its practical viability remained relatively high. Sylph found herself at a loss for words to describe him. In any case, one could say he had made some progress. This Christmas, Sylph chose not to return home, for she had neither a romantic encounter nor a boyfriend, and felt no inclination to make the journey. Kreacher expressed his sorrow over this decision, but soon rallied his spirits and requested to stay at Hogwarts to care for her for a while. Sylph, unable to refuse him, acquiesced to his request, provided he kept himself concealed. On Christmas morning, Sylph awoke to unwrap her presents, and shortly thereafter, a knock echoed from outside her dormitory door. Who could it be? There were only 2 Slytherins remaining at school, and one of them was a 5th-year boy. Miss Sylvia, it is Kreacher. I have brought you breakfast, came the aged voice from outside. Sylph opened the door to let him in. Kreacher held a large silver platter, laden with porridge and pastries, ample enough to satisfy her hunger. Where did you acquire this? Sylph questioned, suspecting he had pilfered it directly from the kitchen, steam still wafting from the dishes. It is prepared by Kreacher at home, he replied, a hint of trepidation in his tone. Brought to you while still warm. Does Miss Sylvia not like it? No, it is fine. Just leave it here. Sylph decided to let the food cool before indulging. Shall I assist you in unwrapping your gifts? Kreacher offered, so that she could focus on her breakfast. After a moment's contemplation, Sylph nodded in agreement. Chapter 72. The Christmas Feast. After unwrapping her gifts, Sylph proceeded to the library to complete her assignments. Initially, she had intended to work in her dormitory, but Hermione had invited her to join her in the library. They exhibit no caution towards that firebolt, that mysterious gift. They are particularly eager to soar through the skies on it. I simply cannot comprehend, Hermione complained, casting a silencing charm around their seats. Sylph continued her writing without looking up. Do not expect the boys to resist the allure of the firebolt. It's akin to Bruce's obsession with luxury cars. He buys every top-tier model he can acquire. Indeed, you also enjoy Quidditch. Why are you not equally enamored by the firebolt? Hermione's disdain for the two boys was palpable. I suppose I feel indifferent towards it. Having it or not makes little difference to me, Sylph replied, lacking much enthusiasm for luxury cars and even less for the latest broomsticks. However, if it were a Batmobile, she would certainly find it intriguing. This is a more reasonable mindset. They are simply too fanatical. Nevertheless, Sylph paused her pen, gazing into Hermione's eyes. If someone were to advise you against reading a crucial book, claiming it contained dark magic that could inflict great harm upon you, would you refrain from reading it? Hermione pressed her lips together, falling silent. Sylph, aware of Hermione's slight flaw in character, pointed out, no one wishes to relinquish their cherished possessions. You may critique their actions, but their fondness for the firebolt is beyond reproach. Is that so? Have I complicated matters? Hermione pondered aloud. Noticing her change in perspective, Sylph offered a comforting remark. It is no matter. Their faults are persistent, careless, and heedless, and they will inevitably bring about trouble. Your vigilance serves them well. Even without me, you are still here. Hermione suddenly realized Sylph's significance. You can point out my flaws as well. We can keep each other in check. Sylph replied, that is entirely unnecessary. When lunchtime arrived, they ventured to the great hall, where everyone was seated at a long table, students and professors mingling together. Sylph noticed two first-year students, visibly anxious, sitting upright and avoiding eye contact. She mused that perhaps it was due to Snape's presence, making even festive occasions feel uncomfortable. After Dumbledore instructed Snape to set off the fireworks, he announced that everyone could begin their meal. However, at that moment, Professor Trelawney burst through the great hall doors, clad in a green dress adorned with shimmering metallic sequins, seemingly in celebration of the holiday. Before Dumbledore could rise, she hastily interjected, "No, you need not stand. The first person to rise when 13 are dining shall surely be the first to perish. Just let me sit." Discussing death during such a festive occasion was hardly cheerful, prompting Dumbledore to conjure a chair for Trelawney to sit at the opposite end of the table. "I am truly delighted, Sybil," Dumbledore remarked. "I had a vision while gazing into the crystal ball, compelling me to join your gathering. I could not ignore the call of fate and hurried down from the tower." Once seated, Professor Trelawney explained her presence. "That is splendid indeed." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with delight. "Perhaps fate guides me to remind you not to allow the table to host only 13 diners," she said, slicing into her steak. Sylph internally scoffed, noting that there had originally been 14 at the table, with Peter Pettigrew tucked away in Ron's pocket. Furthermore, given that wizards historically had a tenuous relationship with the church, the very idea of celebrating Christmas while entwining prophecies with biblical tales was perplexing. "I do not understand," Trelawney continued, lamenting Remus's absence and exchanging barbs with Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore intervened to smooth things over, sending a plate of sausages to a first-year student. When Sylph heard him call the student Drake, her mind immediately conjured images of a black-eyed Robin and various American and British novels she had read. It was all too easy to conflate narratives. Sylph had initially thought that after clarifying matters with Hermione, she would enjoy a peaceful day in the dormitory. However, the following day, Hermione once again invited her to the library. "Let me see what has transpired now," Sylph sighed. The two girls were adamant about not allowing the professors to inspect the firebolt, as if that would somehow obliterate it. Hermione took the initiative to divulge the situation. "So, what is your course of action?" Sylph inquired, sensing Hermione had once again complicated matters. Hermione, feeling somewhat despondent, replied, "I merely informed Professor McGonagall and asked her to assist in examining the firebolt." "So, they believe this inspection will result in Harry losing his firebolt?" Sylph deduced, noticing that indeed, they seemed to think so. Hermione, feeling both wronged and indignant, lamented, "It was for their own good. And yet Ron has always held a prejudice against Crookshanks. Oh, the trials of friendship. If you do not consider him, it feels as though he is not a true friend. Yet if you do consider him, he interprets your kindness as a sign of weakness." Had it been in a past life, or even during the summer before her first year when she conversed with Wu Hong, if someone had spoken such words to Wu Ling, she would undoubtedly have severed all ties and blocked them without hesitation, resolutely choosing her own path and allowing others to speak their minds. Hermione, however, is not of that disposition. She places great value on these two friends, and at present, she finds herself in a predicament, sighing as she can only offer guidance. One must adopt a broader perspective. Were it me, I would remind him once or twice. And if he disregarded my counsel, then let him stumble and learn the pain for himself. Continuously shielding them from potential dangers will only hinder their growth. Lessons must be learned, And were it up to me, I would take matters into my own hands. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a good thrashing. And if there is, then one must simply thrash again. To hell with the brave Gryffindors, a group that seeks death without foresight, without the protagonist's halo hovering above them. They would have met their demise countless times already. Do we not recall Cedric Diggory, who perished during the Triwizard Tournament for daring to contest a prize against the protagonist? Lacking that very halo, Hermione dismissed her words as mere jest, a means to amuse herself, not taking them to heart, but the pent-up frustration within her was somewhat alleviated. Chapter 73, Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw. After Christmas, the Slytherin team commenced their training. According to the results of the draw, Wu Ling was to face the Hufflepuff team, while Draco was set to compete against Ravenclaw. This year, Hufflepuff's lineup was impressively formidable, prompting Flint to heighten his vigilance and intensify Wu Ling's training regimen. After a period of rigorous training, Wu Ling belatedly discovered that Hermione and Harry were embroiled in yet another conflict. Due to her exhaustion from training, Hermione had to bottle up her troubles, with no one to confide in. Had Wu Ling not stumbled upon Hermione weeping in a secluded spot after one training session, she might never have been aware of the situation. Ron suspected that Crookshanks had eaten Scabbers, and Hermione did not attempt to conceal her feelings. Sobbing that Crookshanks would never do such a thing, Ron and the others had always harbored biases against him, and even if Harry did not voice it, she knew he shared the same sentiment. Why not trace him? Blood and fur. Had I been informed sooner, perhaps I could have used those to locate that rat. Wu Ling was aware that Peter, that rat, excelled at evading capture. We never considered it. Upon seeing that pool of blood, we assumed Scabbers was dead. Otherwise, why would he not show himself? Hermione wiped her tears and lamented, is there still a way now? If those things are still around. Wu Ling spoke rather subtly, knowing that Ron had fashioned a makeshift grave for Scabbers using the bloody bedsheet after failing to find his body. If Hermione were to unearth that sheet from the mud now, Ron might genuinely sever ties with her. Regardless, Wu Ling had no intentions of digging up graves. After that incident, no further developments occurred, as Hermione feared that Crookshanks had indeed devoured the rat and was reluctant to disturb that small grave. She fell into a prolonged silence, dedicating more time and energy to her studies. Wu Ling also strived diligently for her Quidditch match. Before the Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw match, Crabbe proposed that someone disguise themselves as a Dementor to distract Harry Potter, preferably causing him to fall off his broom again. Goyle echoed this notion. Draco remained silent, but Wu Ling happened to overhear their conversation as she passed nearby. She halted, scoffing. Come now, do you really believe that all these professors observing are blind? Regardless of whether you succeed, such behavior is utterly reprehensible. Professor McGonagall will not turn a blind eye. But if we succeed, Gryffindor will have no chance of winning. Crabbe retorted, lifting his chin in disdain. Wu Ling coldly replied, interfering with a match allows Gryffindor to demand a rematch, and they would still have a chance to overturn the situation. As for you lot, Professor McGonagall could easily deduct 50 points from each of you, rendering Slytherin a laughingstock, squandering precious house points. Surely, you wouldn't be tempted by such a suggestion? Wu Ling glanced at Draco. What, me? Of course not. That idea is utterly foolish. Draco had indeed felt a fleeting temptation upon hearing Crabbe's words, but he recognized Wu Ling's wisdom and was reluctant to admit his own foolish thoughts. That's good, Wu Ling said before departing. Zabini, who had been watching the scene unfold, whispered to Theodore Nott, Draco still has hope. If Mr. Malfoy receives further guidance, he might uphold the honor of the Malfoy name. Nott nodded in silence and remarked, the people he surrounded himself with previously weren't particularly bright. Prolonged exposure inevitably leads to assimilation. Now, with Wu Ling around, he can be pulled back a bit. He then expressed some confusion. However, I recall her not being so meddlesome in the past. When did she change? Could it be that she has feelings for Malfoy? Zabini was taken aback by this speculation. Reflecting on Draco and Wu Ling's interactions, while they were indeed somewhat closer than with others, there was no indication of romantic interest, at least not from Wu Ling. With that thought, Zabini breathed a sigh of relief, concluding that it was unlikely. Is that so? Nott was skeptical but lacked the interest to delve deeper. Casually inquiring of Zabini, if that's the case, why don't you pursue her? I am pursuing her, Zabini countered, though he soon felt disheartened, lamenting that since second year, Wu Ling had grown considerably distant. Have you truly pursued her? Nott mused, realizing he had not observed any evidence of such. I watch her during training, cheer for her during Quidditch matches, and meticulously select gifts for her birthday and Christmas, Zabini enumerated. After listening, Nott remained silent for some time before patting Zabini on the shoulder and heading back to the dormitory, leaving a bewildered Zabini standing in confusion. The match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw was exhilarating. However, Zhang Qiu's broom could not compare to the firebolt. After a few feints, Harry swiftly caught the golden snitch. The Slytherin team's brooms were the fastest among the 4 houses, which was their advantage, yet they could not afford to be complacent. In addition to focusing on the match, Wu Ling's gaze lingered on Zhang Qiu's face for quite a while. She was a gentle beauty indeed. Who could resist such a lovely lady? The charming younger girls were equally endearing. For instance, Luna Lovegood's light blonde hair added a touch of radiance to her appearance, evoking Wu Ling's affection as she discreetly helped her out of numerous predicaments. Wu Ling was a quintessential admirer of white-haired individuals. Compared to Draco's hair, Luna's was lighter, more abundant, and longer, which naturally garnered her far more of Wu Ling's concern than Draco did. Were this revelation to reach Zabini and not, they might question Wu Ling's sexual orientation. Yet, who could truly know? She was often busy assisting Luna in secret, never revealing her intentions. Wu Ling suspected that Luna might have sensed something, though she too concealed this little secret quite well. That day, another incident occurred. Hermione was once again brought to tears by Ron. Ron remained unforgiving, loudly proclaiming during Gryffindor's celebratory festivities, if Scabbers hadn't been eaten, he could have enjoyed some of those toffees he loved so much. As the comforting presence of the witch enveloped her, an involuntary sigh escaped her lips. How had she transformed into this nurturing big sister persona? Oh, Hermione was merely a couple of months her senior. Chapter 74, Slytherin vs. Gryffindor. The following day, a rumor circulated throughout the school that Sirius Black had infiltrated the Gryffindor dormitory with the intent to harm Ron Weasley. He must have mistaken the bed, for the one he truly sought to kill was undoubtedly Harry Potter. After spending so many years in Azkaban, he had likely succumbed to madness. Perhaps he wished to eliminate more than just Harry. Speculation ran rampant within the school, leading to the dismissal of Sir Cadogan from his post guarding the Gryffindor common room. With the fat lady reinstated at her station, albeit demanding special protection, the witch, upon hearing that a cadre of trolls had been enlisted to safeguard the fat lady, felt a surge of sympathy for the Gryffindor students. She doubted these trolls would manage to maintain personal hygiene before their shift. In the meantime, she had given Annabelle a stern reprimand. How had she remained oblivious to Sirius's brazen antics within the school? Such a useless entity, merely bullying the innocuous and fashioning a malevolent specter for herself, ultimately devoid of any true purpose. Lately, Hermione had frequently used her as a sounding board, which vexed the witch, who was in dire need of an outlet. Thus, she ventured outside the castle to clear her mind, arriving at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was there that she encountered a gaunt, large black dog, and their eyes locked momentarily. Sirius, witch, say that again. Annabelle, you worthless creature. The witch narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the dog, which was adorned with fallen leaves and twigs. Sirius, startled by her sudden appearance, quickly turned to leave, but not before he found himself levitating, his feet no longer touching the ground. It's been ages since I've had dog meat. I could go for a hot pot of it. The witch's voice drifted into his ears, causing his entire canine form to stiffen. Splash! The large black dog was unceremoniously tossed into the black lake, initially bewildered, but soon began paddling with his paws, intent on swimming back to shore. However, the witch was not inclined to allow such a convenience. After all, a dog that had lingered in the Forbidden Forest for an extended period was likely to be infested with all manner of parasites. He might as well soak a little longer. Realizing he remained under her control and could not return to shore no matter how he swam, Sirius lay back on the water's surface. The witch observed him, resembling a defeated fish, and could not suppress her disdain. Ultimately, she allowed him to return to the bank. Despite the indignity of his treatment, Sirius did not bark at her like a mere dog, perhaps too proud to do so. 10 minutes later, the witch watched as he gnawed on a piece of beef jerky, filled with regret that Snape's potion was not yet ready. Once it was, she could have fed it to him directly. Alas, why did she not expose his true identity? Because Peter had yet to be found, and she needed Sirius to clear his name. The next heir of the Black family could not afford to have a tainted father. The witch extended her hand, seizing the moment to ruffle the dog's head, depositing a few eggs of parasites. They were as minuscule as dust, capable of revealing Sirius's whereabouts to her at any time and even controlling him if necessary. Sirius, bewildered by her sudden affection, gazed at her with his large, damp eyes. Damn, compared to his emaciated body, those eyes were striking and lively. The witch thought, I merely wish to indulge in a bit of mischief. No matter how malleable Sirius may be, I shall never grow close to such a reckless creature. Ah, how delightful. Her expression remained impassive, yet her hand seemed to possess a mind of its own, as if it wished to pluck the hair from Sirius's head. Though, I must remind myself, I'm merely petting a dog, not Sirius Black himself, right? Draco's injury had healed, and just before Buckbeak was to be presented in court, the trio received the delightful news that Draco was willing to negotiate peace, which filled them with joy. This was a rare piece of good news for them. Despite Buckbeak being shackled for the next year under the pretense of monitoring his aggression, at least his life was spared. However, they were unaware that in the ensuing Quidditch matches, Slytherin would triumph in 3 consecutive games, leaving Gryffindor once again without the Quidditch Cup this year. In the match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Draco emerged victorious. Although the margin was not particularly wide, it was a better starting point than Gryffindor's initial defeat to Hufflepuff. The Witch, on the other hand, achieved a resounding victory against Hufflepuff, and after 2 matches, they led Gryffindor by 260 points. This meant that for Gryffindor to win, they would need to surpass Slytherin by more than 110 points while capturing the Golden Snitch. Regrettably, the Witch had no intention of granting them such an opportunity. Her vision and speed far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. At the commencement of the match, Slytherin engaged in various underhanded tactics, provoking the ire of Gryffindor. Fred struck Flint on the back of the head with his bat, causing Flint's nose to collide with his broomstick, resulting in a stream of blood. The Witch observed this violent scene, contemplating how much more formidable wizards were compared to Muggles. Such deliberate harm was simply astonishing. When the score stood at 30-0, the Witch noticed Harry's gaze lingering for a moment at a specific point before darting in another direction. She refrained from following him too hastily, recognizing that he still had ample time. Even if Harry were to capture the Golden Snitch, Slytherin would still claim victory. Therefore, her attention shifted to the direction Harry had just focused on, where she spotted a glimmering gold light beneath one of the Gryffindor goalposts. No longer hesitating, she urged her broomstick toward the shimmering light. Harry, having noticed this development, deliberately veered in the opposite direction, hoping to evade her detection of the Golden Snitch. Yet he remained acutely aware of her movements. The Witch's actions clearly indicated that she had indeed located the elusive snitch. A chill ran down Harry's spine, akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over him. No, she must not seize the Golden Snitch. Otherwise, Gryffindor would suffer a humiliating defeat. Harry urged his firebolt forward, quickly closing the gap. The Slytherin team, having previously been oblivious to their movements, now recognized that Harry had failed to execute his feint properly, inadvertently revealing the snitch's location to the Witch. The Slytherin beaters began to create obstacles for Harry. No matter how he maneuvered, he could not break through their defenses. Forced to watch helplessly as the Witch snatched the Golden Snitch. When she raised it triumphantly, the Slytherin supporters in the stands erupted into applause. Chapter 75. A Man Incubating an Egg. After completing her final exam, the Witch was summoned by Snape. Professor? Snape appeared weary, gesturing toward a box on the table. I have not developed a potion that allows men to conceive, but the contents of this box can facilitate a form of asexual reproduction. What? The Witch hastily opened the box, revealing an egg-shaped object and a small vial containing a milky liquid. Confused, she inquired, how is this potion used? And what is this? Drop this potion into that egg. Snape hesitated to explain, yet fearing her potential misuse, he resolved to clarify the method of its application. Should one desire to conceive a child, they must place a drop of blood within the egg, with the stipulation that no more than 2 individuals, regardless of gender, may partake. Consequently, the egg shall nurture the offspring of either one or both parties. The embryo will develop within, but during this fragile phase, the child will be exceedingly vulnerable, necessitating the presence of a direct blood relative to incubate the egg. Incubation must be constant, or alternatively, one may employ a temperature-controlled incubator while maintaining physical contact with the egg. The Witch was unconcerned with the discrepancies of his product. Her sole interest lay in discerning its merits and drawbacks. The egg itself must be kept at a stable temperature, and a direct blood relative must engage with the egg for no less than 8 hours each day, with a minimum incubation period of 3 months, though individual variances exist. Snape, ever meticulous, noted that the emotional state of the parents would directly influence the child's development. The Witch shunned contemplation of how he arrived at such a conclusion. Yet regardless, this concoction had yielded the desired effect, surpassing her expectations. Surely, it was not an exaggeration to deem it a beacon for the LGBTQ community. The Witch astutely perceived a business opportunity, feeling an urge to acquire the recipe and the method for crafting the eggshell, intending to mass-produce the potion for sale. Thank you. Professor, this must not be inexpensive, I presume? Snape, recalling the time and money expended, felt a pang of regret. Well, it cost approximately 7,000 galleons. Here is 10,000 galleons. Consider it a fee for materials and processing. Please, do accept it. The Witch generously rewarded him, deeming it an extraordinary bargain. For the price of merely 2 crossbow bolts, one could secure a child through asexual reproduction, and the egg merely required 3 months of incubation. This notion nearly tempted Snape to reconsider his employment, as echoes of the Witch's earlier words reverberated in his mind. 300,000, 500,000. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, suggesting she depart if there were no further matters at hand. The Witch cradled the potion as she left. contemplating how to ensure Sirius would willingly consume it and subsequently incubate the egg. She tucked the potion away and proceeded to Hagrid's hut. Prior to their exams, they had arranged to celebrate their completion at Hagrid's abode, while also observing Buckbeak, who was burdened by heavy chains. Upon her arrival, the trio was already awaiting her presence. Harry recounted his experience during Trelawney's divination exam, revealing that he had discerned nothing from the crystal ball, yet post-exam, Trelawney unexpectedly fell into a peculiar state and uttered a prophecy. What prophecy? The witch, aware of Trelawney's genuine skill, albeit stemming from her lineage, approached the matter with caution. She proclaimed that the Dark Lord's servant would be captured today, and Harry's expression turned odd as he added, and that a man would incubate an egg. I shall simply regard her as a charlatan. After a brief silence, Hermione suddenly spoke. The witch's expression deepened in perplexity, musing that perhaps the soothsayer possessed genuine insight, indicating that her own endeavors might succeed. Hagrid, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily, preparing to brew tea for them. As he fetched a milk jug to pour, he was startled to discover a mouse nestled inside. Goodness, a mouse has made its nest here. I must devise a plan. Hagrid bellowed. A mouse? What mouse? The witch, sensing something amiss, approached for a closer look. Hey Ron, look. It's Scabbers. How did he end up here? What? Ron rushed over to seize the squirming mouse, noting its significant weight loss and scraggly fur, expressing concern. What happened to you? How did you come here? There's no cat. You needn't fear. The witch cast a disdainful glance at the mouse from a discreet corner, simultaneously detecting a signal from the curse she had placed upon Sirius, indicating his proximity. Crookshanks, having stealthily entered the hut, crouched low to the ground, poised to attack, with a menacing hiss that left no doubt of its intent. Scabbers struggled even more vigorously, and Ron found it increasingly difficult to hold onto him, until he finally broke free from Ron's grasp and bolted outside. Everyone chased after him, the cat's agility surpassing that of humans. As dusk descended, they pursued him for quite a distance, ultimately reaching the vicinity of the Whomping Willow. The witch had no intention of intervening. She deftly evaded the tree's assault, as if that alone were enough to exhaust her. She observed Sirius emerge from an unknown location, yanking Ron, who clutched Scabbers, toward a passage beneath the Whomping Willow. Harry and Hermione had no choice but to follow. After a while, they arrived at the passage's end, revealing a somewhat dilapidated chamber. I believe we are in the Shrieking Shack, Hermione whispered, her face betraying her fear. They cautiously ascended to the second floor. Though the witch deemed it unnecessary, she maintained their collective actions. Within a room on the second floor, they found Ron sprawled on the floor, and Harry and Hermione rushed to inquire about his condition. Harry, this is a trap. Ron gritted his teeth, glaring behind Harry. That large dog is an animagus. Harry swiftly turned, and from the shadows, Sirius Black slammed the door shut, appearing gaunt and corpse-like. Expelliarmus. Sirius disarmed Harry and Hermione, seizing their wands with Ron's. As for the witch, she maintained a safe distance and reacted quickly enough that Sirius's spell merely struck her shield charm. Quick reflexes, Sirius remarked, yet continued his assault. The witch retorted, I'm not interrupting your dialogue. Feel free to continue, but why strike me? Truly, you are asking for it. Engaging in a magical duel. She had to concede that she still lagged behind adult wizards in terms of spell volume. She tossed her wand to Hermione. Hold this for me. The witch accelerated her pace, closing the distance between herself and Sirius, and in his astonished gaze, she raised her fist and landed a punch squarely on his jaw. I've endured your antics for long enough. Did you think I would refrain from striking you just because you appear so filthy? Despite her words, she couldn't help but grimace at the dirt now smudged on her knuckles. Sirius staggered back, spitting out bloodied saliva, yet remained undeterred, defiantly raising his wand once more. Then, once more, he was met with the witch's fist, rendering him momentarily dazed. Is this all you have? Wizards are indeed fragile. Close combat wizards for the win. The witch jeered. Chapter 76. The Truth Revealed. Sirius, temporarily incapacitated, curled up in a corner, breathing heavily. Harry and the others reclaimed their wands, aiming them at Sirius. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase above. We're up here. Sirius Black is up here. Come quickly. Hermione, mistaking the sound for allies, began to scream. Soon, Lupin pushed open the door, taking in the scene before him, and promptly disarmed Harry and Hermione once again. The witch quipped, Oh dear, here we go again. What are you doing, Lupin? Hermione questioned, bewildered as to why he had disarmed them. Before Lupin entered, the wraith had already slipped into a shadowy corner, evading his notice. Contemplating that if this fellow refrained from idle chatter, she would refrain from taking action. Harry, having discovered the wraith's hiding place, found the dim light to be her best disguise and, fearing detection, averted his gaze. Sirius yearned to alert Lupin to the formidable threat lurking in the room. But each time he sought to broach the subject, the curse within him would lead him to overlook it. The Wraith's scheme was destined to falter. As Lupin and Sirius engaged in riddles, interspersed with Harry's fury over betrayal, Hermione's sorrow for misplaced trust, and Ron's resistance, the group meandered through pointless banter. Failing to address the matter at hand, the Wraith thought, enough already, fists are clenching. Whether hero or villain, verbosity leads to demise. Unable to contain herself any longer, the Wraith leapt forth and struck Lupin. Goodness, how long will you drag this out? Is rolling merely padding the word count? She mused. I too possess a flair for prose. Lupin was taken aback to discover another presence concealed in the room, and like Sirius, he was momentarily stunned. Now, let us address the crux. What are your intentions? Speak plainly, and if you mean no harm, I shall escort you to Dumbledore, the Wraith declared, fists clenched. No, you should bind them, Ron shouted from the side. Binding isn't safe. Use the petrification spell, Hermione chimed in. Quiet, one at a time. The Wraith found their bickering exasperating. That rat is Peter Pettigrew. Lupin pointed at Ron's chest. Hermione shrieked. Peter Pettigrew has been dead for 12 years. Your lies are utterly absurd. It isn't Peter, it's Scabbers. Ron cradled the rat, attempting to shove it back into his pocket. Silence. Let them both speak. Even interrogation requires corroborating testimonies, the Wraith coldly interjected. You believe him? Harry asked incredulously. Lupin cast a grateful glance at the Wraith. Slowly recounting the events of yesteryear, the Wraith listened nonchalantly, while simultaneously perceiving the arrival of an additional presence in the room, most likely Snape. The trio transitioned from disbelief to gradual conviction. Lupin addressed Ron. If you doubt us, we can conduct a small experiment. Just cast a spell on the rat. If it is truly a rat, no harm shall come to it. Hesitating, Ron passed the rat forward, and Sirius's fierce gaze fell upon it. Under the incantation, the rat gradually transformed into a diminutive, bald man. Cloaked in invisibility, Snape struggled to restrain himself. Recalling the ghostly words of Potter, he swiftly grasped the unfolding events, nearly tearing off his cloak to deliver an Avada Kedavra to Pettigrew. What followed was a tense standoff between Pettigrew and Sirius. Under Sirius's relentless scrutiny, Pettigrew's words faltered, tipping the scales in Sirius's favor. Both Sirius and Lupin were eager to eliminate Pettigrew, which sent him into a panic. In desperation, Pettigrew sought aid from Ron, who had harbored him for years. Yet Ron's disdain was palpable, and Hermione remained unmoved by his flattery. No, you cannot kill him, Harry suddenly exclaimed. Sirius, you need him to clear your name. We should turn him over to the Dementors. The group unanimously deemed this a prudent plan and resolved to bind him with rope. Listen, Pettigrew, if you dare transform, we will kill you on the spot, Sirius warned. Wand pointed at him. Why go through all this trouble? The Wraith finally snapped, raising her wand and petrifying Pettigrew completely. The others gazed at her in astonishment, but the Wraith felt she had committed no extraordinary act. Now, let us take him back to the castle. And what about him? Hermione pointed at the stone like Pettigrew. Shall we use the levitation charm? It may not be suitable for the tunnels. The Wraith snatched the rope from Lupin, tied a knot, and secured it around Pettigrew's ankle, gently pulling him along as she exited the room. Descending the stairs, the others followed, hearing the muted thuds of Pettigrew's head colliding with each step, causing them to instinctively touch their own necks. Is this truly safe? Harry fretted, fearing the Wraith might inadvertently harm Pettigrew. Fear not. Sylvia is far more reliable than the both of you, Hermione cheerfully retorted. Oh, I thought she was rather ruthless. No wonder she is a Slytherin, Sirius remarked. Lupin shook his head. That's a stereotype. Slytherins can be good too. Sylvia is quite admirable. Harry turned to Sirius, his expression serious. Slytherins can be good. Snape, concealed beneath his invisibility cloak, scoffed inwardly. What a foolish dog. Sirius felt a pang of frustration as he regarded Harry. A positive outcome between Slytherin and Gryffindor was improbable, with friendships rarely enduring, let alone love. After all, that snot-nosed brat and Lily had ended in turmoil, hadn't they? As they traversed the tunnel, Sirius suddenly confided in Harry about his status as his godfather. I already know that, Harry replied. So, would you be willing to live with me once I clear my name? Sirius asked, somewhat awkwardly. The Wraith, overhearing their conversation, pondered, live with you? To care for a pregnant husband? She recalled Creature and resolved to send him to look after Sirius in due time. Chapter 77, A Pitiful Werewolf. Crookshanks led the way, leaping out of the passage and moving to press against the Whomping Willow. The Wraith, hearing the silence from the tree, dragged Pettigrew out of the tunnel. Once all had emerged, they beheld the castle in the distance, joy swelling within them as they approached the warmly lit windows, crossing the grounds as the illumination grew brighter. Just then, a cloud drifted away, revealing a bright full moon that illuminated the path ahead. The group walked on, oblivious to the trembling Lupin and his quaking limbs lingering behind them. Snape, trailing last, cursed silently. He had been keeping a close watch on the truth of the past, remaining hidden beneath the cloak to prevent Pettigrew from escaping unnoticed, nearly forgetting his own purpose for coming out that night. That damned werewolf. Run. The werewolf is about to transform, Snape shouted, realizing the group ahead was utterly defenseless. They were taken aback by the revelation, turning in shock to ascertain its truth. It was only after the wraith had sprinted ahead that she noticed the others had not followed. Good grief. Are they all daft? Shouldn't they have run upon hearing him? Why are they looking back? Do they want to take a photograph? The wraith was bewildered, utterly shocked. The witch assessed the strength of both parties and concluded that they would not be easily vanquished. She resolved to escort Peter to Dumbledore before returning to assist. At that moment, her previously languid movements transformed into a swift urgency, enveloping Peter in a levitation charm. She guided him like a kite and commenced her ascent up the staircase. During the journey, Peter's petrification spell lifted, and he found himself suspended in midair, devoid of a broom or any other mount beneath him, nearly succumbing to panic. The witch hovered outside Dumbledore's office, tapping gently on the window. When Dumbledore opened the window, a rare flicker of astonishment graced his usually composed and sagacious visage. You, Headmaster, time is of the essence. We have captured the true informant who betrayed Voldemort. And it is Peter Pettigrew. He is right here, the witch panted as she struggled to enter through the window. He is an animagus, a rat. Please keep a close watch on him and ensure he does not escape. Have you seen Sirius? Where is he? And how did you come to be in my office? Dumbledore's inquiries were pointed, each question laden with significance, bypassing the need to understand how she came to know the events of the past. He should be with Professor Snape. Subduing Lupin, he did not take his potion tonight and has transformed, lurking outside the castle. The witch recalled that in the original narrative, only Snape and Sirius were present, and Harry and the others had suffered little harm. Thus, her delayed arrival was inconsequential, as the matter had already unfolded. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore instructed the witch to summon Professors McGonagall and Flitwick for assistance, while he remained in his office to monitor Peter. Upon their arrival, they found that a multitude of Dementors had been drawn to Sirius's scent, encircling the area. He had no choice but to transform into a dog to prevent the Dementors from hindering their efforts. However, the Dementors had been starved for too long and were unwilling to depart. Snape struggled to protect several young witches and wizards. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick needed to first disperse the Dementors before they could confront Lupin. Nevertheless, their presence significantly alleviated the pressure on Snape. The witch was reluctant to unleash her Patronus, fearing it would be misinterpreted. Although she believed her intentions were pure, one could never know how others might perceive her actions. Should Snape seek to undermine her, it would be a grave injustice. Therefore, she instructed Ron and Hermione to take Harry, who was terrified by the overwhelming presence of Dementors, to a safer distance. Meanwhile, she raised her fists, eager to confront the werewolf. Step back, foolish girl. He is not someone you can handle, Snape warned, anxiety gripping him at her approach. Yet, the witch was seething with indignation. Their prior conversations had meandered without reaching the crux. Wasting precious time while Lupin roamed unchecked on a full moon night, daring to bare his teeth at her post-transformation. Lupin's actions had long since provoked her ire, and now presented a splendid opportunity for personal retribution that the witch was determined to seize. With a swiftness that eclipsed the frenzied werewolf, she landed a punch squarely on his elongated jaw, forcing it shut and inflicting pain upon his exposed tongue. Without affording him a moment to react, she executed a shoulder throw, sending Lupin crashing heavily to the ground. The witch swiftly closed in, taking advantage of his momentary disarray to snap his forelimbs, which in her eyes were unworthy of being called arms. Is she always this fierce? Sirius, having reverted to his human form, approached the trio with curiosity. Well, she's not so bad. Ron recalled the troll from their first year and the basilisk from their second. She generally refrained from physical altercations. Hermione reminisced about the times the witch had been her confidant, recognizing Sylvia's inherent gentleness. Harry paused, reflecting that there was nothing inherently wrong with her approach. She rarely initiated conflict. Sirius interjected, "Let me discern what enchantment you all have fallen under." The witch persisted, binding Lupin's hands behind his back with rope, then securing his feet, rendering him immobile like a crab, experiencing the same treatment that Peter had earlier endured. "Miss Witch, your levitation charm is executed remarkably well. I surmise you have practiced it diligently," Professor Flitwick remarked appreciatively. "Your performance against the werewolf was commendable. I must award Slytherin 10 points for your efforts." "Minerva, you have no objections, I trust?" Indeed, none whatsoever. Her display was truly outstanding, and she understood the importance of seeking out a professor in times of crisis. Professor McGonagall noted with a knowing glance at the trio. Professor Flitwick took custody of Lupin, preparing to escort him to an empty chamber to prevent any further incidents. While the young witches and wizards were led by Professor McGonagall to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to examine for injuries, Snape accompanied Sirius to seek out Dumbledore. Before departing, Harry and the others expressed concern for Sirius's safety, harboring lingering distrust toward Professor Snape, yet unable to voice their doubts. Knowing that Professor McGonagall would surely impose a 50-point penalty upon them for such thoughts. Chapter 78. Forgive me for fixing Fudge was summoned to Hogwarts to interrogate Sirius and Peter Pettigrew. The young witches and wizards were also called as witnesses. Upon entering Dumbledore's office, they were taken aback to hear a portrait vehemently berating someone, the target of scorn being none other than Sirius Black. A disgrace to the Black family. Not willing to fight for the honor of his lineage, always dragging the family down. Poor Regulus. How many tears has Walburga shed for him? When the young witches and wizards entered, the portrait's tirade abruptly ceased, transforming into a tender tone. My esteemed child. Sylvia, you must not follow in the footsteps of this disgrace. The entire Black family relies on you. Instantaneously, the office fell silent. All present staring in astonishment at the witch. I have a rather inappropriate remark that I am uncertain whether to voice, she murmured. After a moment of quiet, Sirius locked his dark, glimmering eyes upon her, seemingly searching for a familiar visage in her features. You are Regulus's daughter? He hesitated to contemplate what Phineas had meant by the Black family relying on the witch. Ahem, let us first discuss the matters between Mr. Black and Peter Pettigrew. Fudge interjected, though he too was curious about the gossip, deeming it prudent to address the pressing issues at hand first. Together, they pieced together the events, solidifying Peter Pettigrew's culpability, as Sirius boldly proclaimed his ability to utilize Veritaserum to prove his innocence. The Ministry took Peter into custody, following which Sirius cautioned them to remain vigilant against illegal animagi in Azkaban to prevent Peter's escape. Consequently, this incident led the Ministry to officially register Sirius's animagus status. Once all matters were resolved, the trio was escorted back to Gryffindor Tower by Professor McGonagall, while the witch remained to settle her familial affairs with Sirius. You are Regulus's child? Sirius gazed at the girl before him, regretting not having recognized the resemblance sooner. Yes, the witch replied coolly, as though disinterested in further conversation. Where is Regulus? Sirius began, yet hesitated. And why do you not bear the surname Black? The witch slowly began to weave her response. I have been known by my current name since birth. Why should I adopt the surname Black? Regulus, has Walburga actually agreed? Sirius sensed something amiss. By the time I was born, they had no chance to object. A jolt of realization struck Sirius. Could it be that even then, they had? It was impossible. Regulus was so young at that time. How could he? Who was responsible for this? A flicker of hatred shimmered in Sirius's eyes. He still harbored feelings for that brother. The specter began to perform, her eyes rimmed with red. It was Voldemort. To be precise, it was because of you. Sirius opened his mouth, but uttered not a word. Because you joined the Order of the Phoenix, Voldemort demanded that the Black family demonstrate loyalty, and then sent Creature to retrieve a certain item. The specter slightly turned her face, yet Sirius still caught sight of the tears marking her cheeks, rendering him somewhat at a loss. The house elf's loyalty compelled him to execute Regulus's command, utilizing the elf's unique magic to return to the Black residence. Regulus had instructed him to take him to that place, navigating through Voldemort's traps, to swap the item inside, and have Creature bring it back. But what? Sirius's voice trembled, as he almost anticipated the conclusion. The lake's dark entity dragged him down. Creature could not take him back with him. The specter sobbed, resembling a helpless child, silently weeping. At the moment you willingly endured over a decade of imprisonment for your brother, he. Sirius could scarcely fathom the thought that while he wallowed in guilt over James and Lily, believing life to be devoid of hope, his own brother lay at the bottom of a lake filled with dark entities. How much anguish and cold Regulus must have felt. I'm so sorry. Sirius longed to embrace her, yet the specter recoiled. Do you not realize how tainted you are? She retorted, pulling out a handkerchief to dab her eyes, coldly stating, I no longer require it. With trembling hands, Sirius covered his face, kneeling on the ground. No, Sylvie, I truly am sorry. I didn't know. Even if you had known, if given the chance to choose again, you would still leave the Black family. The specter's voice trembled slightly. Each word she spoke was deliberate, attempting to mask her emotion, yet Sirius perceived it, choosing not to shatter her pride, yet feeling increasingly guilty. The Black family provided you with a life of comfort, allowing you to wreak havoc while playing with other children, letting you bully other students alongside James Potter without burden. Yet, when the Black family required you to fulfill your responsibilities, you unhesitatingly severed ties, because the inheritance from Alfred ensured your life would not mirror Lupin's impoverishment. You walked away without contemplating the immense pressure Regulus would bear. Even being neutral would have been preferable to joining the order, putting the Black family in a precarious position, but you had your good friends and felt compelled to staunchly support them. I am so sorry, Sirius. With a body frail from years of malnutrition, could hardly withstand such guilt, especially after reuniting with Harry. The juxtaposition of immense joy followed by profound sorrow was excruciating. What can I do for you? For my brother's child, he is a hero, is he not? The Spectre articulated slowly. He is a hero, and you are a coward. Just then, Snape, who had been observing Sirius from a distance, approached, casting a disdainful glance at him before stiffly instructing the Spectre, "You should return to rest. Do you not think it is too late?" The Spectre shot a mocking look at Sirius. "You have now proven yourself to be a loyal friend. I can make amends." "Anything," Sirius exclaimed in a state of despair. The Spectre revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 79, Which Slytherin Does Not Lie. "Anything." The Spectre's voice floated ethereally. "Really?" "Of course," Sirius replied eagerly, "but I cannot align myself with Voldemort." "Very well, I require your blood," the Spectre said, producing the box Snape had previously given her. "Just a drop." Without question, Sirius immediately bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall into the box, then asked, "What is this?" "Well, this is your child," the Spectre said, thrusting the egg into his arms. "You must keep in contact with it for at least 8 hours a day. After 3 months, you will have a child. Please take good care of it, and maintain a joyful disposition." Though Snape despised Sirius, he never expected the creation of his potion would be used on him. 3 months was merely the incubation period. There would be years of childcare ahead. Sirius was utterly bewildered, his hands trembling as he cradled the egg. The Spectre and Snape brushed off their sleeves and left the headmaster's office, entirely indifferent to Sirius's feelings. On the way, Snape could not help but ask the Spectre about her motives. "I hadn't intended to use it here, but upon seeing him in the Shrieking Shack, I thought it would suit him perfectly." The Spectre could not admit that she initially sought Snape for this potion intending for Sirius to drink it. That would expose her knowledge of Sirius's impending escape and could lead to complications. "You are quite the liar. I had not noticed before." Snape scrutinized her. Yet the Spectre merely smiled sweetly. "Professor, you should have anticipated this. I am a Slytherin, in which Slytherin does not deceive." "You make a valid point." Perhaps because his potion was utilized on Sirius, Snape appeared somewhat pleased. "Do you wish to become a prefect?" "I am only in my 3rd year, Professor." The Spectre reminded him. "3rd year will soon pass, which means I will be considering the selection of prefects for your year this time next year. You have time to ponder," Snape concluded as they approached the Slytherin common room. "Go back and sleep. You surely do not wish to be out running amok at this hour like those troublemaking Gryffindors." "Certainly not. I am off to sleep for my beauty rest." "It is late," the Spectre replied. "Good night, Professor." Snape paused briefly before nodding. "Good night." The following morning, Draco accused the Spectre. "You went off on another adventure with them." He then lowered his voice. "Why was I not invited? Just think about it. The first person to escape from Azkaban is a wrongfully accused good guy, and the other is a hero long believed dead, yet he is a villain hiding in someone else's home. How amusing." This fellow was clearly indulging in his dramatic fantasies again. "Would you really want to get mixed up with him? Even if I taught you, you would probably just end up bickering with Harry." The Spectre had him figured out perfectly. Draco appeared ready to retort, but he simply sighed. "All right, you are right. Whenever I see him, I inexplicably want to exchange barbs. And sometimes I wish I wouldn't tea, but you are merely a side character, the one with the villain's script, just like that fool pansy, who never remembers the pain." The Spectre completed his thought in her mind. At the dining table, aside from Draco, who continued to engage with the Spectre in his usual manner, the others exhibited rather peculiar attitudes, as they had all learned of the Spectre's father bearing the surname Black. Originally, they were merely aware that the family of the Witchling's mother belonged to an ancient and expansive pure-blood lineage, as she had never disclosed her father's surname, sharing the same surname as her mother. Others could not help but speculate that her father was merely an ordinary pure-blood, or perhaps even a half-blood, thus bringing shame upon her family, which might explain her reticence. However, now Merlin's trousers. It was none other than the Black family. Many years ago, when the Black family was still active, the leaders of the pure-blood families were never the Malfoys, but rather the Blacks. They rank among the oldest pure-blood families in England and served as the right hand to the Dark Lord. Although the Black family has dwindled in numbers, with the Witchling's strength and the support of her maternal lineage, the glory of the Black family is destined to be restored. With this in mind, Draco's position at school became rather delicate. Nevertheless, their relationship appeared to be quite amicable, which left many perplexed, until a voice from the crowd remarked softly, "Draco's mother was originally a Black as well. If one considers it, they are actually cousins." In truth, most pure-blood families are interconnected, and the Witchling shares a tenuous familial bond with numerous classmates, particularly within Slytherin. Both the witchling and Draco seemed to accept this well, prompting others to wonder if perhaps they were overreacting. Once the witchling departed, spectators gathered around Draco. What do you want? Draco wondered if these individuals, having been irked by his demeanor since his arrival, now sought revenge upon discovering the witchling's impressive lineage. Well, we wish to learn more about her. Could you share a bit? The onlookers wore expressions of varying degrees of awkwardness and curiosity. Draco replied, on the Gryffindor side. Upon learning that Ron's pet rat was a fugitive criminal, they reacted with horror. Good heavens, that's terrifying. I can't fathom what I would do if any of my pets were an animagus. The most alarming factor was that he was a murderer. Living alongside such an individual for so many years was truly dreadful. Wow, he actually slept with a short, portly bald man for over a decade. Gross, the crowd exclaimed. Blind student, you've uncovered something remarkable. Ron, ignoring the implications of someone having slept with a man for years, loudly inquired of Harry. Will you and Sirius be living together in the future? Friends are meant to be shields in critical moments. This was a notion Harry had never considered. His face turned crimson as he stammered, I don't think so. Sirius has never lived in the Black Manor. She mentioned it before. Hermione interjected. Why is that? Ron's attention was diverted. Hermione nodded. Sirius stated she did not wish to reside with her grandmother's portrait. You know, she is quite wealthy and has acquired several properties. Being rich is wonderful, Ron mused with longing. Hermione concurred. Sirius once said that while money isn't everything, lacking it is utterly untenable. As the final days of this term swiftly approached, various events unfolded at the school. For instance, Snape, having aided, though he may not favor that term, Sirius in uncovering the truth of past events, captured Peter Pettigrew while protecting students from a werewolf's attack, earning the Order of Merlin. This honor brought Snape a semblance of joy. Should anyone forget the reason for his accolade, he might find even greater happiness. In another instance, Lupin deemed his situation too perilous, having come to teach at the school primarily to shield Harry from Sirius's potential harm. Now that his task was complete, he tendered his resignation to Dumbledore. Most students expressed sorrow at his departure, as they were unaware of who would replace him as the defense against the dark arts professor next year. After all, it was rare for the school to host a competent teacher. Why let him go? Because Snape retained his Order of Merlin and the true informant had been apprehended. He chose not to disclose to others that Lupin was a werewolf, leaving students oblivious to the true reason behind Lupin's resignation. Yet, regardless of circumstances, the tradition of changing the defense against the dark arts professor annually remained unbroken. Dumbledore would have to grapple with this issue for some time. Before leaving the school, Dumbledore imparted unfortunate news to Harry. He would need to spend at least 2 weeks each year with the Dursleys due to blood magic. In other words, I must endure the Dursleys until I turn 17, Harry lamented. I thought this year I could live with Sirius and no longer have to deal with them. Oh, Harry, that is indeed unfortunate, Ron sympathized. From your previous descriptions, I can only imagine how insufferable they are. Try to think positively, Harry. At least the Dursleys begrudgingly consider you family, the witchling remarked while flicking a piece of dogwood. Are you joking? Harry exclaimed, his green eyes widening in disbelief. Ron echoed his confusion. They don't welcome Harry at all. They've bullied him incessantly. Yet, they never sent him away upon seeing him. And they raised him for so many years, without demanding any child support, the witchling pointed out thoughtfully. She then turned to Harry for confirmation. They never suggested you repay them for your upbringing once you grew up, did they? No, of course not, Harry mused, surprisingly finding some solace in the thought that at least he hadn't grown up in an orphanage and continued to receive the protection of blood magic. Hermione attempted to explain the Dursleys' behavior from both legal and familial perspectives, yet Harry and Ron were disinclined to engage with such lengthy discourse. Changing the subject, Harry remarked, I still don't know where Sirius is living. He hasn't written to me. Given his years in Azkaban, finding a place now would likely not be easy, Ron speculated. Hermione countered, perhaps he simply wishes to tidy up his home? He might be preparing his space before writing to Harry, or waiting for him at platform 9 3/4. Along with Sylvia, he is currently residing at my house, just 5 streets away from the Dursleys. The witchling suddenly interjected. The house elf from the Black family is taking care of him. His health is exceedingly fragile. What? The 3 friends were taken aback by this revelation. They exchanged glances for a few moments until Hermione finally spoke up. Have you forgiven him? Why not? The witchling replied with a subtle smile. Hermione, bolstered by her courage, continued, but why not return to the Black family manor? Though I know you have many houses, if you were to stay there for some time, you would realize that very few sane individuals would wish to live there, with its constantly screaming portraits, dark corners inhabited by boggarts, and the numerous house elf heads on display. The witchling reflected, recalling her memories of the Black manor with disdain, particularly regarding the portrait of Walburga. House elf heads. After subjugating these house elves, must we also sever their heads? Hermione could not help but exclaim. Does the Black family not possess house elves? Surely, he has managed to tidy up the house. Although Ron's family does not have house elves, he is acutely aware of their remarkable capabilities. The Black family harbors a tradition of decapitating aging house elves who can no longer serve as mere trophies. A grotesque custom that the witch mentioned nonchalantly, while those brainwashed house elves regarded their severed heads as their finest resting place. The trio was taken aback. How could this be? Hermione shrieked. Harry, recalling Dobby, sorrowfully asked, did you not wish to grant that house elf its freedom? Just like Dobby. Not all house elves yearn for liberation. In fact, those like Dobby are the exception. Without a master, they would feel a profound sense of shame. The witch replied indifferently. Creature has dedicated his life to serving the Black family. All I can do is show him a modicum of kindness. When the witch arrived at the Black household from China, her capacity for empathy had already diminished significantly. Hermione felt a deep sadness in her heart. Slavery was an archaic custom that ought to be abolished. As the end-of-term exam results were released, Hermione secured the top position in her year, and despite Snape's blatant favoritism, he could not diminish her potion scores with those from her elective courses. However, if only the same subjects were considered, the witch's scores still surpassed hers. Once they disembarked from the train, Harry was astonished to see Sirius standing at platform 9 3/4, waving at them, appearing somewhat younger and more handsome than before. You look well, Sirius, Harry exclaimed as he rushed over to embrace him. Sirius smiled in return, but as the witch approached, he released Harry, appearing somewhat awkward. Good afternoon. Sylvia. Good afternoon, Sirius. Although the witch did not smile, her tone was relatively gentle, which eased his discomfort. She discreetly scanned Sirius, noting that he did not carry the egg, likely having already fulfilled its time. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Sylvia. Ron and Hermione waved at them. Goodbye. Chapter 81. Daily Care of Sirius Repairs. Harry introduced Sirius to his uncle, and he successfully discerned the look of fear that crossed Mr. Dursley's face. The witch found this rather dull, yet Sirius was more than willing to support his godson. Once they returned home, night had fallen. Creature awaited them at the door, and as they entered, he gleefully set the table. Sirius felt a twinge of discomfort. It was evident that Creature preferred the witch over him, despite having raised him. Now, he felt like an outsider. Gazing at the feast laid out before them, Sirius suddenly inquired, is this all Chinese cuisine? These are all dishes that Miss Sylvia enjoys. As for your preferences, I beg your pardon, but this old, incapable house elf struggles to recall, Creature replied with a seemingly respectful tone. Yet there was no hint of fondness for Sirius. Sirius held no objections to the food. He merely sought a topic to ease his way into the conversation. Oh, it seems Sylvia has quite an eclectic taste. However, a balance of meat and vegetables is never a bad thing. His comment met with silence, leaving him feeling slightly embarrassed. There are many things I do not eat, the witch said, considering his need for a good mood while hatching the egg. So let's not prolong your discomfort. Eat up before the food gets cold. All right. Sirius then focused intently on his meal. How has your appetite been lately? The witch asked, then turned her gaze to Creature. Sirius had spent many years in Azkaban, and his body was considerably weakened. It would be wise not to provide him with overly rich foods, but rather gentle remedies. Although he was hatching an egg and not pregnant, it was better to err on the side of caution, given that Snape could not conduct particularly rigorous experiments in just a year or two. Sirius quickly swallowed his food and replied, my appetite is quite good. My constitution is still sound. I do not require such meticulous care. Creature took the witch's words as a decree. Very well, Miss Sylvia. I shall thoroughly review the recipe you previously provided. It was clear that Creature was aware of Sirius's need for both hatching and a positive emotional state. Creature might resent Sirius and find him distasteful, yet he held great concern for his child. Unaware of their true concerns, Sirius felt deeply moved, attributing Sylvia's behavior to a proud feline nature, caring for him internally while maintaining a distant facade. If you find any aspect of your living arrangements unsatisfactory, feel free to make adjustments or inform me, and I shall arrange for renovations. Following dinner, the witch casually addressed the matter of Sirius's living conditions. No, I find it quite satisfactory. It is bright and spacious. Though it differs from the homes of wizards, I quite like it. After years in Azkaban, Sirius had little expectation regarding food and shelter. To him, the witch's home was exceptionally pleasant. The witch nodded. That's good. Make sure to retire early. Do not become a night owl. Maintaining a good routine will aid in your recovery. This is not Hogwarts. There are no places here for nocturnal wanderings. But it is not yet 10 o'clock. Sirius had intended to visit the Dursleys to check on Harry. I thought you were no longer a child, that you would not engage in midnight escapades? The witch regarded him with a hint of skepticism, as if she had discerned his intentions. No, of course not. Sirius conceded, deciding against going anywhere after dark. In the following 2 weeks, prior to Harry's arrival, the witch and Creature employed various methods to restore Sirius's health. They each possessed a book on how to care for pregnant women. Although the circumstances differed, it was prudent to read multiple texts to ensure they could find solutions should any issues arise. Pregnant women require moderate exercise, Creature recited. The witch frowned. That does not apply to him. Flying on a broomstick would lift his spirits, though he cannot very well take an egg along for that. Indeed. We can disregard that point, Creature nodded solemnly. Pregnant women must maintain a comfortable and pleasant disposition. This is what we have been striving for. The witch recalled something. Have you checked to ensure there are no boggots in the house? We must not allow Sirius to encounter such things. Regarding her work and the dignity of house elves, Creature immediately affirmed. Yes, I clean this house daily. However, what? The witch's vigilance heightened. I noticed that young Master Sirius seems somewhat uncomfortable with our attentiveness. He often transforms into his animagus form and has lost quite a bit of fur, Creature hesitantly revealed. Oh, the witch inhaled sharply. Although the weather was warm, shedding generally occurs in spring, it was abnormal for him to be losing fur at this time. What should we do, Miss Sylvia? Creature asked, his anxiety palpable. The spirit also pondered upon a solution, an amusement park. Never mind, it seemed too troublesome. Perhaps it would be better to take him to the cinema. Sirius had indeed been feeling rather down lately, and the spirit was attentive to his needs in various aspects of life. But such concern often mirrored that of a caregiver towards a child, leaving the brave, lively, and daredevil Gryffindor with a sense of constraint. However, emotionally, this signified that the spirit was earnestly striving to embrace him. Hence Sirius felt reluctant to voice any dissent that might shatter this delicately maintained relationship. Thus, the discomfort deepened. Sirius felt irritated. He yearned to venture out, to ride his once beloved motorcycle. In this state of vexation, he wished to transform into an animagus, as that persona would render him more extroverted and easily satisfied, providing a rare outlet for his frustrations. Yet, in his canine form, he would shed fur indiscriminately. Sirius had heard Creature's scornful remarks more than once. He longed to point an accusatory finger at the old house elf, but in the spirit's eyes, Creature was likely far more significant, which made him cautious about any confrontation. What was this? Sirius noticed the spirit handing him a ticket, and upon inspecting it, he saw it was for the Shawshank Redemption. Would they be going to the movies together? Harry could join them as well. Chapter 82. The Grim Reaper approaches. Half of the summer vacation had elapsed, and Sirius's health had significantly improved. He was no longer as gaunt and haggard, but rather displayed the semblance of rejuvenation. The spirit felt quite pleased with this progress, although if there was anything she could find fault with, it was the slow passage of time. With half a summer and a few days before the holiday, the egg had barely incubated for 1 1/3 of the expected duration. Nonetheless, the spirit understood that pregnancy was a lengthy process, and she could not hasten time to 3 months ahead. With Sirius's health restored, the spirit felt liberated to embark upon various endeavors. For instance, Miss Sylvia, this is the item you requested. Creature returned one evening, clutching something tightly in his hands. The spirit received the object from Creature, scrutinizing it under the light, the resurrection stone. Splendid. You weren't harmed, were you, Creature? No, Creature shook his large head, always mindful of Miss Sylvia's commands. When the ring had tempted Creature to wear it, he had resolutely refused. Well done, Creature, the spirit praised him. Observing the excited little elf, it's quite late. You should return to rest. Yes, miss. Creature vanished from the spirit's room. She continued to examine the ring, sensing she could glimpse Voldemort's fractured soul through it. Could you give it to me? A somewhat hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the room. Yet it did not startle the spirit. Why? She inquired coolly. Because that object originally belonged to me. The silhouette of a man cloaked in tattered robes materialized in the room. You gave it to me of your own accord, the spirit thought. Who had read the tales of Beetle the Bard? A millennium has passed. It is time I reclaimed them. The Grim Reaper will not be angered. If you hand over these 3 items, I shall grant you a wish. Who would believe the words of the Grim Reaper? Moreover, acquiring these 3 items seemed far superior to receiving just 1 wish. The spirit remained unmoved. You do not require these 3 items. I can offer you far more than they. The Grim Reaper continued to persuade her. You desire power, to unify the wizarding world. I can provide you with strength. I seldom engage in transactions with your family, but I am in dire need of these 3 items. If I return these 3 items to you, you would indeed take away that fleeing soul, correct? The spirit raised the resurrection stone in her hand. The Grim Reaper glared at the soul resting on the stone, visibly enraged. Those who toyed with death would ultimately pay a price. Once I reclaim those 3 items, I shall, of course, take these unruly beings with me. The spirit realized that possessing the resurrection stone was futile, and she tossed it directly to the Grim Reaper. When I acquire the other items, I shall inform you. Upon finishing her statement, she attempted to dismiss him, but unexpectedly, the place where she stood shifted. The spirit contemplated for a moment, only to discover that she was no longer within her original body. She conjured a mirror and gazed into it, seeing what appeared to be her matured self. Grim Reaper. I have never been subjected to such a trick. Heaven knows where he has thrown me. Taking a few steps forward, the spirit realized she stood upon a rooftop. The city below somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, she recognized she was in Gotham. This recognition did not stem from any profound familiarity with the city, but rather from the sight of a boastful green-haired jester on a large screen across the building. Taunting Batman. What a predicament. The spirit rummaged through the pockets of this body, retrieving a mobile phone, unlocking it with a fingerprint. The date displayed was 2004, indicating she was now 10 years in the future. The spirit deliberated, choosing not to hastily relocate, instead locating Wu Heng's number in the contacts and dialing it. As for whether Wu Heng possessed a mobile phone during this time frame, the spirit deemed it prudent not to indulge her curiosity too much. What has happened? After several rings, the call was answered by a languid voice. The spirit briefly recounted the events, leading to a moment of silence on the other end. So, you were deceived by a foreign god. You've arrived in this time and space. Wu Heng finally spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Uncle, do you have any solutions? The spirit opted to disregard his mocking tone. Wu Heng replied slowly. Well, you could try jumping off the rooftop where you stand. There is a chance you might return. A chance, you say? Although the spirit was aware of the answer to this question, she understood that failing to cooperate would lead to dire consequences. While this was her future body, she was unwilling to sabotage herself. Another chance would involve confronting the Grim Reaper in a spectral state, where you could engage him in a scuffle. Damn it, I knew that would be the answer. However, Wu Heng did not indulge in her distress for long. I just cast an augury for you. It's auspicious. Walk boldly. Nothing grave will occur. The spirit mused. Why do I find that so hard to believe? Yet, on the other end, Wu Heng had already hung up. The spirit resolved to descend from the rooftop first and address matters thereafter. She was genuinely curious about the news in this world, or whether she could use this body to apparate back to England to see what her realm looked like a decade on. Nevertheless, she restrained herself, recognizing that such actions would diminish the sense of mystery and surprise. Once she descended from the rooftop, the spirit traversed an alley, hearing a chorus of delicate meows, and then, her feet seemed to have a mind of their own, leaping over a wall. She then spotted a woman in a tight-fitting suit feeding cats, surrounded by a cluster of kittens at her feet. The spirit's arrival made Catwoman momentarily alert, but upon recognizing her, Catwoman relaxed once more. Long time no see, Your Majesty, Catwoman greeted her. The spirit halted, startled by such a title. It felt delightfully absurd. Who had given her that moniker? Greetings, Selina, the witch reflected on Catwoman's name, refraining from attempting to establish a connection through her unreliable memory. Instead, she remarked, I have seen the Joker wreaking havoc once more. Batman will handle this situation. Catwoman appeared oblivious to her concern, yet inquired. But what brings you here? A pertinent question, indeed. The witch also pondered this. She fell into silence, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Chapter 83, Joker's Toxin. It seems you've encountered a bit of trouble, Catwoman observed, rising with a hint of vigilance. Do you require assistance? No, the witch remained silent, though she heard herself say, This matter will be resolved swiftly, so I shan't trouble you. With that, she turned to depart. Catwoman stood rooted, watching her silhouette fade away. Her hand that had intended to message Batman halted mid-motion. Who are you? The witch queried. Don't pose such foolish questions. I do not wish to disdain my 10 years ago self intellectually, the grown witch replied, her demeanor more reticent than before. I hadn't sensed you earlier. I thought we had exchanged bodies, she mused, finding it peculiar that they now seemed like two distinct personas. What about my body? It matters not for a moment. Death will not let you fall. That is unacceptable, the witch retorted, her anger flaring. The notion of her body being displayed before a stranger was profoundly unsettling. Then let us proceed swiftly. The matured witch gracefully traversed the rooftops, arriving at a factory. She surveyed the ever-changing streets. A sense of foreboding creeping in her mind. Where are we headed? To find Bruce? No, it is to strengthen you. Is that not the purpose for which death has brought you here? What do you intend to do? The witch was unconcerned about her predicament. Reassured by the fact that her 10 years later self was thriving, she could hardly wish for her past self to perish simply because of her current discontent. A rare visitor indeed. A voice echoed from the factory's shadowy corner, unmistakably familiar. What brings you here? Perhaps you seek revenge on him after your breakup? The Joker? What business do I have with him? No, I am here to kill you. The Joker emerged, as if he had heard something amusing. You intend to kill me? How disheartening. I know I am not particularly likable, but what right do you have to dislike me? Are we not kindred spirits? The witch cautioned, Hey, calm down. If Bruce has not killed him, then you certainly should not. Otherwise, you may never set foot in Gotham again. Angry are we? Angry about what? The witch was perplexed. He did not follow your advice. Though she experienced a flicker of anger, The scant information at her disposal rendered her unable to comprehend Bruce's actions. All she could assert was, everyone has their own perspective. Batman is widely regarded as intelligent, and he has his own methods. Stop making excuses for him. It is futile. He is merely an inescapable puppet, stifled by his own constraints. For the first time, the adult witch laid bare her innermost thoughts. You and he are misaligned in your values. Youthful infatuation fades with time. He has his convictions, and your world cannot revolve solely around love. It would be best for all if you ceased this pursuit sooner rather than later. The witch observed Catwoman receiving a syringe from the Joker's hand, her heart racing with trepidation. What do you intend to do with the Joker's blood? The Joker erupted into manic laughter. This is utterly delightful. I am eager to witness his reaction when he sees you like this. He is on his way. Cause him some trouble, but do not involve too many others. That would be pointless. The adult witch injected the Joker's blood into her own veins. She regained control of her body. Though it was not the complete mastery she once possessed, instead, she became acutely aware of another self within her. Ha ha ha, the witch stifled her laughter. Though it escaped her lips uncontrollably, her emotions overwhelming her with the urge to laugh heartily. No, do not suppress yourself. Let it all out. Laugh. The Joker, sensing her peculiar state, danced about as if encouraging her. Silence. The witch spat through clenched teeth. How strange, you are not her, are you? The Joker continued to prattle beside her, fueling her irritation. The grown witch advised, remember this feeling, it will empower you. You cannot return to that world carrying the Joker's toxin, but as long as you recall this sensation, it will accompany you. Nonsense. The witch felt the turmoil of the parasite within her body. I refuse to become a lunatic like him. No, you will not become like that. You will merely grow stronger, the adult witch remarked, observing her as one would a child lacking understanding. Do you know why Catwoman calls me queen? I have no interest in knowing. Because you will one day rule the realm of sorcery. Every revolution is accompanied by bloodshed, to varying degrees. You may conceal your past from Bruce, but after you forge a relationship, you will inevitably kill, and you will only drift further apart. I am not some love-struck fool. Yet I refuse to become a creature like the Joker. You will understand in due time. All will come to light. I have never regretted my choices. The witch ceased listening to her words. Her vision blurred, and she felt as though she teetered on the precipice of death, engulfed in extreme cold and heat, accompanied by excruciating pain. In that moment, the witch suddenly realized something. If this truly was her 10 years later self, then she would have to endure such suffering once more. What kind of fool would subject herself to such torment? No, it could not be her. This must merely be a parallel world. Outside the factory, the tardy Batman listened to Robin's report through his earpiece. The Joker is inside, and Sylvia seems to have contracted some sort of virus. She appears quite off. Batman's lips pressed into a thin line as he shot his grappling gun, preparing to ascend to the second floor. However, as he stood on the second floor gazing down, he beheld a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn about, yet no sign of the Joker. The only figure standing was the witch, leaning against the wall, body twitching slightly. Her breathing labored. Batman leaped down, intent on assessing her condition. Before he could approach, he caught her gaze directed at him. Batman halted. Her expression was somewhat unfamiliar, reminiscent of a witch from many years prior. But soon, this body was overtaken by the matured witch, who appeared remarkably resilient to pain, straightening herself without displaying any discomfort. Sylvia? Batman regarded her with a gaze that held complexity. You have arrived, the adult witch spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse. I need to examine your body, Batman responded. Uncertain of what to say. No need. I feel quite well at present. This response caused Batman's heart to sink. What was the substance you injected earlier? The Joker's blood. She answered candidly. What? Both Batman and Robin, on the other end of the earpiece, were alarmed. Chapter 84. Return to reality. Why? Batman struggled to comprehend. She did not respond but instead took a step closer, standing on her toes to whisper in his ear, I am leaving. I shall never return to Gotham again. Batman grasped her wrist. Why? We are simply not suited for contact. Only by separating can we pursue our own desires. I do not wish to alter you. Yet you are intent on changing me. I merely believe that killing is wrong. Once you cross that line, it becomes exceedingly difficult to restrain yourself, Batman explained. You have your own methods of dealing with matters, and I have mine. I do not interfere with your decisions, nor should you attempt to impose your principles upon me. Can you truly ascertain that your approach is the correct one? When principles are disregarded, until our last breath, none can ascertain who among us is more justified. She appeared somewhat weary, clutching his arm, using Batman as her support, yet her voice remained resolute. Once they trample upon the law, they have relinquished its protection. I am willing to wield the slaughtering knife, even if it means ruling as a dictator in my own realm. If someday someone deems my existence intolerable, let them come. Should they succeed in ending my life, Consider it a vengeance for those I have slain. No, this is not right. Batman enveloped her in his embrace. The principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is fundamentally flawed. You see, I have already stated that I will not concern myself with you, nor should you interfere with me. Yet you cannot adhere to this. Our union will only lead to mutual torment. She pushed Batman away, creating distance between them. I simply do not wish for you. I apologize. Batman recognized her unwillingness to hear him argue for the sanctity of life, and fell into silence. Why can you not treat me as you do Talia or Selina? Talia, the daughter of the League of Assassins leader, has taken countless lives, and Catwoman occasionally flouts his rules. I cannot. Batman's lips quivered slightly as he watched her vanish from his sight, feeling as though a part of him had been hollowed out. I cannot treat you as I do with them, for I do not love them, nor do I possess the right to dictate their actions. But I love you. Thus I refuse to allow you to stray down the wrong path. A decade is ample time for you to accomplish a multitude of endeavors. Thereafter, you may govern the magical realm by laws of your own devising, which would not diverge significantly from his. The witchling could not comprehend the thoughts of her adult self. Though her heart ached, the fissures may be minor, yet they are present, and there remains a chance they will expand, never to vanish entirely. He has persistently endeavored to alter my perspective, yet how can he be certain I am the one in error? Neither of us can persuade the other. I have grown weary of this stalemate, for neither of us is willing to concede, or else we would not still be unwed. You ought to awaken to this truth. Very well, the witchling wished to cease this debate. I simply wish to know how I can return. No hurry, let us play a while longer. She wore an oddly enigmatic smile. When the witchling finally returned to her chamber, her palm immediately cradled a crimson lotus, ready to hurl it at death. No, no, no. You can strike me with it, but if you're not careful, your house will be reduced to rubble. Death positioned himself against the witchling's wardrobe. Should the fiery lotus strike, it would incinerate the wooden cabinet. Give me a reason not to strike you. The witchling spat through gritted teeth. Heaven knows where she had wandered after departing the first world, and heaven knows the collapse of her spirit when facing the Joker. Whether she had grown stronger, the witchling could not yet ascertain, but she was acutely aware that her yearning for strength had reached a zenith, and her desire to slay death had intensified. Do you have any last words? Do not speak so. Killing me would bring you no advantage. I have yet to settle your final payment. Death replied in a jesting tone. This journey has not been in vain. You have discerned a man unworthy of your affection, thereby sparing yourself years of wasted youth. Silence. He is not my Bruce. History is not immutable. Since I can encounter the Joker, it suggests that his world may very well be a parallel universe, rather than a future of this world. Upon hearing this, the witchling felt an indescribable agitation, as though the Joker's toxin had followed her soul. Perhaps, Death responded ambiguously. The witchling watched Death depart, her irritation mounting, yearning to find an outlet for her frustration. At last, she turned to the grotesque doll and said, Annabelle, take me to seek out your kind. Annabelle reluctantly floated upward. She was not fond of mingling with other spirits, and with such a journey, would she not be perceived as intruding, and perhaps suffer a beating? However, with this companion by her side, she should be safe from harm, right? They traversed far into the darkness until reaching a secluded town, where Annabelle halted before a funeral home. The witchling noticed a faint light within the mortuary and embraced Annabelle. Cautiously stepping inside, the on-duty security guard failed to notice her, lighting a cigarette and beginning to exhale smoke. The witchling entered the morgue, where the dim moonlight filtering through the window rendered the entire space even more eerie and frightening. Yet the witchling felt no trepidation. This subtle thrill only heightened her excitement, and she sensed the unusual nature of the entire morgue. She effortlessly maneuvered past several beds and approached the one closest to the window, where a female corpse lay. The witchling could feel her peculiarity. This corpse was alive. She produced a dagger, gazing at the motionless body before plunging the blade into the heart of the deceased. There was no reaction. The corpse lay still. TSK. The witchling's mind flashed with the words nameless corpse. She could not recall the details of that film, but remembered the corpse's intentions. Lost in thought, she suddenly caught a strange odor. A foul stench of decay mingled with a sickeningly sweet aroma. This scent nearly made her retch, even causing Annabelle in her arms to become restless. The witchling gagged slightly, not even withdrawing the dagger. As she stepped back a few paces, she covered her nose, but the odor seemed to penetrate her skin, incessantly provoking a response. The witchling felt utterly repulsed, her prior irritation suppressed. She ignited the corpse, thwarting its desire to manipulate the living into completing a sacrificial ritual for resurrection. Chapter 85. To strike before the announcement repair. Upon returning home, the witchling had scarcely slept. After a shower, she lay in bed, eyes wide until dawn. Miss Sylvia. Breakfast is ready. Kretschmer promptly knocked on the door. The witchling tossed off the blanket, casually combing her hair before descending the stairs. "Good morning, Sylvia." Harry and Sirius were engaged in light-hearted banter at the dining table, greeting her as she arrived. "Good morning." The witchling's voice was somewhat hoarse, and she appeared lacking in vitality. Sirius, perceptive as ever, approached her and inquired, "What is wrong with your voice? Are you unwell?" "No, I am perfectly fine." The witchling waved her hand dismissively, then cradled a cup of hot milk, sipping it slowly. The matter was not yet resolved. Around 9:30 a.m., as Sirius and Harry played wizard chess, they suddenly heard a wave of string music wafting from the second floor, the instrument indiscernible, yet melodious, evoking a sense of dread, filled with murderous intent. After listening for a while, they abandoned their game and knocked on the door of a room on the second floor. "Come in." The witchling's fingers danced over the pipa, her posture remaining unchanged. "Sylvia, what are you playing?" Sirius and Harry exchanged glances before one of them finally voiced the question. "The pipa." The witchling's tone was devoid of emotion, yet the sounds emanating from the instrument grew increasingly ominous. "Are you feeling unwell?" Harry could not help but ask. The witchling longed for a fight, yet the encounter with the corpse from the previous night had left her with a lingering shadow, so she replied, "A bit, but I shall vent my frustrations shortly." "Harry and Sirius, this isn't a private outburst. The entire family can hear you." However, at this moment, the murderous intent emanating from the pipa had nearly dissipated, and the melody had softened slightly, which allowed them to breathe a little easier. Yet, before they could leave the room, the sound of the pipa in the spirit's hands grew urgent once more. Sirius pressed his palm against his chest, leaning against the door, struggling for breath. As the piece concluded, the spirit turned to the two leaning against the door and, frowning, inquired, "What are you two doing?" "I." Harry inhaled deeply. "Me too," Sirius added, attempting to stand upright. "What piece were you just playing?" "Oh, I played Ambush from 10 sides," the spirit replied casually. "Who composed it?" "I'd like to send something to that creator." Sirius forced a grim smile. The spirit found his demeanor peculiar and merely responded, "What would you send? That creator has been dead for many years." "Ah, I see. Then perhaps it's best to let it be. He still wishes to live for a few more years." The spirit realized that expressing one's inner turmoil through music was remarkably effective. Unfortunately, there was one individual in the household, Egg, who could hardly appreciate such art. To ensure Sirius's child flourished, the spirit was compelled to cast a silencing charm outside the music room daily, refusing to abandon the beneficial practice of playing, but at most, she would refrain from disturbing the peace. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, whenever Harry and Sirius saw her enter the music room, they could easily imagine what she was playing. Although the spirit's actions did not inflict actual psychological harm upon them, was it truly advisable for her to spend several hours in the music room every day for an entire week? Both expressed concern over the spirit's situation, contemplating sending her to St. Mungo's for evaluation. However, this suggestion was met with refusal from the spirit, who recognized her issues as psychological and St. Mungo's lacked any mental health professionals, did it not? Furthermore, she was reluctant to bare her soul to others. Yet, this only heightened their worry. Before the Quidditch World Cup, Dumbledore made an unexpected visit, accompanied by Snape. The spirit became instantly alert, yet a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Would there be a chance for a confrontation? Dumbledore, gazing at the spirit standing by the door, kindly asked, "May we come in?" The spirit stepped aside to allow them entry and then shut the door behind them. "Professor, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the commotion, both Sirius and Harry approached to greet Dumbledore, casting a slight disdainful glance at Snape. "Ah, and Snape too." Following this, Sirius explained their purpose. "Your recent behavior has made us quite uneasy, but since you refused to visit St. Mungo's." As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and when the spirit regarded him with an expressionless gaze, he shrank back, resembling a dog that had misbehaved and feared its owner's wrath. "There is no need for that." The spirit observed him for a moment, and just as Sirius was on the verge of a loud confession, she chuckled softly. "I know you care about me, which is why you are acting this way. I don't mind." "Really?" Sirius's face lit up with surprise. Snape, standing nearby, scoffed silently, thinking that such deceitful words could easily be believed. Black was indeed a foolish dog. Yet the spirit nodded with a smile. "Isn't it merely a case of acting first and discussing later? Isn't it about making decisions on behalf of others? You delivered that lever into my hands. I want to hold it against you. However, you have no grounds to criticize me for the way I initially presented things to you." After a thorough examination, Dumbledore lowered his wand. "I found no traces of dark magic, yet something does indeed seem off." He then turned to Snape. "What is your take, Severus?" Snape pondered briefly and replied, "I suspect it is psychological. Has she experienced any recent stimuli?" "She hasn't been out recently. Where would the stimuli come from?" Before the spirit could respond, Sirius interjected, casting a distrustful look at Snape, as if he were on the verge of declaring him a quack. Snape was not inclined to offer him any leniency. If you possess a more credible hypothesis, you may share it now. Sirius fell silent, having cohabitated for some time. None of them could ascertain the cause of the spirit's transformation. Their only plausible conjecture was that she had encountered an object associated with dark magic. But Dumbledore had already dismissed that notion, leaving them utterly perplexed. Snape anticipated such a response and scoffed. He attempted to look down upon Sirius, projecting the same oppressive demeanor he held towards most students at school. However, given their similar heights, he abandoned the effort. If you lack a conjecture, then refrain from questioning my judgment, for doing so serves no purpose other than to complicate matters. Snape flicked his fingers against his robes, as if brushing away non-existent dust. This action left Sirius's face pale with fury. Chapter 86. This is called a psychological response major revision, with a miniature theater. Ultimately, Dumbledore and Snape could not devise a definitive treatment plan. They suggested the spirit seek a professional physician at St. Mungo's. The spirit had visited once, as Sirius and Harry were constantly vigilant, nearly making her believe something was amiss. To escape such scrutiny, the spirit reluctantly agreed to go to St. Mungo's in their company. Upon arrival, the spirit encountered no issues, while Sirius, for reasons unknown, was stricken with persistent retching. The spirit was bewildered. What's wrong? Could it be a psychological response to the egg-hatching situation? This needs urgent attention. Bodily issues can induce psychological discomfort and potentially affect one's quality of life. Doctor. Sirius extended his hand. I suspect it's just an upset stomach. There's no need to summon a healer. At that moment, a lady approached them. What is happening? Are you unwell? The lady physician strode forward with purpose. No, it's not me. It's him. The spirit pointed at Sirius. Is it your stomach that's bothering you? The lady doctor inquired, observing Sirius bent over the trash can. I'm not. Ugh, fine. Let us have him examined. The spirit thought it prudent to allow a professional to assess the situation. After a thorough examination, the lady doctor regarded them with a perplexed expression, hesitating to speak. Ms. Jones, is he gravely ill? Harry asked anxiously. No, this is a normal reaction. No, it's not normal at all. According to our tests, your body exhibits no abnormalities. Yet this reaction resembles that of pregnancy, Miss Jones said, shaking her head in bewilderment. Sirius reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, exclaiming, Pregnancy? Don't speak nonsense. The embarrassment of hatching eggs was already enough. He had kept it a secret even from Harry. What if? No, this matter must not be disclosed. Miss Jones looked at the group and, with a hint of remorse, said, My apologies. I misspoke. However, your body does indeed show no issues. I once studied Muggle cases, and there was an instance where a woman experienced pregnancy, and her husband, out of love, manifested the same physiological responses. Perhaps you are experiencing something similar. Harry, sensitive to the implications, glanced at the spirit and Sirius. The spirit, observing the somewhat distressed lady doctor, said, Miss Jones, would you mind stepping out for a moment? Very well, take your time. Miss Jones was aware that there might be underlying circumstances, and although she was eager for gossip, she chose to respect the patient's privacy and exited the ward. Harry, the seer, turned his gaze to another individual. The situation was rather intricate. It's fine. I can handle it, Harry conjectured. Perhaps Sirius had become involved with his former romantic partner, just as that doctor had suggested. Upon overhearing the conversation between the seer and Harry, Sirius felt as though his illustrious reputation was on the verge of ruin, especially in front of his niece and godson, leaving him in a state of profound distress. After the incident in the Shrieker's shack, prior to Sirius's departure from Hogwarts, I had extracted a few drops of his blood. Stop. Please don't speak further. Sirius began to stutter, his expression markedly peculiar. A potion that could enable a form of asexual reproduction, combined with a few drops of blood and a special vessel, could allow for the conception of a child. Yet, the seer disregarded his plea and continued. Harry's worldview was nearly shattered as he exclaimed, There has never been such a potion. I have never even heard of it. The seer replied, You recall the basilisk incident in second year, don't you? Sirius nodded. The basilisk hatched from a rooster's egg, and I pondered how a rooster could lay an egg. Subsequently, I enlisted Professor Snape's assistance in developing a potion that would allow men to conceive. Of course, when fabricating lies, one must weave falsehoods into truths, ensuring that countless deceptions corroborate one another without any logical inconsistencies. I initially intended to use this potion on my future husband. After all, why should I be the one to bear children? The seer articulated her thoughts, instilling a sense of trepidation among the men present. However, Professor Snape failed to produce the potion I desired, instead concocting something far more potent in terms of both potion-making and alchemy. The mere mention of Snape made Sirius feel nauseous, and upon learning that the potion was his creation, his frustration regarding the seer's potion was redirected into fury aimed at Snape. The seer continued. However, once Sirius escaped from Azkaban, I envisioned him utilizing those concoctions. Although you are a fugitive, as long as he is hidden away, he could ensure the continuation of the black lineage. It would suffice to claim he fathered a child during his escape. It would only require 3 months, and we could test the efficacy of that potion. But I am not a criminal. You were aware of that. Sirius glared at her, resembling a beleaguered dog. And yet, what does that matter? The seer remarked without remorse. Does it conflict with my desire for you to propagate the black family line? Though he had sensed this previously. To have it articulated by the seer felt like a dagger piercing his heart. I once read your fortune, and the results indicated that you have no romantic prospects, let alone children. I believe you ought to contribute something to the black family, don't you think? The seer queried. No, Sirius retorted for perhaps the first time. I believe that if I were to contribute to the black family, it certainly should not be in this manner. The seer's expression remained impassive. Oh, your opinions are irrelevant. I only require my own. Harry, having absorbed this exchange, was left at a loss for words, ultimately trailing behind Sirius and the seer, both of them displaying an air of dejected resignation. A few years later, the seer yearned for a child. She possessed everything except the experience of nurturing one. However, there was one issue. She was unwilling to endure the 3-month incubation period. After much contemplation, the seer resolved to place an advertisement seeking a husband, love me, and bear my child. Once this news circulated, a long line of individuals, both men and women, began forming outside her castle to register their interest. After meticulous filtering, the seer discovered an astonishing fact. There was no Bruce among them. I require night patrols and sometimes work consecutive overtime shifts. It is simply unfeasible, Bruce explained. Leave. I have no need of you. Chapter 87. The arrival of Lupin that night. Harry experienced a harrowing nightmare. In his dream, Voldemort conspired with a faceless man about plans to murder him, and Voldemort even killed a muggle. His heart felt as though it had plummeted from a broomstick, nearly ceasing to function, and upon waking, the scar on his forehead throbbed painfully. Harry sat up in bed as dawn broke outside. With soft light filtering through the curtain's gap, he fumbled for his glasses on the bedside table while pressing a hand against his scar and then descended from the bed. He struggled to recollect the scenes from his dream, pondering whether it foretold something significant. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself at a loss for answers and dressed for breakfast. During the meal, he shared his dream with Sirius and the seer. Sirius, who had been absorbed in the shocking news of a child within him, immediately became alert. What? Your scar is hurting? You mentioned before that whenever it pains you, it is linked to Voldemort. Harry was reminded of Sirius's current predicament and, not wishing to exacerbate his worry, quickly added, but Voldemort cannot possibly be nearby, can he? The seer took a bite of her fried egg and remarked, he certainly cannot be around here. If he had regained his former strength and resurrected, I might not detect it. However, in his current state, should he appear nearby, I would surely sense it. Sirius, not lacking in intelligence, countered. Surely it cannot be that Harry merely had a random dream. Can a dream alone cause his scar to hurt? This indeed posed a dilemma. Harry had thought the same. So what could be the explanation? The scar was a remnant of Voldemort. Perhaps his presence forged some connection between Harry and Voldemort, allowing for a fleeting sensory link. This meant that the scenes in Harry's dream might reflect what Voldemort was currently facing. Harry expressed his frustration, but I do not know where he is. He spoke of some conspiracy to enact after the Quidditch World Cup. During this time, the Ministry of Magic will impose strict measures to prevent us from being detected by Muggles, which would hinder their plans. All of this is merely conjecture, Harry. You need not worry excessively, Sirius consoled him. He will inevitably reveal himself. I understand. Harry managed a strained smile. Sirius believed that the psychological states of the two children, as well as his own, warranted attention, yet with so few individuals in the household, should he really enlist Creature for comfort? Thus, he sought out Lupin. Upon their meeting, Lupin regarded him with a hint of concern. Have you encountered some trouble? With only 2 underage witches in the house, you indeed require assistance during this incubation period. Sirius was taken aback. How could you possibly know? We have not disclosed this matter to anyone. You are unaware? Lupin was equally astonished. I assumed this news had spread throughout the wizarding community. What exactly is going on? Please tell me. I can handle it. Sirius began to grow increasingly agitated. No. Calm down first. Do not lose your temper. Lupin steadied his arm, urging him to sit. Tell me, Moony, I must understand what transpired. For the moment, Sirius restrained his anger. The situation is as follows. Witchling, having successfully nurtured a healthy embryo thanks to Sirius, sought out Snape to acquire the potion formula. She then, with great expenditure, employed a cadre of talented potion makers to concoct this elixir, and subsequently hired a group of alchemists to produce the eggshells. Furthermore, She placed advertisements in the newspapers, leveraging the renown of Master Snape to market the potion at exorbitant prices. Sirius, upon realizing that he was not a part of this causal chain, expressed his confusion. Then you shouldn't know about me, however. The issue arose when inquiries regarding the potion's efficacy continually flooded in, leading Snape to, in a moment of exasperation, declare that Sirius had personally tested the potion's effects, adding that in a few months, the Black household would welcome a new life. Remus observed Sirius's expression, ready to steer the conversation away before his fury reached its zenith. Thus, Sirius, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "That snot-nosed brat has made it known to the entire world that I am hatching an egg." "Not to that extent," Remus soothed. "Only the wizards know at most." "At most?" Ugh. Sirius could no longer contain himself and retched again. "What did you tell him?" Witchling instructed Creature to escort Sirius back to his room to rest, while she questioned Remus about the events that transpired. Remus, feeling somewhat guilty for his slip of the tongue, admitted, "I inadvertently let it slip that he was hatching an egg, which made it known to many." Witchling remarked, "No wonder Sirius is so infuriated." She then directed Remus to find a room to stay in, sighing deeply as she felt as though she were encircled by a throng of Gryffindors. A sensation that was far from pleasant. Remus, too, was not faring much better, although Witchling provided him with good food and comforts. Surpassing his time as a professor at Hogwarts, he was mentally tormented. During Sirius's egg hatching, he needed to provide comfort and support akin to that of a husband. Harry, having finally gained a caring godfather, felt a twinge of discomfort upon discovering that he was expecting a child, and while he attempted to self-soothe, he hid it well. Had it not been for Remus's keen observation, no one would have noticed. Thus, Remus took the opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with Harry, offering him reassurance. Witchling, finding herself in the most troublesome position, was adamant that she could self-regulate her emotions, thus declining Remus's offer for a discussion. If pressed, she might even suggest a sparring match to vent her energy. Remus, however, found himself at her mercy, consuming her provisions with no suitable reason to refuse, effectively becoming her human punching bag, an unfortunate reality when faced with a benefactor. Yet, Witchling seemed dissatisfied with this sparring partner, as her speed and strength far surpassed Remus's, rendering him utterly defenseless in their bouts. However, she quickly grew weary of the sparring, declaring, "I'll come find you again when the moon is full. I believe a werewolf would be more enjoyable to spar with." Remus, cradling his sore jaw, retorted, "That won't do. Back at Hogwarts, you nearly broke my jaw." A werewolf indeed, as his jaw was elongated then, making it prone to fractures with a single blow. Chapter 88. Not even twins are this alike. Before Remus succumbed to mental fatigue, the three children at home finally found an alternative focus to divert their attention: the Quidditch World Cup. Sirius and the Weasley family arranged to meet near the campsite. Initially, they could have used a portkey, but considering they had to carry an egg, Witchling insisted they proceed with caution. However, this seemed unrelated to caution. Sitting in the back seat of a white Rolls-Royce, Harry felt somewhat ill at ease, as this vehicle was worth far more than his firebolt. "Are you suggesting we take a night bus instead? You have no idea what that experience is like," he thought. This egg was far more precious than a pregnant woman. After all, it was the first egg, and no one knew how to care for it properly. Harry fell silent, but he couldn't shake the feeling that other vehicles on the road seemed to consciously steer clear of this luxury car, perhaps out of fear of incurring damages they could not afford. Upon reaching their destination, Harry was struck by the stark contrast between the number of muggles and wizards, which left him feeling somewhat incredulous. Before their arrival, Witchling had arranged for them to don several casual outfits, yet some wizards were dressed more muggle-like than muggles themselves. After disembarking, most of those who approached to converse were muggles rather than wizards. Harry managed to cope, while Sirius donned a frosty demeanor that deterred others from approaching. Even Remus, despite his expensive attire, felt uncomfortable surrounded by so many muggles. "Oh my goodness, that car is stunning," exclaimed a muggle standing nearby. Remus struggled to extricate himself from the enthusiastic crowd of muggles and followed them to find Witchling's tent. "Long time no see, Sirius." Lucius and Draco emerged from a tent resembling a small palace, greeting Sirius with a hint of arrogance while their gaze lingered on the egg he cradled for several moments. Sirius nearly exploded with indignation at their audacity. "What are you staring at, Lucius?" "Nothing, just taking a casual look," Lucius replied, aware that Sirius was residing with Witchling and wishing to avoid a direct confrontation. Sirius felt that coming here had been a grave mistake. If Lucius was aware of the situation, others would surely regard him with peculiar eyes as well. "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy," Witchling intervened after Sirius's unintended conversation, attempting to defuse the tension. "We're going to our tent to drop off our things. See you shortly." Lucius nodded with restraint. Until then, Draco, having had no opportunity to speak with her, turned to wink at Witchling as Lucius led him away, silently conveying, "See you soon." Witchling glanced at the peacocks tethered outside the Malfoy tent before guiding the others around to the rear of a large white tent. Creature had already arrived, setting up the tent and awaiting their entry for rest. Inside, the space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, with each person having their own bedroom. In fact, even 2 more guests could comfortably fit. After placing their belongings down, they set off to reunite with the Weasley family and Hermione. Witchling recalled that trouble was expected from Death Eaters during the match. She hoped to encounter a couple to give them a good thrashing, but regrettably, she couldn't remember who was planning to cause mischief, leaving her unable to preemptively confront them. After sitting for a short while in the Weasley tent, they returned to rest. As the hour had grown late, the following morning, Witchling awoke to find it was a rare, beautiful day, the sun shining brightly. She rose and fashioned a simple braid, ensuring it would not obstruct her vision or cause overheating, complementing her little white dress, making her appear as though she were on an outing. As she walked between the tents, she encountered many wizards who struggled with Muggle attire, their outfits appearing quite peculiar. To her surprise, she spotted a familiar face. "Good morning, Cedric." The individual opposite her displayed a look of confusion. "Do I resemble Cedric that much? You are the 3rd person to greet me this way." It was then that Witchling realized the person before her lacked a heartbeat and had an extremely low body temperature. A vampire? Witchling blinked, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "Hello, I'm Edward Cullen." The boy extended his hand towards Witchling. Upon hearing that name, the sorceress was enveloped in a complex blend of confirmed speculation. It was, indeed, quite unsurprising. She introduced herself and extended her hand, saying, "I have heard of the Cullen family, vegetarian vampires, am I correct?" Edward nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. Yet you have yet to answer my question. Do I truly resemble the individual you know?" The sorceress mused internally, not merely a resemblance. It's as if one person is playing both roles. The likeness was striking, akin to that of fraternal twins, and as her gaze drifted over Edward's shoulder, she spotted Cedric not far off. "Look, Cedric." She now felt emboldened enough to call out a name in public without a hint of embarrassment. Cedric lifted his head, and as he turned, his eyes met Edward's, their identical faces displaying a similar expression. Cedric was the first to regain his composure, directing his attention towards the sorceress, Sylvia. "This is the sorceress," then proceeded to introduce the 2 gentlemen. "Hello, Edward. It is a pleasure to meet you, Cedric." Observing them closely, she was astonished to discover that even their strands of hair were indistinguishable, prompting her to ponder certain philosophical inquiries. Can one truly step into the same river twice? It is well known that Robert Pattinson portrayed both Cedric and Edward in distinctly different eras, thus they should not, even in identical attire, appear exactly alike. This struck the sorceress as an occurrence bordering on the impossible, leading her to contemplate the very nature of reality itself. While her mind was preoccupied with such philosophical musings, Edward and Cedric's conversation was drawing to a close. "Alice is calling me. Farewell, Cedric. Farewell, Sylvia." Edward smiled at them. "Oh, goodbye, Edward." The sorceress snapped back to attention. "What were you pondering?" Cedric inquired, having noticed her momentary distraction. "Philosophical questions. And I believe no set of twins could possibly resemble you 2 more closely." Cedric responded with a gentle smile. "I would concur."